Year 84, Month 11. The heroes have been busy fighting smaller battles, and yet they have been unable to stop the Demon King from going where it needs to go, which is the site of the previous, most recent Demon King's death. It's probably a problem for everyone. I also reckon, logically, that if the Demon King intends to somehow tap into whatever's left, this next one is going to be way stronger than the one they faced on the Eastern continent, but probably not at the level of the Demon King. For the group of heroes that are here, it's probably a tense time. What if the Demon King aimed for them? Can they fight it? Already 4 other walkers have been spotted throughout the continent, and the brief peace we had before once again shattered. It's just annoying. I just want to grow. Can I create a massive wall somewhere that all these demons cannot go? Or maybe just go live on the moon or something where there's no demons to bother me. Yeah, live on the moon. What would it be like to live on the moon? Can I be the moon tree, or tree moon? If I terraform one of the moons into a land covered in trees, would it look green and yellow when I change their leaf colors from so far away? Which moon should I live on? For a short while I entertained the idea of living on another object where there are no demons and no monsters, just trees, and maybe animals to help the ecosystem get going. It'll be like those sci-fi movies where some guys travel to some faraway planet. There's home to ravenous trees. A tree can dream, right? I want to fight monsters, Lozan protested. I'm so sick of demons. I lost count how many times you've said it. One of the other Valthorns sighed. To them, it was one of Lozan's teenage frustrations. She sulked in a corner. The other Valthorns practiced, in between the regular battles. Some Valthorns took the chance to just catch up on sleep and rest since they've been deployed periodically to fight the demons. Knight trainers from the nearby kingdoms arrived too, and they started to train the junior Valthorns in basic knight stances and moves. It's rather simple stuff like, stand in a knightly manner, how to hold your sword, but I suppose one needs foundations. He would regularly get beaten up, of course, but he seemed to be taking the pain better. What level are you, Lady Lozan? Someone sat next to her and asked. I think it was one of the adventurers. Level 65. There was an awkward silence. It's highly unusual for someone of that age to reach that level in combat. There has been cases of high levels, but usually in more menial roles, perhaps farmer or herder or rancher. Of course, that's due to all the training and leveling aura effects that I have. I have 4 dedicated training skills, 1 dedicated trainer, and a bunch of other practice things. Thinking about it, it didn't feel that cheating. The heroes get close to level 100 within 2 years. Lozan started training when she's 6, and now she's already 14 turning 15. 9 years for 65 levels versus 2 years for 100 levels. I think heroes are still at least 7 times faster, ignoring the fact that the higher levels are harder. Man, that makes my hero fragments super overpowered. I should think about weaponizing or sharing these shards someday. I wonder whether it's possible to lend the effects onto an item or as a blessing such that they gain its effects. The first 100 fragments cannot be given away. What, I wondered to myself. Why such a restriction? What's the first 100 fragments for? No answer. It seemed like this wasn't something the system was willing to tell yet. Fine, can I set up a proxy such that the effects of the fragments are shared, even if the actual fragment remains physically with me? A cloud aura server with my trees acting as my transmitters. No answer. Does that mean it's impossible or it's possible? Yeah, why should a benefit be solely hoarded by me anyway? Tree, I'm sick of demons. Lozan protested and decided to have some pastries. I know. She decided to eat some cake. I miss cake. I would like to have a nice coffee cake. I miss coffee cakes. I asked some of the servants to mix coffee powder into some fertilizer and pour it around me instead. At least I can somewhat taste it, but it's just different. Really sucks not having a taste bud. Wait, there are those giant insect-eating bugs that resemble lips and mouths. Can I evolve those and make them have taste buds? Then I can still taste food. Tree, why did you ask the servants to pour coffee? It was strangely Lawfin who breached a topic. Coffee is beneficial to trees. I've never heard of such a thing. Only ancient trees like myself. I lied. Only those who have lived the eons would desire the taste of things. Then would you like tea as well? Or chocolate? Yes, that would be great. Pour it into the small hole next to the tree of prayers. I should first evolve my roots to have taste receptors. Now I just need to block out the taste of dirt. Year 84, month 12. Lily's randomly had a statement. Am I talking to the same person? What? Oh, in short, because Lily's is like a choir. There's bits of it that has different personalities, and each of them does things differently. Is there one in charge? I decided not to think about it. It's like I'm talking to a bunch of school kids and each of them have a word to say. Apparently the heroes had a skirmish with the Demon King. Somehow they managed to escape the fight itself, but it was quite stupid of them. 3 against the Demon King. What were they thinking? At least none of them died. Meanwhile, the other heroes in the other continents are still clearing their respective continents of the demons and apparently making some plans. Are they coming? As winter sets in, I sensed unusual energies coming from the hero's tower. I didn't know what it is, and I tried to get the labs to scan, but the energy fluctuated slightly and then was back to normal again. It felt like star mana, but without any detailed results, I wasn't sure. This winter, we've managed to get a bit more evergreen plants to grow. Some traders managed to bring in winter-resistant plants from faraway lands, and that made me very happy. It's nice to have fellow winter-friendly trees. Down far south near the Lake Lilliput, the lake itself is a source of warmth and it doesn't freeze over. The unmoving giant tree walker, sprawled over the ground, now overgrown with trees. It's warmer here. South is nearer to where the sun is after all, and some simple astronomical rules still apply, even if there are more moons to complicate the water level movements. The giant walker just died, a trader mentioned, walking past the giant thing. To them, it's dead. The difference between a dead giant walker and a giant walker infested with vines and trees in practice is really still a dead, unmoving thing. The king ordered that no one approach the walker, though. The king referred to the elected ruler of the giant Lilliput city, truly just the ruler of the humans. I suspect Lily's is in communication with him to some degree, but then it's probably a secret it doesn't want to share. A few carts filled with corpses move past, and later they dumped all the corpses into the lake. It's really quite fast that the walker is covered in trees, though. A trader said, they were just walking past my giant attendant trees, and these massive trees they just appeared must be the Lilliput magic. Really, you think so? All tree spirits have the bloom effect. It's like a fact, one other trader said. I've never heard of a tree spirit without having some kind of super growing ability. Why would the giant Lilliput do such a thing? Maybe the giant walker's like super fertile or something. It does have a lot of magic in it. Really, I think this trader just says really all the time. I'm guessing, the trader laughed. A bunch of adventurers quickly pushed them on. Good sirs, please, let's get moving. Ah, yes. Escorts are still needed after all. Demons aren't over yet. I would like to visit a floating city for a change. I wonder it'll be more like Venice, or whether it'll be like those floating markets of Southeast Asia, or is it more like living in some kind of floating oil rig? The demons kept up their attacks, but without the walkers, the regular armies aren't really much of a problem. That's the 30th demon elite I killed, Lausanne complained. And no levels this time. Jura laughed. Maybe. You should let them do the fighting. You just help when they really can't do it. There was a bunch of other Valthorns, the strongest of them in their level 30s, a pretty good level for their age. Almost genius, even. Okay. Lausanne realized she just said something that wasn't going to go her way. Try to play a leader role then instead of the vanguard. Maybe you can get some kind of leadership class. Can't I just ask Tree for it? Stop asking Tree for everything, Lausanne. A good champion doesn't depend on handouts, but heroes got their powers handed to them on a silver platter. Jura paused. True, but still, if you depend on someone else's power, it means you are not there yet. With how cold winter is, everyone's practicing indoors. We have plenty of space. Stratrigos found a magic spot. A large, dark cave was located on one of the mountains. It's further west, even further from the volcano. There were monstrous bats, large crab monsters, I sighed. Probably a black element location again. I honestly don't understand why my soul forge is blue. I'm a tree, shouldn't I be green? But magic does what magic does, it is what it is. Is black, red, and blue magic more common in this world? Should I still take it though, since I have one forest rod? But with the hero's power growing so quickly, their summoned armies already sweeping through many parts of the continent, destroying demons in the process, the odds of me locating a demon rod for capture is slim. Already more rumors and news comes from the land beyond, that the heroes are able to call on units that are like super units, able to take on a demon walker single-handedly. That meant they could now attack the demonic forces on multiple fronts, expanding their force projection ability to counter the demon's reach. Have they passed level 100? It sounds like some of them did. If so, the odds of a final battle with the Demon King is soon. I want a super unit too. It's quite unfair that I have to get a heroic soul to summon a titan and they can do it with level 100. The gods really loaded the die with them. Year 85, Month 1. A new year begins. It's almost 3 years since the Demon King has arrived. By my own clock, year 82, Month 2. This war has gone on for far too long. Everywhere it's weariness, a sense of exhaustion in the people, rumors of frustrations among the many kings and queens. What's taking the hero so long to just get to it? Even me, I'm just tired of demons. For the past 4 years I've been battling demons throughout my domain, but there is also rising hope. It's going to end soon. The question that happens, inevitably, is when and where it's going to end, and for most of the kings, how to avoid being collateral damage in the cataclysmic battle that occurs. The question of where is most certainly our current continent. The Demon King is finally at the site of Demon King, and predictably, consistent with the Astaroth incident, it summoned a demon shaped like a large airship. It didn't seem like the Demon King was intent on going anywhere else. It wasn't moving, and instead it stopped, and released a massive energy blast that incinerated the surroundings of the former site. What was once a crater turned into a larger one, and we all felt it, a strong energy that pushed back against my auras. a kind of energy so dry that I felt like it's attempting to strip my mana away from me. The tower vibrated, its divine energies triggered to create a shield, and even then it felt the tower pull, no, demand energy from the surroundings to reinforce itself. So strange, but it was a taunt. It calls out to them, the Demon King and the image of the previous one. I can almost feel the words that it meant through that wave. Come heroes, time to settle this fight. That energy wave triggered magical defensive spells, like how lightning sometimes triggered alarms. Even in New Freaka, some simple enchantments like door reinforcement spells or enchanted weapons made unusual sounds and had strange shapes appear on them. And the hex, the residual hex that's now pooled together, cordoned away from the general masses, they reacted strongly to the wave. It wasn't absorbing it, but it didn't like it at all, and a strange, purple-ish glow appeared over them. So it was time to bunker up or run away. Some of them choose to travel further away from it. It's a sensible choice. The Demon King is taunting the heroes to go to it, but at the same time, it's a signal to everyone else to run away, which many did. For those that didn't or couldn't, we bunkered up. The sewers and underground tunnels project thankfully completed. The citizens started stocking up designated storage areas in the underground tunnels. The tunnels go quite deep into the ground. After all, the Demon Kings clearly have incredible destructive power, and shallow, near-surface tunnels are still going to get destroyed easily. I've also restocked my constantly growing arsenal of anti-demon wooden bolts. If it ever comes down to a fight, I'm not going to go down easily. I hope I don't get involved. But a part of me knew that's wishful thinking. It's on this continent after all. In the long eternity of time, one day I will have to face the Demon King, whether by chance or by intention. 8 yes, 3 no, so it's time. It was Astra who said it, announcing the decision of the vote to the group. Are you sure? Are we sure? One of the heroes asked. We can't hold this on forever. We've all voted yes. Let's go with it. A quiet silence. Although the hero's power is incredible, they all felt it. The gnawing sense that the power is biting into their minds, the stronger it gets, the more it compels them to just go at the demons. It's almost like a bloodlust. They all look like they haven't slept in months. Eye bags and all. Was it always like this? I don't think so. No records I checked had it. But then again, very few heroes took 3 years to slay the Demon King, mostly because the battles are all confined on the same continent, so it just tends to end rather quickly. All of them didn't sleep well. At night, they all get nightmares. It wasn't like this before, but it started a month, no, 2 months ago. At first it was mild, but lately it's more and more gruesome. Death, destruction. Were they going insane? But we're just walking into the Demon King's trap. It wants us to go. We must hold on till the time is right. When is the time right? We are all about level 100 plus now. Astra is even level 120. We can't wait forever. We've discussed this many times, and it's time. It's waiting for us, and I think we should take up the challenge. Some of them kept the thoughts to themselves. Harris, too, had nightmares. So much death, the slaughter of cities, the sacking of so many kingdoms to the demonic hordes. But why? Why so? The plan is, using the existing tower network, I'll do a mass recall, and that will teleport every one of us to one of the towers. Harris, Myri, Becky, let us know which tower is the best. I'm guessing the Demon King knows and can sense us based on how their walkers and supercannons behaved, so honestly, the nearest tower would be the best. The nearest tower is not functioning. It's too near, and the demonic wave it emits has shredded the tower. Myri explained. There's a tower near Nung's capital. We'll use that. All right. Will you all be there? We're somewhere north, but we are headed down. Before that, Harris, we heard you attempted to fight the Demon King. You didn't tell us about that in our previous call. No, it's more like it. Myri, Becky, and Harris looked at each other, wondering who should explain. So, one of them were impatient. Truth be told, all of them were edgy. The lack of sleep and nightmares made everyone rough. Already, there were dissatisfaction with each other. Harris heard that even the previous heroes had conflicts. People, after all, never worked together perfectly. We kind of just found it. It attacked us and we fled as fast as we could. How strong is it? Strong enough. Harris didn't want to say too much. Didn't try to fight it. One of them asked. Who knows, you could win. So far all the demons we've faced were talked about as incredibly powerful, but now our summons can take them on. Maybe this Demon King's a chump too. Two heroes looked at each other. Victor and Gustav, they were both there when Pooja died. It was an accident in a way. They made a mistake and Pooja was in the wrong position. They wanted to say something, but somehow both didn't say it. No, we thought we should do it all together, Harris said. Heh, as expected. One of them sneered. It's been 2 years since they all arrived and few friendships stay the same in that time, so we all teleport to the location. One of the other heroes stepped in. Yes, Astra, sensing the moment. Anything else? No. Harris sighed to himself. They all just happened to be in the same bus somehow. There's a camaraderie, at least, with Becky and Myri, as the three of them traveled together and fought many battles together. But none of that with the other 9, number 8 heroes. They were not close to Pooja, and honestly, when Pooja died, the 3 of them didn't really feel anything. No, actually, all they felt was a very, very strong desire for revenge, to get back at the demons. We need to think, Myri asked. Yeah, I need that tea now. All three of them huddled together. Some dried tea leaves and they made a brew, ginger-flavored somehow. There's some ginger leaves mixed in. They all had a sip of the new freaking tea leaves and felt their anger there, craving to fight subside a little. Okay, let's discuss what we heard. All of them are going to port in and we're going to fight the Demon King. Absolutely a trap, Becky said, taking another sip. The smell of the ginger is in the air. Astra has a point, we can't avoid this forever. Even if it's a trap, they don't seem to be in any state to resist the effects of our powers. Even this tea's effectiveness weakens with each level we gain. Harris sighed again. Somewhere, a squad of heavily armed shields are fighting demons. He can feel it. And Astra's mind link will help. We've never tested it. We're placing too much trust on a skill that supposedly will make us work seamlessly. They seem to believe the skill will do what it says it does. No evidence so far refutes that, so I reckon it will help. Harris, Becky, and Myri shared a glance. A lightning elemental was roasting a few chunks of meat. The lightning helped to char the skin a bit, giving it a bit of a crisp. A metallic suit of armor chopped some vegetables, and a small goblin-ish creature is peeling some meat of some shellfish. There's a camp behind them. They've been using their summons for all sort of chores, such as carrying camp gear, all powered by star mana. Star mana is an amazing thing. It lasts long, and just a bit could sustain their summons for almost a week, longer for their smaller, menial summons. So we're still going with the plan then, Myri said softly. It's our best shot, even with all these random factors remaining and the rest of them clearly can't wait anymore. Any longer we'd probably fight each other. At least we can finish whatever we were brought to this world for. Harris sighed. He was explaining it more for himself. He's hardly convinced it was the best idea, but in the end he still voted for it. It's like being forced to swallow a bitter pill to not die. Becky refilled her cup of tea. Well, Harris is right. It is our best shot. Harris finished his meal and then took out what resembled a forge. 2 lightning elementals and a fire elemental helped him with his forging. Truth was, Harris scouted the Demon King. Whatever Lady Mika left behind made him wonder whether there's a trap. The previous group of heroes fell for it, and here they are, walking right into it. So Harris, without telling the other 3 groups, decided to scout the Demon King out. He prepared beforehand a special teleportation scroll, some backup abilities with both Becky and Myri, a lightning-powered temporary recall and a lightning speed boost, and high-powered summons as backup. Perhaps they could buy time. The Demon King took the shape of a massive spider with 4 circular rings on top, forming something resembling a veranda, and at intervals, the veranda functioned as a demonic summoning portal. It forcefully opened a massive rift, and each time, one more demon walker emerged. Next to it was a large floating castle filled with jagged spires. It radiated a reddish glow. He could feel its power grow, and then ebb. Then he noticed that it synchronized with the gate on the Demon King. It's acting as a power generator to summon more demons, instead of relying on ley lines and magic spots. It decided to tap on whatever's left on the previous Demon Kings, yet Harris watched a bit too long and the demon walkers started firing. He fled as fast as he could. He wasn't mad. There were at least 2 million demons in that massive valley, at least 30 walkers. It was going to be a massive battle at scale, and flyers, there were creatures that resembled wyverns. It turned out, sure, they were gaining levels, but it was going to be a race. If these 2 million demons went out in all directions, how long would it take for them to stop it? Could they gain levels fast enough that they could beat back the horde of demons that ravaged the world? And yet, Harris didn't feel guilty not sharing this information with the rest of them. And honestly, he didn't know why his 2 friends didn't either. Astra looked at the map. It's laid out on a large table, and it marked where the towers are located. Something doesn't make sense. What? Nea looked bored. Why are you studying the maps they sent you? All we got to do is teleport there and do what we gotta do. We've got super summons now, and the demons are still giving us the same kind of opponents. Aren't you underestimating the Demon King? And the gods are underestimating me, Nea said. Astra could only roll his eyes. Astra looked at the map again. He roughly measured the distance between where the Demon King is and the nearest tower. Why such a large distance? What is the Demon King planning? Harris met it yet. Why did he not say much? Did he have something to hide? I can't wait, Nea said. After this is all over, I'll get to live life as an emperor with a massive harem. Astra didn't reply. There really was no need to. Go sleep. Astra didn't. Nea slept. Feeling like he wasn't going anywhere, he went for a walk and found Jared on a hill. It wasn't hard spotting him. Jared nodded at him. Heya, not sleeping yet. I could ask you the same question. Astra noticed a mug and a few barrels of beer by the side. They were all school kids when they got here, but it's been 2 years and well, everyone had different ways of coping with the nightmares. In Jared's case, it was beer. They were underaged after all, but who's going to stop heroes with super growth spells from buying beer? He was through a barrel. Sadly, that's what he needed to get drunk, since as a hero, he had some poison resistance and he had a summon that collected his beer from the nearby towns. Helped that some of his summons are gladiators, which can speak a few words. Are you here to make sure I fix my guy's weapons? There was a gladius at the side, made from a mix of regular metal and star mana. Something they made in their free time. Jared had the benefit of having equipable summons. His elite star mana gladiators could will items he made, and the level 100 super summons, the super. We've passed that stage. Astra grinned. There was a small magical staff at his side. It was weird that all heroes gained a crafting option together with star mana, and that crafting option seemed exceptionally personal, in the sense that none can make something like someone else. It was through a mix of star mana and their personal will that these hero artifacts were made. Maybe there were crafter heroes in past generations, people know. Heroes who could recreate other heroic artifacts. So, why are you here? Jared stood. They exchanged a look. You voted no. The voting results were public. There was no use hiding who voted what. Why? Because I felt like it. Astra glared. Jared met the glare and after 5 seconds decided to look away. You're lying. Maybe. Won't you tell me the truth? The Demon King's not far away. We should go in with our eyes wide open. Jared looked disgusted. Must everything be the Demon King? Every time I get drunk, the only thing on my mind is, why is everyone just talking about the demons all the freaking time? Because that's why we are here. Fucking twisted logic you got there. Why did we accept this task so wholeheartedly anyway? It's not as if demons did anything to us, but they did so much to the land. How do you even know if they are real, if any of this is real? It feels like it, and that's good enough. Real or not, the wrongs must be righted. Again with that twisted logic. But you know I had to vote no, even if I knew all of you would have voted yes. Then tell me why. Because Nea is overconfident in his skills, you are overconfident in your skills. Almost everyone is overconfident in their own abilities. We're going to go and fight the demon and we'll realize how inadequate we were all these while. We've reached level 100, so is there a rule somewhere that the Demon King is a level 100 threat? Why not level 200? How do we even know level 100 is enough? Because it's 3 digits instead of 2. Because of a feeling you all feel and that nagging, screaming pain every time you sleep. Astra paused and suddenly, yeah, why did they feel it is enough? Just because the demon walkers are now easy, does that mean they are ready for the next level, the king itself? What if the gap between the king and walkers is massive, as it should be? Yet that moment of discomfort and insecurity didn't last. Like a candle in the wind, it went poof. There's 11 of us, and the Demon King's predecessors has clearly killed many of them, and there were survivors. Many kingdoms have a hero in their lineage. No glory without some sacrifice. Don't you want to be king? Jared looked disgusted. That's what we are, eh? We come here, defeat a Demon King, and then go on and make a fuckton of babies and leave our magical weapons for them. Well, Astra wanted to say yes, but he knew better. Our alliance lasts up till we kill the Demon King. We're not friends after that. Astra shrugged. It's really optimistic to expect 12 kids in the same bus to somehow stick together for 2 to 3 years. That's all we need. A week later, they all teleported to the site. It's a secluded tower located on a mountain. There were subtle mana flows in the ground that helped amplify the tower's energies. Astra was first to arrive, and he activated the global recall. That brought the rest of them there. It's much stronger here. Its presence. The heroes looked at each other. For those located on different continents, it was the first time they met face to face since that day on the bus, or that moment with the gods. But they were referring to the taunt that the Demon King emitted. Its constant aura. Harris, Becky, and Myri looked at them. Welcome to the Central Continent. Yeah, we are going for the Demon King immediately. Nea shrugged. Some of them nodded. A few looked uncertain. Astra, who was level 125, took the lead. Let's go. There's really no point delaying this entire thing. Can you 3 lead the way? Sure, but do you guys need to call on your summoned armies? Or they can appear at any second. Gustav and Lombard both nodded. My powers need a bit time to appear, and I have artillery forces. I will need to position my bombardment units at a distance. Harris took out the map again. There was a red star showing where the Demon King is, and a big red ring around it. What's the red ring? The Demon King's army. Ah, fodder for us. Harris winced at the word, but didn't say a thing. He pointed to a chain of hills and slopes further out. What's the range of your artillery? Is this place far enough? How far is that? Lombard looked at the map. He had an issue translating distances on maps into range. In practice, he used his own forces to sense where it is, and he had spotter units which helped his artillery units find targets. Harris didn't know how to explain distances too, not in this world where kilometers and all didn't really mean much. They didn't have measurement tools. What was one day's horse ride away, and was it even universal? Different horses traveled different speeds. What more for those with riding skills? Never mind, use the Demon King's aura as a gauge. Astra intervened. Let's move. Feel free to break off to set up your forces. Gustav the Golem Master and Lombard the Cannoneer nodded. Sure, it wasn't hard to find a Demon King that's actively transmitting its presence to the heroes. And stranger still that none of the kingdoms attempted to hex bomb the Demon King. In fact, the hex bombs mostly stopped once the heroes got their groove going. After all, why sacrifice lives when the heroes' summoned units can fight walkers for you? The Demon King warped the terrain with it right in the middle. Its large, massive legs embedded into the ground, drawing mana and energy from the planet. In a way, it resembled an extremely large oil rig that pulled that mana, and then used it to produce walker after walker. The floating castle next to it also generated mana and fed it to the king. When the heroes first saw what they were up against, it was a mixed reaction. Those overconfident ones merely grinned. No matter how many of these fodders they make, it's not going to stop us. Some felt this validated their choice, that it was time to fight the Demon King anyway. Delaying it was not going to solve the problem, and those who voted no in their minds, this was the moment that made them feel like it was always inevitable. It's either they fight the demons or the demons destroy the world. It was a game, isn't it? It's waiting for us. Let's not keep it waiting. Astra nodded, and he triggered the star mana forms. Around him, phantoms started appearing, and they charged into the horde of demons before them. Astra's body itself coated by a white sheen, as if he was a divine being here to bestow divine retribution. Thousands, tens of thousands of phantoms appeared, a one-man army, and it ripped through the regular demonoids like paper. The walkers, some 150 of them, towered across the battlefield, and they started shooting their energy blasts. They were always in position, and the quiet skies was ripped by the thundering shots. Each of the heroes summoned their forces. Tens of thousands of summoned creatures, almost 100,000 summoned creatures magically appeared from portals, as if it was a scene from Endgame. One of them, of course, had to quip. We're in the Endgame now, and this is our final battle with Thanos. I hope not. I don't want one of us to die. If only one of us die, that's a win. Gustav summoned massive golems, 15 of them, each as large as a walker, and with powers no inferior to it. Magical yet mechanical constructs, they resembled giant-sized Ant-Men fighting the massive leviathans when they wrestled the walkers. Lombard had self-propelling railguns in the distance, and they matched the walkers' energy blasts. Each hero brought their own type of special armies. Harris had walking shield generators that deflected energy blasts, protecting summoned units from the enemies. For close to 2 hours, the entire crater was engulfed in battles, as demons and the summoned creatures clashed. Still, the demonoids were never able to hold back the heroes' forces, even if they thinned them greatly. Even if giant demonic wyverns ripped the summoned railguns to shreds, there were always more summoned units. Yet the Demon King remained unmoved in the middle. All it did was concentrating its power on its throne, its massive legs unmoving. Above, its massive gate-like horns, 8 of them, a rift right in the middle of that cavity. As they got nearer, they changed targets, and they started to attack the Demon King's massive body. Those attacks met a massive energy barrier. The railgun bolts vibrated and rippled on the barrier like a rock that dropped into a lake. Their summoned units gradually gained an upper hand. The overconfident heroes started to feel vindicated. The Demon King's army was nothing much after all, not much before 11 heroes and their combined armies, complete with all the stacking auras each of them had. Yet the Demon King didn't move, nor did the shadow of the former Demon King. The rift changed color. The heroes attacked again at the barrier. The barrier held on, but it was cracking. Small holes started to emerge, and some summoned units got close to the Demon King's legs. They attacked. The rift turned red. Nea, the archmage with an army of summoned water and ice elementals, attacked, raining ice on the battlefield. He too was enveloped in a sheen of white-bluish light. His magical longstaff had a dark blue crystal. The Demon King's army was down to half, and almost all the demon walkers, elites and generals, were down. The fodder surprisingly lasted longer because there's just so many of them, but they are fodder. Truly, only the Demon King itself mattered. The rift turned a darker red, almost maroon. Is it going to fire? Harris looked. A massive ice blast finally cracked the barrier. The heroes' units were cut down to less than a quarter now, but it was now between them and the king. This was why they saved star mana. The gigantic golems attacked the unmoving Demon King. Its massive body resembled a castle that didn't move despite the attacks. That's not to say the golems' attack were ineffective. They worked. There were small wounds and scars where the golems attacked. It's just that the Demon King was a monstrous thing, a city and a creature. From a distance, its present form resembled a massive spider with super thick legs, and another upside-down spider on the top. Its legs represented the horns that created the rift. The heroes attacked. Their summoned creatures damaged the Demon King, but it's too slow. The rift turned purple. Then in a short flash, it shot out a thick purple beam that cut a massive gash in the ground, and all the way till the horizon, destroying everything in its path. And one hero stood in its path, her body burning from its purple flames, and then she felt into the gash below. She died, and all her summoned units vanished with it. All the heroes felt a surge of anger as they lobbed more attacks. There was no need. The rift is gray again. This time the floating castle moved to attack, firing smaller red beams from its many spires. Who was that? Harris shouted. They were all spread out in the battlefield. Their forces made everything messy. Astra checked his status. He was like the chat administrator who could see who went offline. Simone, what? Those from the same place felt some loss. For the rest of them it was just a name. The Demon King was before them, and now this thing was attacking them. It tore through the stronger summoned units easily. Focus on the Demon King, there's still 10 of us, and that rift takes forever to charge. We can win this. The rift turned orange. You fucking jinx of a mouth. Nea cursed as he lobbed spell after spell at the Demon King's body. The Demon King's body had cracks, but it's like ants making microscopic cuts on a giant elephant. Sure, there are cuts, but it's going to take a while for it to take down the giant. Get rid of the floating castle. Spells flew, golems, railguns, and lightning blasts zapped the floating castle. Slightly smaller than the Demon King and clearly less sturdy, each attack made it wobble in midair, and the red beams tend to lose its path. The rift was still orange, but it was getting darker. More cracks appeared throughout the massive body of the Demon King. Even the gargantuan golems looked like little children trying to fight with an adult. Some of the heroes concentrated fire on the floating castle. A shadow of the former Demon King, it was hardly as strong. No, it was perhaps only a quarter of its stats, and so the hits got to it easily, and the floating castle crumbled, then crashed into the ground below, exposing a round red crystal. The rift was red. Harris instantly felt danger and quickly activated all the summoned shields he could gather. "Watch out for that thing," he shouted. The red crystal vibrated. A golem lifted it up and flung it as far as it could. The rift was dark red. The fuck, why is the color changing so quickly? Ain't a final boss without some spool, you know. This is probably one of it. A golem punched one of the legs, and the leg finally, after receiving so much damage from the army of summons around it, finally collapsed. The rift was still dark red, and then it released a shockwave of that dark red energy, scorching through most of the summoned units, destroying them instantly. It also destroyed many of the lesser demons, but by now there were no demon walkers left. The wave smacked right into the hero's protective items and shields, but one of the heroes was too near and couldn't react to it time. The wave burned him, and he flailed like a man on fire. The reddish fire got past whatever protection he had. Nea attempted an ice blast to negate the fire, but it didn't work. It seemed like the fire found a life of its own. Somehow it wouldn't subside. Healer. Despite the massive distance, healing was still entirely possible. The healing dedicated hero still has a tremendous cast range and could instantly activate healing. The fire didn't go away, but the wounds recovered instantly. Yet the rift was still red, and then a second blast went out. The healer had to put up a shield. The burning hero was still too close, and the second blast turned him into ash. Fuck, the healer cursed, and the earth rumbled. The Demon King was finally moving. Even if one of its legs was broken, it still had 7 other legs, and the 2 red energy waves incinerated most of the summoned units. So the battlefield was quite clean. Just the surviving 9 heroes, 1 Demon King, and some of their summons. Anyone have summons left? Astra asked through their live chat. At this distance, it wasn't hard to maintain some kind of VC function. Or should we focus on defense? I still have star mana, but I think we should restrict summons to higher tier ones. Those can take one shot. 2 gigantic golems remained, but the red flames enveloped them, and they slowly melted them. Some gladiators too were around. They had the benefit of having star mana artifacts that allowed them to tank the wave. The Demon King moved rather slowly. It was pulling out its massive legs embedded deep into the ground. Each leg left a deep hole, and as it lifted its body up to walk, they saw something resembling a mouth for the first time. Located at the bottom of its body, it looked like the central part of an octopus, only made with demonic matter, and it glowed in various colors. And there were smaller mouths. They were open. Shields, they all felt it, and all the mouths spat out a red fire, coating everything beneath the Demon King in an inferno. This time, the already damaged golems crumbled and turned back into nothing. We need to skip our summons. But then what's the point of all our army skills? It's just to get to this point, then it's fucked. Well, except for the ranged magical railguns who thankfully was out of range of the initial blasts. 2 survived and they could continue bombardment. Still, the damage it dealt was minuscule. Well, the Demon King did take damage from the earlier attacks, and throughout its massive body there were wounds and scars. Concentrated attack. Use star mana forms. Harris yelled out. In his mind, he wondered why did the notes talked about using star mana forms to fight the Demon King. Let's get on its body. There should be cores we can attack, rather than try to take on the entire structure. Good point. Nea waved his wand and an ice sheet levitated him up. The Demon King's many mouths opened, and this time they lobbed small energy blasts in the millions. They rained down on the heroes below, attempting to delay the heroes from approaching its main body. Did this Demon King take notes from bullet hell or something? Layers on layers of ice shield appeared, blocking the little blasts. We made a mistake. We should have just gone for the main body right away. What, and get caught by the red wave? We didn't even know it could do that. All the heroes had activated their defensive abilities. The overconfidence from the early stage had faded. They witnessed 2 of them die. Maybe they'd be next. There was no time to be reckless and hold back some abilities in reserve. Still, the rain of energy bullets did not deter the heroes at all, and very quickly, all of them were on the Demon King's main body. There were no lesser demons, but parts of the Demon King that attacked them. Throughout its body, spires transformed into tentacles or beam towers, attacking the invading heroes. The heroes spread out, looking for cores or hearts, things that powered the Demon King. They hacked at everything that looked like it could hold something like that. Their star mana-powered abilities, now at close range, easily cut through any defenses the Demon King had. Even while the massive monster moved, they had to be wary. The rift was now orange again, and gradually it turned reddish. And the massive size of the Demon King meant they could be hacking and attacking nothing for hours. Their strongest area spells lacked the focused damage needed to cut through the Demon King's defenses. One hero summoned her elites to help out, and well, the elites were useless. Unless they had equipment made or infused with star mana, the damage they deal was close to nothing. We need to split up. The Demon King suddenly stopped, and it jabbed one of its large legs into the ground. The heroes braced for the sudden shaking and collapse of the Demon King's body to the ground. They had magic to keep them steady and floating. Then it did so again. A second leg pierced the ground. Why is it doing that? How far have we moved? The heroes suddenly realized they were no longer in the crater. The Demon King had moved a good distance during the 30-40 minutes they were attacking its body. Its massive size and magic meant they hardly felt the move. What's going on? It was that very moment, through the entirety of the world. All the demonoids shook and disintegrated into small ash-like particles. Then the ashes started moving, as if swept by a wind, all towards the Demon King. They moved intensely, and throughout the world, a strong hurricane-like wind wrecked, damaged, and killed many, as this wind carried all these ashes to the Demon King. It's the transformation. All boss fights must have another form. This must be it. The heroes didn't realize the issue. Stop it. Astra yelled. We must find the source before this transformation completes. How? The heroes were attacking the Demon King's body as much as they can. Some of them concentrated their attacks on the center, believed that the Demon King would have its core in the center. Harris paused and took a sip from a flask. He closed his eyes momentarily, willing his body and soul to sense the Demon King. The Demon King could sense them, and they could sense the Demon King. Lady Mika's notes were clear on that. Maybe they had to find it using that sense. And indeed he did. There's 4 cores. He pointed them out and quickly rushed to the one nearest to him. The heroes managed to destroy 3 cores, and even so it took them 2 hours. Way longer than they liked, despite how strong their star mana was. There were just too many tentacles, monsters, and spires in the way. 2 hours never felt so long. The ashes all arrived, and then the body itself also turned into ash. Quick, find the core. Attack it when it's ash form. They did find it, and they attacked it with all their might. The ash was too thick. After all, it was a mass made from all the demons generated throughout the world. The ash formed together into a large sphere. It floated in the sky as if there was a dark moon. Its massive size turned day into night. The heroes attacked relentlessly, hoping to interfere with its transformation. The sphere split into 10 smaller spheres, and 9 of the spheres transformed into humanoid-shaped warriors. The heroes wondered why their attacks failed to stop the transformation. The last sphere transformed into a grotesque massive demon rod. It was as large as a tower, and it then jammed deep into the ground. Don't stop. Astra yelled. There were 9 of them and 9 demons. That rod must be the core. What they saw then, the very earth itself transformed into an unnatural terrain. The demon rod is a scaled-up, Demon King version of the demon rod. They also saw something strange: spirits. Of their 2 fallen comrades, bound by the Demon King rod, it siphoned energy from the 2 glowing white spirits, and it pulsed. With each pulse, the demon rod gains power and spreads its influence further. The heroes didn't have to ask much. They understood it by seeing. They had to stop it. The Demon King wanted their souls for energy, and the 9 demons stood in their way. Oddly sized just like them, they resembled humans. All of them had 2 hands, 2 legs, one head, all in human-like ways, and each of them held a different weapon. They were gray, unlike the usual reddish-brown the demonoids had. The heroes attacked. There's not much to talk, even if they looked human, and these 9 demons matched the heroes for it. At first, they felt the presence of the Demon King spread further and further in the ground, and simultaneously the environment around them started burning with a black fire. Demon fire. They've seen this. They were briefed of it. The 9 demons kept up. Somehow the star mana wasn't as effective on them as before, as if they were made of something else. The heroes, exhausted from their earlier long battles, found themselves digging as deep as they could to stand up to them. Some of the heroes did better. Those proficient in close combat, like Jared, was the first to stab his star mana sword through one of the demons, and the demon turned into ash. 8 left. And then one of the demons stabbed its rapier into Nea's chest, and instantly Nea started to turn into ash. 8 of them left. The 8 gray ash demons seemed to take their attacks as if they were just regular adventurers. A part of them wanted to ask how, but the adrenaline and exhaustion meant they just kept fighting. The heroes were leading. Those focused on close combat, Jared and Harris, started gaining an edge. They defeated 5 and lost Helen, Gustav, and Lombard. Only 5 of them left: Harris, Jared, Astra, Myri, and Becky, and 3 Ashdemons left. The Ashdemons' power waned, and that's when they realized the Demon King couldn't keep maintaining them forever. They killed the three ash demons and turned their focus on the massive rod. They had to break it. They all felt it, the scream and wailing of their comrades being drained, unable to move on. The earth itself tried to resist the demonic influence, but powered by the hero's star mana, the earth couldn't hold it back. The corruption had spread as far as their eyes could see, maybe even further. Maybe even some of the cities would have seen the demon flames because the entire skyline was just black fire. The battle against the ash demon took too long, 3 hours, maybe 4. The sky was already dark, but because the demon fire was everywhere, they didn't realize it. They pulled their power together, exhausted as they were. They didn't know how much star mana they used, and by now it felt like they've went past their reserve and some. They didn't even know how they managed to use that last attack and destroyed the Demon King Rod. Demon King Sabnok has been slain, but the corruption was not going away, and the corruption had spread almost half of the entire central continent with it, that half rendered nigh inhabitable. New Freaka was well within the range of the spread. Year 85, Month 1. It was coming, we could feel it in our roots, our trunks, our bodies. Every bit of us, we felt it, as if the earth itself cried out for help and none of us could do anything. There was a tide out there in that distance and it came so quickly, so very quickly. All at once the soul realm was flooded with deaths. Something had spread throughout the continent and deaths. I could almost feel it, the entirety of Nung burned up and destroyed, Barsum gone in a flash. It happened so quickly, as the earth itself rotted and turned into this demonic thing. Our extended subsidiary trees felt it first, its presence rushing in, and rather quickly those distant subsidiary trees burned almost instantly in the dark demonic flames. The giant attendant trees too started to burn, but they are stronger, and they share more of our powers, and so they never truly burned. Instead, they resembled my past when I was a small stump, engulfed in a black flame but not dead. It spread quickly, and it's amazing how quickly it did. But we had no time to think about that because we felt death everywhere and we felt like pebbles on the beach watching a tsunami come in. All we could do is stand our ground and face it. Everyone, the best place now is to get as near me as possible. Into the woods. We spoke to the elves and everyone, and they ran as fast as they could. One by one, I lose my link to my faraway trees nearest to the Demon King. It's as if I was playing Stellaris, and some unknown extra-dimensional disaster started swallowing up all my stars. And it happened so quickly. We had maybe half an hour at the rate the corruption was expanding. That was our guess. Maybe it would slow down because of the area covered increases squared the further the corruption goes, and so the same energy wouldn't be able to corrupt as many places. And it was coming through the ground. Don't go underground. What? No, the best place now is above ground and watch for things coming from beneath. What's even happening? One of them asked, but Jura's trained enough that he doesn't question me all that much. Batch by batch my trees disappear in a flash, but indeed, it was slightly slowing, but not by much. The fires and the corruption burned so quickly that I hardly got a view of what's going on. I placed a large wall of subsidiary trees and giant attendant trees as it approaches. I wanted to see how they performed. It's literally like the earth itself was, rotting and burning simultaneously, and the wall held just a short second before it too overwhelmed my trees and burnt them. Shit, there was a whole load of madness and chaos, as some people did as they are told, but some didn't. They ran for the woods. I hoped that having a huge number of trees mutually reinforcing the aura would somehow slow it down or stop it altogether. I tried again, it was getting much closer. The demon's presence was like a wave, it pushed closer and closer. It's still not in the valley yet, but maybe 10 minutes to impact. Tell everyone to prepare for fire and in the earth cracking. Those who managed to run into the woods did so, and we mentally braced for impact. The trees lasted longer. They didn't burn as quickly. 5 minutes. The trees right outside the valley burned. We could see it coming. A black tide in a sky filled with black flames. It's coming into contact to my own roots now, and it didn't burn much. I pushed my mana into the ground, into my roots to strengthen them and tried to hold it. Like a rock in a river, this foul energy attempted to sweep me off, attacking my mana-strengthened roots. At first, I managed to hold on. New Freaka was still fine for now. But the waves kept coming. 20 minutes, the dark energies from somewhere kept up its pressure on my roots, and it even spiked and ebbed in waves. We are now like an island in a sea of corruption, and this tide threatened to sink us as well. The wave was relentless, and gradually my mana started to wane. A crack appeared, and with it a huge crack appeared in New Freaka, and fire shot out of the ground. Some of the houses caught on fire, and some of the citizens died there and then. It was screaming. For many of them it's a sudden change, because a while ago it's still clear skies and a sunny day. I tried to pull as much mana as I can, hoping to resist it, but the corruption was strong and constant. Even so far away, another crack appeared, and this time it torched our underground sewers. I think it got a few more people who didn't listen to instruction, but I didn't have time to focus. Tree, Jura shouted. We're trying to hold it back. This is our immediate vicinity, and the Demon King's corruption is still so strong. How? No time to theorize, though. We focused our efforts on stopping the corrupting energy. Feels a bit like a wooden dam that's cracking, and more cracks and another part of New Freaka burns. Then the corrupting energy surged. It hit the wall like a massive wrecking ball, and in an instant, 1/3 of New Freaka was in flames. There was screaming and shouting everywhere. Tree, what's going on, Demon King? That's all I could answer as I tried to push back at the energy. Why did it surge so quickly? I didn't even have time to see what happened to all the elves. The corrupting energy surged again, and it burned more of New Freaka. People were running, and the edges of my forest were in flames. Demonic flames. This isn't working, Tree. I felt the demonic, corrupting energy surge in again. Do I try to hold back and let it smack into the forest? What worked me? Should I do it again like with Alexis? But this energy is the Demon King's very own energy. It's unmistakable. Can I do it? Tree. Ian, I hear faint chatter and we feel the pain coming through the network. So many trees are burning. So many trees. What if we feel the call for aid from all the trees? Screaming, wailing. If trees could scream, we would be deaf. No. While we kept up the wall of mana to hold the corruption at bay, we intentionally let some of it in, and using mana, we guided it to me. The demonic energies attacked my main body, but unlike the other trees, I can take it. And I kept holding on for an hour, 2, 3, 4, and after a while all I saw was just darkness. I felt demonic energy and mana and it burned. My roots, my trunk, I feel. Pain, the valley was sinking. The corruption, taking the form of the Demon King's mana, was unable to break through our walls, except at the funnels where the corruption was instead drawn to me. So it went under, around, and over, and the entirety of the valley started to sink. I didn't know how long that was, because the pain from the Demon King's corrupting mana messed with my already distorted sense of time. I wasn't even sure I was awake the entire time, in between feeling like I was like a chicken roasted over an open fire. Pain, the valley was submerged now. A shell made of distorted, demonic mana-tainted rock now surrounded the valley like an egg with a broken shell right on top that barely let some sun in. Or a snow globe only. Our walls are made of demonic rock. I didn't know what happened to the elves or New Freaka, but I reckon nothing much is left. I felt my soul realm get flooded with souls, and at the same time a whole bunch of other notifications came in. Connection to verdant volcano lost. Connection to 3 tree of mana lost. Connection to Dimitri lost. Pain, I lost the trees that linked me to the volcano and the magical ley line. It's just so painful. Pain, I feel the mana overwhelm me at times and my entire main tree is burning. Yet I know that the other trees in the valley are still somewhat safe. I can hear them. Black flames danced across my body, my leaves now a mix of green and black. Tree, who's that? Tree. I've got no ability to respond, but should be one of the elves. Pain, it's just madness. The pressure from the demon's mana increased, and I felt the walls and roots buckle a little. I try to push it back and relieve the pressure by drawing it more to me. I can barely see, but we are submerged. It's as if the entire terrain around us had somehow partly turned into sludge. Or was it because we are resisting? That's why it turned out that way. The pressure kept on, and I felt I was burning. But I think the valley is safe. I know it is. Curse, demonic mana contamination. You have absorbed too much demonic mana, and you are now cursed. Your ability to remain conscious is now significantly impaired, and you will feel pain constantly. The fuck is that? The mana pressure surged, and then stopped. Demon King Sabnok has been slain. You received 6 fragments. You have a total of 74 fragments. I felt like I needed less mana to push back against the corruption, but it still overwhelmed me. My entire body is still on fire. It's like I am the unlimited charcoal of the flame. My entire body is probably charred black now. The fire of the Demon King clearly isn't just fire, else I'd be immune to it. The pain came and went, and came again. The Demon King's dead, but I'm still in pain, and after a while I felt myself lose consciousness. 1 year later, year 86. When I woke up, I noticed the time on my record has changed by a year. I was asleep for a year, and I am still burning. The Demon King's corruption is still around us, and the pain is still there. In fact, I was jolted awake by the pain. What's happening? Is everyone okay? Are my fellow trees alive? I can't sense a thing. The demonic flames and its corruption has numbed all my senses. Even if I attempted to see, all I feel is fire. It's like I started all over again so many years ago. When I had no senses, it's just numb. I checked my notifications. There's clearly a lot of it that I've missed when I was asleep. Ares, Brislech, Wallen, Emil, Bell, and 170 other familiar users have died. You gained 3 levels. You are now level 145. As Ares is under soul contract, you received an assignable soul. Soul Forge is down. Skill learned from Emil's death, basic tea making. Skill learned from Wallen's death, basic administration and record keeping. Skill learned from a fallen Valthorn, initiate pain endurance. The skill Hibernate has been significantly upgraded to regenerating sleep. The skill Haunted Forests significantly upgraded to a unique skill, Forest of Ghostfire. The skill Natural Mana Overwhelming upgraded. Oh, I felt a twang of sadness for their death. But then again, that meant Jura, Laufen, and Lausanne are still alive. What's happening out there? I couldn't see a thing, even if I could feel like I'm still holding back a barrier of demonic mana, and I'm still drawing the demonic energies from outside. I could still access my soul realm at least. Ares. In the dark, large, extra-dimensional space filled with many little floating lights, this is the place where the dead goes to move on. A small light floats and approaches. Oh, what happened? The valley sunk and this black wall appeared and trapped the entire valley. Almost everyone died. I was killed by a stray fire from one of the cracks in the floor. Do you know what else? No. I died quite quickly. In J, I went back to my notifications. There's still a lot to go through. A year just zoomed by. There's a whole bunch of skill seeds and class seeds I received from all the people that died throughout the world. There's so many skill seeds I could probably give 10,000 people and still have leftovers. From my soul realm alone there's, perhaps, 800,000 little lights, and there's probably more that already moved on to their next life. So many died: Trevor, Ivy, Stratrigos, Triner, Horns, Silence. Unable to establish connection to Trevor or Ivy or Stratrigos or Horns. Triner has been destroyed. Stratrigos has been destroyed. Triner's remains are pending collection. Do you wish to collect it? Stratrigos's remains are pending collection. Do you wish to collect it? Yes. Your skill, Learning Aura, significantly upgraded to Genius Aura. Your skill, Dream Tutor, significantly upgraded to Dream Academy. Your skill, Power Leveling, upgraded. You gained a skill, Instant Battlefield Route Tunnels. That sounds like Trevor, Ivy, and Horns are still alive. That's good. And then I felt the pain again. The surging pain. Why is it still so strong even when the Demon King has fallen? Does his corruption take a mind of its own? I couldn't resist the pain and it made me lose consciousness. Again, it was a sudden day. Tree started screaming in their heads that something was happening and they had to be prepared. What's going on? One of the Valthorns asked Lausanne. Why do we all hear Ian's voice? Something bad is coming. Let's go, Lausanne snapped. They've never had Ian suddenly warn them in this manner. Not ever. To the woods. Everyone fled, but it was a mess. The planned underground bunkers were not good places, but not everyone got the message, so some of them still ran for the bunkers. Some wondered whether it was a false alarm, like that time when the demon's supercannon attacked. Some just shrugged it off. Nothing to worry about. Ian will take care of it. For the first time, sadly, Ian's powers were not enough. The sky darkened almost instantly, as the shockwave of the Demon King's corrupting mana flooded the distant skies. The first wave came, and they felt the entirety of the valley shake like never before. Roots started popping out of the floor, and so did cracks. It's as if the roots were fighting the earth itself, trying to hold the ground together despite the earth trying to break apart. Then came the flames. Cracks started to spit out weird blackish things that spawned strange demon-like creatures. Demons. It was a battle now, but the ground was shaking uncontrollably. Where'd they come from? Roots started emerging to impale the demons, and often swallowing them altogether. No one was free to answer. Lausanne activated her special familiar and used the vine whips to quickly move, avoiding the cracking earth below. Luckily, her mom was usually found in the secret hideout, so she figured her mom was safe. The ground shook and they saw the skies turn red and then black. Black flames filled the distant skies and the trees in the horizon burned. It wasn't hard to figure out that the Demon King did something, but they can only hope to survive it. Another crack this time right across New Frika, and a jet of black flames shot out, burning through multiple houses and people. The fires emitted were unnatural, a mix of black and red. People burned, and Lausanne had never seen so much death in her life. But she didn't panic. Somehow, somewhere, something drove her to run, using her vines to pull as many as she could out to safety. Buildings started collapsing, the outer walls fell. Houses burned. Another crack. A streak of fire emerged. They ran for the woods. Another massive crack appeared in the ground, and black fires emerged from the gap. Roots appeared to try and pull the cracks back together, but the roots too got burned. Still, more roots appeared to take its place. All she could hear was shouts, screams, and cries for help. She tried. Beetles appeared, and they moved on their own, carrying as many as they could towards the deep forests. Lady Lausanne, I'm glad you're safe. Mattias appeared. He levitated in the air using some kind of magic. He created shields, and they worked somewhat to redirect the flames. What's Ian doing? I'm sure it's fighting this demonic energy. Throughout the valley, there were many cracks and also many roots appearing. We don't have much time. The area closest to Ian is the safest. We must go quickly. He levitated and also attempted to carry a few others with him, dodging jets of fire that emerged. Did you see Uncle Jura? I'm afraid not, but I think he should be fine. Mattias said, I must go. Lausanne nodded and sidestepped a fire jet. She created a wood shield to block a black fire. The shield disintegrated almost instantly, but it did block it. People were running, but the cracks were getting bigger, especially in New Frika's outer districts. Even the Valtrian Order's headquarters were not spared, as everything just went up in flames. The hotel was partially burning too. Few things lasted long against the flames, but Lausanne noticed quite a number of trees that seemed to resist the fire a lot better. Cry-arc, another rift appeared from another direction, and then they noticed it. The valley was starting to sink, and New Freaka was torn apart. So many fled. A part of the dirt started to move, turning into a kind of sludge that swept through New Freaka. It was as if the land around the valley turned into a mudslide, and the roots appeared, attempting to hold the mudslide back. So the mud moved upwards, and the roots followed. What? Lozan ran. Whatever this wasn't something for them. It was then she saw it. 6 massive streaks of dark energy appeared, as if pulled by something towards Ian. The streaks torched all the trees in its path, but left those out of its way untouched. It broke the illusion that hid Ian from everyone's view, and they saw it. A massive towering tree that almost pierced the sky go up in flames. Multiple black fire danced and raged, hopping from branch to branch. Ian's camouflage had broken. Those 6 streaks turned into rivers of dark energy. They seemed to flow towards Ian's now revealed position, and Ian's body burned, but it did not crumble. The cracking stopped. Ian had drawn in the energy to itself, and instead a massive black pyre emerged like a tornado, and it surrounded Ian's main body, cutting it off from everyone. Lozan stopped, not sure whether to go towards Ian or not. The black flame is clearly some kind of demonic energy, and it didn't look safe. They were now trapped. The sludge had somehow formed into a cocoon that wrapped the entire valley, held back by massive walls of roots. There was a very small hole at the top. It let in some light, but it was right above the pyre because the wall of roots were clearly centered around Ian. New Freaka was gone. Those who managed to fled and somehow got into an area where there's no dark mana temporarily survived, but things looked bleak. What about food? Lozan looked around. She still had her familiar. That meant she could still create fruits and use some plant growth abilities. Maybe it won't be that bad, tree. She tried to mentally call out. Nothing. She looked around. This wasn't going to end soon. The sludge is still struggling against the roots, but at least the roots look like they will hold. The tremors stopped, and there were no new big rifts, just smaller cracks here and there. The survivors gathered into groups, only about 5,000 left from what was a city of almost 100,000. Most of the Valtrian Order and Valthorns died today. So few, and because of how the circumstances favored those with levels, it is indeed the higher leveled that survived mostly. Jura, Madius, Ivan herself all made it. Mom too, who happened to be somewhere near Uncle Jura. What now? The survivors gathered. Some of them naturally approached Lozan as a contact point. I can't reach Ian. Lozan looked at the 5,000 survivors. It was too sudden, too abrupt. A mud tsunami and a firestorm later, here they are. What's left? The survivors could walk a bit now. The tremors mostly stopped. Message is down. A surviving mage complained. The tower's been destroyed. The mud sludge and firestorm took down the hero's communication tower. The sky's dark. Everything's dark. Their source of light now was that little hole right on top, or the dancing black flames that enveloped Ian's body. How do we get out? Should we even get out? Ian's holding this place together. I doubt outside will be any better. Lozan ran and saw a few others. Mom, Lozan and Laufen had a hug. Glad you're safe. Yeah, Jura was next to her. He looked like he was covered in dust and ash. Well, Ian's not responding. We're trapped here, and we have some food from our familiars. Not that bad. Not that bad. Let's get organized and see whether we can salvage any of the houses. Ian's hideouts are all inaccessible. Another year later, year 87. When I woke up, another year had passed. I had no idea what's happening, other than my mana was still pushing back against the corruption, but it was easier for me to maintain it. Easier, and yet the pain was here. Constant, even in its struggles. I could feel the demonic power was having a dip, a temporary one. That's why I could be conscious. Why did I sleep from the pain? Does this pain restrict me so, or is it the curse? I could feel the demon's fire swirl and turn around me, and I could now vaguely, just very vaguely, sense that there's something outside, no, around me, something beyond the flame. Is this the valley? It should be. Why are my senses so confused? There's solid rock around us, held back by my roots. Funny, it's like molten lava that has now solidified, and the demonic mana is slightly less intense. Still very strong, but slowly it is subsiding. This demonic mana will take some time to decay. Maybe 10 years, maybe 20. Clearly it is dissipating, very slowly. Unable to do much, and all my energy is still concentrated on maintaining my barrier and dispersing the absorbed demonic energy. I fall back to sleep. I was in a dark place. It was massive and dark. It resembled my soul realm, and that was when I saw a young boy. He sat on a chair, and he looked like he was part demon. Am I in the soul realm? I didn't have this ability back when I went into long periods of sleep, so is this new? Where am I? He asked, noticing that I appeared. Who are you? Why do you look like a tree? What are you? Have I gone crazy that I'm talking to a tree? Another girl appeared. She too looked like she was corrupted. Her lower half was part demon. The 2 kids looked at themselves, and then they looked at each other. What have you done, me? The other asked. Couldn't be. Then who? Both of them turned to face me. Oh my god, a talking tree monster. We're doomed. They tried to fight and move, but couldn't. I don't even know who you are. The 2 kids looked at each other. They kept flailing, but then they stopped. We are the heroes. Well, looks like both of you died. What's your name? Simone. The girl said Victor, the boy said. It was then both of them suddenly shouted as if they've gone crazy, and then an eerie voice emerged. It was a ragged, twisted voice. Who? It asked. It came from both of them as if both of them were mind-controlled. I didn't reply. If I could have guessed, it must be the Demon King or maybe some kind of demon. Ari, you, I thought for a moment, wondering whether I should reply. Are you the Demon King Sabnok? I asked. It died, right, but let's ask. Maybe Demon Kings have souls too. Yes, it said, but then a while later. No, Sabnoc, dead. Then both of them suddenly shouted again for a period of time, and then all at once they both stopped. They were both back to their human self. Ouch, it looks like both of you are sharing a body with some kind of demon. We know. Simone looked at Victor and they stared at each other. It's reading our minds. It's going through our memories. Well, now we know why the demons are getting smarter each round. I mean, if it's reading their minds, they are reading it for a reason, right? Simone and Victor's face paled. Well, if it could read your minds, surely you could do the reverse. I wondered, how did these two even get here? Is it because their souls are still embedded in the demonic corruption somewhere? That's why. The heroes didn't do a complete job and left this part hanging. Is that why the demonic corruption is still strong and is able to keep up its pressure? Victor nodded. We must try then. What are we and what are you? I am a tree and I believe the two of you are some kind of trapped, corrupted soul. Your appearance as part demon is probably the Demon King's attempt to corrupt you. I say it's probably successful. And where are we? If my understanding is correct, you two died and somehow your soul drifted here. Either that, you two are somehow trapped in the demonic flesh, and because I'm linked to the demonic mana, you are able to see me and vice versa. The two started wailing and crying and screaming. They seemed to be unable to accept that they died. But that's strange, they seemed perfectly able to accept it earlier. No. Do you vaguely recall anything? I asked. They were still screaming. Like how Victor was sobbing, and it was Simone who somehow calmed down a bit and responded. We were fighting the Demon King, and there was this bright flash of light, and that's all I remember before I was stuck in this dark, disgusting place where I don't feel things and where I want to sleep but I can't freaking sleep. But I don't get it. Why are we able to be here if we are dead? Weren't you two listening? You're both dead. This is probably some kind of shared spiritual realm. I wasn't going to be blunt and say it's my soul realm because it's not, but then again, even if I knew the answer, I wasn't going to tell them anything. They share a mind with the demon. Only the two of us. Everyone else survived. I paused. I don't know. Well, they're partly possessed by the Demon King. How secure is any information that's shared with them anyway? Can you help us? Simone asked. I would very much like to get out of this place. I don't think so. I don't have any access to the outside world. The demonic fire pretty much meant I'm trapped in a prison of flame, even if that doesn't make much sense. But I think I have access to my own soul realm. I get a sense that this space is a pocket dimension of its own, and I could sense the other pockets of space. The soul realm, funny I haven't spent much time exploring this space, but now I have all the time to do so. I vaguely recall my soul forge is down, and for what it's worth, my consciousness is stuck inside myself in a sleep state. In a way, this is kind of like a reverse of my dream-related abilities, where I'm the one in a dream state. Am I dreaming, or because I am unconscious, my psyche retreats to this place? I can't tell the difference, honestly. Anyway, what am I even thinking? There's little blobs of light floating on many little places. A wisp waits. Matt, hi, I too take the shape of a little blob of light. Wisp, yes, so, what's happening here? You're unconscious and you're stuck in this mind-dream-soul realm limbo. Time moves differently here, as you surely already know. I see. So until your body somehow snaps itself out of the pain and suffering it's going through. I'm stuck here. Well, I kinda knew that. How could the soul interact outside the body anyway? Unless my soul forge is somehow operating, but it's not. I recall one of the notifications said it's offline. Dead, floating souls, little blobs of light. They float past me and they just wander. These are those who died recently, waiting for the time to reincarnate. It's going to take a while. The wisp said. Too many people died so quickly that it's backlogged. It's backlogged. For real? I thought that was a joke, of course. And you're probably the only somewhat surviving soul tree in this half of the continent. Tell me something, how do you know? At this point, how does the wisp even know what's happening outside of me? Doesn't the wisp stay inside me? The soul harvesters and dream harvesters can travel vast distances and pass through most objects and barriers. Occasionally, they also bring back fragments of memories, and you too can view those memories. And well, if souls from far away are coming here, that can only mean there's no other soul tree left. And the wisp shake little and little smaller blobs of light appeared. They resembled tiny televisions and they showed what the dead saw in their last days. Strange demons, monsters, fires from all places, burning, destruction. It was common for all of it. It was like watching little birds and ducks get lathered in a layer of oil and then being burnt to death. It's like a magical version of the Deepwater Horizon and Exxon Valdez oil spills, only well if you didn't die in the first wave, the monsters that spawned from the sludge would eventually get to you. But I honestly didn't feel much for their deaths. Instead, I felt a twang of sorrow when I saw vast, empty spaces and burning trees. What sorrow that trees burn so easily. If I could, I should find ways to introduce fire-resistant trees to the entire world. Why should trees be relegated to background features anyway? Why are we just features of the environment, things used to describe places? We are trees, the precursor of civilization. Without plants, without trees, there would be no food, no agriculture, and without agriculture, there would be no large civilization. It is because humanity discovered farming that there's civilization. Why are trees treated with such disrespect? Ah, I'm getting carried away. Okay, let's do some thinking. I can still think in this soul realm, so that's not a bad thing. That means if I have higher levels or more hero fragments, I will eventually escape this demonic prison, or at least pierce a hole through it. And this demonic flame should decay over time, like it did with my first experience. What else can I do? Are there any skills I can use on myself in this subconscious state? My body is obviously on autopilot, and like before, actively managing the demonic mana such that I can survive it. Can I do it myself? Can I force myself to wake instead of being stuck in this soul realm? Year 88. The answer was mixed. I could somewhat remain awake, like a dreaming man forcing himself awake, but the pain was so overwhelming that I ended up losing consciousness just as quickly. It's only during ebbs of the demonic energy that I could maintain some semblance of consciousness. If I force myself to be awake when the demonic energy is at its peak, I feel like I'm being operated on while lucid. It's insanely painful. So much so that autopilot quickly kicks in and knocks me back into the soul realm. But I kept trying. I don't believe that I need to rely on autopilot to manage the pain, so I drift back and forth, either experiencing intense pain or in my soul realm. If this system works the way I think it does, only through constantly enduring and managing this pain I will gain a skill. And when I gain a skill, I'll be able to break through this demonic fire. You guys are still here. It's been a year since I last went back to this space. I had thought the demons would have eaten the entirety of their soul already. Simone and Victor didn't look pleased. Well, what brings you back? Their bodies look about the same, but I noticed a small part of their hands exhibiting more demonic features. Honestly, I was just checking whether anything changed. What do you think? How much time has passed? They asked. A year. Oh, sure doesn't feel like it. It feels way longer with how much pain we're in. They don't look too good. The demonic corruption for other parts of their bodies looked to be growing. Then the demon took over again. GROOWWWWW. The two of them couldn't move though, so I wasn't afraid. Yeah, grow. The demon made a scary sound, but I know very well this is a spiritual plane of some kind, so I'm not afraid of it. Come on, it's like watching a scary monster behind a secure panel. Scary, sure, but it can't hurt me. Not here. Conquer, okay, adapt, sure, we learn, no shit, demon. And then it stopped and back to Simone and Victor again. They rubbed their heads. Oh man, it's been repeating the same thing so many times. Conquer, adapt, learn. Do you feel like you've been captured by some kind of alien monster species who's out to assimilate you? I mean, I wonder how it's like to be possessed. Is it like me, who's trapped in a pyre? If you happen to either be referred to the Borg or the Zerg, yes, it does feel like that. Victor shrugged, one of his demonic arms rubbing his chin. There's small demonic spots appearing on his face, which he can't do shit about. I see. But that's not helpful. How does it feel like? You lose control over your limbs every now and then, like having a seizure. I don't really know how to describe it. Year 89. Another fucking year passed. It's been 4 years already since I've entered this low activity mode. 4 years. This is a whole lot longer than my previous time, but then again, this corruption is probably active and has a set command, as if it's like a computer virus that has some kind of execution hierarchy. Is it the mind that possessed the heroes that allows it so? This year, I've been partially able to maintain and resist the pain for longer. I stayed awake for close to 2 whole days, and on average, I've been able to force myself to regain consciousness about once every 2 months. I kept poking at the flames, and I gradually am able to comprehend what it feels like. Ever touched a switch when wet? Well, it feels like a super intense version of being electrocuted, perhaps comparable to what someone who just got struck by lightning feels like, and it's constant. Well, not constant, but constant, wave-like with peaks and lows. That's why I can be awake longer during the lows. I hope to be able to gain a skill to withstand the peaks. But it's been so long and still without the skill, it's hard. Or maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Maybe there's a trick to this whole demonic corruption thing. I mean, I think it's a disease, but at the same time, it also behaves like a liquid or a sludge. How is my autopilot handling it? Maybe it's not doing it as well as it should. Autopilot is configured to absorb demonic mana and attempt to filter it, failing which it is then expelled via all bodily extremities. Bodily extremities therefore experience damage. So wait, it's trying to absorb the demonic mana and then it's expelling it via my barks, branches, and leaves. Is that why all of it is burning? Is that the right thing to do? Autopilot is configured to protect the soul from damage. Okay, that's logical. It's like saving the heart and letting everything else burn, or where a seed is encased with a disposable shell, or trees that have thick barks that insulate the core from the fires outside. I suppose that's what my body's been naturally doing since the very first fires. What else? Maybe I need to spin it, like some mangas have stories where the chi needs to be made to move in a certain manner such that it gains strength, so perhaps there are ways to spin the demonic mana in a way that causes it to weaken. Or maybe there's a way to cause it to move slower, such that my body doesn't burn. All things I need to explore, once I'm awake, 6 months after the death of the Demon King around year 85 month 7 or 8. The terrain was wrecked. Almost everywhere the Demon King's corruption touch turned into this twisted terrain, where firestorms were a regular affair, and the earth itself constantly shifted. Strange monsters also appeared, not quite like the usual demons, but not quite like monsters either, as if it's an odd mix of the two. The terrain's unstable energies also meant all communication spells were still jammed, despite the rest of the world no longer requiring the towers. It was an odd thing about this location, but not uncommon. There are other spots in the world where gravity and magic is inconsistent, volatile. The only difference was the size of the instability was, well, half a continent. Still, it was not a total loss. Some cities had ancient heroic defenses that never triggered until that very day, and it is those cities that survived. But it would be a reasonable thing to say that 90 of all living beings died within the Demon King's corruption, and of the surviving 10, another 8 died within 6 months due to lack of food, monsters, and supplies. 2 left. Harris, Becky, and Mayuri stood at the edge of one such surviving city. The heroes didn't stay together after the Demon King had fallen. Jared, relieved of the task to slay the Demon King, wanted to just find a few barrels of booze and drown himself in it. Maybe find a lady or two to accompany him as well. Astra, well, he seemed like he had other things to do, so he left for another continent. This part of the terrain used to be more demonic, but the 3 of them worked with some surviving druids and mages. They were able to channel and amplify a mix of the Earth's energy, and also their own star mana to push the corruption back. It would have been easier if they were druids themselves, but their skills were for war, not healing. Too bad none of us are druids. Maybe we could have fixed this easily. It's kinda like an infection, the body must fight it. All we're doing is augmenting it, making it stronger with our star mana. Kind of like an IV injection. Do you even know what an IV injection means? I don't know, but it's what all the medical shows like to talk about. Becky shrugged. All they knew about medicine was what they learned in their years of schooling, and then all the sitcoms and dramas they followed. But they could see for themselves that their star mana wasn't ideal either. There was always something that seemed to push back against the star mana. Maybe it was just the demon's energies. Since the star mana was super effective, naturally the demonic resists something that is effective from them. It was slow, hard, tiring work. It took a lot of their massive star mana to undo the Demon King's corruption. It's so massive, the extent of the devastation. Still, it made the 3 of them feel a bit better. Unlike Astra and Jared, they came to this continent, and most of what was destroyed, they've seen and visited them. Becky even had attachments for certain places she visited, and it made her sad to watch them destroyed or turned into this corrupted place. The druid that aided them was a middle-aged man who truly enjoyed restoring the terrain back to some semblance of normalcy. The journey was hard on the druids. The heroes were young and they had skills that made them strong. Let's rest. He said, exhausted from using his druidic powers. I've used up my mend earth, land restoration, and I don't think I can take more of that. Hero mana. The heroes nodded. Using star mana on the druids strained their bodies. Star mana was strong, kind of like an extremely powerful chemical, and the body suffers from it. Overdose knocks them out. But it was way more effective than using mend earth and land restoration, and so the druids did it. There were a few other druids too, but they were far younger and less skilled than the middle-aged man. It was hard, and the odd monsters were tough for the druids. This corruption is unreal. One young druid said, but then he had said it so many times. The other druids just shrugged. When are we going to reach the border? A few more days, I hope. The druids talked. The heroes could just sigh. Harris wondered whether they would have been able to stop the demonic rod if they were faster. Still, the corruption was so thick, trade and communications with the outside world was almost totally cut off. The druids hoped to cut a road through the corrupted lands, as that could restore some of that trade and communication. There were some cities that survived, though they are all in a perilous state when the heroes found them. The 3 heroes looked at each other and sighed. All was not well. One of the main things they discovered was their blessings changed. Their blessings were weaker, now just regular blessings of gods, not whatever it initially was, and their star mana pool was no longer growing, and it took far longer to regenerate. And their skills, especially those classified as divine, changed. Instead, all of them were replaced as a heroic skill. So that meant Astra's global chatability changed into limited uses. What's the point of such a change? They sometimes wondered. Harris recalled the conversation on the day all their skills changed. Exactly 3 months after the Demon King died, the gods never truly intended to give us this power forever. Mayuri sighed. Maybe it costs them something to summon us and maintain this power. Now that we've done what we needed, they tossed us out like trash. Becky had a sip of tea and just mused. What was given freely can be freely taken away. We've always been pawns. Myri looked at Becky. I feel cheated. All of us do. The gods never intended for us to survive till the next demon king. Or will they return the divine power to us when the next demon king comes? That was a few months ago, and in 3 months since then, they've managed to purify quite a large area. There's a whole lot more to go. 2 years after the demon king has fallen, around year 87. Harris was alone. Becky and Myri got tired and they all wanted to do something else. Both of them had left for another continent. Myri said she wanted a holiday, and she said she would be back, but until now she's still away. Harris didn't feel it was necessary to call her back. The process of detoxifying the terrain was hard, laborious work. He had to constantly infuse his star mana into the druids, such that the druids could then mix that star mana into their natural healing abilities. Hard work, and he could see why they weren't keen on constantly doing it. What more when the gods just took away their divine powers? They felt cheated, and both the girls wanted to just enjoy themselves. All of them did, so the progress of detoxifying slowed. Only Harris was working on it. Even he slowed down significantly, only the prospect of claiming additional territory spurring him on. Last time, he would have been worried if they separated, but now, after the levels they gained slaying the Demon King, some 20-odd levels, he wasn't worried. They kept their levels and they are still leagues above any regular human. He didn't even know if there are other people in the high 100s of levels. And he had the Shards of the Fallen, 7 of them, heroic fragments. Blessings of the Fallen Heroes. Archduke Harris, the new group of druids have arrived. A druid knelt on the grass. Harris frowned and wished he had some tea. A king saw it fit to award Harris with the Archduke title and concurrently granted him dominion over the territory he reclaimed from the demonic corruption. Rise. There were about 100 druids behind the first druid. They were on their knees before high nobility too. Many of them came from far away from the other continents to do the laborious task of healing the world. All of you are here for the quest. Yes, Archduke. This was a game of some kind. After the heroes were done, the druids had their quest. Good. Accepted. I'll grant all of you a bit of my hero mana maybe in the next few days. My attendants will call for you. The gods gave druids the quest to heal the world. Healers, restorers. Druids, shamans, and spiritualists of all sorts, many had received a quest from their own systems to aid in the fixing of the world. All of them had rewards: fix the world and gain a blessing of some kind, or a special skill. If heroes were the white blood cells, the super T cells of the world, these druids were the platelets. The corrupted terrain, vast and unforgiving, still remains incredibly hostile, comparable to a hex wasteland. The demonic hybrids still roamed the vast expanse, some larger and more fearsome. It seemed that when enough of them spawned, they agglomerated into a larger beast, and it kept on until the corrupted wasteland even had walker-tier creatures. So it was his personal reputation as a hero that the druids came here instead. He could guarantee their safety. Serve Archduke Harris I, reclaimer of the accursed lands. Yet at the same time, he had to admit it made him happy. He felt like he was someone, after all the Demon King fighting and all. He was finally a person that people respected and feared. Women came for him, many gorgeous ladies that Harris could only fantasize about as a young teenager back home. Money, good food, all seemed to just flow in, and many of the surviving kingdoms now wanted his protection. The things they were willing to do, the harem that he now personally had, he tried at first to not let it go to his head. But how could he? His heart wasn't as strong as he thought it was. When women were willing to throw themselves at him, he discovered he was human after all. Now that his friends had left, no one was around to check on his own personal moral compass. And to some extent, he got lazy and exhausted, just like his friends. Harris noticed he had given himself excuses. He would still go and reclaim the lands, but he was increasingly less keen on it, and he took breaks every now and then. To spend time with his growing harem and to enjoy the luxuries from reclaiming a land. He even had a new class on top of his original class, the Defender Hero, Noble, and if he wanted, the system allowed him to exchange some levels in Hero for Ruler, 1 level for 5 levels at least for the first 30 Noble levels. So he did. He gave up 10 levels of Hero, and instead he got 50 levels of Noble. This was fine, Harris told himself. The gods had abandoned him. So did his friends. What's wrong with him indulging a bit? This is the reward after the victory, no. This was what the gods promised. Gerard had always been drinking. Somehow, his heroic body meant he could enjoy the benefits of being drunk, without ever suffering from the medical and health issues that overconsuming alcohol usually brings. In fact, if he ever felt too tipsy, all he needed to do was activate Rejuvenate, and he would be as good as new again. But he enjoyed the state of being drunk. It gave him, if anything, a clarity similar to what he used to have before, when he was still just a normal person. Which is insane, because here is a debaucherous man whose favorite hangout is sleazy brothels where the scent of aphrodisiacs, alcohol and drugs is the only thing one can smell. In between rounds of drinking, he would often laugh at how insane it was, that here, he once a good student, a law-abiding young teenager who loved playing with toy trains even when he was already in his early teens, turned into this. He cursed the gods. It was when he had a damned good wine that was imported from far away that he realized this whole thing was fucked up. Or maybe he was granted a blessing by the gods of wine and alcohol, if there was such a thing as a Bacchus of Dionysus equivalent in the world. Today he found that wine again, that special ginger mixed herbal liqueur. The merchant was grinning, and he tossed a small pouch of gold and gems over. The merchant gladly passed it to one of the two ladies next to him. Should I open it? Voluptuous lady next to him asked. She was half undressed anyway. She held the bottle up. She wondered what's so great about the herbal liqueur. Or should I order something more expensive? No, this is mine, only mine. You two drink something else. He inspected it. It was a very old liqueur, made around 300 years ago, mixed with the leaves and fruits of an ancient grove. That grove was destroyed during one of the Demon King's battles 100 or so years ago, so the legend goes. He opened it gently and poured himself a small sip, and when he drank it, he felt it again. Clarity. That annoying haze suddenly pushed aside, and he could hear the voice in the drink again, a gentle one, as if his grandmother was talking to him. He was quite sure it was the Earth Mother itself that was talking to him. Year 90. My attempts to manipulate demonic mana and energy have been mostly ineffective. I've been too used to just flooding any demonic creatures I met, without actually being focused and specific about it. I tried all sort of manga-inspired moves. I attempted to spin the demonic mana, and instead all it did was cause the fires around me to spin into a tornado, kind of like a whirlpool made of fire. I tried to concentrate the demonic energy, but all that did was cause one particular branch where it was concentrated on to just explode violently once it passed a certain breaking point, and I experienced a pain so intense I instantly lost consciousness. I also tried to push and pull it back, Teichai style, into the outer valley. That just made the demonic mana move faster through the designated channels and just did nothing else. I then also tried to force it underground, into the depth of the ground below. Nothing happened other than some shaking and tremors. All in, not very successful, so I spend time in my soul realm. The soul realm has always been this flexible space, a pocket dimension for the departed to rest and recuperate for their onward reincarnation. The cycle must continue, and the pieces will be replenished for the next bout. The number of souls have dwindled quite a bit, the backlog starting to clear out. Many have left to go into this unknown other world, this plane where they would go to be further reincarnated. Maybe they have to roll the wheel like I do, or maybe they get lucky and don't. I think it's quite boring in the soul realm, and if I'm trying to fall asleep, it's quite easy. All I need to do is count all the little souls that pop up. Pop. Kind of like counting sheep, but only wisp-like souls instead. I mean, if souls are still appearing, logically that meant there are people still dying, which also means there are survivors. Else everyone would have died instantly and no souls would pop up after that. Since I have nothing else to do, I theorized that the presence of survivors was due to a few reasons. One is that there are people who have skills to protect themselves and others in such situations. Perhaps the heroes, since it seemed like 5 of them survived. Or there may be crouching tigers and hidden dragons, hidden experts who have laid low but now, in such situations, use their powers to protect themselves. 2 are the existence of ancient artifacts and formations. Similar to the heroes' magical protections, past heroes could have set up ancient formations or made powerful artifacts that trigger under such serious events. Surely there are some who are paranoid about demon kings and have made ancient preparations for such things, especially heroes who survived their first demon king. 3 is perhaps divine interference. Given that the heroes are summoned by gods and these gods do have some leeway in interfering with the world, maybe they would step in for such exceptional circumstances. 4 is luck and terrain. Perhaps the terrain's curvature or the presence of other natural energy sources that repels the demon king's corruption. What else? High-leveled individuals, ancient magical formations, divine intervention, luck and terrain, or perhaps most unlikely is demonic selection. Some kinds of people have skills that allow them to resist demons, unlikely. Anyway, I went back to looking at the little bobbing, floating souls. I poked some of them. I'm bored. They flicker a bit. Like little fairy lights being disturbed, or like little fireflies. I should have fireflies on my actual tree. They would look pretty cool. I remember this photo of a swamp where there's a bunch of fireflies. It's both beautiful and creepy. I think that's a look I should aspire to. I could even use fireflies to talk, kinda like a massive LED board if I could control the fireflies and control which firefly lights up. Of course, that also depends on them understanding the language. But yeah, fireflies as a board of LEDs is entirely workable. I should do that once I wake up. I want fireflies now. I should find some in a swamp or a bog somewhere, once I get out of this rotten demonic bog thing. Seriously, year 91. The fires are still pretty bad, and I'm still thinking what the hell to do to get myself out of this situation. but because I don't seem to be making much progress, I've decided to disturb the souls in my soul realm more. But then I had an epiphany one random day. Why do I even need fireflies? So, could I move the demonic flames to make letters and signs, to tell those outside that I'm okay, but is anyone watching? Would anyone know what I'm saying? And I don't understand the languages of the world. So if I were to use the demon flames as a screen, I could probably show shapes. Would shapes work? I wish I taught the elves some basic Morse code or binary language signaling. Maybe I should still try it. The deaths in the continent have slowed to a trickle. There are still deaths, of course, but I'm starting to wonder where they come from, and so I've been poking them more. Maybe some of them can talk, like how Mila was able to talk. Most of them can't. Most, actually close to all. I think Mila being an ex-hero and Ares being a contracted soul is different. I kept trying to interact with most of them, and I would say 1 in 100,000 do not respond. Maybe higher I wasn't really keeping track, but eventually one did say something. Die, oh you can talk, I die, yes, yes you died. It sounded like Mila when she first came. When her soul was damaged, she too spoke in short words and sentences. Maybe most regular souls just suffer far more extensive damage except those that somehow die close to me. Isn't it? But darn, that meant I missed the boat on all the souls that died right immediately after the demonic corruption. Maybe those could talk. But oh well, I was asleep anyway. Where did you die? Morkan. Where in the fuck is that? Morkan, how monster. What level are you when you died? 54. Oh, pretty high. What kind of monster? Demon thing. Helpful. Yes, very helpful. Maybe I could fix you, but I have no access to my soul forge. Darn it. What else? What else? Anyway, a couple of months later, another soul could talk. Yay, death. Hi, little soul. Who might you be? Adam. Hi, Adam. Where are you from? Where did you die? Purkai. No idea where that is. Cause of death. Monster. Demon thing. Okay, another one for the checklist. What does this monster look like? Demon. Horn. Animal. All right, it's a demon. It has horns and probably look like an animal. A demonic unicorn, a black unicorn perhaps, or a bicorn. Or maybe it's just a demonic cow. All right, how many horns? 2. Okay, bicorn or cow. I went on and asked a bunch of questions about the monster. So it's sort of a horned monster with 2 horns, spiky body, and resembles a cow more than a horse. So it's stocky. Things I do to entertain myself in the incredible idleness of being in a coma. It's pretty much a tree coma if such a thing were to exist. A state where the mind and the body is disconnected because the body's in incredible pain. Why doesn't it rain? Can rain put out the fire? I mean, if it rains, maybe the fire wouldn't be that strong. Then maybe I'll be able to regenerate faster. It's not going to rain, is it? I don't recall it raining for a few years now. I wonder how the elves are doing, at least those surviving. Year 92. Well, it's still pretty quiet. Nothing much is happening, other than me constantly attempting to endure the pain and practice with the demonic flames. I sort of think I am getting the hang of it. I think, anyway. Year 93. Time just feels like a rubber band. At the rate this is going, I think the next Demon King is going to appear soon. I wonder whether the world can take something like this again. Ivy was destroyed. Treveler was destroyed. You gained 1 level, level 146. You gained Ivy's skill surveillance state. Surveillance state allows monitoring of multiple individuals simultaneously and allows playback of all recorded interactions. Also automatically ranks individuals in accordance to a perceived threat level. Oh, that sucks. Ivy's been so helpful in keeping track of all the bad people that came to New Freaka, but I do recall the skills are not perfect, in the sense that they can be bypassed. Like that druid from Houghton that managed to elude our detection until it's in New Freaka. For that assassin fellow, I suppose a key thing I need to remember is that skills are all fallible. They are offset and beaten by skills of other people, and so I must always consider the possibility that there are always people who have the right skill set that happens to counter what skills we have, like this stupid Demon King. I have tremendous anti-demon resistances, and yet I'm still in this immense pain. Pain. Some days I feel the pain and I wake up to see fire. I attempt to move the fire aside and attempt to look past the fire, and all I see is just more fire. What's happening out there? Ivy's dead. I wonder what destroyed her after so long. Monsters, or just other things. Have the monsters or the survivors turned on each other? How are they going to cope with the next Demon King? I kinda miss my fellow minds. It's nice having their gorgeous overlays. I think my Supermind project is still around. I don't recall seeing a notification it was destroyed. I wonder whether all my orchards are still around too. I can't sense any of them. It doesn't make sense. Why does the demonic fire burn all my contact points to the outside world? There must be something I can do. I don't like being trapped. It's annoying, like I'm a tree. I'm meant to feel the earth, taste the air, absorb the water. Fire's part of the renewal cycle of trees, no, like some countries and places have regular fires that help refresh the landscape. A tree can survive fire. No, it can thrive and coexist with fire. I already have fire resistance. What more do I need to reach the point where I can endure this fire? Or is it not actually fire? I mean, what if, let's see. What if this corruption is just pure mana and the fire is something of a reaction, kind of like a lightning strike? The lightning creates the fire, and it is not as if the fire itself that burns me. Is that possible? Perhaps the demonic corruption has a low burning point, so it always tend to flare up, but it isn't actually fire. Maybe it's like oil. Coming back to my whole Exxon Valdez and Deepwater Horizon comparison, if this entire demonic corruption is just a massive magical oil sludge, and because magical oil and tree equals a recipe for easily combustible fire, therefore it becomes this way. Wait, are demons actually just cars, like some kind of steampunk, magical demon oil-powered creatures? And the people of this world are powered by water. That's why their demonic bodies are so dry. I should see whether I could test that concept, whether it has any actual basis. I went and checked on the two heroic shadows, and they were almost entirely demon now. 80, I'd say, help, I can't even free myself, help us. Simone said, her body entirely demon, what's left is her head and her neck and strangely one of her arms. I can't, not in this state. What state? They both asked together, and I knew it was the demon now. Its presence was unmistakable. You sound smart, you should figure it out. The two flailed like madmen, but they couldn't reach me like two angry people on an internet video call. There's no saving them, not in this state, and maybe not me. Year 94, nothing much happened, but the Demon King should emerge soon. Year 95. The Demon King Iblis has descended. About 3 months later I felt it, an incredibly intense surge of mana and energy from a hex bomb, but way stronger. I wonder how many people were sacrificed this time. 100,000, 1 million, and then the Demon King Iblis has been destroyed. The hero Astra has been excommunicated. Astra is now a fallen hero. Killing of a fallen hero grants special blessings and gifts. Killing Astra will not create a hero fragment. What the fuck is happening out there? Year 96. Another year passed and finally I got something. Damn it, I've been fighting the pain for so long. Skill, pain, endurance upgraded, and that was when I realized I could stay awake a little bit longer. But the fires still remain, my body can endure the pain, but it still remains that my senses are still gone. Fire, I thought to myself, if this is oil, maybe I could be like a refinery, have a designated flare-off location instead of it burning my entire body, so I tried that. I tried to push all the demonic energy to the very top of my tree, in a way such that it only burns the top off. I have no senses, but my body is still mine, and so my branches now burn a lot more. Along my trunk, there's still a few large lines of demonic flames. The tunnels used to carry the demonic corruption sucked in from the surroundings, and that tunnel is charred. I kept it up, and gradually. Over a period of 6 months, I've gradually concentrated the demonic corruption such that the fires are just on the very top of my head. I imagine myself to look a little like Hades from Hercules, with fiery hair. Only, well, I'm a tree, he's a god. The two heroes were still somehow holding on. Their face was half human, half demon. I somehow expected both of them to give in already. I would have, I think, or maybe not. I did last in this world until now. Maybe I'd also stay around. How are you guys doing? Could be better. Simone responded. We're getting the hang of it. Maybe we can fight back soon. Really? Well, that's unexpected, but I suppose heroes are special. Lies, they both said simultaneously. And then they were back to their human self again. Why are you doing this, actually? I've never had a conversation with a demon before. Tell me more about yourself. I mean, it's true. No one ever had a conversation with a demon to find out what their motives are, what they are trying to achieve, or whether it's something more fundamental. I think it's just an animal. Victor was the one who responded. We just feel strong emotions, like a need to grow, to find, to conquer, to have things. To seize things, to multiply. Really, I thought that was quite strange. Its recent behavior clearly suggests it's somewhat intelligent, I mean the Demon King especially, so if it's really strange to be told that it's actually, well, just a beast, feral. Is it? Local? I think it's from another planet. Another world. We see visions of this vast wasteland quite like our current decimated terrain. Areas filled with spires and crags that seem to spawn more of those monsters. It's so big yet so broken, Victor said. Why, I don't know, it just craves, it is something it wants. But its recent behavior has been intelligent. The humanoid demons, what's the deal with that? I suspect whatever possessed these two heroes may not be truly intelligent. That's why they just feel its craving. If I may, maybe this is just a program or software the demons have. Maybe demons have artificial souls too, and the Demon King is the only truly sentient one that it sends over. Victor didn't reply. Neither did Simone. A while later, the demon came again. What, AREU, tree? I responded. I was going to be factual about it. Who are you? They both muttered something incomprehensible. Well, I didn't get that, so I'll call you demon for now. Consume. Okay, I understood that word. Where are you from? I have the golden opportunity to have a conversation with a lesser demon alien. Why not take it? Home. Why did you come here? Order. They both muttered, and then a long pause later. Mother, Earth Mother. I paused. Mother, Earth Mother. I don't think the demon is referring to Earth itself. It's merely copying and reading the two's memories to find a comparable word. The demon responds to some kind of order, so they are compelled to invade our world. Why? What does Mother want? I feel a bit corny saying that. It almost feels like I'm talking about how Sephiroth kept talking about Genova. It was so corny. Mother here, mother there, especially Advent children. I hope it doesn't even repeat the same kind of corny motivations. Conquer, I mentally sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Why do you want to conquer our world? What's here that mother want? The two pause. Conquer. Ah, for conquest. I guess this is all I can squeeze out of a demonic artificial intelligence. Maybe a demon king would offer a proper conversation. Year 97. You gained a level. You are now level 147. You gained a passive skill, demonic energy transmission. What in the fuck is that? Well, I got the answer soon enough. The demonic corruption that's being sucked in through my roots, well, there's now a dedicated pipe-like root that now covers it, essentially reducing the damage from the rest of my body. It still hurts like hell, like being electrocuted, but less and more specific. I'm starting to stay conscious longer. I could stay awake for 2-3 days straight for a month. The demonic energy is still strong, even with my new skills. But every small step counts. Every level counts too. Demonic energy is interfering with all telepathic and magical abilities. Most non-core functions are disabled. Shit, I have so many heroic shards. Tell me, why can't my heroic shards offset the demonic energy? I mean, can I use my heroic shards as some kind of cleaning device? But maybe I can just wait this out. If more heroes die, I would get heroic shards, and that will make my anti-demonic powers stronger, and that will eventually break me through. So wait, a tree can wait. Year 98. Despite the demonic interference, I still sensed huge magical energies flying around. I couldn't pin their location, other than a vague general direction. It's one of the few things I can still sense. Is it something about blood magic that makes it so? Detectable. Year 99. Well, not exactly how I was expecting to spend the year before I turn 100 in this world. Quiet and in the silence of my own world. I wonder why I've not gone crazy, honestly. It's as like cabin fever. But I suppose it's quite silly for a tree to have cabin fever, right? Since I am part of nature itself, and my nature is to stay still. I could totally imagine the heroes to feel claustrophobic, restless, because, well, they are trapped. But to be still and to be here is exactly where I want to be. The two heroes are still somehow hanging on, not much deterioration to their state. Is the demon keeping you around intentionally? I think so. It wants you, not us. So the demon intelligence is intelligent enough to keep the two heroes around, because that's the only way it can interact with someone it doesn't have some sort of mind control over. Well, suddenly I feel like I walked into a trap visiting them. It sees you as some kind of ally. Ally? Why so? Now that is even more unexpected. I don't know, we don't know. Well, let me know if you find out. Happy to see the two of you holding up. Victor shrugged. Now that it isn't actively trying to take over us, we're getting quite bored trapped in this stinking little place. It's even feeding us things to tell you, so it's listening. Of course it is. I thought you figured it out already. Just wanted a confirmation. Heh. So what does it want to tell me that it doesn't want to tell me itself? Well, if the demon wants to talk to me and wants to show me something, then, well, let's see it. It's actually quite strange. It's just showing us scenes of some kind of animals that resemble goats, dogs, apes, and elephants. So many different kinds of animals. Well, they should have your memories of animals. I mean, the demon read their minds. Surely the topic of animals must have been covered somewhere. This world has cows, dogs, goats. I'm not sure if some of my terms will make sense, but it's a time-lapse-like thing if you understand me. The demon's letting us see scenes of creatures changing over time, slowly, and then some kind of red lightning struck, and then the earth around it cracked, changed, and then those creatures warped into the demons. It's like watching evolution happen, and then something disastrous happened, and they turned into this demon. And then the demons were sent into this portal here. To fight, it's giving you the history of demons. Why would it do that? I don't know, Victor shrugged. At that moment, I felt like I've been given a monumental task. The heroes don't know why, but me, a tree, why would I get a history lesson? There must be something about that history, isn't it? That red lightning reeks of divine intervention. Between Lily's history and the demons, I think I sort of have enough to piece together what's actually happening. The gods are behind everything. Maybe there's two factions of gods, or they are just the same faction toying with us or something, but the gods are behind this. What do they want? No, what do the demons want? Are they pawns of the gods as well? Sacrificial lambs forced to play the role of an NPC in this world. Even if that is true, what can I do about it? Year 100. Ah, I finally made it to 100 years. Title, Centurion obtained. Oh, okay, I made it to a century old. The title does mostly nothing anyway. Quite a letdown. Maybe I should throw a party of some kind to celebrate that I've survived 100 years in this new world. Seriously. But then I would reveal my otherworldly origins and attract all sorts of people. And I'm trapped. If there was a time for a sad smiley, this would be it. I guess I should reflect a bit on my first 100 years, even if I'm in such a terrible state. The first 60 or so years was just me. Well, doing nothing. I couldn't do much. Then I moved to that Gya temple's compound, and after that the move to Frika, that little elf village where I am till this very day. Come to think of it, it's probably the second time Frika was destroyed since I came. The people of this world are quite hardy, able to rebuild after so many disasters. The next town should probably be called Neo-Frika. I mean, once I'm out of this quagmire, I should propose the next town to be called Neo-Frika, but then that would also probably reveal my otherworldly origins. Naming matters for later. The people of the world are hardy. So many species still survive despite constant world-ending level disasters. I suppose they must have patrons that watch over them in difficult times. Gods. But difficult times also create high-level characters. I believe that to be a law, so. Where are all these high-level characters hiding? Is there some elevated world where all these high-level people ascend to, like some cultivation fix with different tiered worlds? Year 101. If I had dogs every year, this year I would have Dalmatians. Maybe 101 decorated hellhounds. Woodhounds, I'm pretty sure it died. There's no way it survived this. I would have all 101 of them, all with flowers. 101 years, I mean, if there's a time for a tutorial, well, 101 is a good time to start. Like, come on, basics of Ice-Sky-ing to another magical world as a tree 101. Probably given by a lecturer or some sort, explaining things that are too freaking boring to understand but ultimately useful someday later on. But nope, nothing. Like, come on, give me a hand here, system. I want to get out. Like, give me some regeneration skills, or some skill that bypasses the pain. No. Bored out of my mind, and I went into that part of my soul realm that's linked to the two trapped part demon heroes again. I'm back. I'm bored out of my mind. How are you two holding up? The two look the same as last time. We're part demons, all things considered, we're doing all right. So now that it knows you are from another world with your otherworldly heroic origins, what are the demons going to do with it? I asked. Nothing much. It's still processing, and I think it's having difficulty transmitting the information back to its homeworld. So in a way, the information is stuck with us, or whatever that's possessing us. It's not a hive mind. I had the impression the demons are a hive mind of some kind. It's complicated from what we've seen. It's like a tier-ed intellectual system. All levels are capable of intellectual thought, but less so at the lesser levels. And despite that, there is an overarching command that it obeys without objection. And it's telling all of this because, look, Mr. Weird Person who looks like a tree, I don't know anymore. It doesn't want to tell us, and yet it's still showing us all these about them. It's random, and it's making us confused. The look of confusion on the faces of the heroes seems to suggest it's true. The demons don't seem able to manipulate emotions just yet. Look, I wish it could just show it to you directly instead of using the both of us as connectors. We don't understand why it's telling us about itself, and we honestly don't really care. We're just ordinary kids on a bus that somehow got into the wrong place at the wrong time, and now we're going through this fucked up nightmare of fighting demons, watching the world burn, and now being consumed by a demonic mind of some kind. Okay, they're snapping. Not only that, we're only here because this damned demon wants us to somehow relay messages to you, and so it's keeping us barely alive in this pathetic, miserable state. And then, you of all people, only drop by once every few years. So we just spent days, the two of us, just in this miserable state, being bombarded with demonic imagery and scenes. True. So I'm sorry if I can't freaking answer your questions, because I don't fucking remember what it showed me for the past few years, other than what it repeats all the damn time. Have you ever been watched television? The same damn series, perhaps few hundred times, no, make that a few thousand times. Well, we both have, and it sucks. It fucking sucks. Even if it's awesome on the first watch, by the 1000th time, it all sucks. I am sick of it, and if there was dialogue, I'd be able to repeat the words, word by word. I'm confused. He said he didn't remember, but he also said he was watching something so many times. Fuck you, tree creature. But I'll tell you everything just to get this damn demon to show me something else for a fucking change. The Victor guy went for an hour about demonic society. There's a kind of hierarchy, and there is this mother at the top. The mother makes a decision, and they follow. They're sent into this portal, and then they are here. And he talked about their world. Dry, filled with smoke and fog, spires, crags, creatures that emerge out of weird spawning pools, all kinds of spawning pools, and stars, scenes of multiple massive spires shooting some kind of beam and created the rift. Well, demon origin story. Now, what should I do about it? Leak out some kind of speculative story of its origins. What if I end up empowering the demonic cults? Would that make things worse? What if this is what the demon's trying to do? It wants me to spread this knowledge. And what good does that do to me? Would the world start suspecting and looking for a demon sympathizer? Year 102. Nothing of significance happened. I met the two heroes. They seemed bored, and well, the demon didn't show them anything new either. I'm still trying to fix my shit and improve my pain endurance even more. Year 103. Would the next Demon King pop out around now? I mean, no, I sense some magic flying here and there, but I have no clue what else. Year 104. I had a dream. Usually dreams are divine or oracular in nature, since they often foretold or spoke of divine intervention, so this one was strange. There's like 5 asteroids, bright red. They crashed on the world, and that's it, but it felt different. I wasn't quite sure what. Still nothing? Nope. The 2 bored heroes responded. Same imagery. Based on when the previous Demon King battle happened, the Demon King should appear again in another year, and so the world should be facing demonic attacks already. But there's 5 heroes remaining. I suppose they should be doing all right. Even if one of those heroes was somehow expelled, I'm sure they are doing fine. Year 105. This year is the year the Demon King is supposed to descend. After all, it's been 10 years, and so, in the second half of the year, it did. Demon King Phoenix has descended. I wonder what happened this time. Year 106. 4 months after the Demon King descended, I felt it again. A huge surge of magic, so overwhelming that it's disgusting. Even when my limbs are torched and burnt, I could feel it. It even resonates with my very soul. I'm sure it's blood magic. There's something really sickening about this magic that makes me feel like puking if I could. A tree can't puke, sadly. I felt whatever it was headed towards its intended target. Like how you could feel the sun even with your eyes closed, I could feel it move, the change in its angle. But the Demon King lived. The excommunicated hero, Astra, has died. That was not expected. Indeed, not expected at all. About 1 to 2 days later, the demonic corruption around me started behaving erratically. As if supercharged, I felt the demonic corruption surge through my body, my roots. I felt it push strongly against the root walls of my valley. I felt cracks in my root walls, more cracks, here, there. The demonic sludge that stabilized over the past 20 years suddenly started moving, flowing, and it pushed against my root walls, more cracks. I feel like I'm trying to use sandbags to hold back a tsunami, and there are pockets where the levee broke. The demonic corruption rushed in together with the sludge, and then, all at once, it stopped. The sludge stopped. Mattias has died. Ivan has died. 34 other familiar users have died. You gained 2 levels. You are now level 149. Skill Pain Endurance upgraded. Obtain new skill Root Fortress. Obtained Ivan's Soul. Obtained 7 experience seeds. And on top of that, I received a long string of notifications about class seeds and skill seeds. From the many that died, there's Wizard, Sword Mage, Brawler, Druid, Knight, and a whole list of many other classes. I felt sad. What happened out there? Monsters. A voice. I recognized that voice. Ivan, I turned to face a glowing blob. It is in fact Ivan. Hi, I said. I mean, I kind of miss talking to someone that's not a demon. Happy to see you, Ian. We really could have used your help. I'm not sure if you can see, but I'm stuck in this state holding back the demonic energy. That's what we thought too. You look like a tree. This is the soul realm that Jura told me about. He said that you have this space where it's where the dead linger. I am a tree. Why wouldn't I look like a tree? Mistress Ivan. Eris's soul detected her previous mistress's soul. Oh no, you died. Well, it was inevitable. Things were looking really bleak for us. We have barely enough food and water, and every time we lose someone with familiars, a bit of our food supply goes along with it. I'm very curious what's been happening outside. Stop, you two can catch up later. Tell me about what happened outside. Well, we're in this valley where your roots are holding up the hardened sludge. But every now and then cracks in the sludge appeared, and those cracks would spit out demonic hybrid monsters. They attacked us almost every other day. Ivan paused a bit. Well, what happened was, a huge crack happened and sludge flowed in. On top of that, larger monsters came in and attacked us, so well, I died killing a few. Many of us did. Any idea what happened to the outside world? We have no contact. The demonic sludge causes magic to decay, so all our attempts to communicate with the outside world has been unsuccessful. Our attempts to use other means of communication, like climbing up that hole on top of you, have been unsuccessful as well. So I have no idea. Darn, I sighed. Well, the Demon King appeared again, and it somehow amplified the effects of the corruption temporarily. Fuck, Ivan cursed. That explains it. How many of you are left? I'm blind at the moment. The demonic corruption robbed me of all my senses. About 3,000, maybe less after today. Perhaps about 200 died today. That's not bad. We're at a higher level now. Many of us leveled tremendously over the past 20 years to survive this. Things are still bleak, with food in short supply and our equipment limited. At least none of us were dying to the demons for a while. Until today, I see. I felt kind of sad. What about the forest, the trees? Quite a bit of the giant trees are still there. Some of the weird trees are still there. We managed to locate a few surviving flower bushes and herbal spots, so that's our spices. We also found quite a bit of potato buried, so we're also eating that. What about water? A few of our druids are able to use their mana to create water. So, that's our water supply, I see. Let me think. I let Ivan and Eris catch up a bit. They spoke about Roma and generally about life in their new environment. It's been a long time since they last met, almost 20 years, and so they have much to talk about. But I have a new skill, Root Fortress. So when I was awake again, I quickly activated Root Fortress and felt for a brief moment all the roots strengthen. It's like a sonar pulse, and at that moment I knew exactly how many trees survived as I felt the effects of my skill spread throughout the valley. And I stayed awake longer. I think it's my 2 new levels. Now if only I could get more levels. I can see why you can't help us now. Ivan's blob of light sighed. I briefly explained my situation of being trapped in this demon fire. You're not even awake most of the time. Not exactly ideal, but I hope I'll be able to break free of it soon. Tell me about who's left. Lausanne, Laufen, Roma, Jura lived. 2 of the Valtrian Order's captains survived too. One of the herbalists and quite a big chunk of the druid in training Valthorns also survived, by sheer coincidence that they were foraging in the forest during that time. It's a day they remember, the day when the valley sank. At the later part of the year, the Demon King was slain. Demon King Phoenix was defeated. Becky has died. You received 1 fragment. Oh wow, only 1 hero died. You gained 3 levels. You are now level 152. Skill upgraded, demonic energy transmission. Skill upgraded, subsidiary trees 100,000. Giant attendant trees 1,000. Level 150 crossed. You may select a domain. Domain are your focus on the path of divinity and will impact future domain choices. The first choice is your primary domain. Choice of domain greatly influences type of future skills learned. Choices are domain of nature, domain of spirit, domain of astral. Holy, this is probably the first time I recall ever being offered a choice in what I want for a skill. Like, domain. It sounds very much like what kind of god or deity I want to be. Is this like Age of Mythology where I get to choose which patron god I get to pray to and so have different kinds of perks? How do I decide? Nature, spirit, and astral. Nature sounds like I am headed to more tree-like powers. Spirit sounds like I get even more soul and spirit-related perks. Astral, what does astral mean again? Stars, so, more star mana powers. From what I know of star mana, it's super effective against the demons, which is why the heroes get it, so going into the astral path may be the most effective way of getting myself out of this mess. But then I'm not keen on that at all. I think it conflicts with my sense of self. I'm a tree. I would like that being a tree is my identity. Well, I was a human, but by now I've lived so long that my life as a tree has far exceeded that of my human life, even if it feels brief because I spend so much of it sleeping. How about spirit then? Should I go into the entire path of spirits, ghosts, souls, and all? Well, I haven't actually found much joy in it. There's nothing like watching a barren field being brought back to life, an empty plain transformed into a verdant forest, a volcano calmed into an oasis of giant life. I think I like trees, flowers, bushes, and all of that. So nature is more in tune with me. I think I'd be a fool if I chose astral because it's going to get me out of this shit. I'll get out of this eventually, with levels and with more hero fragments, so I should play the long game, choose something that I will like. So I thought about it for a day or two, then selected. Domain of nature selected. In an instant I felt a spark, and felt something rush to every tip of me. Every burned branch, every charred root. Domain ability, roots of life. So long as you're rooted to the ground will nourish you, heal you, and debuff negative statuses and effects. Strength of domain ability, proportionate to amount of roots connected to the ground. 1 domain ability is unlocked every 10 levels. Next domain ability at level 160. Next subdomain focus at level 200. Demonic curse is suppressed by your domain ability. Effect of demonic curse is reduced. My roots started to heal, even as the demon fire burned. It healed faster than it could burn, and within minutes the demonic corruption was confined into the dedicated tunnels used to expel the absorbed demonic energy. So even though the top of my body, the very tip of the branches are now emitting demonic flames, the branches themselves are no longer burning. I've become an oil refinery that flares up. Okay, that was lame. Maybe Hades then. About 1 day after the healing, I saw my valley once more. Then I felt the reconnection of everything in the valley. All my fellow surviving trees, flowers, bushes, herbal plants, and roots, my brethren. It fills me with joy to hear them all again, their ambient voices in the background. I felt my energy flowing back to them and theirs back to me. I surveyed my valley. Oh, how terrible it looked. My roots were holding back the demonic sludge from the back. The roots hardened. There's still a few large tunnels of demonic energies, but now with my new domain I could forcefully suppress those flames into smaller, much smaller ones. It's like a gas stove, and with my new powers I turned the knob and the fires shrunk. Reconnecting to Trevor, M as TR, a familiar voice. Yes, Trevor. I felt what amounts to joy and relief, and immediately after that, the overlay returned to me. Things are dire. About 20,000 or so trees are left in the area protected by my wall of roots. There's also about 1,000 or so natural giant trees, and about 50 or 60 subsidiary trees that survived. The Grand Mine tree is damaged and will need some materials to repair. Most other structures are gone. New Freaka is gone too. I mean, I knew that, but seeing it again really hammered that reality in. What was once New Freaka's was replaced with blocks of demonic sludge, by now mostly hardened. But there are gaps in those sludge, and the demonic hybrids would emerge from them. Welcome back, Master. Trevor quickly found back his composure. You've been away for 21 years, I know. What happened? The valley has been attacked by demonic creatures. Without access to you, Master, we were unable to use your delegated abilities and can only activate our own abilities. As such, our attempts at defending the valley have met with mixed results. We attempted to aid the survivors where we can, but with our limited skill sets, we couldn't do much. And after 10 or so years, our functions and awareness began to decay. Until today, I see. That's when I finally zoomed back on the survivors. I hardly recognize them now, it has been so long, but then Trevor's overlay started to populate my vision with whatever data that he collected so far. And I saw Jura, Laufen, and Lausanne. It's been so long. Glad to see the three of you alive. They were clearly observing the changes in the valley, and when my telepathic voice reached them, all of them froze. Jura immediately knelt on the floor. Laufen just stoned, and Lausanne made a fist pump. Oh yeah, I knew it was TRE, she said, I knew it. Laufen and Jura both seemed unable to say a word. Lausanne, well, she wasn't young anymore. She looks like an adult. She's 37, oh my. She isn't a young teenager anymore, even if she spent 20 years holed up in this valley. They all look really skinny, like they've not been eating well. In fact, they all look malnourished. At that moment, I suddenly remembered that Jura had some villager skills that were useful for such situations. Skills he didn't let me remove because it's nostalgia. Looks like he was right. He would have died without those skills, with how this environment seems to lack sufficient meat sources. All they have been eating are fruits, vegetables, leaves. All of you look like shit. They didn't answer. Well, except Lausanne. Of course we do. We're not exactly having a feast here. Now get us out of this valley. Easier said than done, Lausanne. I attempted to look further beyond the valley and couldn't do so because all my subsidiary trees outside this cocoon were all destroyed. Maybe those further away survived because I didn't get a notification for Dimitri, or those that guarded the volcano, or those near Lily's too, but that's for another day. I would need to reclaim the terrain from the demons in order to see further, but for now, let's get the house in order. I focused back on the valley. 3,000 or so survivors. Quite a bit of tree folks, some centaurs, some lizard people, some dwarves too, and the rest elves. Trevor was already busy at work, quickly reconnecting me to all the surviving trees in the valley. I felt their voice return, and at the same time their power. The valley's root walls hardened, and in an instant a bit more life returned to the land. The sickly-looking trees, deprived of sunlight, started to sprout more green leaves. I used my roots to force the hole on top of our valley to open up, and bit by bit, a little more sunlight came in. Well, not exactly sunlight. It's a stormy firestorm out there. Oh wow. The survivors admired the sunhole expanding overhead. It wasn't sunlight, but finally a bigger view of the sky. They've been missing the skies. Bad news is whatever happened to probably most of this continent. I said to Jura, Lausanne, and Laufen. The survivors have gathered up and heard their announcement. Tree. It's so weird to hear your voice after so long. Lausanne said, I've grown up now. I'm also level 80 now. Yes, and I haven't quite come to terms with that. She still feels like a young 16-year-old girl last I saw her. This isn't quite right. I feel like I've woken up from a 20-year coma to discover the world has changed, and I'm still that same old fart. I will need some time to adjust to this new reality. They all look really skinny. Jura looked haggard. Famine in this environment has been exceptionally hard. Sucks even more that the demons are not edible. Unlike monsters, some of which are edible. Wait, level 80, that means she's capped out like Jura. Is that your cap? Yes, she said, how many of you hit your level caps? Me, Uncle Jura there. Nero's close, like level 70-ish. And Roma's level 70-ish too. Well, in fact, about 50 of them are at level 70 to 80, which is exceptionally high level for a band of survivors. But in terms of class, I think mine, Uncle Jura's, and the captains have the best skills, since we have the familiars for extra power. That explained how they managed to stop the deaths after a while. With 50 level 70 to 80, they could take on most high-level creatures. Even with just ordinary knight or soldier class, that's a very good place to be. 20 years, I kind of feel like I just had a manga power-up time skip. Only, well, it's these elves that had a big power-up. If all of you are so strong, why don't you break out of this place? The demons are strong and there's a lot of them. Like, every wave is a few hundred of them, Lausanne said, and that hole was our only exit. None of us wanted to break through the roots because we don't want more monsters coming in if we fail. She pointed at the hole. Wave, and then I felt it too. There was a crack in my wall of roots and monsters emerged from it. 500. I was more than happy to unleash fury after being asleep for so long. A huge wave of root strikes and all of the monsters crumbled. Where's Horns? Horns is in stasis, master, Trevor advised. What? And I saw him in one of the surviving subsidiary trees in the valley, his body severed in half, and he's left with his head. The subsidiary tree's energies kept him alive and maintained him, but there wasn't enough to heal him. I couldn't communicate with the survivors to get their druids to help. Trevor apologized. I see. I took a mental deep breath. It was time to rebuild. Year 106 later half. Rebuilding. There is much to do. I have a mission and I want to return the forest to the continent. This devastation is foreign, alien, and it is my task to restore it. Or at least that's what the trees are telling me. A tree spirit's role, along with many other similar creatures, are the world's fixers and balancers, the guys that clean up the court after a game, the cleaners and repairmen. I can feel the call of duty, a duty to the world to fix it, to restore it to nature. I wonder whether that is an effect of the domain. I mean, just as I gain power over a domain, does it mean I also inherit some responsibilities to that domain? It's strange, but I believe that the power imposes this sense of duty. I reckon the heroes and the other tree spirits of this level feel it too, that they have a calling. Why else would they go about their ways so single-mindedly? I wonder what kind of duty I would have had I chosen spirit or astral, a duty to ensure the proper transmission of the dead, a duty to the stars. Or does astral imply a more anti-demonic role, that I would have to play a bigger role in fighting demons? Questions, of course. Stupid world. There needs to be a guidebook somewhere. And the Wisp is gone. Wisp, I couldn't find him anywhere. No answer from him either. I wanted to start using Ares and Yvonne too, but that's stuck because the Soul Forge is out of commission. Soul Forge requires a power source. Due to the effects of the weakened curse and reduced sunlight, the minimum normal tree required to power the Soul Forge is calculated to be 100,000. So what's going to happen? Lausanne asked a few days after my awakening. I was still coming to terms with my new power, and the realization that, well, there's this duty thing nagging me at the back of my head. With power comes responsibility. Just as the energy of the earth nourishes me and breaks me free of this, it also imposes its desires on me. I wondered if I went down the spirit path, maybe I don't even need other trees to power a soul forge. Oh well, I don't know, Lausanne. I've been asleep, I need to rebuild my knowledge of the world. 20 years may mean a lot has changed, at least. That's how it was in my world. In 20 years, we went from clunky landlines to smartphones. I wonder what the surviving heroes brought to this world. That's true, but we're trapped in this place for 20 years too, so we're not much help. Well, I suppose first things first, we need to get ourselves out of this hole. This isn't a good place to be, and we need contact with the outside world. How'd you plan to do that? I don't know. I mean, I really don't. I need to see what works and what doesn't. I have some idea of what already worked, in the sense that my roots did manage to block out demonic corruption, so I wonder whether it's possible to push back at the corruption with more roots. Kind of like using my roots as the blade of the bulldozer and pushing the corruption back. I've also needed to examine my own state, like, my curse is suppressed by my roots of life, but what does suppressed actually mean? Like, I am going to experience some kind of degradation, or will the curse flare up? But the survivors, they felt a sense of calmness that's been away for a long time. It seemed the entire beetle army had vanished after Horns was in stasis, so they didn't have help from the beetles either. Now, the horde of beetles returned, no longer in hibernation. Horns still needed a lot of healing. It'll take a few months to rebuild his damaged body, but it wouldn't be a problem. The demons came again, more of them. The demons now felt the full brunt of my stronger demonic suppression aura, no longer hindered by the curse, and they crumbled quickly. These strange, hybrid things. Some are less susceptible to the aura's effects, but with the beetles back in large numbers, it wasn't much. We only had to focus on the larger creatures that had the strength of a demon general or so. I could now house the survivors in secret hideout and the various subsidiary trees' external rooms and tree lodges, a much welcome change from their basic homes, and also I have beds. Beds that are stored in my secret hideout, and various other supplies previously stockpiled in there are now available again. Still, among the survivors, some of them resisted. We can take care of ourselves. We did so for 20 years. It's understandable. For me, these 20 years feel like a dream. It passed by so quickly. Maybe it feels just like 2-3 weeks, a month of solitude and confinement for me. But for these guys, they lived 20 years out here, fighting the demons all the time. Life has been miserable for the past 20 years, but they've made it through without me. Why do they need me? Most were more than happy to return to the comfort of proper beds and a safe environment. Tell me all you know about the monsters you've been fighting over the past 20 years. What abilities do they have? What they are like when they appear? Any weaknesses? Those who frequently led the fights, Lausanne, Jura, the captains, and many others all gathered around, and all talked about what they experienced. Like the demonic creatures are like half demon, half monster, and so the larger monsters have 2 hearts, 1 demonic, 1 monster, and they have to take both of them down to kill it, else they would regenerate. These demons also retain the ability to agglomerate themselves and form a larger creature, something less powerful than a walker, but it's probably due to size limitations within the valley itself. They have mini projectile energy blasts, also similar to walkers, and the more humanoid forms tend to have crude weapons. They have no tactics other than a strange ability to sense and track them. Stealth abilities are not effective. They have heads, but their heads are actually just decorations. Chopping their heads off does nothing because the heart is the engine of the monster. The parts that resemble a head are nothing more than an arm. The eyes on the monster are also similarly useless, and blinding those eyes merely disables the beam abilities. In short, the parts that resemble a regular monster are there because the template requires those sorts of appendages and parts, but they are not critical to the monster's life, if it has one. Other than that, they've mostly taken life day by day, living in the moment. Monsters. Unlike demons, their corpses linger around a bit longer, but entirely inedible because its innards are contaminated with demonic juices. Demonic bodies decay significantly faster than monsters, so it's quite difficult to harvest any of its body parts for materials or equipment. The monsters have large spikes, horns, and also tentacle-like features. Had it not decay and could be preserved, maybe they could be made into strong weapons. Like wood, these organic materials need treatment to last, or they decay quickly, and no one had enough time or survived demons to even research it. Well, except these guys. One of the surviving war leaders, out of sheer boredom trapped in a valley, soaked the small remains of a demon in olive oil, and noticed it didn't decay, preserved demonic appendages in olive oil. Fascinating thing. I observed the specimens shown by that 70-year-old elf. They do have a surplus of olive oil, since some of the olive shrubs survived. They cook with it, season their vegetables with it, preserve chunks of fruits with it, and this one elf had the inspiration to preserve demonic remains. My inner biolab got to work quickly. Preserved demonic parts, olive oil used to significantly slow and stop the decay of demonic matter. Yeah, I thought it's interesting, but I only worked with small parts of the demon. Did you gain a class for it? I reckon there should be fermenter or preserver or something like that. I didn't cause I'm already capped out at level 60 soldier and level 20 villager. Ah, a shame. I would have liked a bigger sample. To observe demons in their native state without decay. I did recall having captured hellhounds, and those were very interesting. But here I have other demonic specimens, and these are even half demonic hybrids, so they had a lot of value to be understood. Even the survivors are very interesting. It seemed 20 years of solitary confinement had also changed their physical appearances. Their ordinarily fair, pinkish skin have now turned almost gray. I wonder whether it's vitamin D deficiency. Perhaps elves, creatures of the forest, need more sunlight than others, so lacking sunlight their skin loses much of their color. The treefolk seem to suffer the effects of being trapped in the valley a little harder than the rest. The treefolks at first glance seem the same, but they remark their bodies feel weaker, more sickly, and the effects of little to no sunlight was especially pronounced on the quality of their inner structures. They were more prone to fall sick, and a few have died from sickness. Some of the centaurs suffered from muscular degradation. They were used to having large areas to roam, like horses, so confinement into a valley meant their lower body parts became weak. Those with certain unique skills like tip-top condition or peak performance were able to remain physically fit, but for the rest of them, they had to resort to all kinds of exercises to maintain their health. The dwarves, well, they seemed perfectly fine. Apparently, being in a valley trapped underground isn't something uncommon for dwarves, who remarked it sounded quite like being trapped in a mining accident. A few of them even had skills that made surviving in such an environment comfortable. Like I think one dwarf probably had some kind of ale-making ability that he's not sharing with others. But oh well. It's something to examine for sure, but I want to get out. My duty calls to me. And I have to work with some of the survivors that are still a bit skeptical of me. Some of them wonder whether the flames on my head are signs of demonic influence, and they don't buy my curse explanation all that easily. Still, they are obeying my requests, but they are guarded. I could hear their conversations. They must have forgotten I could do so since for them, the memories of 20 years ago are probably hazy. So after a bit of information gathering, I decided to try pushing back at the sludge. It's a strange thing, this sludge. It is all hardened now, and yet monsters can spawn in them. How? The sludge itself creates them. Anyway, I pushed. At one corner, furthest away from where the survivors made their home, I pushed. The corruption from outside is strong, but now that I am awake, I like to think I am stronger, at least in this area. The pushing worked. I pushed back at hardened sludge and it buckled. It bent, and I kept pushing. Each time I pushed, my roots moved in to form a protective barrier. The protective barrier didn't work on every time though. The roots sometimes would run into an aquifer or something, and it would squeeze out a bit of water, and those leaked through the gaps in the root. Water. The survivors were watching with great interest from the safety of their treehouses. Well, it made sense that there are pockets of water in the ground. I mean, I am sure rain or precipitation or condensation continued even if the Demon King corrupted the land. I pushed, and my ability root tunnels triggered to form a wall, but they are unfortunately porous and water could leak through. Ian, please stop. One of the survivors said, "The water is still coming in." "Ah, the water is still leaking through the root walls. Why, maybe I should push upwards instead." So I started to push my roots upward and outward in a way like a stadium with movable roofs. It was already partly open from my earlier efforts, but I stopped midway as I realized more of the firestorm was getting into the valley. "Maybe just one side," Ian Lozon remarked. "Would it be possible for a tunnel or path that leads up to the surface?" Indeed, that's what I tried over the next few days. Strategically, a tunnel would be better, far easier to defend if anything massive comes around, rather than an open path. The sludge becomes a natural wall that hides this valley. I should keep that strategic advantage, so a tunnel, a second attempt. Hopefully I don't bump into pools of water trapped underground. I pushed upwards this time again from where the previous tunnel started. Unlucky, there was more water. The tunnel ran into a pool of water, and the water rushed down the tunnel like rainwater in a storm drain, and it spilled into that segment of the valley. Well, at least we're not there. Some of the elves, well, if the makeshift houses were there, they'd be in trouble. Eventually, the flow of water from whatever pool I bumped into slowed down significantly. There's small trickles of water that seeped through the tunnel walls, and those trickles turned into a small stream of water down the tunnel and into the valley. Unlike the first surge, it's just a small trickle, so no big waves there. I pushed on. We're quite deep, and so I had to keep pushing. The angle couldn't be too steep or it's useless as a path. It took a few weeks of constantly pushing, dealing with the monsters that appeared from the sludge, and eventually the tunnel was done. A reinforced path to the surface. Year 107. The surface was hellish. More monsters roamed on this strange, apocalyptic land. Jura and the group that went out and explored it the first time remarked it resembled nothing. It's just as strange as a place that's been thoroughly corrupted by Hex. The surface was not empty. There were many different demonic monsters that roamed the terrain, some of which they've met in their 20 years of battle. And there were stationary monsters. That was what they assumed at first. Stationary monsters that looked every bit like a monster and they didn't move, but they attacked things that approached them or emitted poison. This was entirely new to the elves because, well, these monsters couldn't move and they were stuck underground. There wasn't a way for the two groups to ever meet until now. But on closer observation, they noticed some of these monsters had branches, like trees. They thought they were horns at first, like how antler horns resembled some branches. It was reddish leaves on one subtype of demonic hybrids that finally made some of them go, aha, hybrid demon plants. If there are hybrid animals and monsters, surely there are hybrid plants. This fact was extremely interesting to me, and I had 1,000,001 questions. Like, why did they exist? Magic, divine powers. If divine creation was the answer, why were they created as hybrids and not pure monsters or trees? Or did it mean the influence of the terrain was able to interfere with the process of divine creation? Or are these creatures products of the demonic corruption, that the demonic corruption borrows from the land and thus created these hybrids? Then there's the question of whether they are trees in the sense that, can I, with my powers as a tree spirit, hold any influence, communicate and control them? Are these tree-like demonic things actually trees? I thought they might be part tree, just like how the demonic creatures that attacked the valley were part monster. And how did they exist? How are they powered? Do they produce seeds or fruits? Any chance those are edible or poisonous, thus can be weaponized? Do they have abilities or powers like certain species of trees? Can they be made into items like how certain trees are harvested for timber? Is this their ideal environment? Do they respond well to different environments? What do they consume? Do they need sunlight? Do they need water? Is that why there's puddles and pools of water underground? Do they have roots? I don't recall encountering any, but is that because their roots are shallow? Master. Trevor's voice broke through my deep contemplation. A decision. The survivors have been waiting. I didn't realize it, but I spent a month just studying the few demonic samples brought back by the scouts. It was just that fascinating to me. Waiting for what? They are asking whether you can start creating trees on the surface. Why? Oh, they wanted somewhere to stay outside the valley. Somewhere. Safe. When did I agree to this? No, you didn't. I recall Master ignored them the first time when you were studying the demonic specimens. I didn't even realize that they were talking to me. When did it happen? That's strange. Did I somehow ignore everything when I focused on the demonic tree samples? Yes, Trevor said quite matter-of-factly. The hybrid tree samples were too fascinating, or did I somehow tune them out? I don't recall even having the conversation. Never mind. The terrain and the demonic corruption takes the form of a sludge. The demonic energy that passes through the sludge, kind of like a current of electricity traveling through a conductive liquid. It passed through it, and also radiated it like a radioactive material. According to the elves, some of them with the gift of darksight can see a faint glow in the sludge. So the process of clearing the land means either removing and pushing away the sludge, or neutralizing the sludge. What I have been doing so far is, well, a mix. By pushing it away with my roots like a natural bulldozer, and at the same time my main body acts as a filter and cleaner, using my roots to absorb the demonic sludge and the volatile, combustible mana that comes with it. It's slow, because I'm the bottleneck. Back to the oil pollution analogy, there's a limit of how much oil I can process per day, and against the constantly expanding oil, I feel like I'm in a game of Candy Crush fighting against a field of ever-expanding chocolate. Or like Alpha Centauri where the native vegetation is encroaching on my forests. Come to think of it, this is very much like Alpha Centauri. Alien creatures attacking what it perceives as enemies. The only difference is, well, we're the natives, and they are the aliens. Are the demons colonists? I've gotten sidetracked again. Oil analogy. I have a processing rate, and the terrain itself imposes a minimum on me to process, else the root walls won't hold. Every time the strength of the root walls increase, I need to process less, because the walls can hold back more of the corrupting demon mana and sludge. The walls are like an oil silo then, and it has a capacity. So can I increase my processing capacity now that I'm back to consciousness? Can my giant attendant trees play that role to a lesser capacity? I would have to design the giant attendant trees available customizable rooms specifically for the function to have much higher self-healing ability and demonic absorbent abilities. The two heroes are still there. Hi, oh, you're back. You must be bored to come and find us again. Well, yes, I'm free now. After I said that, I instantly regretted it. Oh, nice. Can you help us? Not sure. I don't even know where you are. I think I do. Simone said, there's a red crystal-like thing somewhere near the Demon King site. I think we're there. Or at least our souls are imprisoned there. Free us. Huh, fuck. Did I just get myself into a quest? No. I felt a massive headache, I don't have a head, but yeah then, like something trying to force me to say yes. I resisted. Fuck this. It's probably divine in nature because the calling of duty generally radiates from my roots. Why not? They asked. That pain was getting stronger, but I pulled the energy from within me to resist it. I even pulled the energy from the nearby trees and the earth. Domain has resisted divine influence. I'm no hero. And fuck, did the gods just try to mind control me? Since when did the gods directly attempt to influence things? I thought they're not supposed to do that. Year 108. The important equation is how much demonic sludge we can process versus how much demonic sludge is expanding in the area. As long as my processing rate is higher than the sludge, we're taking back territory from the hybrid demons. We're doing so very, very carefully. Because, well, we lost a few people when some of the demonic monsters exploded. Forest of demon trees have a few types, and these demon trees actually feed and help sustain the firestorm, because we've discovered some of them spit out some kind of flammable gas that gets ignited super easily. Another kind of tree is just perpetually smoking, and it constantly releases dark smoke like an ancient superpolluting smokestack. The smoke trees create so much smoke that it creates a perpetual layer of dark smog that hangs over the entire area and causes the lack of sunlight. The exploding gas trees added to the mess and created areas where these gas might just suddenly ignite and blow up, and yet those trees are quite resistant to the effects of the explosion. Not a pleasant environment to be in. We reclaimed the area immediately around our valley and the hole, mostly by me pushing back at the sludge. It's a long process. 1 week I could clear and clean the area the size of a football field, but the speed slows the further away it is, because a larger area means an increase in the overall root surface area with the demonic sludge, so it takes up more of my demonic sludge processing ability. In order for the expansion to continue, it is paramount, crucial, that the giant attendant trees are able to add to the demonic sludge processing capacity. Else the rate of expansion will stop the moment once I hit the sludge processing limit, unless my roots get stronger. It's just the math of the matter. During this time, the survivors also brought back a lot more of the demon tree specimens back to me. It's a slow process, and my ability to assist is limited because the demonic sludge essentially blocked my roots from interfering. I have to reclaim the territory from the demons for my abilities to work in that area. It's quite difficult to bring the specimens back, of course. They are after all spawned of demonic matter, and the survivors abhorred the idea initially. But I just convinced a few of them to play a part, and that's all I needed. The survivors are not all uniform, some are more cooperative than the others. I studied them like an obsessed scientist. I wanted to know everything about them, and I wished I had a soul forge to look at them in far greater detail. For now, I will have to make do with analyzing them with my biolab, and hope to understand these demonic plants. Firstly, like the demonic hound, its inner structure is dry. And instead of a spring, there is a barren one. When I look at the structure of the plant specimens, it has odd flames throughout the entire space. Every now and then there would be flares. How does it get the skill? Is that like some kind of basic racial or species ability, if it doesn't have a soul spring and the stones that signify the skills around it? Clearly, this exposed one flaw of my understanding of the soul system. Sure, if you gain levels, the skills you gained are around the soul spring. But for these demons, they don't seem to be gaining levels, and they also don't seem to have a soul. They resembled automatons, machines, and yet they are not. So where are the skills, or is it something elsewhere? Or if they are some extraterrestrials like the Earth heroes, then they must have a mind somewhere that helps them to do things. Or is it biological in the sense that their abilities are not born out of skill, but out of their physical design? Again, the flaw of my understanding is quite obvious. My biolab allowed me to look at their inner structure if they have one. This worked well with the natives of this world since they have souls, but with demons they don't seem to have one, and using this biolab to examine them in hindsight is clearly an incomplete picture of the whole story. But I do know that when I flooded their bodies with my mana, like with the demon walker, and prior to that, with the hellhounds and Alexis, I was able to take control of them. So it's either this soul thing existed as a higher order control system, and the demon's base structure is on a lower tier, or something, which I don't know what. I need a living specimen. These dead demonic trees are not good enough, but the survivors are not able to capture a demon while alive. They do not have the strength to do so, and it's too high risk for them. You could dig and reclaim the area around a demon tree and then, capture it that way, Lozan suggested. In short, encircle and siege, which is exactly what I did. Over 20 years, these demon trees have massively proliferated and they occupy huge chunks of the terrain, and it wasn't hard to find many of these demon trees near our valley. It took a bit of time, but essentially I would go around the target, and then once I trapped it, I would spawn a giant attendant tree next to it and pull the targeted demon tree into the biolab inside my tree, and soon I had live specimens in my labs. We know which direction the Demon King came from. One survivor presented, and he pointed. So logically, if we head the other direction, we will eventually find lands untouched by the corruption. I don't believe the Demon King destroyed the entire world. Why not? We don't know whether anything survived. Of course I do. 5 heroes survived that Demon King and went on to beat the next 2 Demon Kings too. Surely there are survivors. Still, I propose a squad of us go on an expedition. We can't even get far without losing people, and you want an expedition. Yes, I'm pretty sure we're not at the center of things, so we must be closer to the edge. And beyond the edge must be normalcy. Don't you all want that? That's true, Lozan nodded. I agree with it. Jura shook his head. I prefer we play it safe. Ask Ian to clear a path for us towards that direction. It'll take too long, Lozan said, and some of the other survivors agreed. We need to get in touch with civilization as fast as we can. If it's up to Ian, it'll be years before we get there. You know it's true, Uncle, but it is safe. Think about it, you want to face all the monsters out there. We've seen so many. We've faced them before. A survivor said. He too was one of the capped out fighters. Level 75, and we're high level, we can survive this. Have you guys actually thought this through? Where are you going to live? What are you going to eat? The terrain is not what it was. Better than being trapped in here for the past 20 years, Jura. Some of us have decided we want to see civilization again. It's worth a shot. Jura frowned. Lozan agreed with that group. Uncle, he's right. We can't stay here forever, and fact is, we need to rebuild the lines of communication. Get help. Find some people who'd be able to get us out of this mess. The town is no more, and the people deserve better. At what risk? You can't protect all of them. But staying here as it is isn't a way to live. We've been here for decades. Ian's getting there. Ian's going to take forever, a survivor said. No disrespect, but Ian works on different timescales. We'd be having kids before we are out of this place. It's been more than 2 years since Ian woke up and we're still just clearing up the surrounding area. We're making slow, defensible progress. We can protect this place. It's too slow. 2 years, Jura. For some of the centaurs and dwarves, it's a big chunk of their lives. I know it means less to the elves, but they've already spent 20 years here and another 2 years since. Let us go. Jura frowned. This was a common issue, in the fact that people of different life expectancies had different perceptions of the value of time. Like 2 years for an elf that could live to 500 to 800 years is different from a centaur or dwarf that usually lived up to 150 to 200. Jura wasn't too happy, but the survivors were split. Those too afraid to take the risk and are willing to stay here, and those who believe it's worth a shot, to get back their normal lives by making a trek across the hostile terrain with their warriors protecting them. So Jura walked away. A small group is easier to protect. We have enough preserved food and our familiars can continue to produce fruits, one of the survivors said. Lozan nodded. She asked for some beetles to accompany them, but the demonic sludge's interference meant their operating range was limited. Go further and they'll just shut down. A day after they had that discussion, Lozan came and talked to me. Ian, yes, I was still studying the demonic trees at that time. I'm going to leave the valley. I know, I was still processing the matter. I didn't know how to react. I just woke up. Okay, just as relative, because to me it felt like I just woke up, but the survivors have a point. It is 2 years for them. 2 wasted years in a way. For 2 years, the world zoomed past them, and I can see why they want to rejoin society again. Are you mad, Ian? She asked. You used to call me Tree. I'm not sure what made me say that. I'm already 39, Ian. She looked a bit embarrassed. It's been a long time. For me, I felt awkward. In my mind, she's still a child. I felt like it was yesterday that I saw her as a teenager, and now at 39 she's pretty much an elven adult. I can't accept that. No, I must accept that. People change. Everyone changes. It's foolish of me to expect anyone to stay the same for years or what more decades. We're always here, Master, Trevor added. We have gained levels, but we are the same. Well, accept them. And my fellow trees who are as eternal as I am, well, this was something I've been hoping to do, and I've waited years for it. She said, remember when I used to say I wanted to visit the other spirits? Ah, yes, it was just yesterday for me. Really? Well, I don't want it anymore. Huh, I had so many years to think about stuff. Lausanne went. This was nostalgic. I recall my earlier days in Frika, when it was a small village, when the elves used to always sit down next to me and talk about their affairs, about how they felt about life in general, how Cashern used to make comments about the younger elves, or even Laufen then, about her worries of childbirth. Lausanne paused a moment. She was in my secret hideout, the place that was once her old room. Nothing changed in the room, but she has. She touched the things that she once used. 22 years, Ian. In that long period of time, I felt broken. I felt robbed of my opportunity to travel the world. I was angry, Ian, angry. So mad that the world did this, that our world, this stupid, stupid world, would be so self-destructive. That demons constantly came for us, and for what? We don't even know why we are here, serving as fodders and decorations for the heroes and demons' eternal conflict. It didn't make sense, it doesn't, but there wasn't much I could do about the demons and heroes, not with my powers. So after my anger, I grieved for my lost time. I felt sad, I felt lost. I wondered what the purpose of living was, Ian. Have you ever felt like that? Wondering why do you even exist in the world, like, why was I born into this world? I wanted reason, I wanted to know, I wanted to see a bigger picture. Well, honestly, for me, it's an accident, one that I accepted quite willingly, which is extremely strange in hindsight. How did I accept it so easily? Maybe it's different for you because you're this great tree spirit that's always been here. But for me, I felt lost. I have this power, your gift. But why? Why did the fates conspire for me to receive such gifts and power? And yet it's insufficient in the face of such great evils. So I wallowed in that misery for a few years, every day just fighting the damned demonic monsters that came for our lives. Okay, but I eventually moved past that grief and into acceptance. I've accepted that I've lost 22 years being here in the valley, so I spent time just honing my skills. Even if our levels are capped out, it's still possible to upgrade our skills to be stronger versions. And then now my goal is different. I just want to see the world and appreciate what's out there. I mean, I've accepted that I'm not a hero. What? Okay, how is that related? Surviving this disaster, then hitting my level cap. I realized that I wasn't meant to be a hero and that, well, life's not that great. You know, before this whole thing, I used to think I was special. I mean, Mom told me I was special, and everyone treated me like I was special because I had your special powers, and I even believed I was special. But I've come to accept that I am not that special. Special, but not much. Well, that's not a bad place to be. I felt betrayed, and yet I felt that feeling of betrayal was wrong. I am a tree, and it is normal that animals occasionally stop by, and maybe in the larger scheme of things, everyone's just a transient contact for the tree. She waited. I didn't know how to feel. Is this reality for a tree? It didn't feel that long ago that I thought she was going to be loyal to me. This is betrayal. Or is it? I mean, why do I feel like I own her? I don't. Even if I helped her and watched her grow up, does that mean I own her? Am I like a parent that watched a child grow up and now that the child has grown up, the parent refused to let go? Am I like that? But if I lose even her, then who can I trust? I felt frustrated, and it was then some quotes from my human days came. If you love someone, set them free. So corny, and yet something tells me this is the truth. Strange, I have trust issues clearly. Is that why my relationships as Matt failed? How do I trust her, Ian? She asked. I think she waited for half an hour already. I inwardly sighed. I shouldn't be like this. Is this me being upset and possessive? I'm a freaking tree, damned it. Shouldn't I be more magnanimous? What would Treebeard do? What would Grandmother Willow do? Ah, go Lausanne, it is fine. Even though I said those words, I felt difficult. I didn't quite accept that time moved so slowly for the rest of them and so quickly for me. It's strange and uncomfortable to think others have far different expectations of the world and their life, and that I can't expect loyalty from them. At least, not on a longer term. Is this why Lily's is a lot more big picture about things? They aren't attached to individuals, and maybe because it's like that whole elf thing in Lord of the Rings, we are doomed to watch those we love grow old and die before us. Is this our fate for living so long? Are you sure, Ian? Lausanne asked. No, I'm not sure. Why can't I let go? I don't own her. I'm not even her parents, but then I have showered her with powers and care. Is it because my investment, my sunk cost, that I care that now she's pulling away? If so, I should have seen it coming. So I decided to speak to Laufen, her mom. 20 years have passed, but she aged only slightly. Lausanne is finally leaving. Yes, Ian, it's something I've always expected to happen. I remember they used to say that young adult elves have a calling to see the world, to see more of it. It's something they must do to get out of their system. I remember I used to do it, then I met Ricola and settled down. Oh, an elven thing. Is it like humans back home, where parents kick their children out once they turn 21? I hear human adults have that too, though like us, it is stronger in some than the rest. And you are not sad or worried or well disappointed. Children must grow up, and Lausanne has been talking of this day for many years. Trapped in this valley for so long, it is quite a waste for her. Besides, how would she find a mate if she doesn't visit the other elven cities? I'm sure I'll still be worried sick, though. Trapped. But they are here with me. Okay, that's a fairly selfish and ignorant statement. I'm a tree. I'm a freaking 100-year-old tree. I should act like one. Lausanne was still in her room. I decided to just calm myself down and, well, do some breathing exercise. For a tree, that meant actually taking in the air and, well, making oxygen, I suppose. I have to let her go, or do I force her to stay? Would you ever consider staying? Lausanne paused, well, very briefly. Maybe after I'm done. Year 109. Just like that, she's gone. A group of 400 of them went on a quest to find the nearest surviving civilization. They packed up after months of preparing and finally set out when the weather's slightly less hostile. I don't know when I'll see her again or ever. I recalled those who left me usually died, but oh well. A choice has been made and she has to live with it. I don't know what lies out there, but maybe she will reach the edge way faster than I am. I'm constrained by the terrain. I can't move forward without clearing the demonic corruption that contaminated my path. I tried slowly and worked to upgrade my giant attendant trees so that they can help absorb and process the demonic corruption. It's a very long process and not very successful, so I went back to researching the demonic trees. I had two main ideas of getting myself out of this place. They overlap in a way. One is what I was doing presently. Disperse and process the demonic mana using my super high demonic resistance. Problem is, this hinged on me having a high level, high natural healing, and demonic resistance from my hero shards, which is unique to my main body, and the benefits are only partly shared by my other trees. I wanted to upgrade the various healing and endurance abilities of my subordinate trees such that they have higher demonic resistance, better base healing and toughness such that they can play my current role to a lesser extent. To use an analogy, it's as if me and my other trees are made of water, and the demonic corruption is fire. Right now, my other trees can't withstand the fire, so they just burn down before putting out any of the water. I have a finite number of water I can produce, and the water I produced is used to fight the fires, kind of like what a fireman does facing a wildfire. If I have more water than fire at the boundary, I can expand that boundary. If not, my boundary shrinks. It's quite like fighting a perpetually growing wildfire, come to think of it, so I must have stronger, tougher trees that can also produce that water to help fight the fire. This restores the land to what it was, too. The other area of focus was something a little more inspired by my recent fascination with these demonic hybrid plants. That is, if I could not expand the safe areas and recover the corrupted lands, could I coexist with it, such that my trees and roots all gain an ability to grow on these corrupted lands, instead of being blocked by it. It's a difficult endeavor, and my initial attempts at studying the live demon trees are quite good. I would need to figure out how to either be able to control the demonic trees, or assimilate some of their natural attributes and qualities, which can then allow me to enhance my existing trees to better operate in the demonic terrain. Going back to that earlier analogy, instead of looking at fire as the problem, I'm attempting to create plants that can operate in fire or absorb fire instead of fighting it. Far harder than it sounds since, well, I'm essentially attempting to graft demonic biology onto my trees, but I think it's possible. The fact that hybrids can exist means I can create hybrids, certainly possible in theory. This idea, of course, is hugely opposed by the trees in the valley. They abhor it. I can sense their rejection of the idea and that earlier duty to just restore the land to what it was before. Duty, responsibility. The more it is imposed on me, the more I resist it. Or is this just me? After I woke up, I recall being sucked in by the powers and influences of my fellow trees. Did the domain make me more aware of all these influences, and yet at the same time attempts to influence me? So strange. It is a duty. Restore and clear the world of demonic corruption, which I did. I mean, I resist the thought of being told to do things, but I understand the principles of it, and so I did it anyway. I suppose I'm like a petulant child that hates to be told to do something, but knows that it needs to be done, so I did it. How immature. I'm a 100-year-old tree. Now's not the time to mentally regress and act like a child. There's now a sizable area that's been cleared of demonic influence around my valley, so much so that some of the survivors are now moving outside to live there. Once the corruption was cleared, the weather too quickly returned to normal. It seemed the corruption and the demonic vegetation does generate a microclimate, as predicted. It's about as large as the former territory of New Frika, so a semblance of normalcy has returned to the area. Still, the corruption stretched far and wide, and there's more demonic monsters to attend to. Every day we would be attacked, and our beetles would be at the forefront of the battle. Luckily, Horns is back in business after a few months of recovery, and he's been incredibly chirpy. It's totally awesome. Horn said. All I do all day is fight all these demons. I can't level up anymore, but still, it's awesome. I love fighting. I didn't realize I created a combat maniac in Horns. Master, perhaps more artificial souls will help with the reclamation of the corrupted lands. We do produce some mana, or if some of us are dedicated mana-producing trees. I have been drawing mana from all the normal trees anyway, but they are not as effective against the demonic corruption as my own. I'm guessing that's because my mana has anti-demonic properties. What I do need is a massive mana cauldron. I pulled the mana to my main body and attempted to mix it. Maybe I could infuse the anti-demon qualities into the mana generated by normal trees. It was sufficient previously because I had the advantage. With the demon walkers, with Alexis, I could constantly draw on more trees to overwhelm whatever creature. But the changed terrain limited the number of trees and cut off my connection to the volcano and the ley line, two of my bigger sources of mana. Now I need to squeeze a bit more efficiency and performance out of every drop of mana, to do more with less. Thankfully, I've also been able to get my Soul Forge back online, now that the surrounding area has been cleared of demonic corruption and replaced with a thick forest. And so I experimented with mana in my main body, just like how I used to do it with my Soul Forge. I added star mana to the mix too. I still only have 300 star mana, but mixing star mana, my own mana and the mana produced by the normal trees, the effectiveness of pushing back the demonic energy increased by a few multiples, good enough to keep the expansion going. We have not heard anything from the group that left, but it's fine. I think it'll be years before we get news from them. Food-wise, as the forest starts to reclaim the land, the gods started to work their magic and regular monsters and animals started appearing again. I mean, it's really just divine spawning ability. And with regular monsters and animals, meat started to return to the survivors' diet. A welcome relief, really, and the remaining survivors now look a lot better. Although I felt sad that so many decided that they had enough of being here for 20+ years, I suppose I should then focus on those who remained instead. After all, although 400 left, 3,000 still remained. That's a big amount of people who decided to stick with me rather than go away. With meat, proper lodging, and a bit more space and time for activities, the survivors are of course much happier. Well, why didn't you leave, Lawfen? Go with your daughter, I asked Lawfen one day. Nah. I'm too old for that. As an elf, you still look really young. Elven agelessness is amazing. You should be able to go. I'll just hold Lausanne back from her adventure. It's her coming-of-age moment. Me as her mom, I should just stay out of her way. She'll hate me if I tagged along. Besides, I am really quite content being protected and safe. Really, it's better for her that I stay here where I am safe. It'll put her at ease that her mom is under your protection. She wouldn't have made the decision to go if you weren't around. True. I suppose I've become the safe harbor for her to come back to. There are few children among the survivors. The young that grew up didn't think of having kids, not in this hostile environment. Some did, of course. Perhaps an accident, or perhaps they didn't care, but the more rational of them chose not to. It's a tough choice. I imagine it's like, well, how would you even know if you and your family would even have food or proper shelter? But I guess that's also partly due to elves, centaurs being more rational than humans, who would just fuck and get pregnant regardless of the situation. It's more draining on their body, perhaps. Many are now finally considering it, convinced by the recent 3 years of safety, comfort, stability, and many approach me for advice on whether they should have kids. I have yet to study the effects of pregnancy between different types of species. Would I then be the first pregnancy doctor? I mean, surely the effects of childbirth of different species are worth studying, and there's probably no worldwide compilation of various herbal and traditional remedies and therapies. I digressed. It's not much anyway. Are you here to gloat? The two heroes asked. Not really. I came to talk as usual. With the demon if possible, what do you want? They instantly turned to the demonic voice. Tell me something. What would make you stop coming to our world? God, mother, planet, stop them. Stop the gods. Kill the gods. Sounds impossible to me. I shrugged. And I'm a tree. Killing the gods doesn't sound like something I can do. Then why do you come every 10 years? Ancient. Magic. Rules. Oh, okay. There's a magical rule behind it. Well, I don't even know whether the words of this demon can be trusted. It could have lied to me. I mean, we must assume a demon or evil creature has no incentive to tell the truth, but let's consider that if it spoke the truths, there are some key points. There's an ancient magical rule that clearly whatever god or thing that controls these demons have to follow. I could therefore surmise that this ancient magic exists above the gods, and so the gods of this world are not entirely omnipotent or omniscient, and it may actually be possible to stop them. Next is that they conflate the god with mother and planet. Their homeworld's god is probably some kind of earth god then. Something like a nativist conscience like the will of a group mind like Alpha Centauri again. Or perhaps it is a tree mind taken to the extreme. A global network of trees that function as a planetary scale neural network and brain. Or are those spires some kind of artificial intelligence and they are collectively a super AI and the demon kings sent to us are their version of Terminators? or more fantasy-aligned, just an evil sleeping god and the demons are its worshippers. What rules? Ancient. Why who ancient? Who is God? God, mother, planet. If I had the power, I really should catch a demon king and try to talk to it. I feel like I'm talking to some rudimentary chatbot from the earlier years of my life. I'm stuck in some kind of conversation loop despite trying to ask more. This is probably the lowest level answer they can give. With that, the demonic voice fades and the two of the trapped heroes return. Well, did you learn anything? The two heroes look quite annoyed. We didn't, and honestly, it really does sound like some kind of computer program. It's really simplistic in its logic once you get it. So you understand the demon now? I asked the hero, to some extent. It just wants to grow and build and do whatever its mother asked of it. Mother, not God. It feels like a mother rather than a god. It nagged. I smiled and probably would have chuckled if I could. You're not going to help free us? Simone asked. Maybe I thought long and hard about this, even though I rejected the divine mission. I didn't want the gods to start having influence over me, but should I still help them then? I probably can't free you. Oh, I probably could guide the few surviving heroes to them to help free them, but I chose not to reveal this to them. The demon is always listening, and I wonder what it would do with such knowledge. Yeah, I probably could get the other heroes to free them, rather than me doing it personally. They are mobile and would have the right skills for it. The heroes have everyone reason to help their fellow friends, don't they? As the year approached its end, I had a small breakthrough with my demonic tree research. Skill, hybrid botany. Able to communicate and cultivate hybrid trees. Hell yeah, and I tried it out. Even though it's supposed to be winter, the localized effects caused by the demonic trees meant it's an exceptionally warm winter. So warm that it's probably like spring. Well, all I got was spam. It's nostalgic, like when I had rooted it for the first time and all the grass and trees started giving me weird shit. It'll take some time before I understand these demonic trees. Is our combat ability significantly impacted by Lausanne's departure? With you back? No, Jura said. Lausanne is strong, but there are a lot of us who are level 80. Me, Nero, one of the captains, there's easily 15 people left who are now level 75 to level 80 who can play her role to a lesser degree. Her key advantage is that her special familiar has a lesser version of your power, so without you, her aura was key in reducing our casualties. Everyone's replaceable, I suppose. Jura laughed out of nowhere. I mean, that's how it always has been, right? That's why so many kings raise so many different children. You never know which one turns out a little crazy. It's risk management not to put all your eggs in one basket, but even for people, I suppose if you could give your special familiar to more of us, that would really help us. I guess the Valthorns were a step in that direction until that day came. You know, maybe the kings had the right idea. I focused too much on developing Lausanne, and I lost track that Lausanne was also partly meant to be my first try at doing this at a larger scale. I'm a tree and my domain is nature. Grow, strengthen, cultivate. I should now use what I've learned from all these years to massively expand that program. If I am to rebuild, I should do some things differently and some things bigger and better. I had Jura, Lausanne, and a few others as my elite then. In hindsight, I should have thought on a larger scale. Like any nation or even a large company, talent scouting, hiring, development, and retention is an ongoing affair, constantly expanding to meet future needs. I somehow got sucked into the minutiae and messed up on the bigger picture. I need a proper process for this, and on a larger scale, some dropouts and loss like Lausanne's departure is just part of the natural attrition of any large body of people. Scale. What else should I do on a larger scale? Year 110. Another year, time passed really quickly these days. I think it's the effect of the curse. Even if I'm awake, I feel as if it's not totally gone. It's somewhat like nursing a mild headache, and I never quite feel like I'm at my 100 state. I suppose this is what a curse feels like, and that's why Jura never quite performed at his best when he had the curse. I wonder whether that princess I saved last time, the one that still had a bit of the curse left, is she still alive? Maybe she died since Baruch was destroyed. She too had a curse, and so did Mila at least, until that hero removed it. Curses can be removed, and they can also heal naturally. So my curse is one of overexposure to demonic mana. It's honestly very similar to the princess who had overexposure to void mana. Therefore, treating the curse is likely to be similar to the princess. In the case of the princess, her soul spring was wrecked, destroyed by the exposure to void mana, and so she was dying. In my case, my soul spring is not destroyed, so I was able to survive those 20+ years. But perhaps it is damaged, and if damaged, I would have to find out how to mend my own soul spring. All this is conjecture. I don't even know if my soul spring is even damaged yet. After a while, my musings led me nowhere, and I attempted to find out. I mean, I've never seen my own soul spring. It's kind of like asking a doctor to self-diagnose. Not exactly possible to be objective about it, and I may have certain bias too. But oh well, I need to know whether something's wrong with me, and how do I fix this curse? I thought at lengths about whether it's possible to build a soul forge that is aimed at me while being powered by me. If the soul is the engine of the individual, then like a car engine, I must be able to add sensors, readings, thermometers and all, and from that, a sense of what's happening. That analogy may not be the most suitable one, Master. Trevor commented. It's more of the driver trying to figure out what's wrong with the driver. If I may, it is similar to trying to figure out whether the driver is sick from the way he is driving. How'd he do that? Was he using my memories? Yes, Master, we have access to your memories. Still, I tried. I did something similar to a meditative state, trying to feel my own body and be one with myself. It's like Buddha meditating under a bodhi tree, only I'm the tree, and my senses are once again assaulted by the demonic mana. After all, the edges of my network of roots and trees are a constant battlefield where the mixed mana produced by me and my fellow trees face off against the demonic mana. Not working. I mused to myself after about 1 month of constant meditation. In hindsight, it's obvious. I wasn't able to meditate myself out of the curse, so why would it work now? Any suggestions, Trevor? Before you go there, Master, I would like to remind you of the things you wanted to do last year and the years before, which is to work on expanding your mana pool, improving the efficiency and effectiveness of your mana, your experiments on the hybrid demon trees, and also developing even more Lausanne-class individuals. Once again, my scatterbrain reared its head. May I add, Master, you have yet to decide on a vocation for your 2 contracted souls, Ivan and Ares. You backed away from turning them into mana farms. That wasn't the most effective use of their skills. I had a lot of thinking to do. I mean, this soul contract should be extremely overpowered since the person retained their memories. Even if they died, I could reuse their souls constantly. An individual who gained a ton of experience and therefore could retry different things at each life would be super powerful. That is after all what makes reincarnators like myself, or even heroes, super powerful, because their existing body of knowledge is brought over to their next life. So as I wondered what happened as my soul contractors died, then it appeared. The dreaded notification. No penalty for first death. For subsequent deaths, 1-year time penalty will be imposed and doubled with each subsequent death. 1/3 of all memories are wiped with each death after this first. No penalty on reassignment, as not considered as death. The system isn't stupid after all. So in a way, it's best to use their living knowledge and match it to somewhere where they could be most useful. Yes, Lausanne class is a name for an individual at that grade. I imagine the Lausanne class to be something like the Corvette class, and I would like to eventually reach battleships and aircraft carriers. As for Yvonne, I fused her into one of the training trees, creating a different version of Trainer. This is because she did have a long stint serving in the Valthorns as their guide and trainer, and she has good combat skills that I wanted her to pass on to the next generation. Though we didn't agree with each other, she has some wisdom and knowledge of the world that would definitely contribute to a more holistic education and training for the next batch. I won't have to care for people for a long time, they both said, noting that the population of young children is extremely small. The survivors are almost all adults now. It's been 20 years, and there's no immigration from abroad to fix the lopsided population pyramid. That's fine. I would think they need some time to get used to their new bodies and their newfound abilities. I want to monitor what they can do. I had initially just let Mila and Alexis somewhat free rein, and I must admit my awareness of what Mila did was close to none. You can provide training to the existing people. Consider it as a gym. How about me? It'll be some time before any of them have kids. Ares mentally responded. She found her new body awkward. All of them did, since they were far too used to humanoid forms. Create supplements for the new moms. I'm sure they need to boost their body to take on the load of having children. These two trees are Ivan and Ares. Jura seemed extremely perplexed when I informed him of what I did. Yes, I didn't know you could do that. Jura seemed to think about it at length. Lady Mika was one. Oh, after a while. So if I were to have a soul contract with you, and I died, you could in practice make me into a tree. Yes, he paused, and then of course he quickly told Laufen about this, and soon the entire group of survivors knew about it. And then some interesting comments emerged. Well, I know the elves used to say that when we die we return to the trees, but I didn't expect it to be a literal statement. I always imagined it was more of a figure of speech. What did they give for that? Jura asked later that day. For Ares, it was a punishment for luring an army here. For Yvonne, she traded her soul for a patch of grapes and blessings on the land for her winery project. Really, was I there when that happened? Yes, I recall Jura was in the same room. He was quiet for a moment. Lausanne got one. No, Jura breathed a sigh of relief. I trust her. That's good to hear. I don't think we want to be turned into trees like, literally. Is it? It's not that bad. Yvonne's training tree has a humanoid-shaped tutor that is able to verbally communicate once she gains a few levels. For now, as a level 1 training tree, she's just like a combat dummy that's unable to talk. Ares, I'm not sure whether she will eventually gain the ability to talk, but I wouldn't be surprised if she could. What's so bad about trees? Trees don't really need to eat. We can generally regenerate almost all our body parts, and well, we can keep growing. What's not to like? Did you offer it to Lausanne? No, why? Am I right to say this is more of a punishment than a reward? You could say that. I have rarely offered the soul contract. Jura looked relieved and then he changed the topic. Good, good. So, children, that's the plan for them. Yes, we will have more children and they need to grow up strong. I hope to make them as strong as Lausanne, if not more. Planning for the long term. Yes. Then Jura spoke about some other priorities, such as weapons for the survivors. Over the past few years, as the responsibilities for defense shifted to my army of beetles, the survivors were able to take a break from combat. Still, it didn't escape anyone's notice that they all needed anti-demon weapons, and that was something Lausanne had requested from me before she left. All her spears were damaged or broken over the decades. I dedicated some time to equip the remaining survivors with anti-demon weapons. Over the past few years, the repairs to the general environment has been ongoing. This meant things like farms, houses, outhouses, gardens, things that, well, generally contribute to happiness. Some even asked for the Tree of Prayers, which I gladly made one again. I went back to the next topic on Trevor's list, hybrid demon trees. I have a dilemma with them. If I were to be seen and known that I have some limited ability to control these demonic trees, would the outsiders suddenly suspect that I too might be a demon? After all, I already have demon fire on the top of my branches like Hades. It wouldn't be a stretch for these narrow-minded natives to suspect that I am perhaps a demon, and that would make me a target of the world's temples and kingdoms. Yet, understanding and controlling them is key to my attempts of breaking out of this place. If I could break them free of the demon's controls, I would be able to accelerate my expansion, and I don't trust any of the survivors to not leak this fact to the outside world, and that's not because I doubt them. This world clearly has mind-controlling and mind-reading magic. The fact that the demons were able to access the hero's memories are obvious enough, so some things must be kept absolutely secret, just like the fact that I am also an earther. My newfound abilities over the hybrid botany meant I could vaguely, very vaguely, influence them. It's not yet outright controlled like with the regular trees. We speak different languages and I'm just a beginner in their language. I will need more time with them. Secretly, mana. Trevor read out the list. Mana processing, mana efficiency, mana allocation. Yes, mana, that juice that powers all the living beings of this world. That involved working on the giant attendant trees to create super mana farms. List of repairs. Grand Mine Tree. Trevor went on to the next item. We'll need resources for this, Master, which we do not have. I wonder whether I could configure the Grand Mine Tree into a diagnostic program to check me, since it did have the ability to reduce the effects of any mind control on me, so it should have some kind of scanning ability to identify what the curse did to me. Inventory items. Forest Rod. I wanted to keep the Forest Rod for any magical leyline I found, in order to get access to other kinds of Soul Forge colors. Though I believe they would have been extremely useful in converting this general area back to normal, I still think the Forest Rod's unique ability to capture special magical locations should not be wasted on just any regular sludge and corruption. Well, unless I find the main source or node of this corruption, then I would want to use the rod. I mean, I'd risk it for the chance to convert the entire corrupted continent into my domain. T-Hat'll just be awesome. Preparations for the next Demon King, Trevor asked. Would that be something of concern? Yes, we have to be prepared. Though if something like this happened again, what could I have done differently? Well, I honestly have no answer to this. If this corruption happened again, what could have I done? As the year drifted ever closer to its end, a group of survivors returned. About 30 of them. Their return was met with a massive celebration. Ian, the leader of the returned survivors, spoke. There is civilization out there. After 4 months of traveling, we finally got out of the corrupted area and made contact with a kingdom. Only our continent suffered significant damage from the corruption, and many are amazed that a pocket of us survived in the middle of the Rottedlands. Rottedlands, Jura and the rest of the survivors asked. They were very interested in the outside world. Yes, the outsiders refer to the entirety of the corruption as the Rottedlands. Well, it differs by region, but most call it the Rottedlands or the Blightlands. Many that we've met are interested in forming diplomatic relationships with us, but the terrain is too hostile unless the group is at least level 50 and above, and has the ability to create our own food and filter water, since there's nothing to harvest for a whole 2 months, and there's no clean water anywhere in the entirety of the Rottedlands. How many did we lose? A Remainer asked. Of the 400, we lost 100 on the journey out. We lost 20 on our way back, even after we came with better equipment and supplies. How's Lausanne? Laufen asked. Lausanne is fine. She and a small group of the younger ones are on a journey to the other cities and kingdoms, but more importantly, we have a map. The returned men unfurled a massive map that indicated the edges of the Rottedlands, and as Jura described it to me, it seemed Lily's was so far away that she wasn't harmed. But my other forest and the verdant volcano were both in the range of the Rottedlands. Were they destroyed? I only lost connection, but I didn't get a message that Dimitri was destroyed. How about the verdant volcano? The map was important for a few reasons. One, it showed us the shortest path to civilization, where the edges of the rotted lands and where Frika once was. Next, well, who we want to form any sort of diplomatic relationship with. As it is, it's a large distance, and I maybe open one path out of the rotted lands, maybe a few more once I get stronger. On the flip side, I may also not open a path, such that the rotted land formed a natural moat or barrier. After all, having to go through these rotted lands would greatly discourage any attempts at invading us, so who and how we expose and declare our presence is important, and I need to balance this with other aspects of my long-term plans. The Demon King incident is my first, but certainly won't be the last one I face. If I will live for hundreds of thousands of years, as great old trees often do, then I must consider the plans to prevent such events over the longer period. Sure, the first time isn't really my fault, but if I let it happen to me more than a few times, that is entirely on me. The heroes and the Demon King are part of a continuous cycle, and therefore are a predictable, preventable crisis. What could I do? Find ways to let them fight it out elsewhere, far from civilization and nature. How can I prevent them from destroying all the gains made by the jungles and forests, all the destroyed natural habitats? That involves influencing where the Demon King and heroes appear. That's unlikely. Or should I aid the heroes such that they kill the Demon King as soon as possible? I have hesitated in participating in this conflict, but as I predicted previously, it comes for me whether I like it or not. Or could I kill the Demon King myself? How did the Demon Kings die so quickly? Is there some trick? I clearly need to investigate this hex power and see whether I could make a safer version for myself, like clean nuclear. So, how should we approach the future? It comes for us, hex, and I will need to gather power to slay the Demon King myself. Only with power we can preserve nature. Without power, nature will just remain a setting for their conflict. Year 111. I didn't think that the great protector of New Frika lived, Harris said as he arrived at the edges of my restored valley. He came with a group 100 strong. The rumors of the survivors are true after all. Good decision, Commander. A commander bowed next to him. They saw the field of normal green trees. Indeed, I wonder where they have hidden the past 20 years. Perhaps they were biding their time. All right, let's stop. We're in their territory now, Harris said. Yes, Your Highness. They nodded and the group of 100 moved nimbly. They were clearly well trained and of a decent level. They didn't look like guards, and they were armed with clearly magical star mana-enchanted weapons. Jura went to meet them. Jura, along with 100 other survivors. Stop. Who goes there? Jura and all were well armed, but their equipment paled in comparison. In a straight fight, they would have lost easily. Still, they were alerted to these visitors, and they moved quickly. This is the entourage of His Holiness, the Emperor Harris I, slayer of the Demon King, supreme ruler of the Harrisan Empire, and you stand before the Emperor himself. It would be wise to kneel, peasant. One of the men said. He leaped ahead with his armor gleaming, clearly showing off his enchanted gear. Jura shrugged. He hasn't lost his distaste for royals. Greetings, Emperor Harris. You walk on the blessed lands of Ian the Ageless, the great tree spirit and defender of the valley. We, the believers of the true spirit of the land, kneel before no king or royal. The man was quickly offended and wanted to attack, but then Harris stepped in. Greetings. Pardon my entourage. Their zeal to glorify my name is but a minor crime. Truly, does Ian still live? Jura shrugged. We've never doubted him. But it seemed that the outsiders have. Harris laughed. He's no longer a child now, a man in his late 30s, yet the glow of his heroic presence was unmistakable. He was equipped from head to toe for war. Every item he wielded radiated enormous amounts of star mana. It would not be out of place if anyone assumed he was preparing to face the Demon King. What brings you here, Emperor? Watch your words. One of Harris's lackeys interrupted. Jura ignored it. Harris took a step forward. I stayed very briefly in New Frika before my fateful battle with the Demon King. I still remember the great tree spirit's massive wooden shields that blocked out the demon's attack. In hindsight, I should have predicted that the tree spirit lived. I still have his familiar, after all. Some of the lackeys were like, whoa and wow. Goodness, the hero surrounded himself with sycophants. Anyway, may I speak to the tree spirit? I have much to discuss with a being of such great power. Jura paused, but I think he knew he wanted me to tell him what to do. I mentally agreed, and Jura looked at Harris. Certainly, but the tree spirit would not have all of you armed, and only you alone. The lackeys were about to say something ridiculous again. If there are any accommodations or rest stops for my group to rest, that will be sufficient. Perhaps a hotel if such institutions survived. It's fine for me to meet the tree spirit myself. Unfortunately, 20 years without customers has been extremely hard on our hotels, so none of them remained. Jura joked. Let's come this way. Jura led them into one of the tunnels, and from there they arrived in the submerged valley. They looked quite surprised to see a massive tree with a burning top that's hidden underneath. How did we miss this? Harris said quietly. But before the sycophants could answer, he cut them off. Rhetorical question. Jura and the survivors watched the group carefully, and soon they saw the beetles. But right before one of the sycophants wanted to attack the beetle, Harris stopped it. Idiot. Can you use your brain and think, why is there a beetle here? It must be the tree's servants. I see they haven't changed much. Oh, Jura asked. You've seen them? Yes, I have. 20 over years ago, he said. So, where can I meet the tree? Ah, right this way. Could you request your men to wait over at that area? Jura pointed to a resting area that's made last year. There's a lot of wooden furniture, a small blossoming collection of fruit juice stalls, and some barbecue stalls that roast the local meats, kind of like an al fresco food court. Harris nodded and the men obeyed. Only Jura and Harris walked to one of the larger giant attendant trees that's been converted to a meeting room. He sat alone inside. Ian will speak to you here. Jura nodded and he shut the door. Inside the giant attendant tree, there's only him. He looked around as if he was waiting for something. Hello, Harris, I said. Ah, makes sense that a tree spirit is telepathic. The last time we met, all I got was a notification about the familiar when Lady Mika spoke. Greetings, Ian. Much has changed. I was told you sought us out once you found out of our existence. Indeed, Harris sat. Let me cut to the chase, Ian. We are 4 years away from the next Demon King, maybe 5 years if we are lucky. I'm trying to gather a force to defeat the next Demon King as soon as it spawns, and your defensive abilities are something that's quite firmly etched in my mind. Would you help me? Interesting offer, but I suppose you did not forget that I'm an immobile tree. That's true. But we could make artifacts that could temporarily store some of your abilities as a single-use skill. With a bit of star mana and some special crystals, we could create a spell matrix that could store some of your shields. In fact, I'd also like to store that demonic suppression aura of yours. It would prove incredibly helpful in a battle against the Demon King. At least it would help to weaken the lackeys for the rest of us. Well, it seemed all the survivors are making plans for the Demon King, so that's an encouraging sign. Certainly it is aligned to my own goals, so in this case I should cooperate. Agreed. But I will demand some of those spell matrices for my own use. Harris laughed. That's quick. I expected a tree to take a longer time to deliberate such things. There's also another matter. 20 over years ago, New Freaka played host to many refugees, royalty of many families, and you might remember many kingdoms were destroyed, essentially beheaded because the demons possessed powerful ranged weapons. And, well, may I ask you to offer the same protection to my offsprings? I find that hard to believe, hero. You have star mana and the ability to create powerful magical defenses. Certainly your capital has been enchanted many times to prepare for such an event. Yes, it has, but the children are fools. They squabble with each other over petty goals and trigger their star mana artifacts too easily, exhausting them. Artifacts meant for greater dangers, he said, sighing. A cup of tea appeared next to him. He sipped. And damn, I missed this tea so much. He drank another sip. Seriously. This damned world is trying to kill us. They got Becky. Ah, it's the tea that makes me feel upset. Harris sighed. The demons, they killed her a few years ago, even though we fought together. Well, maybe except Jared, who's too busy getting drunk and hiding in strange places throughout the world. The human hero looked sad, confused, and tired all at the same time. I wonder whether the tea was alcoholic, because I was damn sure it wasn't. It's just a bit of hospitality. Fuck the gods, you know. This fucking game is just engineered to kill us. We're leader heroes. We have armies of magical summons, and the gods just fucking turn it around and spawn super demons where our army of magical summons are just fodder, and wide swathes of my army boosting abilities are just absolutely useless. They made this game and tie one of our hands right behind our backs. Why is he ranting? It's just so nostalgic to come back to the first place where we were saved. Damn it. I suddenly feel like I'm a young teen again. I checked whether any of my tree of prayers or psychedelics were active. Nope, I think he's just having all these things pent up. Fuck it. He took a deep breath. Yeah, stupid kids. Would you protect them? They're still my children, but damn if they are not idiots. I don't remember being so idiotic as a young teenager. When you look back, every generation has always thought the younger generation were idiots. Harris paused. Well, yeah. But still, they are my idiots, and that annoys me. This fucking world is out to kill us. Me, Myri, Jared, just 3 of us left. I just hope my stupid kids don't get involved. How many kids do you have? I think he blushed. I think about 26. The youngest one is. 2 of my wives are pregnant. I didn't know what to say about that. Wait, he's only in his 30s. Maybe he's just going to turn 40 soon. Doesn't that mean he has at least 1 baby a year? Well. He finished the tea. Can I have more? A small vine produced hot water and another added crumpled dried powder into the cup. You've been productive. Yes, so, you're asking me to offer protection to a very, very large number of people. Harris frowned. Yes, I still don't get it. You don't trust your own magic and you prefer to trust me. I was skeptical. Extremely. This sounds like a royal asking for protection again. I thought long and hard about it. So long as I live, I am certain my family will survive. My star mana, my heroic powers means I will still be able to protect them with my powers. I've tried my best to store my powers in spell matrices and all that, but artifacts able to store hero-grade powers are few and far between, and very often usable only once, sometimes twice. Unlike other generations of heroes, our powers are mostly summons and creatures, and that doesn't extend to grand magical formations. We could still do them to a far lesser degree, but it's not the same as what a ritual-focused hero or what a pure enchanter hero could achieve. When we level, our hero grade skills are given, and it's not like we can force those skills into something they are not. For example, Mayuri has extremely powerful lightning abilities, but none of those are a usable shield of any kind. Strange to say this, we are constrained by the scope of our gifts. Our talents for skills outside our designated hero class is ordinary, and if we want more, we have to trade our hero levels for them. He paused, and so if something falls outside our rather specialized scope, we have to then turn to native experts for aid. My life is unfortunately fragile, weak, and I am a marked man, hunted by future demon kings. I will fail eventually. Before that, tell me, how did you survive 2 demon kings? Oh, the first one, Astra. Harris took a deep breath. He did a cursed ritual melding blood magic, star mana, and the magic of the land. And whatever he did, well, it blew up the demon king. When the second demon king came along, he tried the same thing, but something happened and he died. That meant me, Becky, Mayuri, and Jared gathered together to face the demon king when we found out it was headed towards the Northern Isles. And although Astra died, whatever it used weakened that second demon king significantly. Yet we still lost Becky. So whatever that hero did worked. Only the price was too high to pay for it to be done more than once. The next demon king, we won't be so lucky. Harris seemed to be waiting for a response from me, but I didn't reply. So my family, my luck will run out eventually. I intend to still protect them, and existences like yourselves is an insurance I hope I never have to use. Decades ago, though to me it feels just days ago, I told the royals then that they are free to seek refuge in my lands. I intend to maintain that principle, and so your offsprings are free to seek refuge in my land, but like then, no special privileges. Is this the fate of people like me, repeating the same sentences over and over again? I feel like a broken record, and it should fucking annoy me. I should outsource it to an artificial soul, or train a bunch of people to repeat my principles. Kinda like a call center, or a visitor center that repeat the rules to a bunch of unruly tourists. It'll be even better if they get to do it with the same lack of enthusiasm and boredness. Yeah, I should outsource and automate it. It'll be the first tree service and call center, or maybe an artificial mind, tasked to repeat the same responses many, many times. Not what I hoped it'll be, but that will do. Harris frowned. So, where have you been hiding for the past 2 decades, me? I was asleep, he laughed. And the survivors, they somehow made do in this. Sunken Valley. Yes, never mind. Back to what I initially came for. Once I return, I will begin commissioning the construction of the spell storage gems, and I will have them delivered. Let me know once you've finished infusing your skills in them. How? I mean, I've never seen such an item. I doubt they come with easily understood manuals, and even if they did, they are usually made for humanoids, not trees. Good point. I'll come over with it. At this point, I remember the 2 heroes that are trapped. I pondered whether to let Harris know about them, and I considered the consequences, whether he would doubt or suspect that I have anything to do with it. Then I decided it was probably best if I told him anyway. Maybe heroes get special rewards for freeing their friends' souls. Harris, when I was asleep, I saw your friends. My friends, Simone and Victor. Their souls were captured by the Demon King, and they are being corrupted. Harris's face paled instantly. What, where, how do you know? I don't know much, and I saw it in a dream, but they are likely to be near where you all fought the Demon King. Look for a red crystal and break it. He paused, and he paced the room in circles. I swore we cleared out the field in an attempt to clean up the corruption, but then again, it could be hidden underground. I must let Mayuri and Jared know if this is true. It explains the weird dreams we've been having. They must have been trying to speak to us but couldn't get through. Outside, Harris's entourage was getting restless. It's been almost 2 hours. I'm not able to free them, but maybe you could. Honestly, there really was no way I could reach the Demon King's site with all the sludge and corruption between us and them. Harris nodded. On this matter, I will handle it. I will be in touch. And with that, Harris and his entourage left. There wasn't much he could do about the message system's failure in this area, because the magical interference came from the vast fields of sludge, and the hero with the communication tower ability died a few years ago. Theoretically, if I clear out enough of the sludge, magical interference and decay will drop, and the messaging system will restore itself. I suppose on top of behaving like a polluting oil, it also emits some kind of magical wave that causes magic to break down over time. Very similar to Hex, really. He was here before Tree. Jura asked. Yeah, you don't recognize him. He said he was mostly with Lady Mika, so he didn't really particularly stick in my mind. Jura said, it's hard to recognize people I've met 20 years ago. He doesn't even look the same. He looks largely the same to my spirit vision, but his glow is larger than before. I suppose it's the levels. He's not exactly hiding his presence. Or maybe he can't, he doesn't have the right skills. Well. Thankfully his entourage were well behaved once he was out of sight. They're just putting up a show when he is around. Interestingly, they don't like each other all that much. I think they all work for different people. His different wives, perhaps, I mentally chuckled. Is this the logical outcome of a harem? I mean, sure, the harem can get along, but once everyone has their own children with the same father, it's just a source of conflict, isn't it? Every mother wants to protect her own offspring, and so they compete for attention. Human nature makes it so that it is hard to be fair and be seen and perceived as fair. Even if he acted fairly, it may appear as favoritism. Jura laughed too. Well, that's why I'm single. I spend too much time practicing. Viewed from above, it's like the forest extended one long-ass vine to reach for the town. Meanwhile, my research on the demonic hybrids also made some progress. I've gained some more understanding of their nature, such as their bodies actually absorb ambient energies and convert it to their demonic mana. In a way, it's air-powered. They don't need sunlight, but they do need some water, and they absorb it from the air, which is why they can exist in multiple forms and colors. They also have some kind of water vision, which means they will often target non-native animals, like elves or humans, or even ordinary wildlife which has far higher water content than the demonic hybrids. Are these demons some kind of reimagination of animals in a post-water scarcity world, Mars in its dying days? I've yet to connect to the wider network of these hybrid trees, fearing that they may overwhelm me. So far, all my attempted connections have been with standalone hybrid trees that have been isolated. They respond well to demonic mana, but when flooded with my normal mana, they just freeze and enter hibernation. Still, I persisted, and I carved a segment where I experiment more on them. Maybe these hybrid trees can act as a first line of filter, such that they weaken the demonic energy's pressure at the edges. Something like an absorbent or suspension, having a transitory species of trees that can act as a medium between the two varying ecologies. Maybe I can engineer something, a new plant species that straddle the two worlds. At that very thought, I felt a huge repulsion of disgust from the rest of my network of trees. These feelings, they come from the native trees, and they despise that thought. Ha, natives, I'm a foreigner, outworlder too. Why do you not reject me then? Besides, plants certainly evolve in my world. These hybrids are clearly an adaptation, an evolution in this world. Why exclude these newcomers? Year 112. At first, I left a gap of rotted lands between the wider uncorrupted world and my recovered areas as I expanded. Beneath all the once corrupted lands were normal lands, and some of them had minerals, or had geological features that were once hidden by the sludge. Clearing the land meant all these were revealed, and the new trees used to clear these spaces discovered the higher concentration of certain minerals when their roots extended into the ground. Some of these were common minerals, like regular iron or copper. Some areas were just certain types of soil that were suitable for making pottery or clay. I'd imagine these resources would be suitable for construction or allow the creation of certain industries. Though our population is still only about 3,000-ish, if the refugees come along, I would see this amount increase over time. There will be refugees. How would they get past the rotted lands? Jura asked. Good point. That was when I realized my idea of creating a moat was quite stupid. Sure, the moat makes it harder for enemies to come in, and it also helped to thin any army's numbers by having to fight the demons, but it almost completely denied the refugees or anyone who wanted to live in my domain, and that meant I would forever have a far smaller army to work with. Refugees in this world are mostly escapees of war, though they are desperate and may have levels. They are mostly unarmed and would not survive a whole month through the rotted lands. Since any army that wants a piece of me would march through the rotted lands anyway, with all the necessary logistics to survive the journey, I decided to make smaller paths to the outside world, which would then be fortified with walls, various tree defenses, and a huge bunch of beetles. That way, prospective refugees can still get a safe path in. I can't do the same things as expect a better result. An expansionary approach is something I didn't try, though I am fond of the turtling concept. In fact, maybe that's why I'm even a tree. A tree by nature is immobile, but perhaps I should embrace rapid expansion of weeds. We're already drawing attention, a few of the survivors said. Ian's expansion has made our lands very attractive. There's so few of us. We can't hold off those lands. Jura shook his head. Ian has decided to hold on to those lands. Anyone who wants it will have to go through his army. In fact, a nearby kingdom officially launched an invasion force of 30,000. They would cut across the small strip of rotted lands and then start to settle in reclaimed areas closest to their kingdom. It wasn't much of a battle. By the time that army did cross the rotted lands, they lost about 2,000 people. They gained levels, though. When they emerged from the rotted lands, Jura helped make an announcement that they are invading my lands. Of course, they ignored it. Then they were attacked by hidden beetles, scattered across the newly made forests. There were some high-leveled individuals in there, perhaps around level 50 to 80, and for those, I dealt with them personally, mostly by just harassing them with serpentine root strike and a volley of poisonous fruits from everywhere. Didn't take long for the 30,000 to become only 20,000, and then deciding that it's better to just run away, since they soon realized the army of beetles is a lot bigger than they were prepared for. I have 100,000 subsidiary trees, and that meant if I ever max out on beetles, that's a total of 500,000 beetles. 500,000 beetles that regenerate 100,000 beetles per month. It's just I could Zerg rush the nearest kingdoms. How many kingdoms can fight off 100,000 beetles each month anyway? Of course, I can't practically max out beetles, since I have some dedicated for other roles like housing, like training areas, or some as defenses. There's also the issue of levels. I mean, if someone kills 100,000 beetles, I'm damn sure the system's going to give him some super beetle immunity, or beetle resistance, or beetle slayer abilities. In fact, this very issue is why it's better to have a diversified army, because if at any time your opponent ever gains a skill advantage, it applies over the entirety of the army. Imagine if a general had Beetle Slayer General or something like that. That would mean my beetles are effectively useless, or maybe some mage gets bug spray or something. After that defeat, there was no more invasion for the rest of the year. I count that as a yay, because obviously now the other kingdoms realized it ain't easy trying to take land away from a tree. Trade and commerce is gradually returning, and so the survivors reorganized themselves as a new administrative body for the entire land, once again, with me as the spiritual leader. There's no large-scale refugee movement yet, not with the land being relatively peaceful. The demonic rifts have yet to reopen, and the hybrids of the Rottedlands don't seem to stray far from their native environment. Any opinions? Jura went and met Ivan in her training tree. Ivan gained a wooden form that can talk and communicate with people, but unlike Mila or Alexis, her wooden body remained stuck in her tree. Quite strange, and I reckon the heroes just have special treatment. Strategically, Ian should communicate with all the nearby kingdoms for alliances, and since the land is unoccupied, perhaps he could arrange some kind of lease or vassalage system. Maybe work with some unhappy nobles in the kingdoms who'd be happy to defect over to Ian's side, since Ian would probably allow for a wider range of flexibility than some insecure king. In short, an arrangement similar to New Frika, but open to the rest of them. There's going to be conflict. Jura shook his head. You've seen how sensitive Ian is with certain matters. It can be managed. I personally have begun to realize it's a question of distance. Ian cares a lot less about what the kingdoms do when they are far away. I suggest declaring this entire valley some kind of holy land, then all the cities that spring out around the valley to be the Holy Land's defender nations. Jura just paused and stared at Ivan's wooden face. Seriously, it's what the human kingdoms did a long time ago. The lesser human vassal nations around the main human country were referred to as the Paladin Kingdoms. The capital was the sacred city of the Hero King. History's interesting. It tells us what has been done before and what we can do again. Ivan nodded. I would definitely recommend this strategy to Ian. Lesser nations under one spiritual protector. Ian's already worshipped back in the days of New Frika. A returning deity surely can sway the minds of many. He should very much take advantage of his past reputation and his now public relationship with the hero. The hero Harris. Yes, Harris's visit was widely publicized. The affairs of Harris, the harem hero emperor, was tabloid fodder. They speculated whether there's a woman waiting for him at my place, or perhaps an illegitimate child. Harris has quite a special position according to the merchants, as he built his empire by reclaiming vast amounts of Rottedlands. In fact, his entire territory sits on reclaimed Rottedlands, with his army of summoned knights to patrol and fight off any monsters. Each time one of his many women has a child, he would reclaim more land, which would be awarded to that newly born child, though still managed by the crown. I can't help but mentally laugh at the idea. I mean, he's like totally living the life of many Isekai main characters, and the consequences of that sort of lifestyle, such that he has to reclaim land to secure the future of each of his many children. As it turned out, Hero's children actually do not inherit any of their father or mother's special blessings, so their children are absolutely ordinary, except for their special station in life. Of course, their special station in life means they get the best trainers, teachers, equipment, and gear, which, if they use it properly, that'll be good. But his oldest child, a teenager at 17 years old, is rumored to be arrogant, abuses his status as the prince, and like his father, a womanizer. I mean, he had fun during the years having so many women, so now he has to deal with the consequences of having so many women, right? Once he passes away someday in the future, maybe his kids will squabble and a war will break out among their children over the land. Since all the children all receive special star mana weapons, extra enchantments and stuff, surely there will be perceived inequality and there will be war. I've seen it in telenovela or even business empires. In a way, maybe Ivan is right. I am in the unique position of being a nigh-immortal tree. Surely any empire I build will last longer than one of human heroes. It's a norm that few empires survive their founders. I spent some time thinking about it, and I think it's a good idea and totally worth trying. Let's try an expansionary strategy, and I do like the idea that this entire valley is sacred land. The survivors grouped together and split the territories around us into 10 parcels. For now, with more to come as I expand further, and a declaration was made. 10 parcels of land awaiting for settlement, a constitution drafted, with terms closing resembling that of the old New Frika, but with some modifications. A map was made, areas marked as protected territories, where no large-scale settlement or logging can be made, and areas where the settlers can build their own homes. Each of the 10 parcels were to determine their own rulers or governors, but they would have to operate under my umbrella, provide a contribution to the overall military and magic defense, and accept instructions that I may periodically bestow. In short, I've become the tooltip or foreign monarch that's now going to hand out duties to my new vassals, kind of like Tropico. Then, with the aid of some merchants, an invitation was made to everyone on the entirety of our continent. Though I suppose the message first got to the rich and powerful, eventually it'll spread to the common folk. Come, join the Rotterdam's restoration effort, open up new lands, rebuild the lost cities of the past, be part of Ian's domain, Ian's frontier, be a pioneer, 10 largely self-governing parcels for the taking. Come, and I waited. Of course, this decision rather surprised Ivan and Jura. Both didn't think I would do something like that. I know I probably wouldn't. But my old strategy was not working. I want to grow. If it didn't work, I can just crush them with my army of 500,000 beetles. With that settled, I moved on to other matters. Harris was supposed to return with a bunch of artifacts that could store my skills, but he didn't come this year. A messenger came and notified us that procurement of the necessary materials took far longer than expected. And Ariz's transformation into a nursery tree was quite interesting and fascinating. She's essentially a large tree that's like a childcare center, and like Ivan, she too can take the form of a tree person. Interestingly, she can make multiple copies of herself within the childcare center, and her mind somehow allows her to do all the things together. Part of her tree is able to produce all sorts of milk and saps to feed the young children, some even directly via vines that are shaped like milk bottles, or for the centaurs, udders, or for the treefolk, thick sap like drops. It's really cool, and she gained level quite quickly. It's quite surreal to still see you, Mom. Roma said to Ivan. He sat inside her tree, practicing. I mourn your death, and yet here you are. She tapped Roma on the head. Well, looks like fate has other plans for me. More like Ian had other plans for you, and I'm not quite sure if I like it, she shrugged. As the year slowly reached its end, after all that fighting and expanding, I got something I wanted. You have gained a level. You are now level 153. Your skill Natural Mana Overwhelming has been upgraded. I hoped for a new skill, but it seemed the system was more keen on just upgrading my skills. Still, it made it easier for my mana to push back and put out the demonic mana. Next year I would be closing in on the volcano in the southwest forest. I'd hope to see how the rod in Dimitri's artificial mind is holding up. I had the notification that I lost my connection to Dimitri, but not one that indicated that he died. Perhaps with the use of the magical ley line, he was able to use its mana to push back against the demonic corruption. That would be great, since I wouldn't have to rebuild that entire southwest forest. I would like to start reconnecting with the lilies again. I have a lot of questions, and I think only great old beings like them can answer it. Oh, naming. So we need to brainstorm a name for our new city. The survivors reconvened. Apparently it was an important matter because they didn't know how to describe themselves and they didn't want to use the name of New Frika, which was destroyed. The conversation went somewhat like this. Neo Frika, too similar to the old name. Frikabaru, Yua Frila, no. Eon Frika, sounds too much like a bad nickname. Eonland, no. After days and I think weeks of numerous meetings, no one could settle on a name because everyone wanted something else, and in the end they voted as a whole to force me to name the area. I didn't have a good name either. New Frika, nope. Even better, Frika. Frika 3? Nope. In the end, because we are deep in the Rotterdlands, I decided something that opposed the meaning of rotted, Freshka. Yes, the city of Freshka. I felt numerous facepalms in the entirety of the valley, as if a million dreams were silenced and crushed all at once. I thought I was quite clever, but everyone else didn't. But they reluctantly accepted my proposed name, because Freshka is fresher. Fresh, like new but fresh. It's like a bad, cringy commercial. If Mila was here, she'd say my naming sense is atrocious. Freshka. The good thing is it's just going to be the name of the new city that's going to be built at a new location, quite a distance from the valley. I mean, now that large areas are back to their normal, forested ways, not everyone wants to live near a giant flaming tree anymore. So they found a place where there's a river, a nice, slightly sloped flatland to start their new city. 3,000 people made the move there, the second new capital of the other restored lands. The other being Harris's empire, of course, which is on the other side of the continent. If the entire Rotterdlands was an apple, his empire would be shaped like a bite into the apple. Should I call the general area Freshlands then? Freshens, Frieshkens. Frieshens don't sound that bad either. Year 113. Time is running out and Harris's panic reflected that. Only 10, I asked. I looked at the 10 crystalline objects. It's a lot harder to obtain spell crystals at the necessary quality and purity. These 10 spell matrices are able to store one skill or ability, which can be reused up to 3 times each. That's only 30 uses. It's a lot better than nothing. Harris nodded. If I manage to get more, I certainly will bring them over, but rather than wait, I thought of just testing these 10 out now. True, never know if they might fail. Harris was alone in the valley, his army of entourage was not allowed in, and so they made themselves comfortable in the new city of Freshka. I looked at the 10 items and asked, "So you'll give me some of them?" He paused and he rubbed his head. "I know I agreed to give it to you, but it'll affect my survival chances. Can I just give you one first? And if I live, I'll give you 5 of these spell matrices. Will they break after they are used? I sort of think they wouldn't because they look incredibly well made and the material's gorgeous. I'd imagine these things to fetch an incredibly high price if one were to even try doing it. They shouldn't. They need to have the skills reinserted again. They just become empty. You can try it out though, There's a recharge time before they can start receiving skills again." It wasn't hard to input a skill into the crystal. All I had to do was think of the skill I wanted to use, and then sort of will it into the gem. I got it after like 20 tries. So all 10 gems now have steelwood barrier, and he kept 9 of it. They had a faint greenish glow. Partly why it took me so long is because I wanted a gem that essentially replicates all the effects of a skill, not just store the skill. There are plenty of spell matrices out there that stores just the skill, but those lose the passive effects and other caster-specific qualities that make the spell or skill strong. After all, I'm quite certain your strength comes from a lot more than just the skill alone. I didn't have to reply. Harris probably noticed my reluctance as he quickly changed the topic to something else. "Oh, I didn't tell you, but we found the red crystal that was mentioned. It was indeed hidden under a massive pile of sludge. And we broke it. Oh, I haven't checked on the 2 heroes in a while. Indeed, I couldn't access that area anymore. Jared and Myri, found some time out of their busy schedule to visit. They should be on their way here. 2 more heroes. I wasn't prepared for that. Why are they coming here? Nothing much, just to meet up and discuss some things in your presence. Jared seemed to have something that he says will be valuable to you and us, me. What could a hero say that could be of use to me?" Harris took some time to stay in the new buildings in Freshka as the rest of the heroes arrived a few days later. They looked different, and in Myri's case, she's grown a lot taller. Jared was lean, tanned, and had shoulder-length hair. They both have aged and now look like actual adults. "So this is where the tree is?" Jared asked. Myri nodded. "Yeah, we got lucky when we started out around here, and we got our basic combat training here. At least, well, when it was here, I see." They soon approached Freshka and regrouped with Harris. After a bit of chit-chat and catch-up, they came to see me. Jared seemed quite interested. "It's really, really big. I had the impression that all tree spirits are large," Myri said. "Or is this one of your half-drunk statements?" "Not at all. I might be half-drunk most of the time, but tree spirits do go through regular growth periods. I've met small tree spirits before." Jared looked quite relaxed around me. Harris took out the spell matrices and showed it to the other 2. Myri oohed. "I'm still working on spell matrices that are able to absorb and temporarily recreate the anti-demon aura. It's a lot harder than I thought. I could upgrade your familiars to special familiars. It comes with the demonic aura after a few levels." I spoke. As I recall, Lausanne did have a lesser version of the aura. "It's not as strong as mine." They agreed, and so I upgraded it. For Myri and Harris, it seemed the levels that the existing familiars carried over to the new star mana-powered familiars, and they unlocked the lesser demonic suppression aura instantly. For Jared, this was the first time he received the familiar, but he didn't seem entirely surprised by it. "Fascinating, isn't it?" Harris said. "Not bad." Jared said, "So, you said there's something you wanted to share." Jared nodded and opened his bag. He took out a strange item. It resembled a really, really dried piece of wood. "Yes, I also have a gift for Ian, actually." He placed the dried piece of wood on the table, and the moment I touched it, I felt a notification in my head. "You've received a fragment of the ancient tree that was destroyed thousands of years ago." That very moment, I felt happy. It was a joy that came from the entirety of my network, like all my trees felt happy to be touched by that fragment. I couldn't respond for a while, as I had to manage a rush of emotions that went through my head. Thoughts too. There are objects that can do this to me in the world. Is it because my grand mind tree still needed repairs? The 3 heroes waited for a while for my response, and they just talked among themselves. "Ian," Harris asked. Jared looked at Harris and Myri and then just sat down. "It'll take a while." I gave the same thing to a few other spirits, and they all froze. Or didn't respond to me for at least a day. "Maybe we can go have a drink first." The heroes chatted among themselves again, and then they left. "You've analyzed the ancient tree's fragment. You gained a level. You are now level 154. Skill, subsidiary tree upgraded. 200,000 trees. Skill, woodshaping significantly upgraded." Then I started to see visions. It felt like I was watching television as scene after scene flickered before me. Memories of the ancient tree engraved at its body. Like how a tree recorded what it suffered through in the rings of its trunk, the fragment contained its ancient memories. A vision. Vast expanse of forests, jungles, sea, monsters, dragons, humans, elves, small towns and some cities, then a falling red star. Then it was an emotion. Not a scene, but a feeling of instability, of falling, like I was pulled out by something and then started falling. Then demons, demons everywhere. I see visions of dragons. Then it ended so very quickly. No, more. I tried to access it again, but it felt like a teaser trailer that was too short. I accessed the shard again, but all it did was play the same scenes and repeat. I need more. I spoke to the three heroes who were relaxing in Freshka. That feeling like I was robbed of knowledge, of knowing some but not enough. I needed more. I'm afraid that's the last one I have. I've given out every shard I have to other tree spirits. You'll have to get it from them. Jared shook his head. I didn't even know there was a tree spirit here, so I only kept one. How many did you have? How many have you given out? I asked, my entire being trying to hold back a sense of need and desperation that comes from the rest of me. Like, is this a kind of mind control? I need that grand mind tree repaired as soon as possible. I had 3. One to you, one to Lily's, and another one to the frozen tree in the Northern Isles. Lily's had 1. Maybe I can negotiate directly with Lily's for a loan. I don't really need to keep the fragment, just analyze it to get a more coherent picture of the past. Wait, why am I going down this train of thought again? Harris ribbed Jared. So, wait, what were you trying to do? Oh, you know I've been going around making all sorts of herbal liqueur. I found that collecting those from ancient tree spirits, or powerful tree spirits, can produce a high-quality herbal liqueur with strong suppression qualities. So I set out creating a blended herbal liqueur. I've collected about 7 tree spirit herbs, leaves, and barks. Myri just smacked her palm to her face. Oh, so all this just to fulfill your alcohol desires. Look, don't judge me in my hobbies. Harris has his harem, you have your ballroom and fancy autumn game politics. Leave me as the hermit eccentric brewer of strange drinks. Jared got quite defensive. I even gained levels with it. What? They both paused. I haven't gained a level since we fought the Demon King. The system's busted, we all know that. But it turned out you can actually gain levels from doing non-fighting things. That doesn't match my experience. Harris frowned. I've been clearing up large areas of land and all, not a single level. Myri nodded too. Which class did you gain a level in? Your hero class or something else? No, not hero, my master brewer class. Collecting unusual and rare items and brewing with them did gain me levels. Anyway, Jared shouted. Ian, right? I want your herbs, leaves, and a bit of your bark. Fine. He gave me a level, that's fair, I suppose. I've made herbal drinks and tea all the time anyway. Herbal alcoholic drinks, well, I sort of mentally smacked myself there. Why didn't I think of that? Or wait, maybe the wineries did create herbal versions of the wine. But I want the other piece, the one with that frozen tree. Tell them it's a loan, you can return it to them after I'm done analyzing them. Jared seemed even more defensive. A gift given to a tree spirit is never asked back. I won't do that, I'll lose my supply of magical frozen herbal leaves. How do I negotiate this? Maybe I should do so directly, then bring a small sapling of mine to it, place it near to it, a small tree of prayer, a messenger from me. I would have to find a way to communicate with my other trees that are outside the network. Could I have roots that cross the ocean? But the chance to communicate with another tree spirit, that I can do, Jared promised, and he looked at the small bag of leaves, bark, and roots with great interest. He took a small piece of root out and smelled it. He licked a bit. The other 2 heroes looked at him and their faces were just plain disgusted. You lick your materials. I got to know how they taste. My tongue has a special skill, brewer's taste buds, which lets me know how well it'll go together with the rest of my brew. Don't worry, I'll clean it up. You guys don't know how hard it is to get an audience with tree spirits. So far, this tree fragment has been my most successful method to get new herbal materials. Where did you even get such a thing? I don't imagine you would end up checking every single fragment of wood you encounter, Harris asked. It was in a random abandoned temple on the Shafar coast of the western continent. I was led there by a druid who spoke of a dead religion of some kind, in my quest to find rare herbal ingredients for my herbal alcohol. At this point, I intervened. Never mind. Are there more? I took everything. Unless I missed it, which I could have because honestly I didn't pay those fragments much attention. They look like half-rotten wood, not exactly something my eyes are drawn to. Half-rotten wood. Let's change the topic. Myri shrugged. Harris said Ian has some rather interesting weapons. It was then that Harris brought out some of the wooden spears and swords. Yes, these are the anti-demon weapons, and I'm wondering if we, the 3 of us, together with Ian's wooden weapons as the chassis, I'd like to explore that possibility together. Harris didn't mention this the last time we met, but heroic-grade anti-demon weapons, but the thought of it makes sense. The weapons they create using the rare materials from this world are strong, but not specifically anti-demons. So, the 3 heroes spent days with me. I used wood-forming magic to form wooden weapons infused with my anti-demon powers, and the 3 heroes added their enchantments. Later on, they formed the wooden weapons together with me. As I shaped the wood into its weapon shape, their star mana joined in and helped. It was a long process, but the heroes clearly fear for their lives. I could sense all three of them have lingering, deep-seated memories of their many battles with different demon kings, and it reflected the sudden focus they have. After 2 weeks, they all had wooden weapons they were satisfied with, but yet they still fear whether it is enough. As Mayuri put it, they are summoner heroes, and yet the world forces them to still play the role of a combat-focused hero, so they had to resort to such preparations. We can't do this forever. Jared looked at his curved wooden blade, infused with a mix of wood and heroic energy. He sounded a bit dejected. They left all the rejected ones behind for me, which are all incredibly powerful items in their own way, but just not to the level they need. I intend to later spend some time to further analyze them and see whether I can use my own star mana to similar effects. No, we can't, but we must try. Age catches up to us, even if magic keeps us young for now. Killing the Demon King is just temporary. If there's some way we can just seal the Demon King, I wonder whether that would stop the Demon King from repeating, he said, and then he had a headache immediately. He quickly opened a gourd next to him and drank from it. We can't even seal a demon walker. Mayuri laughed. They left a few days after. Seal the Demon King. Would that actually stop the cycle? My prior year's effort to market myself as fresh land for refugees, unhappy nobles, and all that brought a huge amount of people. There were fights, naturally, among refugees squabbling over the best spots, but the space was large enough that they dispersed over the 10 sectors. Even then, fighting was going to happen, and this time I'm staying out of it. I will work with whoever their chosen ruler, and in so long as they operate under my framework, I will leave them be. That's what a vassal is, right? This promise of unclaimed lands attracted all sorts of people. People who are unhappy with their existing rulers' tax regimes, or with insecure borders or people on the run. Some just wanted to try out something else, and eventually, a few smaller settlements formed. Over time, many of these smaller villages and settlements will agglomerate and form into towns and cities proper, but that'll be over a few more years. Freshka, too, located in what is considered the core region of the new land, experienced some influx of settlers. The promise of fertile lands, bountiful harvests blessed by a watchful tree spirit was attractive to some farmers. In each sector, after the migrants started coming in, I placed a tree of prayer and a few giant attendant trees, which acted as their segment's focal points. Jura and some of the followers set up a new Valtrian order. And the Valtrian Order's task, this time, is to recruit promising young children from all the 10 segments to form my new reformed Valthorn initiates. Of course, for now, no recruitment has actually started. It's only the first year they're coming in. I'll start next year, but the plan and infrastructure is ready. By the end of the year, 5 of the 10 sectors have been settled and, on average, home to about 10,000 each for a total of 50,000. There's a bit of gang wars and internal fighting, but nothing overt yet. I probably should get someone to watch them, like Ivy, to keep watch of any high-risk individuals, and so I created a new artificial soul. Jasmine, not the princess, of course. During this year, I've also stretched my trees to reconnect with the verdant volcano and the southwest forests. I was relieved to discover they both survived, even if the area they covered had shrunk significantly. It seemed that the energy from the volcano and the leyline was strong enough to push back at the sludge, and it helped that they were quite far from the epicenter of the sludge than I was, so lucky for them, the pressure from the sludge was weaker. Dimitri, which I lost connected to, was still alive, if not a bit insane. It went off in gibberish for a good 3 months, as I spent time repairing its internal structure, so I was just glad to not have to start from scratch. Dimitri eventually recovered from his insanity, being disconnected from me for so long. I didn't allow him to speak for a long time because he was just incoherent. The volcano crater and the forest rod survived, thankfully, but the sludge got as far as halfway up the volcano. So with this, my Soul Forge's other abilities are restored, and my Soul Collectors are back in business. Year 114. A group of 5 mages came, selling some kind of service. For payment, they would help create spell formations around and on city walls, for use against monsters and demons. They were all quite high-leveled, around level 50-60, and they quickly met the Freshkin leaders. In their mind, every new town or city must have protective enchantments. They all are well-dressed and clearly made good money making these enchantments for many towns, but they came to the wrong place. The new ruling body told them they are not interested, and they soon left to the rest of the smaller towns to ply their wares. That said, I was actually quite interested in defensive spell formations, and so when one of the new smaller villages actually coughed up a bit of money for a spell formation, my trees watched it intently. Simply put, I was trying to learn their defensive spell formations by observation. Clearly, if I could augment my defensive formations with magical spells, that'll make me even more tanky. Though from what I could see using my spirit vision, the defensive spell formation is essentially a 5-part process. The first part is the power source. In the case of the small village, this is a set of mana stones they embed in the village head's home. The second is a set of runes or spells meant to extract power from that mana stone, and also an activation keystone. The third is the actual defensive spell, written into a formation of runes or stored in crystals matrices. Unlike the ones used by Harris, these crystals have the spell written into the crystal itself via physical carving of runes into the crystal, so that the spell memorized doesn't get forgotten. The fourth is the projection and casing of the crystals, such that they don't get accidentally knocked out or trigger unnecessarily. So there's a smaller set of items, usually metallic or wood, with some more runes to protect the crystals from other triggers. There's also an item in the case of the village, a wooden holder that points the crystal outwards so that it projects the spell in the right direction. The fifth is a coherence and synchronization process, such that all the crystal matrices trigger at the same time and respond to the same activation key. Of course, the mages were more than happy to explain the mumbo-jumbo to the clueless villagers, because they knew the villagers probably wouldn't remember it anyway, nor would they be able to reproduce it. One of the mages is more than happy to show off how smart he is as he explained the process of creating defensive formations to a bunch of young ladies. Maybe he would get laid that night, but I didn't care. Essentially, if I were to think about it for me, it's entirely possible for me to use a magical ley line, or the volcano, or even myself as the centerpiece of a magical defense formation, or use a vast field of tuberous storage, which stores mana as a massive battery array. Then using the mana from the tuberous storage to power a huge set of magical runes, which supercharges my various shield generators to create far stronger wooden shields, isn't it? Or if I could create star mana storage arrays, that would greatly work too, but from what I overheard, the extraction method from the storage would need to be compatible with the spell. Runes are sensitive things and need to be written to the right size and with the right types of mana. I should learn runic enchantments. No, a magical tree with runes. What could go wrong? Later, I spoke of this idea to Ivan and Jura. Strangely, Ivan was quite supportive. Then it hit me. It's a good idea, but I don't recall runes working on living beings. Runic carvings and symbols are usually on inanimate objects. Oh, but why? We did some research. Jura spoke to some surviving mages, and it seemed that runes needed to be fixed, in the sense that the shape, material, and all need to be fixed. So because living things grow and move, the runes on living skin or bark will change shape. In short, runes are like a language that somehow mana can understand and interact with, but it has to be fixed. This concept was quite easy to understand. I imagine it as an integrated chipboard, where the shape and layout help to produce a certain result. There's an energy source, and that energy source passes through a set of logic gates, and then out comes a result, as designed. These runes are quite similar to Wi-Fi or wireless emitters, and their specific shape, design, and material allows it to absorb or release these mana waves. A specific runic shape therefore triggers an interaction with mana, which causes it to do certain things. So now that the communication channels have returned, I insisted that we gather all the known runes from the world. If I could understand and use runes to make myself even stronger, I must do so. Aren't you concerned that your mana may interfere with the runes? Ivan asked. True, but mana can be manipulated, and certainly I can shape it in such a way so as to not interfere with each other. Taking the logic circuit concept a step further, surely there must be a way to isolate each rune's inputs and outputs such that they do not clash with each other. Jura and the Freshkin Council soon put out a request for rune-related books. A young mage was nominated to read the book to me, in Lausanne's place. Eris leveled up quite quickly, and she's now level 20, and she now had the ability to create a split body of herself, which I placed in the largest new town outside Freshka. Her service as a full-time babysitter is invaluable for parents who want to work the farm and all that. That's the angle we worked with, though she did have to hire some of the older folks to work with her in her nursery subsidiary tree. Unlike me, her limit is very low, and right now at level 20 she can only create one subsidiary. In a way it makes sense, since I did get my subsidiary tree level at maybe around level 80, so mine can make more parts. Now I can make tens of thousands. If she could make that many nursery trees, she could definitely flood the market and put nannies out of business. You never give up on that idea of orphan children as weapons of war, do you? Ivan rebuked me one day as I discussed the idea with Laufen. That's why you're always out gathering young children again. They have little attachments and nothing to lose. They have everything to prove to the world and they need protection. Training them to fight is only natural, and giving that path of serving as potential fighters is a benefit. I still think that isn't the best way forward. Fighters and mages are best when they have motivation and drive from deep within them. Some of these kids will get that, but most of them won't. Don't force them to fight if they don't really want to. Ivan disagreed. I can tell from how they swing their weapons that they're here because it's the way to get fed. Then what system do you propose to replace this? Unless parents are willing to subject their children to extensive training, the odds of creating the Lausanne-class warrior battle group is next to none. A recruitment event. Promise them things. Find those with a passion for what you do. In this world, it is often better to have one level 90 man than 100 level 50s. Everyone loves heroes and aspire to be like them. So you want me to sell a dream, instead of training all these children who can't fend for themselves. Just give them basic training, but whether they want to move on to the next level, that depends on their passion, talent, and whether they really want it or not. They're children. I wouldn't force Roma to learn what he doesn't want to learn. What you are doing, even if these young impressionable children seem eager and willing, is forcing something on them, but they don't really know what they want. Wouldn't that postpone their growth? Why do you think so, Ian? Leveling is not limited by age. A teenager that goes through hardship in his teens can gain as many levels as a young child under 10. Starting late is in no way a bigger impediment. A big part of leveling is about our own understanding and comprehension, and is in no way slowed by starting late. Wouldn't a person who learned how to sword fight younger than an older man who just started be more skilled? Yes, but the older man's intellect and wisdom would have grown, and if he was the same level, he would catch up in time. Life experience contributes to level growth, not just starting from young. That makes no sense. Lausanne clearly gained and reached levels far faster. That was when Jura and one of the migrant scholars came into the training room. Lady Yvonne's explanation of the late bloomer leveling effect is fascinating, but it's still unclear which idea is right. Oh, pardon me, Ian. The idea of whether to start leveling young or leveling older is something that's quite contentious, though most still prefer to start leveling from a younger age. In Lady Yvonne's defense, her argument can be modified that it is better for a young child to level in a wider variety of levels, or in generic levels, and only specialize in a later age. True, Yvonne nodded. That's a good point. It's really about specialization, not whether a child should learn and level. But back to our earlier conversation, Ian. What I'm trying to say is that a child may not know where his passions lie. I agree with training from young, but they should be exposed to a wider set of skills and let them see where their heart takes them. Passion for a cause and a set of skills is important, and people are more likely to find it in their later ages, as their life experiences tell them where they fit best. Passion contributes to leveling speed, not just age. I'm confused, but I take it that I will continue to train children, but only at a base level for a wider skill set, and then let them choose their own focus or specialization. Yes, I'm not actually attempting to reinvent the wheel here. This is just a rehash of our common primary school education system, where the kids go shallow on a broad number of subjects and then go deep when they find something they like. Only the curricular is more combat and survival focused, like combat training, basic magic assessment, farming, basic businesses. But Yvonne, now a training tree, quickly renamed herself with a big signboard outside her tree. Von Academy, quite full of yourself to name it after. Yourself, I teased her. Academivan. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure my poor naming sense infected her. Or is it just a tree thing that trees aren't good with names? What? I'm now a tree that focuses on training. The big training schools in the world all have big, well-known names, so I should have a name too. Naming aside, her job is to produce the future Lausanne-class warriors, and part of this is to recruit from the growing countryside. Because of that earlier discussion over late and young bloomers, she decided to accept disciples from all ages, though the training is age-segregated for now. Jura, deciding that he didn't want to do much politicking, converted his role to an advisory, chairperson role in the Freshkin Council, and he introduced a centaur migrant to me later that day. You stand before Ian, our true guardian of the valley and the refresher of the Rotterdlands. Introduce yourself, Cavio. Refreshka. That's the next name if Freshka falls again. Wow. The centaur Cavio had never entered the sunken valley before, referred to now as the Valley of the Unrotten. So there really is a giant tree that survived the valley. Jura shrugged. Why do people even think we invented that story? In spite of all the evidence despite it. I mean, well, rumors. Cavio nodded. They tend to be massive, and because rumors are so common, the truth, if strange, becomes difficult to believe. Anyway, introduce yourself. Jura pointed to me. I'm supposed to shout. No, I can hear you just fine, I spoke. He instantly stumbled, and for a centaur with 4 legs, well, he wasn't expecting it. I'm sorry, I'm Cavio, the newly elected leader of the Freshkin Council. I migrated here last year, and I was told that the council is in need of new people to help. I've been told that all incoming leaders of the council should meet you. I just wasn't expecting it to be so. Massive. Jura smacked his head. I know he tried, and anyone with a half-decent intelligence network knows I exist. But still, there's a lot of ignorant people in the world. I mean, in a world of demons, you don't believe a giant tree exists. So, the intent of such a meeting is simple. I said, the valley exists because I do. My powers hold the demonic sludge at bay. It's important that any leader who enters the Freshkin Council is made fully aware of that my will is law here. Cavio gulped. Jura smiled. I think he did say I needed to be more aggressive in what I say. Being too tree-like and passive meant everyone's going to try and get their way. The Freshkin Council's ability to govern is a delegation of authority, my authority. Is that clear, Council Leader Cavio? Yes, good. Your audience was well noted. You may leave. There are more lands I must reclaim. Jura nodded and they both left. But I listened to their conversation as they walked out of the Sunken Valley's tunnel. I'm not really a leader, isn't it? Cavio asked Jura. Well, there's a reason why no one wanted the job and you got it. Your new job requires you to regularly meet Ian and advise him on what is happening. Key diplomatic and military decisions must be approved by Ian personally. Cavio smacked himself. No wonder none of the original survivors put themselves up for election. Jura smiled. Jura had the unfortunate task of being my spokesperson, and it's something few others actually want to do. So do you still want the job? He paused and sighed. I must. Good. Ian's not that bad once you get to know him. Really, I need to get myself some fear charms. Meanwhile, the expansion of the lands continued. With my improving control of mana and the increasing effectiveness of natural mana overwhelming, we've reclaimed more land. I estimate by now, I've reclaimed about 5 of the entire Rotterdlands, and that makes my domain far larger than Harris's country, which is 4 of the Rotterdlands. Of that land, some 200,000 migrants in total have begun resettling in the 10 segments, and slowly they are forming up into new towns. There's still no city proper yet, but I observed the presence of new guilds, new adventurers. The new villages and towns are given a choice, that if they contribute a certain number of bodies to the Valtrian Order, which I will train into a proper military force, war beetles will be stationed near the villages and protect them from monster attacks. But if the citizens were to stray, on their own volition, into the protected forests, the monsters there will not hesitate to attack them. And there are no beetles to stop them. The protected forests are essentially my national parks, and the beetles only serve to mark the barrier. What happens inside is at their own risk. If they lose anyone, or if anyone is lost in the protected forests, they have to mount their own search party. For those villages who did not contribute headcount to the Valtrian Order militia, a levy is instead imposed, a tax on all income or produce, in exchange for protection. For newly set up villages that are still trying to get their industry growing, I gave them a 1-year to 2-year tax-free incentive period. Also, as I expanded, I eventually managed to breach past the southern part of the Rotterdlands, and I found that my subsidiary trees that are outside the Rotterdlands are all in hibernation mode. They're all sleeping, resembling ordinary trees. Once I reconnected them, I felt the entirety of my southern network return to life. Including my Titan walker that's still covered in vines and leaves, I asked, using its way of communication. Ah, fellow tree, we are glad to see you live. I referred to the item that Gerard gave. He said one fragment was with lilies, and in my mind I imagined myself that it'll be difficult to get it and wondered what I could give to entice her. Yes, we have. A memento of the tree that was, a time when we were few and tiny. A silence. Is Lily's going to reject me? Certainly. Where should we send it to? A memento's value is a memory shared. Let us share them. Oh, wow. At that moment, I felt a root make contact with one of my subsidiary trees. In an instant, right in front of my main body, a small flower bulb emerged and it gradually unfolded itself, revealing a wooden fragment. What kind of magic is that? Wait, it's like that teleporting ability that I have with my star mana. Lilies can do it too, it didn't reply. But my focus turned back on the fragment. Such a small fragment, but I knew its history there. So old. I greedily took it and started analyzing it. There's now 2 pieces. Then I saw the vision again. It's the same. Dragons, monsters, dragon's sword, and they fought. Demons, they fought, and then a large demon appeared. It was massive, it resembled a demon king. The dragons fought the demons, then the vision shifts, giants of other kinds, ice giants, krakens, they fought the demons. And that's it, fuck, I felt that greedy feeling again. I want more, I need that 3rd piece. The 2 pieces floated in my biolab. You have gained a level, you are now level 155. Skill, psychedelic dreams and therapeutic dreams upgraded. Skill, hibernation significantly upgraded. Skill, dream tutor upgraded. What? Me going on a vision trip upgraded my dreaming and sleeping ability. And wait, is that 4 skill upgrades with 1 level? How does that work? Year 115. The Demon King didn't come this year. The entire year, though, the heroes were out and about attacking and fighting any demon walkers that appear. This time, they mostly resemble regular demons. No unusual demons. The large demon champion or demon walker class monsters were just giant upright demons with massive wings, massive claws that resembled something out of typical RPG games. It's a good thing, I think. Just regular demonic monsters that look demonic. As the heroes traveled the world to fight demons, they occasionally dropped by. This year, Harris managed to obtain another 15 spell matrices of very good quality, so the heroes now have 25 crystals, of which I kept 4, so each of them have 21 crystals, with 3 charges each. 63 charges. These crystals are far superior to the ones used by the mages from last year that created the defensive matrices. They contain more runes, and various crystals meant to absorb a different aspect of a spell or ability's effects. It's through a combination of all the components within the spell matrices that they are able to store a wood shield that contains almost 90 of my real wood shield's power. It's impressive crafting and something Harris paid a lot of good money for. I come here so often I probably should set a teleportation beacon here. If you want to set it up in Freshka, not here. Without Astra, the heroes no longer have a flexible teleportation system, so they're forced to use the teleportation system of the natives, which meant portal magic, like the one used by Mattias when I healed the princess. Harris was not a mage, so if he wanted to use portal magic, he had to use a beacon and a scroll, something normal mages didn't, since they could manipulate the portal magic spell directly. Of course, this is a good lesson. Just like me as a tree, there are some things I'm naturally better at. Like offensive abilities, mine is very low, if not for all the other boosts I get. The class system, while it works to amplify certain skills, at higher levels is quite limiting. Why don't you take mage classes? Curious, I asked Harris. I already have 5 classes: Shield Hero, Warrior King, Weapon Master, Inquisitor, and Master Trader. Don't some of those overlap? Why not remove it? I needed their offensive abilities to cover my defensive focused Shield Hero class, else I would be quite useless in the battle against the Demon King, and magic didn't synchronize well with my base hero class. Then the Trader class. My kingdom was poor when I started. The Master Trader skill gave my kingdom some financial boost. Oh, 5 classes for a human hero. You must be very high-leveled. If I add everything up, I'm almost level 220. But I think that's not how it works because one hero level converts to about 4 or 5 normal class levels at the higher normal class levels, and if you divide it up using that principle, I'm probably about level 140 or so. So your base hero is about level 120. Yes, about there. With 40 or so levels in King, and about 20 levels each in the other 3 classes, you haven't unlocked a domain. What's that? Nothing in terms of pure hero levels. Jared's the highest because he only traded away 10 hero levels for his 45 levels in Master Brewer, so his hero class level is 135. Embarrassing, isn't it, to think that Jared the drunkard actually managed to keep most of his hero levels, and we too, the sane ones supposedly, traded more of our hero levels away. Harris said. He placed his cup on the table. Is this supposed to be some kind of classified information? I asked. Levels doesn't seem like something one should state out publicly. On the contrary, as king, it's in my interest to publicly state my levels. My levels help to encourage and convince the citizens of my ability to protect them and the benefits that we have. Assassins are deterred by the fact that I'm so high level that they don't even bother. But my children, well, they have reasons to keep their levels secret. They're going to fight each other, Harris sighed. I could use another pot of tea right now. Yes, everyone's jostling to be the next crown prince. I've already told them that the will explicitly states that the country is to be broken up should it fall. Isn't it better for it to be together, honestly? Yes, Harris said, but already I can see that my children are preparing for conflict should I not survive this next demon king. Disgusting. Why do you not punish them? I can't. In the end, they are all my children, and what they are doing is building up their own group of supporters, and they have been clever enough not to actually start a fight. My spies tell me they've been goading and baiting each other to start an incident. The younger ones will suffer. I know, the lines are somewhat drawn by my wives. Honestly, I'm not interested in his kingly drama. This is the kind of thing that China or Hong Kong ancient Sihina period dramas are super fond of, courtly dramas. It's going to be like the Warring States era. Oh, so all the children of the same mother band together. That's clever. How many wives do you have again? Harris frowned. 7. 7 splintered kingdoms. And how many kids? I think 29 now. 29 smaller districts split into 7 wives. You're absolutely insane, I mused. You aren't even being a good dad. Harris sighed. Look, I'm not cut out for it, and my wives, they're so sexy and hot. When they speak and tease me, I just can't help myself, and my wives refuse to take any contraceptives. They say it's a sin to not receive my seeds, and the way they say it is so sexy and hot. At that moment, I just can't think. I'm human too, and I need their care, their gentle touch, their pleasant, warm embrace. I'm alone in this world, and they are the closest thing I have to my old family, and they are my new family. I feel their love is genuine, even if I'm aware they are subtly manipulating me and taking full advantage of my status as a hero. I just felt so sorry for Harris then. I used a vine and just poured another pot of tea for the poor guy being manipulated by his harem. But it is an equal exchange, no, all human. I took one elf when they call sand people, and yes, the rest humans. I prefer humans, I mean, but elves are sexy too. He's just thinking with his dick, isn't it? But then the Demon King was defeated. He was at the age where his libido was bursting. He's not even 20, and no wonder he succumbed. Honestly, I'm not even sure if that's all the women I spent time with. I only invited 7 into my harem as my consorts, but I may have had more than that. I mean, before I even started the kingdom, I already was kinda, fucking around. He's absolutely thinking with his dick. Well, now that you might die, your mistakes are now starting to act up. I wonder what your kids think about you that have many wives. Harris laughed. That's a strange question from a tree of this world. Most people in this world are very accepting of a harem, and that question has never popped up. It is a medieval world where kings like to have many wives. Oops, did I just outed myself? But my kids, well, they accept it. It's just the norm here. Maybe because heroes that survived in the past, many end up having harems too. Even the women who keep an army of pretty boys around them. Harris finished his second cup of tea. Anyway, let's get to work. We made armor and shields. One of the ideas they had, if the crystal matrices were insufficient, was to make actual shields that are strong enough to take a few hits. Jared and Myri both are a little weak on defense, so Harris, being the guardian with an army of summoned shield units, wanted to make real versions, using my enchanted anti-demon wood as the base. A mix of both heroic enchantments, star mana, and a dense, naturally anti-demon wood. Over a course of 2 weeks, we made 5 sets of enchanted wooden armor for each of the 3 heroes and 10 shields for each of them. They would store them in their pocket space for later use. As payment, we also made 5 sets for myself, which I may someday award to any of my promising minions. Well, actually, one set is already meant for Jura. I call these 5 sets the Woodshield set. I've learned a lot from making these items with Harris. The heroes essentially get a special system bypass, since they get to use their mana to shape a certain item, just by thought, without needing much effort. They also have a special skill that all heroes get, called the Hero's Forge, which is used to make the special hero class weapons. It's kind of like some games where the heroes have the option to unlock upgrades and buy new equipment without actually having to go to a blacksmith or physical shop. The system handled those nitty-gritty stuff on their behalf. The rest of us plebeians just have to do it the old-fashioned way. But observing how one of them used it constantly made me learn more about how the system did it, and I developed a better understanding behind the process of making their heroic weapons, and as a result, I got my skills upgraded. Skill, woodshaping significantly upgraded. Skill, subsidiary tree option expanded. Woodshaping workshop unlocked. I'm not sure why Harris is quite amicable with me. Why couldn't I have such a relationship with Mila and Alexis? Where did I go wrong? Or was it them that did it wrong? They must be alive, right? I didn't get a notification. What have they been doing the past 20 years? I shifted my focus back on the hybrids and the growing freshkins and freshlands. To me, they're segments 1 to 10, but each of them refer to themselves differently, and they have names that I felt too lazy to even remember. Cavio, too, came rather frequently to provide briefings. He's gradually getting used to the role, and to ease his mental state, I made a tree of prayers at the meeting place and told him to present it as if he is talking to the smaller, much more peaceful-looking tree of prayer instead. It's a mental crutch because apparently his fear charms broke every other week. The regular updates are mainly for news, diplomatic activities, things that I can't see using my trees. Jasmine, Ivy's replacement, has been hard at work securing the border together with Trevor and Dimitri, and I made 3 more artificial souls to help oversee my massive territory. I named them Acacia, Brutus, Cypress, and their task as well to monitor the new refugees and ensure that the protected forests remain protected. How about some more beetles? Horns asked. We represent massive untapped potential, Master. Imagine it, an army of massive hero-level beetles, and I agreed. It's been too long since I made more subordinates, and now is the time for massive expansion. Exponential growth. All right, I actually struggle with that concept, so I made 2 more artificial souls to accompany Horns. I named them Bugsy and Thorax and sent them out to gain levels. They need to fight monsters, demons, to hit their level caps, but Horns was just super eager to show off to his 2 new juniors. I think Horns is going to be quite useless in actual combat against the Demon King since, well, they're too powerful. I need to think about activating my Titan Walker, preferably with a hero's soul. Maybe it's a good thing that Harris is close to me. If he somehow dies of old age, I'll get the soul. Oh, and lilies. I better check in with them. Hold on to it. We do not need it. God's champions destroyed, a decade of slaughter. Still, the world recovers and life finds a way. It didn't answer me. Seeing that I wasn't going anywhere with it, I went back to my own affairs. My attention is back on my large territory and the hybrid trees. Within each protected forest, there are patches of demonic hybrid trees. I'm beginning to understand them, at least, their inner structure. In a way, imagine a natural tree that has to deal with an overabundance of oil, and part of its chemical reaction is to manage the oil surplus in the environment. Naturally, they may try to break down the oil, or burn the oil, or store the oil somewhere. The demonic tree reacts to the natural mana, air and water, and so it spends these natural mana the way it knows, which is to blow it up. In a greenhouse environment tailored to them, they're probably just as harmless as a normal tree. Something tries to make trees that are adapted to the environment. I suspect maybe it's the spawning system. Perhaps there's a spawning god, whose main job is just to populate the world, quite like playing a strategy game with randomly generated maps and enemies. In its logic, it tries to create something that suits the environment. Now it would be quite lame if this entire thing is just a game, no? Skill, hybrid botany upgraded. Control over hybrid trees improved. Year 116. The Demon King arrived. The heroes were ready. A battle was fought in the southern continent, far away. It was the Battle of Legends. The heroes fought valiantly, and after days of constant fighting, they won a hard-fought battle. The battlefield was ripped, the ground itself twisted by the magics. Demon King Nurgle was slain. Or so the news goes, but on the very day the Demon King died, the heroes teleported to me. Ian, Jared was frantic, he ran. All of us have been cursed by the Demon King's disease. Jared looked extremely pale, and though he ran, I could see his spirit flickering, not a good sign by any measure. Myri was awake too, but she was flickering as well. Harris lost an arm and a leg, and he had a massive gash across his body, the armor that protected him half charred and burnt. Myri too lost both her legs, and two massive lightning elementals carried their master. In Harris's case, one of his summons supported him like a crutch. Jared was the only one with his limbs intact, but he looked like big chunks of his skin was covered in pus. They all used their heroic magic to hold themselves together. A damned plague demon, Jared said, and we don't have a healer, and you're a great healer, Harris said, coughing. I paused, and inwardly I took a deep breath. Fine. But my medical services will cost you. At that very moment, memories of exorbitant medical insurance bills flashed before my very eyes, but then I am the hospital. I could probably earn a lot of valuable supplies from this endeavor. That was how I had 3 heroes in healing pods in my body. All of them suffered, and somehow, even though they lost their limbs on that very same day, the demon's plague touch meant it couldn't be regenerated. In normal cases where the cut occurred just recently, the soul hasn't forgotten its limbs, so it's possible to regenerate a limb. But this Demon King somehow inserted something into the soul that stopped that. I had to quickly intervene so that the limbs of their souls don't disintegrate. I also had to quickly use all the healing I have to gradually extract the demonic energy out. But this was a plague-focused Demon King, and its power here is not to be trifled with. It's almost like the Demon King, who received the bombardment of hex bombs, learned to use the disease-like power of hex. Adaptive demons. That's such a scary, scary thought. The 3 heroes rested in their pods for days as I tried to lessen the effect of the wounds. Jared, comparatively, had it easier than the rest. It was significantly easier to just cut off the sick part and then just regenerate it. Couldn't you cut off for us too? Harris and Myri both asked. In both your cases, the Demon King's damage is in the soul. Cutting it won't fix it. The corruption must be purged from the soul, then only the limbs will regenerate. Shit. Jared, relieved to be the first to be discharged after a week in the pod, didn't leave yet. He stayed in the secret hideout and watched his 2 fellow Earthlings. We would have died if not for Harris's beacon. There was no way we could get anywhere with a good enough healer in time. Tough fight, eh? I entertained him. Harris and Myri, since the damage is a soul-level damage, had to go to sleep. I reckon they need something like my domain, Roots of Life, to actually fight back the Demon King's corruption. I had to use my Soul Forge to prevent decay of the soul's blueprint for their limbs. Yeah, it wasn't very physically tough to kill, but its use of gases, poisons, and those gooey stuff meant we were all constantly taking damage. All our armors were destroyed. Jared showed off his specially made anti-demon weapon. It's half rot, as if somebody poured a fuckton of acid on it. At least it didn't detonate. Jared nodded. That too. I for 1 AM relieved this Demon King didn't have a death bomb ability, just a death plague ability. Plague, yeah, this game is rigged. Jared took a deep breath. Will they die? As it is, no, they won't die, but they won't heal either. I can keep them on suspended animation, or probably prevent further deterioration, but unless I find a way to overpower the Demon King's corruption, it won't actually heal. I wondered how those demonic cultists removed the Demon King's flames from my trunk so many years back. But then that's just a physical, ever-burning fire, not a soul-level damage. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. At least they live. When will they wake up? I've put them to sleep for the next few days. I'll inject them with food via my vines. You can get a drink if you'd like. He opened a magical holding bag, withdrew a really old-looking wine and some cups. Yeah, he sat there quietly and drank the wine for some time, and once he was done, he left for Freshka and found accommodation in Freshka's many inns. Harris still needed constant medical care, as the demonic corruption and sickness was still in his soul, but physically, other than the lost limbs, he was fine. He still had only 1 leg and 1 hand, and I had Jura come in and teach both Myri and Harris how to use their familiars to create a wooden leg. I lost my hand until Ian healed it for me, but still, it's a useful ability to have. You need to first let your familiars take up the armor form and, got it, they both said and were able to replicate it. To them, magic was easy and the system aided them, and so they quickly understood what Jura wanted to do. Wow. Jura was impressed. It took him some time to learn how to do it. Heroes really are a different breed, but even with the tree familiars acting like artificial legs and hands, the two couldn't leave very far. In Myri's case, the Demon King's attack, one of it penetrated near her chest, so there's a swirling demonic corruption very close to the center of her soul, and it took a lot of my energy to just suppress it. This was quite different from what I expected. The Demon King's very own attacks possessed high-tier soul-damaging abilities meant it could potentially hurt me directly, even if I had extremely high anti-demon defenses, though like the demonic curse, it may be possible to suppress with roots of life. Harris, feeling a bit better, though his limbs still burn in pain, sent a message to his subordinates and minions back home. I wondered if they are happy or sad that their king lived. Perhaps the kingdom will hold itself together for a bit more. Or it may just mean the conflict that happens when all the kids are older will be more deadly and ferocious. We both can't leave this place, Harris said. He sat in the lounge area in the secret hideout. Even with my healing, I'm only able to suppress it so that they can still afford some degree of freedom, but left unattended, it would flare up within a week. We could teleport there and back, Myri said. I can't run my kingdom like this. Harris complained, and he had a lot of concerns. I would have to delegate my role. Myri just laughed at her friend. Good, finally you have to bite the bullet and cut the damned cake. Hand over power and ensure that they don't fight each other before you die is the best thing you can do as a father, Harris. This medical issue is the best thing that have ever happened to your kingdom. Harris seemed reluctant to face the problem. It reminded me of myself, and damn, that hurt. I too hesitate far too much when faced with problems. Ian, any chance you can, remotely heal me from my capital? No, truth was, there really wasn't. The kind of mana and energy needed to suppress the Demon King's curse on their bodies was something I have only here, and it needed the presence of my main body's energies. Myri was cheerful, even though her condition was the worst of the three, because of the curse close to her soul's spring. She took some time to enjoy herself in Freshka and went for long walks. As a hero, her powers meant she could still move around very quickly. Won't you miss your Predaboys? Harris laughed. Myri just shrugged. That was my hobby a few decades ago. I moved on now. How often do we talk about it anyway? To be fair, even though she's now in her mid-40s, she still looked really fit and youthful due to the influence of heroic magic. Heroes, I reckon, if they survive, would probably like till 200s, just like the humans that practice magic. Then what do you spend time on? Like what most typical ladies do: good food, tea time, good cakes and cookies, and fashion. Myri laughed. All I have to do now is move my entire operation here. Oh, you can't move a kingdom, Myri ribbed him. So let it go, Harris. It's better to let your many children have their thrones now. At least you can watch and advise them. After days of discussion, eventually Harris succumbed to Myri's idea. Anyway, now that I am their healer and essentially their lives on my hands, I've started to demand for more things as compensation for my healing services, like gems, a lot of them, so this finally allowed me to repair my grand mind tree. With that, I felt a return of more statistics and numbers to my mind, and it checked my thoughts for the presence of external influences. So my Rodedlands expansion continued, and we claimed more areas. So after a good amount of area was reclaimed, I opened up segments 11 to 15 for new refugees and migrants. There were some areas I've set aside as hybrid tree parks, where these are the hybrid plants that I've gained control over. I reckon some of these new refugees will be surprised by it, but I decided to let it be. You guys seriously didn't find anything that was the source of the corruption. I asked Harris about the crystal that they destroyed a few years back. Harris probably was quite surprised that only now I spoke about it since, well, we had that discussion many years ago. No, we were honestly just looking for our fellow heroes. After we destroyed the crystals and got the notification, we just stopped. Is there a source of all these corruption? I wondered to myself. It may be possible, if my understanding of the hybrid botany improves, to trace its energy source through the roots of these hybrid demon plants. It must come from somewhere, but it's something I fear to do. If it is the abyss I'm looking into, it may well look into me as well. Would I end up like Zeratul, accidentally revealing the location of the homeworld to the demons? I immediately set the Grand Mind Tree to act as an antivirus and firewall to block out any attempted intrusions into my mind. Alexis had already revealed plenty to the demons when she was trapped in the fire demon mode, or so did Simone and Victor. Home, Lausanne returned after years of traveling. She gave Laufen a hug. It was pretty much the first thing she did. You've been away for very long. Laufen looked at her growing daughter. How was it? They had lunch together. Oh, I've been to all the continents. I fought lots of monsters and creatures. That's good. Did you find anything or anyone? Lausanne nodded shyly. Yes, that's part of why I came back, Mom. Oh, I joined an adventure team when I was in the continents. And I traveled with them for a few years, and Laufen had the look of an expecting mom, like, come on, drop the bomb already. I'm thinking of getting married to him, my captain. Laufen nodded knowingly. So is he here? Did he come? Yes, he's like in the inn. I wanted to just, tell you about him first before you meet him. Don't be silly. I was expecting this to happen. No young elven girl goes traveling around the world for almost 7 to 8 years and does not find someone to fall in love with. Laufen smiled and gave her daughter a knowing look. So, you're here to invite me to the wedding, I suppose. Yeah, Lausanne said shyly. In my mind, well, that escalated quickly. She's just a kid, then a teen, and now she's getting married. If I was human, I'd probably need to take some time off and accept this. Like, wow, time sure moves quickly, and it's even more pronounced when I see all these other people moving on with their lives. I feel lonely. At that moment, I could feel a sense of warmth and belonging from all my fellow trees, like they were trying to comfort me. Grand M in tree has intercepted attempted influence from trees. The following message was deleted. We are one, we trees are all one. Yeah, a tree's forever alone. All these other trees in the forest, but I am still just me. Year 117. This way, Jura led them into the tunnels. 15 of them, young teenagers who have trained for a year or two. In another world, they'd be school-going teenagers, but here they are warriors, rangers, mages, druids, or knights ready to face monsters to the death. This way, one of the young mage asked. He held up his staff, and the crystal glowed in the darkness of the tunnel. It was one of the many root tunnels that lead to the Valley of the Unrotten. They've never been here. After all, access to this area is restricted to the heroes, Jura, Lawfen, Cavio, and a few others of the new priesthood, who escorted the dead bodies to their burial grounds in the valley. Yes, Jura pointed. They walked past a bunch of beetle guards. They stood, a little surprised to see the unmoving beetles. Your promotion awaits. Come, the 15 nodded. They knew this was it, the moment many have been waiting for. They soon saw the faint light at the end of the tunnel, and they soon stood at the entrance of the Valley of the Unrotten. The valley now is home to very few people, so giant attendant trees, many of them on fire scattered throughout the valley, were the main source of light. There's still one small airwell at the top, above my main tree. The valley glowed with the orange fire. The trees here survived mainly on the nutrition and energy I feed them. Herbs and flowers are everywhere, and then there's the small stream of black fires, the suppressed energies of the demonic corruption. The excess corrupting energy gathered here to be processed by my main body in the trees. Their path was made of wood, hardened from the roots that covered everywhere and flanked by wooden statues. I made them as practice. My surplus wooden weapons and the large anti-demon bolts were also used as fencing, since I had little place to store them. They soon passed a field of olives, fruits, and a mix of other crops I have cultivated in small quantities. Remnants of the earlier era when the survivors still lived in the valley. Old buildings that look like they've seen some years, and ghosts, soul harvesters and nightmare harvesters. Here in the valley, where they're closest to me, they are easily visible to anyone with the slightest affinity to magic. They resembled giant shrouds and they floated everywhere. Some of them felt fear, haunted forest. Jura tapped them on their back. Don't embarrass yourself. Ian's watching, a test for the young Valthorns to receive their familiars. In many ways, this was actually a ritual more than an actual test. The walk to the Valley of the Unrotten and to see the origins of their institution. A beetle would occasionally run across their backs, and they would turn startled, the rangers especially, with their bow and arrows. Eventually, they arrived at where Cavio gave his briefing. A small round area flanked by tall trees, with a small tree of prayer in the middle. There's also a pedestal where they can stand to see my main tree. Well, we're here. Stand on the pedestal and receive your familiar. A ritual. It's a silly thing. I could just as easily give them their familiar when they're sleeping in their rooms back in Freshka. But given easily, they would not know the weight and value of what is given, and they are young, impressionable teens. A part of me felt it was important that the weight of the responsibility is made clear, so a ritual it is, a walk to the Valley of the Unrotten, to see where the survivors lived and meet the protector of the valley. How could one receive the familiar without ever knowing what gives you your familiar? The 15 teens break down in different ways when they receive their familiar contracts. They've never been here. One cup appeared for all 15 of them, and each of the tall trees that flanked the tree of prayers revealed a pod. Time to drink, Jura instructed. Finish it and enter into the pods. Tree sap, mystical dreams, dream tutor. A dream is just a dream, or it can be more. For these 15 young teens who have accepted their familiar contract, I've given them a dream of what the familiars can do, like a tutorial. At the same time, it's also a message. Familiars have served many masters over the century. Many have died with their familiars, and I felt it was important to drill in the fact that familiars, though useful, it ultimately is up to them to make the full use of it. Again, with power comes responsibility. But also with responsibility comes power. After about 3 hours in the pod, they all emerged a little dazed, and Jura led them back to Freshka. I wondered about my methods. It's probably a little too big brother. What I did with dreams, maybe in another world, it would reek of a government re-education camp. Back in Freshka, how'd they take it? Ivan asked Jura after the kids were back. They're quiet. I think they'll be okay. Jura nodded. It's been a long day. He had a large cold tea mixed with a bit of lemon and ginger for refreshments. I wished I could be there. Ivan sighed. My form restricts me no further than 10 feet out of that door. Again, heroes are unique like that. Eris's ability to split her body into multiple nursery trees is special to her class, and Ivan too can split her body into each of the training trees she is in. Right now, she could have 3 training trees. Just talk to them when you see them. I think they all need a bit of sleep after what they've seen. Yvonne frowned with her wooden form. She's been their trainer for some time now, and she's about level 40 as a training tree. Naturally, she cared for her students. I hope Ian didn't give them the dreams of brutal warfare. Of all the kinds of dreams I can give a person, the dreams of the brutality of war were apparently the scariest. It's the dream where they were placed in a massive battlefield and everyone around them were killed and mutilated in different ways, and all they could do was run, flee, feel pain, and scream. I think he didn't. They didn't look that horrified. I see, Yvonne said, but she was not convinced. The new Valthorns recruited from all over the Freshlands, from all of the small villages and towns to the few growing cities. Politics was messy, and Freshkin was like the federal government squabbling with the cities and towns, whom functioned like municipal and state governments. Cavio, the elected chief, had the difficult task of managing the loose federation, and he had to frequently rely on the strength of the beetles to make his point. Fighting eventually broke out between two cities. To the refugees, I am but a distant, faraway image. In the minds of the city's quasi-independent rulers, they did not believe I would impose my authority until I did. 100,000 beetles descended on the two cities, along with the Valtrians' men. The size and massive show of force meant the two cities surrendered quickly, and those responsible quickly captured. Both leaders and those we found to be involved were publicly judged in accordance with the founding constitution of Freshka. Defiance against their delegated authority was death, a root spear through the heart, gruesome but a statement. It was a statement I had to make. I had already foreseen my power to be challenged every few years as the people do not believe what they do not see. This was my experience from New Frika. The law is meaningless until enforced. In the medieval times, order was established through force and fear. So, for a time, Cavio found his job as the chief mediator of the various segments easier. A job Jura did not want to do because he saw how different the scale of things were. It's a difficult task for one person, and so it had to change. It is ironic, I suppose, when I remember Frika itself suffering because their king then demanded a draft and was punished for not complying. And now I do what the king's men did. I can only hope that I meted out these punishments justly, instead of randomly like the soldiers of Sala. Soon, the Freshkin Council had to be expanded into something resembling a parliamentary or congressional system. Each city and district would send a representative, and those representatives together would elect a segment leader, for a total of 15 segment leaders, one for each segment. All of the segment leaders were given an audience with me. Again, a ritual. Just as how monarchs of my world had coronation ceremonies, or how religious orders had complex conclaves, I saw it fit to drill the weight of my authority, and that these men are delegates. That the constitution of this land has its weight and power derived from me, and it was important to drill in that it is a delegation of power. Perhaps I am a bit too power crazy. I wondered that for a moment, but this is a world of power and conflict. A world where higher-leveled will not hesitate to have their way, and sometimes I think maybe all this power is too much for one person. Then I recall their stupid conflicts and all my concerns faded away. Not everything from our world can be transplanted over. The 15 were brought to the Valley of the Unwrought, and unlike the young Valthorns, I gave them a different drink. I gave them visions of the past, the lives I've taken, the foes I've slain. The destruction of the valleys in the hand of the demons, the burning of Frika, the corruption of the demons, the haunting screams of the dead, wars. The 15 came out, they held their feelings in. Cavio escorted them back to Freshka, where a comfortable inn awaited, but a message is made, and these representatives now understand their place. You will outlive him, Lausanne. Laufen held her daughter's hand one day. They sat in a cafe in Freshka. I know, it is something I thought of, and you need not counsel me otherwise. I didn't mean to, not when your wedding is tomorrow. I outlived your dad too, even though we were both elves. Laufen said. She sipped on a cup of coffee, a newly imported delicacy. Our long lives means little. When the world is so cruel to us, few survive till their hundreds, like Grandma Cashern. I never met her. You have, but you were just a baby. Laufen smiled, and she tapped her daughter's smooth palm. A human might think these two were good friends, or perhaps sisters, since elven aging slowed down dramatically once one reached adulthood. Maybe, except an elf would notice the faint lines around the eyes or the faint, aging colors of her hair. Are you ready for tomorrow? Yeah, I already went through one. I don't think our Yonic wedding is going to be more challenging than the Hawa-styled ceremony. For Lausanne, she held two ceremonies. One, a Hawa-styled one in accordance with the Eastern Gaia Temple's traditions on the Eastern continent. It's meant for her husband's extended family, and the need to travel from one continent to another meant it took a whole year to get both of her events sorted out. Good. The next day, a ceremony was held at the Freshka's Valtrian prayer courtyard. It's an entirely new city, so we had space. I, together with some of the surviving priests, had designed this large park in the temple-style courtyard, where there's multiple tree of prayers so different ceremonies can be held simultaneously. It's also where I designated one of my many tree eyes, so here, the trees take on different colors every season. I remembered the verdant flower patches of home, the colors of fall and spring and winter, and had it recreated with the local plants. So it's a lovely place, a wedding in a garden, but still in a temple. An earthling may vaguely tell the influences of Asian gardens and temples, and even the vast courtyards of many historical sites in the West. Lausanne and her husband stood before a tree of prayer with light pink leaves. It's a garden of many colors. The couple wear a ceremonial dress and shirt, a ritual for a wedding. In a world of systems, rituals are also a means of communicating with the system. Weddings, burials all act to inform the system of change in status. For married couples, it is not unusual for them to receive a temporary blessing immediately after the wedding. There was a small pedestal, and on it were two small pieces of wood. It's smooth, except for one part where it has a thorn, and they both pricked their fingers on it, a drop of blood on both pieces of wood. The wood absorbed the blood, made into a necklace with a bit of magic, and the two would exchange necklaces. A wooden necklace of the two's blood. It's a relatively new process, adapted from the practices of nearby nations. After all, ancient traditions are oft forgotten, and so new ones must take their place. Jura said quietly, a generation to the next. Doesn't that only happen when Lausanne actually has a baby? Laufen grinned. She's clearly happy to see her daughter find a husband. Well, are you pressuring them? Jura smiled. Maybe not in the next few years. That's a yes. Well, in elven terms, a few years is very short. So eager to see a grandchild. Laufen grinned. There was another event that happened during the year, and one with greater geopolitical impact on the continent. The great dissolution of Harris's empire into the 7 queenly states of his 7 wives. Harris had set up a teleportation beacon. All of his wives and children came to Freshka. He used the tremendous funds he had at his disposal to construct a vast veranda on the outskirts of Freshka, and where a treaty would be signed, the Treaty of Freshka. If it was up to me, I'd totally call it Treaty 80 of Freshka, but oh well. Maybe a future treaty will enjoy that treatment. Harris declared the royal capital his personal imperial holdings, and essentially delegated the management of his empire into 7 parts, each under one of his wives, turning them into queens, and then his now 30 children, each princes or princesses of their own regions. Armies, budgets, artifacts, and magical items, all divided into 7 parts, and any undividable parts are to be held by him personally. Of course, this won't be ideal, but Myri was right. It is better that the separation lines be drawn now than later. At least he lived to mediate any conflict. The signing was held. Everyone was present, even neighboring royalty. 7 new queens and a period of armistice. Big party was held, and the emperor himself, Harris, gave a long speech explaining that he had hoped for a peaceful transition of power to the 7 wives and their children. Jasmine, my spy-in-chief, quickly made me listen in to some of the politicians and some of the royals. It's insanity, no. Has the emperor gone mad to break up his own empire this way? The other nations will sure take the chance to bite. It's a hero's naivety, perhaps, another delegate explained. Heroes have made very strange choices in the past. It seemed Emperor Harris is no different. Still, this is a wonderful opportunity for us. Which queen do you think will be easier to convince? I reckon we should speak to each of the young princes and princesses, eager to show off their chops. We could give them some winning chips, but trap them into our influence. Trade and wealth is the way forward, with the emperor's summons still around to maintain peace. Though Harris is unable to depart for long, his army of summons still roam his empire. No nation is foolish enough to fight the summoned armies of the hero. Their strength in combat is legendary, a long-term investment at least, until the next Demon King. A tough decision, honestly, the delegate said. This dissolved 7 queendoms will surely fight the moment the emperor falls in battle with the next Demon King, but then if he cannot leave this place, surely the Demon King will come here. A look of horror on the other delegate. Oh, that would be bad. We may not be able to retain our investment if the next Demon King targets this continent. Perhaps that is a question we should ask the emperor. What are his plans for the next Demon King? And so, as Harris socialized with the rest of his children and wives, one of them asked, Your Majesty, what's your plan for the next Demon King? With your condition, would you lead the fight with the next Demon King? Harris smiled. Well, though our condition generally requires us to remain close to Ian's healing powers, I foresee it's not a problem for the 3 of us to fight the next Demon King. A set of teleportation beacons, and we'd be fighting the Demon King, and then back. We are also working on an alternative, should that day come, but it is not something I can reveal. If there was a metaphorical moment when everyone was taking notes, that was it. I could sense a flood of magical messages outward, and I'm damn sure Harris and Myri could too. They are heroes and they have innate magical sense. But he just smiled and let it happen. Eventually, the ceremony ended, and empire officially broken up. Harris let everyone choose whether they wanted to enjoy the comforts of Freshka or they wanted to go back. All of them went back, and surely Harris himself predicted a torrent of planning and politicking. That night, he met Myri for a drink. You left early. I didn't want to steal your thunder. It's your event, Harris. No need for 2 heroes in the same event. I still tire of such politics, even when I have levels for it. You lasted the whole day. I'd say your levels did their job. Mayuri smiled. How does it feel? A weight off your shoulders? A bit. At the same time, I fear I may have laid the foundations for a civil war. You could use this time to make more magical enchantments, such that if war ever breaks out, the magical enchantments will stop it. You know there are magics that do that. It's inevitable. Indeed. Ever regret sticking your thing into so many places? Sometimes. Harris sighed and he got drunk on herbal liqueur that night. All the time, you mean? Mayuri laughed. Year 118. Mayuri's condition deteriorated, despite my best efforts to heal her. A part of me feels conflicted about it. If she dies, I get a Titan soul. If she doesn't, well, one more hero to fight the Demon King. I'm going to die, isn't it? She asked. Why is she deteriorating? Harris asked. It didn't make sense to him, and it didn't make sense to me either, but somehow she just deteriorated like a sudden relapse. I spent months looking into her body, and I kept trying to suppress the Demon King's curse, but it's weird. It's able to break through whatever my means of suppression and create new curses. If she deteriorates, you might too, I told Harris. I'm trying, but I don't know why it behaves this way. It hurts, Mayuri said while she sobbed. The pain she felt was intense, and it was throughout her body. She described it like she was being roasted alive. Some days Mayuri was absolutely delirious, and she just kept screaming, shouting, and struggling as the pain possessed her. Can't you sedate her or something? Harris said, upset at his screaming, semi-conscious friend. Oh, really? Do I have permission? Mayuri herself shouted. Yes, do it, just knock me out. She's a hero. Status effect resistance is the norm for heroes above level 100. My attempted sleep drug wasn't strong enough to have any effect. Not working, I need to overcome your natural hero resistance. How? She screamed. She yelled. I tried more things. Injected sleeping pills didn't work. I don't get it. Jared, who was also around, why doesn't it work? Maybe she must want to sleep herself. Harris said, I mean, her body must let Ian's drug do its thing. Oh, you mean like my alcoholism? Jared said, Mayuri, try to, disable or suppress your hero status. You can do that by thinking about your hero class and then think about turning it off. Harris glared at Jared. You can do that? I don't recommend it to everyone. Jared shrugged. Mayuri's screaming was blocked by the panel. Is that a good idea? I asked. It's entirely possible her hero class is what's helping to delay and suppress the demonic curse. The two heroes nodded. True, didn't consider that. Mayuri continued to scream for days, my attempts at suppressing her pain or putting her to sleep not working. But she really needed sleep, and yet her body's pain doesn't let her. This is just cruel, Harris said. I never imagined our hero's resistance to status ailments would sabotage us in this way. It's really this cliff effect, where the hero's resistance of status ailments does not prevent a Demon King's curse, and yet it prevents all attempts of suppressing the symptoms of the curse. It's partly your level. I remember being able to put Mila to sleep, but then she was a lot lower level at that time. What? The effects of the hero's natural resistance to afflictions is correlated to the level. The higher your level, the stronger your natural resistance. She can't give away her levels. We need her for the Demon King, Harris complained. Jared just stared at his fellow hero. Is her life more important, or the Demon King is more important? Jared asked. No. That's not what I meant. It sounded quite like what I think you meant. Now's not the time to argue. Let me see what I can do to put her out of her misery. Get me the strongest painkillers and sleeping potions and items in the world. My own sleeping and pain suppression abilities are not strong enough, but together with the world's best items, maybe I can still do something. The two heroes did so, mainly Jared since he's free to travel. Harris's condition had to be monitored. His condition may suddenly deteriorate too. They acted quickly, and within days I had all kinds of strange medicines and ointments from all over the world. Such is the power of heroes to mobilize their immense financial resources, and we attempted to use each and every of those ointments. Apparently the sleep status, unless internally done, is viewed as a status ailment. Surely there's a way to trigger sleep, even if her body is in pain. The body naturally sleeps. That's a fact, and the hero system doesn't intervene with that. Yet all these inbound influences that attempt to put her to sleep does not work. So logically, if I could somehow fake the system to think that I am natural, wouldn't that work? I'm a tree with a nature domain. If I can't do it, who else can? Days of struggling. Weeks. There are days when the pain somehow becomes more tolerable, when the demonic curse somehow subsides. Perhaps it is the alignment of the stars, but I could totally relate to Mayuri's pain. After all, I too went through something quite similar. If she could somehow gain levels to be level 150, would heroes gain a domain too? Wouldn't that mean they become even more overpowered if they get their heroic divine blessings and a domain? I tried all my healing and sleep skills, from suspended animation to mystical dreams to even trying to use hibernate on her, but nothing worked. The heroes tried using their own heroic energy to help suppress the demonic curse, but somehow it just made it worse, so they had to stop. They cursed and wondered how the Demon King managed to create a curse of this strength and persistence. They left again and went to look for other kinds of cure. Jared, it seemed, tried to go visit other healers and spirits. No. How I mean, is there a way for a doctor to reach to the soul and just turn off the hero class for a while, like general anesthesia or something? Lilies paused. They replied to me a week later. The system has the power. Well, no shit, the system gave us the power of levels. Pretty damn sure it has the power to remove it too. Such power is beyond mortals. Myri would have days where the pain subsided and I would do extensive tests. Some days the demonic curse just shrinks by itself. Its behavior was erratic and annoying. I didn't understand why a curse didn't behave consistently, so I wondered whether it's outside interference, like maybe something is remotely controlling the curse. Could I form a magical barrier? I have shield abilities, but do they work with demonic curse? Entanglement. I mean, I guess if the hero's magical transmission towers are somehow intertwined with each other without any obvious connection, that does suggest that a curse that is intertwined magically to something else is possible. So I tried just that. Layers on layers of magical barriers. It did nothing. Maybe the type of barriers wasn't right. She yelled and screamed every now and then. It reminded me of a mental ward, where some people just couldn't control their own mental state and frequently descend into shouting fits. Is this one of those? Frustrated, I took Myri to the soul forge within my body. I wanted to try to use my soul forge powers to temporarily suspend the effects of her hero class. Maybe I could then put her to sleep. So with the power of the soul forge, I examined her body again. At first, everything seemed the same. Her soul spring was there. There were two massive vases that poured sparking star mana into her spring. The spring is massive and it's large, and there are large chunks of it that resemble white marble. The curse was there too. Right next to the spring, a massive swirling black pool of stuff. The swirling curse was fenced up by little bushes, which I think is the result of my various healing abilities. What powered this curse? I used my soul forge, as I did before, to try and suppress the curse, but it did nothing. It's already fenced up. Was it something else? There was nothing else in here, in this inner body of hers. All, except the spring. So I went back to my earlier idea. Could I turn off the hero ability temporarily? To do so, I attempted to reach for the spring and nothing happened. With the power of the soul forge, I pushed at the spring itself. It creaked but didn't do much. Then I pulled. In a way, the entire spring is made of blocks, kind of like large Legos stacked on one another to form a spring. Each of them represents a skill or a class. It was then I saw it briefly. A small black thing, something hidden in between the blocks. Then the blocks pulled themselves back together, kind of like magnets snapping back once you let go. There's something in your soul spring. I told Myri, Harris, and Jared the bad news. I don't know when it got in there, but I'm guessing it's the cause of your pain. They didn't understand the concept of a soul spring, of course. It probably felt like a young child listening to a doctor going about medical jargons, so I had to explain in detail what I was doing and described what I saw. They got it rather quickly. One of them described it like, oh, it's like Naruto, that Shikigami thing that pulled out the snake guy's soul and chopped his arms off. So even if he had arms, he didn't have arms, right? Yes, cool. So now we know that in her soul, that's something that's living inside the central key part of her soul. That central part is tied to all our levels, our mana and stuff, right? Yes, what if we give you more power? You can't move it with your power, but you have two heroes here, me and Harris. We're both heroes who have star mana, and star mana's like crazy juice. Could it work? Jared asked. I thought about it for a moment, and I supposed it was worth trying. The star mana didn't do much in suppressing the curse because, well, it was already suppressed. That made sense in many ways now. We were targeting the wrong source. I don't know, but it is worth trying. We'll need both of you in the pods. I wrapped their bodies with so many vines and branches, simply because star mana is immensely powerful, and I'm not sure regular vines by themselves can draw their mana. Then I started the soul forge again, and telepathically gave them the signal to start the star mana transfer. The overwhelming quantities of star mana. These heroes easily have 100 times of my star mana each. As it flooded through my body and into the soul forge, I had to quickly increase the quantity of vines, so much so it essentially wrapped them up entirely. Then, with their star mana and all my power, I pulled at Myri's soul spring again. It felt amazing. I felt like I was working with a small hammer before this, and now I'm given a massive excavator. So much power I pulled, and indeed the soul spring started to come apart. Piece by piece was dismantled, and then I saw it. A large, entirely black piece of rock, rotten and festering right in the soul spring itself. When did it get here? I have no idea, but with their power I pulled it out. Myri was in intense quantities of pain. Pulling apart one's soul spring is like ripping through their very core. I sensed all her readings and measurements shoot through the roof, and if she could scream, she would have screamed and fainted. I flooded her with all the sleep powers I have. Mystical dreams, psychedelic dreams, suspended animation, tree sap sleep, everything. I threw everything into her body, hoping it worked this time. And it did. The soul spring was broken, so the hero class could not play its part. I then added more pain relief and pain suppression tree saps. She quickly calmed down and entered into sleep. A black piece of rock stood before me. It oozed a blackish liquid. What in the fuck is this thing? My inspection just went. I decided to just destroy it then. I hit it with all my borrowed might, a massive root. It cracked and broke and turned to small black ash. Then it disappeared. Mayuri's soul spring was still broken. I had to start repairing it. My star mana's running out. The two heroes telepathically communicated. I used too much to destroy that thing. Is Mayuri alive? Yes, but let me do some basic repairs. I tried to put her soul spring back together. I could move the lesser pieces, those that did not look like white marble. But the hero pieces, I couldn't budge them at all unless I had their star mana. My mana's out, Harris said. Fine, let's stop here. The two heroes came out, absolutely exhausted. I've never had so much star mana used up except when we fought the Demon King. It's only expected, isn't it? Altering one's soul is such a difficult thing, especially a hero's soul. Mayuri was in the longest, deepest sleep in a long time. She was in a dream. I could sense it. A long, long dream. I think I detected that she cried at parts. The two heroes needed a few days to replenish their star mana before we could get back to repairing Mayuri's soul spring. I had, in the meantime, did all the other pieces, and with each piece her condition recovered. But throughout these few days, she just slept and dreamed. The heroes said that their star mana used to refill a lot faster. When they fought the first Demon King, all they needed was a 4-hour nap and they were good to fight again. These days, a few days was the minimum. They claim it's the downgraded blessings. We got to work, and again, with their star mana, I've finally managed to put everything back together. Without that one piece that rotted, done, I jolt Mayuri out of her dreams. When she woke up, she screamed briefly, then cried for an hour. Then she gave Harris and Jared both a hug. Mayuri, are you all right? No, what? It didn't work. Whatever you all did, it worked. I'm not in pain anymore. Mayuri said, but I'm not all right, not anymore. What do you mean? I saw home, Earth. Mayuri said, I dreamed of Earth, but it was so real, so vivid. I was back in school again, friends, our family. I could remember all their names and faces again. Jared and Harris looked at each other. We've known for a while that the gods suppress our memories of home, but during that long sleep, all I dreamed of was home. Ian, what did you do? I put you into a dream state, but I have little input on what actually happens other than the type of dreams. I gave you a pleasant one. The two men didn't know what to say. I had enough of playing here. 30 years we lived here. Fought this stupid war of the gods. I want to go home now. What do they even say to that? How do they even go home? How do I even go home? Mayuri. I'm not going to kill myself, but if I'm heavily injured in the next battle, don't save me. Mayuri said, I had enough. I want to go home. Mayuri, Harris, you had your fun. Don't you miss your parents? I saw them in my dreams. They were there. The gods told us if we died, we'll be back where we started. I had enough, Harris. It's time to wake up from this silly game. She looked at the two dumbstruck men. I'm going to need some time. Yes, the two answered and quickly gave her space. Mayuri was alone and physically she was fine. She sat on a chair inside my secret hideout and spoke. Ian, was that real? I gave you dreams, but I don't know exactly what is in it. Can you give me more of those dreams? I don't know whether your hero power will interfere with it. She paused and then she asked me a question I never expected. Can you take my hero powers away? If I give it to you willingly, is that something you can take away? The answer was yes, of course. It's entirely possible to give away one's levels and skills. It had happened before so many years ago. Yes, I see, she said. Harris probably wants me to fight with him the next time, but I'm tired of this artificial life. I miss my parents, I miss home, I miss being normal again. I hate this hero thing now. Things may not be well back home. It doesn't matter. Mayuri sobbed. I didn't realize how sad it is to never dream of my parents or my siblings all these years. That we've somehow accepted and rolled with this new role of ours as heroes so freaking easily. It's just fucked up. So fucked up, and all I want to do is quit this game. It's not a game. Well, who knows? It might well be with how they've been toying with our feelings and emotions. Mayuri said, the worst thing is I didn't even know until you've disabled my hero class. I never even realized how weird it is for us to just roll with it and forget so many important things about our world. I didn't say much, I just gave her some tea, and now that she's not in pain, there's no reason to lock her up in here. Her curse still remained though, and that's something even with the hero's star mana I still can't solve. Maybe not yet. She rested for quite a long time alone. Ian, I have a favor to ask. Yes, when it's time for me to die, can you take my levels away? I can't do that. Levels must be given away freely. I can give you my levels now. Or can I make it into a magical contract, such that you take my levels the moment I die? Why not give it to Harris or Jared? They don't realize it, Ian. Maybe Jared knows, but he is drinking away his worries. Maybe he knows and doesn't want to admit it. It's a kind of suffering to continue this game, knowing that our old life, our real family are all waiting for me over there, on the other side. Giving them levels just prolongs their suffering. It'll help them. It's a twisted kindness that heroes die frequently. Imagine never being able to die and stuck in this world. If you realize that your loved ones are still there, at this point, well, if she wants to give it to me, I'll give it to you. But then again, I can't use it. If I remember correctly, levels surrendered are converted to experience seeds. It just goes into my growing pool of experience seeds. But sure. That day I gained a level. I think it was when I used the hero's star mana to crush that black thing. You gained a level 156. Skill, natural mana, overwhelming, upgraded. Skill, Soul Forge upgraded. Improved control and abilities over Soul Forge functions. I'm really slow at gaining levels. The last time I gained levels was 5 years ago. That's slow, right? Year 119. During the past few years, I've been studying runes and formations. It's been something on my mind since I saw those mages do it, and with the hero's financial resources, I have a lot to read and study. Of course, I can't read, so the task is left to some poor Valtrian Order magic student, whose job is to come to the Valley of the Unrotten and read the book out loud. Kind of like Audible, but only a lot more boring because the subject matter is runic formations, magical theory, and stuff like that. This, of course, served multiple functions. It's a means of education for these students. Reading out loud is a good way of learning and committing to memory. 2, it helped me. 3, I get to have a sense of how these young children are. After all, their behavior is quite clear when they are asked to read a book alone in a strange and scary place. I didn't get a skill, sadly. But that's fine. I developed an understanding of the magical formations, and I began experimenting on them. Mainly, in some corner of my growing domain that wasn't inhabited. I had a few things I wanted to do, one of which is to use formations as a source of mana on a large scale. Instead of using mana, create formations that do the reverse of generating mana, like some kind of mana gathering facility. There are smaller scale variants, but I was quite inspired by the former hero, Astra's ability to apparently channel mana from various sources to create a super hex bomb. No matter how he did it, Mayuri has been particularly cooperative, and she was very amused with the children reading books in the often uninhabited valley. Tree spirits sure have strange ways of doing things. She helped with the mana gathering formations. I had the impression trees are able to do this quite naturally. As in, trees gather mana naturally, do they not? Yes. Mayuri, after the earlier set of outbursts, stabilized. I suspect it's the effects of her hero class now restored. It suppressed those emotions. But it's a slow process, and I'm hoping to speed it up. Why not? A massive defensive array requires mana. A lot of it. It took many iterations, but eventually we succeeded in producing an array of runes and structures able to produce more mana than it uses. It had to be big too, so it wasn't something you could hide. But that meant I could channel more of this mana to fight off the demonic energy and expand even more. Jared returned in the later half of the year with a fragment, the third piece that was given away. I scanned it, and sadly, it was still an incomplete image. Demons, dragons, combat, a lot of combat. Earth cracked and so did the skies. It is still incomplete. There are pieces out there. But how do we find it? Grand Mind Tree has blocked attempted influence. Again, the frozen tree was very willing to share. Jared explained. It told me that he would like to meet you someday. Likewise, a frozen tree spirit. That's extremely fascinating. This frozen tree lived in a frozen lake in the far north, in an uninhabited island that's almost completely frozen over. Home to ice giants, monsters, and all that, the frozen tree is the overlord of that island, and has kept the island free of demons for millennia. I wonder what other tree spirits think of this entire situation. Surely they don't just accept it like lilies. Or they all do because that's how trees are. Nature is what it is and they just accept it. Is going against the rules of the world a thing that trees don't do? Domain and Grand Mind Tree has blocked attempted divine action. I take that as a yes. It seemed that trees really do not attempt to break the cycle, even if they are long-lived and can see things with the benefit of history. Surely this systematic demonic destruction is not acceptable, since it's way more than just regular, constructive destruction, and yet they do nothing. Why? I don't get it. Gods, has to be the gods. Meddling gods. You've gained a level. You are now level 157. Skill, natural mana, overwhelming, upgraded. Why is the same skill getting upgraded over and over again, and I still don't get why I gain a level from it? The constant expansion of my territory, and also the influx of more refugees, means the population has increased significantly. Outside of my research, I spend more time together with Jasmine to watch over the multiple towns and cities that have popped up. It's a very big area, and for the most part, Cavio and the new Council of Representatives all deal with me directly. The focus is on the next Demon King, our preparations, readying ourselves for the coming wars. The heroes also worked on making more anti-demon weapons, more armors and more sets. Weapons, yay. Over the years I've managed to equip a 200-strong group with a full set of anti-demon armor, and I hope to grow this force to 500 strong. Of this group, about 50 are now at least level 40. Once they hit level 60-70, they should be able to handle a demon walker without my assistance. They gained this level by hunting naturally spawning monsters, and made regular trips into the Rottedlands to fight the hybrid spawns. In a world where the Rotterdlands is like a large dungeon, the level of the residents should be high. Else, it's jarring, even with protection like my army of beetles. But then if their levels go up, that makes them more dangerous to me, isn't it? I'm not too worried about high-level merchants or craftsmen, but then, warriors, I have to get them on my side. Anyway, we regularly deployed soldiers and recruits into the Rotterdlands to fight monsters. That way, the soldiers and recruits who work for me gain levels and prepare for the real demonic attacks. Is this what rulers do? I mean, I didn't really actively do it, but it must be trying to do this whole play each faction against each other shtick. Balancing levels so that all the factions never get too powerful and they continue to obey me. Too fucking time-consuming. I mean, I was on this train of thought as news of civil war broke out in Harris's now fractured kingdom. I mean, the man is still alive and already they are fighting. Children fighting each other. It must suck to be a father and watch your children fight. It's like a typical family drama where a wealthy tycoon passed away and the kids squabble over the riches. In fact, it absolutely drove him into depression of some kind. Well, I'm not sure whether it's actually depression, but it made him feel very, very sad. So much so that Myri was the one comforting him. What should I do? Harris was sad. Already some of his sons and daughters came to talk to him and asked him to stop it. But he gave away his rights to those lands, and some of his more ambitious children are taking the chance to do something. Stop him, father, a boy said to Harris. He's attacking one of us. The truth was everyone was provoking each other, and Harris had his own network of informants that seemed to suggest none of his children were entirely innocent. If he wanted to lay down the law, he would have to do it to everyone, and yet he is but one person. Even those who served him, he is not surprised if they are already taking sides in the conflict. You can do two things, Myri said to a sad Harris. Stop it, and enter into a loop of constantly interfering. And eventually when you do die, they will still continue the fight that they've postponed, or do nothing. They have land and territory now and let them fight each other over it. Let them prove themselves by blood and war. That's so cruel. It's always been this way. Territorial disputes are as old as nations themselves, and the right to rule is one protected by might and magic, not by name or heritage. Harris regretted breaking his country up then. He knew he would just be kicking the can down the road until the day they die and they'd fight it out anyway, but at least he wouldn't be alive to see it. So as much as he knew it was a stupid thing to do, he started left frequently to stop the fighting with his summoned army. There was no way he could let it continue, even if it did lead to a constant vicious cycle. A cruel fate. Myri said as much as she watched her friend feel like shit. You know, that's partly why I didn't want to have children. After I discovered what happened to so many heroes and their families, I just feel really sad. I don't think I could ever watch my children drift apart and start doing that. Conflict is eternal, but perhaps so is reconciliation. I used more and more runes and formations to gather more mana, and added runic formations to the Valley of the Unrotten. Mana means territory, and I'm pretty damned good with using mana to push back against the demons. More mana, more runes, more mana. Eventually, I made a formation large enough to trigger a notification that I wasn't quite expecting. Soul Forge, yellow unlocked. Artificial Souls level cap increased to level 60. All artificial souls now have yellow option unlocked. Class skill experience seed merging unlocked. Ability to merge souls and classes, and multiple class seeds and experience seeds together. Class skill experience seed upgrade unlocked. Able to upgrade classes, skills, and experience seeds to superior forms. Whoa, looks like I'm one step further and closer to make myself an army of super elites. Yellow Soul Forge from just using a massive array and formation to gather mana. Who would have thought of that? That meant Soul Forges actually just require different types or origin of mana, not necessarily unique or special magical ley lines. But wait, if I get enough star mana, could I have Soul Forge star? I mean, theoretically possible, perhaps. What overpowered ability would I have? Or what about demonic mana? Could enough demonic mana power some kind of Soul Forge too? So I began to explore both aspects of these mana, experimenting more on the hybrid demonic trees. I hoped to at least somehow unlock a better understanding of the demon's mana, even if it didn't lead to a Soul Forge. At the same time, I started the whole class seed upgrade and merging process. Essentially, class seeds are upgraded when one adds essence, mana, and materials. Combining them increases their strength and power, and fusing multiple class seeds creates special ones. It's a bit like crossbreeding, splicing and grafting different trees together to create something different at the end. I began rather conservatively, like fusing multiple ranger and druid class seeds together, which formed the mountain druid class. Or multiple druid classes were fused together and then obtained the great druid class. The ratio is like 10 normal classes to form one single better class, and I kept at it. I have a lot of class seeds and essences accumulated over the years, and I've finally found a place to fuse them all. 20 knight classes made one single grand knight class, and 10 warrior and soldiers made a war master. It's honestly extremely enjoyable, and I felt like a cook when I fused all the different classes together. Adding essences to it also did some strange things. Iron and mineral essences fused to a knight eventually created a steel knight class, but there is a limitation. These evolved classes, not all can be further fused. Not all, and I'm still trying to find what can be fused. Eventually, one of the few twice evolved classes I discovered was 30 great druid classes fused into a single lord of the forest class, and 50 grand knight classes fused into a knight master. With it, I was eager to test it out, so I selected one young promising 13-year-old Valthorn. His name was Faris, and he's been living in one of the outer sections of the Freshlands before he was recruited to join the Valthorns 3 years ago. He's been training with Ivan for a while, and in 3 years he's already a level 30 druid, a regular druid class. I gave a great druid class seed to Ivan. You want to give this to him? Yes. Are you sure? Why not, I mean. This is a rare class, right? Ivan didn't know I unlocked the class fusion ability. Let's keep it that way. Yes, I believe it is time I stop hoarding these things and grant them. So Ivan did in fact give it to Faris. There was a small ceremony, something like a small award ceremony in school where the principal would then give out certificates, only he received a small seed. This, young Faris, is a gift from Ian himself, a fruit which will grant you the class Great Druid. Everyone in the room of course clapped. Faris didn't waste much time and chomped down the fruit. I observed him that entire day, and I watched his soul change slightly as the new class merged with his own. After one night's sleep, he found himself with increased mastery over his druidic abilities. Domain and Grand Mind Tree blocked passive influence from a great druid. I suppose I should be more careful with giving out classes relating to control over trees. I think that was a passive. Faris and Jura came to me for an audience the next day. He was still a young boy in the end, even though he does have a good class. Children, so young. Ian, I bring the one that you've granted the seed. Greetings, Faris. I spoke mentally, and already I could sense some pressure pushing back. Domain and Grand Mind Tree blocked passive influence. I believe you may be unknowingly using some passive abilities, young Faris. Faris flustered and he seemingly nodded. I'm sorry. Then I felt the pressure lift. Do druids have these abilities all these while? Is this how they attempt to control trees? He is still but a young child. Good. How do you like your reward? It's quite amazing, Ian. Upgrading my class to a great druid at my age is unheard of anywhere in the world. All my skills are stronger now. Good. It is a gift and a reward, and with it, responsibility and expectation that you will do more and better for us. Our land remains heavily damaged, and we need people like you to help heal it. Faris nodded. He was very agreeable and impressionable. At that moment, I wonder whether I've made a mistake in giving him such powers, the same way the gods gave their powers to young teenagers. One of the foolish things about people is that, well, they seem to forget that trees in the forests have eyes. So Jasmine and my artificial souls alerted me to the presence of some cultists. It's common, a land newly reclaimed and filled with people, where law enforcement is still not yet secure, and leaders still vying for power and position among themselves. Some will inevitably turn to magic, and occasionally blood magic. So in the depth of the unnamed woods, a group of 35 men and women were gathered. One of them was an old noble from the nearby city who migrated to the Freshlands and settled there. They had with them about 15 slaves. The slaves all looked extremely afraid. Should we save the slaves, master? Jasmine asked. There were beetles and spiders who could easily intercept. Wait, I wanted to see this for a long time now. Blood magic. I'm sorry, slaves, but I believe the benefit I gain from learning how blood magic works will allow me to save more lives in the future. 30 men formed a circle, and with a quick cut, one of the slaves were killed. His body splattered in the middle of a strange formation. They chanted, and I could see the soul very clearly torn apart by the blood magic. They did so repeatedly with all the slaves. I watched, with all my sensors, magical and not. Blood magic being executed right before my eyes, I saw their magic rip the soul out of the slaves and fused them together. Oh wow, it really is a kind of soul fusion, but it's incomplete. I saw the core of their souls break free and the remnant, the outer souls of the slaves stitched together by their rough blood magic. Incomplete, irregular and messy, but it is strong. Just like how my artificial souls are without a soul core, from this alone I could easily see that their blood magic is essentially using the outer part of the souls and fused together into this mess. After a chant or so, the blood magic compressed the tangled, fused souls into a small reddish drop on a small plate. The noble took it, and he drank it. Instantly, I saw his body's energy levels spike up. This was quite like using blood magic to strengthen himself, and his features quickly turned younger. Youth. Interesting. The ritual was done. I think I have an idea why the hex can be reversed gradually via those negative emotions. No more reason to leave them alive, most of them. Well, capture the 2 chief ritual masters alive. There were two of them that led the ritual, and well, I have plans for some good old interrogation. An army of beetles and spiders descended on them. The noble was strong, his strength amplified by the blood magic, so it still took me a few hits of serpentine root strike, and an army of beetles quickly slaughtered the rest of them. Hex, it's essentially an unstable fusion of the outer souls, which is why it leaked so much negative energy, and because this negative energy is contagious, it caused others close to it to also suffer hex poisoning. Walking into a field of hex is like being infected with depression that killed you from within. A rot in the soul, caused by exposure to unstable fusion of soul fragments. Year 120. I gave away a grand night class to a promising young student. She was fit, but with the grand night class she became fit and unnaturally strong. She had a skill that strengthened all the armor that she wore, and she turned into quite a monster to fight. These upgraded classes, Ian, how did you get them? Ivan was extremely curious. At the same level, an upgraded class is at least 30 stronger. Perhaps this was the comparison between a lord and a king, or a king and an emperor. I collected them, which is partly true. Through all the souls of the dead, I've been accumulating so much class seeds that I've lost track of all of them. I've also been growing class tree plants that produces more class seeds of the rarer classes, like Dark Knight. I mean, would 30 Dark Knights give me a Dark Paladin? You know, this news spreads out, many are going to come calling. Fruits that are able to grant an upgraded class are unheard of in the world. Even kings may grant royal variants, but those are nothing like true upgraded classes. And, well, theft, for one. We'll need to prepare for that, as there will be thieves who want to steal your stockpile of upgraded class seeds. Let them try, it's all inside me. How would they steal? Perhaps these thieves have some kind of skill then. Wait, that does sound possible. A thief with a skill able to take from one's presumed safe pocket sounds exactly like what a high-tier thief should have. Jasmine, can you increase your surveillance for thieves? Master, we've located many thieves. Already? Oh, it has been a year since I gave away my great druid class. Most are petty criminals, but some appear highly skilled. Thieves, should I just kill them? Meanwhile, the captured blood ritualists were forced to do my bidding, mainly to conduct more blood rituals using criminals that are on death row. I had to learn a bit more about blood magic. There's some fundamental similarities between my soul forge and blood magic, and I intended to learn more of it. The blood ritualists cooperated and used the criminals to cast all sorts of blood rituals, strengthening rituals, summoning rituals. Of course, after 50-ish rituals, they leveled up, and I think they were close to level 60. Then they got overconfident and started to attack me with the summoned creatures. Each ritual made them stronger, but I too gained a deeper understanding of blood magic. I have a large army and now more elites. I deployed my new Grand Knight and Great Druid, together with an army of beetles. The two ritualists didn't stand much of a chance. They honestly should have used blood magic to cast some kind of warp teleportation, but perhaps that had too much risk. Blood magic is inherently unstable, its power derived from the stitching of the outer souls together in accordance with ancient writings. Those writings guide the ritualists, bind the fragments of the soul together into a shape, and each shape then creates a specific effect. Some of these shapes are actually benign, and hence they empower their hosts. Still, they are inherently unstable soul fragments, so over time they decay and they create problems for the host. It's like cancer, really. The two overconfident ritualists were captured again. This time their punishment was death, and I gave them a punishment that I gave a long time ago. Death by deconstruction in a biolab. I received blood mage class seeds. I wonder whether I could somehow get hero class seeds. Myri. Yes, Ian, would you ever be willing to give away your hero class? I asked her one day as she rested in one of the courtyards of Freshka. She had slowly dismantled her business and sold them to various merchants eager to take over her clothing chain. Yes, she had a headache after she said it. The hero class is pretty much the god's remote control button. It's a Trojan horse in our body. It was quite predictable, and to some extent, Myri got better at figuring out what triggers the headache. It was always something about heroes and gods. She took about a while to collect herself, and she continued. I mean, I would give it away, but I can't. The system doesn't let me do it. I just tried to do it just now. Really. Yet it allows you to trade your hero levels for other levels. Yeah, I could theoretically trade away all my hero levels for something else and then give you all those levels, but it sounds like you are interested in the hero class itself, Ian. Well, that's right. I mean, the hero class itself is what's incredibly fascinating, like, is there a way I can trace it backwards to the source, i.e. the gods? Do the gods actually have a physical location in this world? Like there's a magical heaven somewhere where they gaze on this world. Perhaps they're like players looking at us through the screen. Have you not considered it, giving away all your hero levels so that you can remove their influence? I did think about it. But I didn't do it because I wanted to still help Harris and Jared. I doubt the gods would just let all three of us trade all our hero classes away. Pretty sure there's like a limit or something. Makes sense that the gods would put a failsafe like that. They already went ahead to actively mind control and mind wipe these heroes. Why wouldn't they put restrictions? Tending to flowers, great druid, the young lady said. She was in full armor, had 2 large swords on each side, and a long wooden anti-demon spear at the back. Edna the Grand Knight, and she's only 16, as I am often compelled to do, yes. Has Ian summoned you recently? No, why well, I have had offers from nearby kingdoms to defect to serve them. Faris paused. If it's a good offer, it is worth considering, though the term, defection, is a bit too strong. Edna sat on a rock in the flower garden. Explain. I believe Ian may be open to us acting as his mercenaries. Mercenaries, Edna frowned. That's quite against the very nature of my class as a Grand Knight. I spoke to some observers, Principal Ivan and Master Jura, and they agreed that Ian may be willing to consider stationing us in those other kingdoms. Willing to consider doesn't mean he will. Ian's willingness, of course, has a price. A good enough reward, he would definitely consider it. I believe if the kingdoms may offer something rare and unique from the ancient pasts, Ian may well be swayed into it. At least, Principal Ivan strongly thinks so. I highly doubt he is willing to give any of us away. Not give, stationed. We are still loyal to him and we act as his agents. Our services to those other kingdoms are similar to those of an adventurer. We would obviously abstain if those conflicts meant we would end up fighting each other, so you have been similarly approached. Edna smirked. Of course, Faris said. When the kingdoms or even the Houghton Council first gave me the offers, I quickly notified Valthorn leadership. Master Jura's advice then was to ignore it, as if these kingdoms truly are desperate, they would offer far greater rewards than what they offered now. Edna shook her head. That really makes it sound like mercenarial. I wouldn't do so. Faris's turn to laugh. If so, it's best you stay put. I doubt the principles of these other kingdoms would be better than ours. But a part of my class is enhanced by serving a king. There are knight-specific abilities for people like myself. If there's anyone who can make a king, it's probably our great Ian. I don't have a king class, though. Wait, does Roma have the prince class? Yes, but it's still level 2, Roma said quietly when Jura approached him. Why do you ask, Master Jura? Ian asked, not me. Roma's an adult like Lausanne. Unlike Lausanne, his focus has always been more academic and magical in nature, and now, having survived, he's mostly an administrator for merchant companies. It's almost like someone who's a prince relegated to an office boy, though he certainly doesn't seem any bit bothered by that sort of reality. Well, if anyone's asking, I'm honestly not interested in the whole prince thing. I'd even give the class away if I could. I'm honestly not sure why I even still have the class. Sal is still around in some form, so the title remains. Well, I wanted the prince class, and so Jura asked. So since you do not want the class, would you consider giving it away? That is possible. Ian may have the ability to take it away from you. Ivan objected strongly. It's your heritage. The hell with it, Mom. I'm not interested in being caught in stupid political games that this faraway kingdom of Sala would probably have. I have no relationship with Sala. I never lived there. I don't know anyone there, and honestly, I may well be a lifetime citizen of Freshka. I don't know my father either, and honestly, this class isn't worth it. Well, turns out I couldn't take it away, simply because his level as a prince was far too low. He needed to have at least 10-20 levels in prince for me to actually take it away from him. Help on this matter came from a very odd party. I'm a king, Harris said, back from his many peacekeeping duties. He had to come back frequently, but still the civil war went on. His wives, now all queen mothers in their own right, squabbled over territory. There were days he felt sad. His wives truly adored and loved him, and that part wasn't a lie. But his harem was held together by him and him alone. With him giving up his right over the entire kingdom. Each queen had to protect her own children. Some of his children are more ambitious, and so fighting broke out. He had no right to imprison his children, now that they are legally king and prince regents of their own country. He could only reprimand them as a father. If you want my class, you honestly can take it. It's useless now. I'm probably going to declare my capital city independent and let what's left of the Council of Ministers decide where to go. You just sound incredibly sad. Myri tapped him. What say, let's go out with a bang. Let's end this farce with the next Demon King. The two heroes plotted their plans for the next Demon King. Indeed, they intended to win, but they also intended to die. Harris was able to give me a few levels of his king class, but no more than 20 of it. But strangely, in my hands, the king class was unusable. I mean, I have a king class seed, but I cannot give it or use it on anyone. The class king cannot be used. How can I change it such that I can use it? So with my Soul Forge Yellow, I tried to experiment on the king class seed, and well, after injecting my own energy into it, it changed. The king class seed transformed into a unique class seed, the Anointed King, Ian's Executor. That's quite corny, isn't it? But that's so StarCraft. Executor. Maybe can I create a hierarch like, Artanis? I had a dilemma now. I have a special class seed, and I wasn't quite sure who to give it to. I didn't want to give it to the heroes because they had no ties with the Valley and me. Ultimately, they are under the influence of the gods, and I wouldn't want them to be king. The first person I had in mind was Jura. He served me loyally over the years and has demonstrated all the necessary skills of war. He shot it down. No, Ian, me a king. There's no way I can do it. I prefer to just teach. Lausanne, perhaps. But she's happily traveling with her husband. Laufen, she shook her head. She was happy tending to young children at Ares's childcare centers and didn't want the stress or the duties of a king. So I reluctantly put this class aside, but I had my fellow artificial souls pay attention to the young Valthorns. Perhaps of these young ones, some of them will show promise, and of them, one that I can elevate to a king. 6 more years to the Demon King. If we're lucky, 7-6. I want it to come sooner, Myri said. She was really quite eager to return home, and so when I told her about the entire soul contract and how it works with Ivan, she immediately rejected it. To her, a soul contract extends her misery in this world by 1,000 years. She didn't want any of that. She missed home, and she wanted to go home. The idea of suicide didn't quite work for her, so she's in this odd situation, perhaps quite like a Norse warrior seeking Valhalla through glorious battle with the Demon King, because little else can kill her. Her curse had remained relatively stable since my last operation, and I still continued my experiments. I suspect there must be something that binds the curse to the demons, because I didn't understand why it fluctuated at odd times. Fluctuation may be internal or external, and after all my abilities, I'm rather certain I ruled out the internal factors. So that leaves the fluctuations in the curse down to 2 possible external factors, the gods or the demons. The curse is a matter of the soul, and something I wondered was, what if a hero was sacrificed in a blood ritual? Or could blood magic's ability to interact with the outer soul be used to fix the curse? Harris, of course, hated the idea. Blood magic should be outlawed. It's a gruesome ability that shouldn't even exist in this world. And Jay, the world's pretty gruesome. I mean, you gain experience by killing stuff. Isn't that gruesome? How's blood magic different? It's just the way of killing, isn't it? I'd concede that the only thing different is that blood magic reached into a person's soul and ripped it out, and perhaps that is a kind of desecration of the sanctity of the soul. Again, only if one believes that the soul is sacred. Mortal belief, really. For someone like myself who now has a good understanding of the soul, it certainly doesn't feel sacred. In fact, I feel a bit of desensitization that comes from knowledge, knowing that a person's inner soul can always reincarnate, and death is but the departure of the inner soul from a physical vessel. If so, in this cycle of death and reincarnation, it's just a convoluted version of swapping one car for another, or stopping one game and starting another new game. So, why should outer souls or lives be sacred? If anything should be sacred, it's that moment in space and time. Space-time is sacred because death takes it away, and each period of time is unique, and what happens in that space is unique. So death robs away one's ability to experience each unique segment of space-time. Anyway, back to the blood magic. I certainly want to use my blood mage class seeds, and I want to use it differently. All the previous blood mages have quite warped perspectives and were up to no good, so I'm going to try to train a good blood mage. There must be something in their magic that's worth learning. Jura, Laufen, and Ivan were horrified at the idea of training young blood mages. No. Our existing trainees generally gain their levels and experience against monsters and hybrids. Blood mages require blood sacrifice, and that means people. No, something like that. Doesn't make much sense, though. What's wrong using those about to die anyway? Year 121. My own curse flared up. I wasn't sure why, but if it could happen to the heroes, it certainly could happen to me. Thankfully, Root of Life helped suppress it, but it felt like one of those days when I woke up on the wrong side of the bed and had to nurse a migraine the entire day. It's really one of those days, and well, it's one of those years. I had a few rebellions to crush, a few invasions to defeat, a surge in monsters and creatures from the Rottedlands, but there are some good parts. I sent 3 of the ancient tree shards to lilies. Strangely, they actually agreed to give an enchantment should I ever ask for it. They have some powers over death. They gave me a brief origin story of their powers of death, because they took death ceremonies to another level. In the lake of Lilliput City, any and every death is brought back to be submerged in the lake. A tradition almost a millennia old, lilies have developed a method of gaining experience from the bodies of the dead. Beneath the lake's murky waters are floating roots and vines that consume the corpses of the dead. They had somehow developed a skill that allowed them to collect experience from the dead. I mean, I get experience seeds, but they get experience in levels. I wonder if it's a function of their different species, class, experience, levels. Perhaps so many years ago, did Indra set me off on this path of being a soul spirit tree by requesting for a familiar. Had I received experience in a different way, would my evolution have been different? I'm afraid not, Jura shook his head. Ian has a rather poor opinion of the Houghton Council after his encounters with your people a few decades ago. Could you talk to it and convince it otherwise? The council has changed a lot over the 20 years. Surely it's unfair for the tree spirit to pin the blame on this generation for the sins of the previous generation. The Houghton Council had sent a decent-sized delegation to Freshka after the news of the great druid class being gifted to Faris. It took them some time, but here they are. Many want the class, of course. Some of these druids have been regular druids for decades and saw the upgraded class as a chance to break through their stagnant life. Jura shrugged. Trees have long memories. I suggest you come back in, say, 50 years. I think that's not true. It's just that we trees perceive time differently, so those memories feel quite fresh to me. It takes more time for me to forget a grudge, even though it feels just as long or the same to me. No, great druid. To a child, the druid shouted at Jura. Even the entire Houghton Council, only 2 druids have that class. Jura frowned. Perhaps Ian sees something in the child, and I don't recall druids ever challenging the wisdom of the tree spirits. Domain and Grand Mind Tree has blocked attempted influence. And Ian has just said that he is annoyed at your attempt to use your power. The druid frowned. A few other druids looked unhappy, and they stomped off. Jasmine helped to monitor them, but then a bunch of them were spotted sneaking into the Valthorn's offices and buildings. The tree spirit may have hidden some of the class-granting fruits in the premises. We should sneak in and try to find it. They managed to bribe a Valthorn employee to reveal where valuable items are hidden in the Valtrian Order's premises. So they snuck in, but wouldn't they hide it in its main tree itself? Another Houghton druid asked. At this point, I think no one ever revealed to the druids that I have line of sight of the entire valley. Wouldn't anyone be able to figure it out? Do you want a chance to find a great druid class or not? They snuck into the premises, and then got a shock when they saw the valuables store only had money. It's just storing money. That's because all the weapons and other items have all been given to the Valthorns, and they are responsible for caring for their own goods. Seriously, the concept of a store is not really valid when Jasmine and the other artificial minds can pretty much track all movement of these items almost all the time. Distributing them minimized any risk of theft, and since the valley itself is under heavy surveillance, it wasn't hard to find who took what, especially if it's of value. Money, on the other hand, was rather worthless to me, so its security was left to the Valtrian Council. You know it won't be there. Edna appeared behind the druids. There were a group of other Valthorn knights with her. The fruits of a special class only appear when Ian itself decides it so. You. The Houghton druids turned and summoned animals to fight. They were outnumbered, honestly. There were knights everywhere. The knights overwhelmed the druids. Those who surrendered were arrested and thrown into a prison. Time for Freshka to hold them ransom for some rewards from the Houghton Council. I had the impression they are on the decline, though, so I wonder what they are willing to cough up. Later on, I awarded 2 more Valthorn initiates with special classes. One, a mountain druid, and another, a ranger master. To some extent, a part of me began to enjoy the chaos that these advanced classes cause. I'm rather surprised that you have so many unique classes, Ian. I've been hoarding them for some time. There's some truth to it, but I also have an orchard of class seed growing trees in the Valley of the Unwrought. And it helps that I gather class seeds, skill seeds, and experience seeds when people die. Everywhere, as long as it's within the range of my soul harvesters, essence, class seed, and skill seeds continue to come in. So I always have materials to fuse into bigger or upgraded seeds. Master, we need upgrades too, Horns reminded. Their level cap has increased to level 60, but as previously their upgrades require materials and gems. I decided to upgrade Trevor and Dimitri first, since they've been supporting me for so long, and they are both at their level cap anyway. After that, I upgraded Horns and Jura's bamboo. The yellow type upgrades generally grant my artificial souls to choose a class specialization, so in Trevor and Dimitri's case, they both gained administrator type skills. Horns gained general type skills to control my large army of beetles. I also created more artificial minds, placing them subordinate to Trevor, Dimitri, and Jasmine to oversee my vast empire. I already had Acacia, Brutus, and Cypress from earlier, but since Trevor can now hit level 60, I elevated him to be pretty much my chief of artificial souls. Dimitri is his deputy. I feel that my artificial souls or minds are like extremely good AI. They are extremely competent at monitoring and administration, but they are constrained on creation and scope, and only improved by the new Soul Forge colors. The level cap also meant that they would never be able to really fight at the level I need, simply because enemies like the demonic walkers need a force around level 80. Thinking about it, they're probably an organization's field managers and middle managers. Somewhere, in a quiet corner of my vast kingdom, I also had a secret experiment. This was far from the rest of the inhabited area, away from Jura or Freshka. I created a tree and infused it with blood, a lot of blood. My roots are able to transport liquids, so I stocked and absorbed the blood from the sick, the dead, or the dying, and then infused a tree with all the blood. Though the elves didn't agree on my experimenting with blood mages, I could very much do it myself. So a tree. I did so secretly, and eventually a notification. Unique tree, the bleeding tree created. I was swept with a sickening feeling, like nausea. Grand Mind Tree blocked attempted influence from unknown source. Then I felt better. I need to further upgrade the Grand Mind Tree. Then I had my beetles secretly smuggle criminals to that location. It wasn't hard after all, through the entire Freshlands. All these vassal states all have criminals of various kinds. I suppose I'm doing some mental gymnastics when I justify my process that these criminals are on death row anyway. So I may as well test some basic blood magic with their bodies. Conceptually, runes are a kind of rituals. Blood magic, too, is a ritual. I myself and my entire network of trees is pretty much a massive magical array. I tried to use my roots to cast a blood ritual. It failed. I tried again. Failed. It failed. By the time I was done with the 50 or so criminals, I had failed all my attempted blood magic. Why did I fail? Is it because I used a bleeding tree? I was frustrated, but I got a skill. Skill upgraded. Magic Lab's blood magic sensor unlocked. So later that year, I spotted another bunch of blood mages. The world is filled with blood mages, very much a legacy of the hexbomb era, when the knowledge of how to cast a hexbomb was widely distributed to so many kingdoms and countries. Once again, I let them use their blood magic, but with my new blood magic sensors, I think I began to understand it a bit more. Blood magic essentially uses their own soul as a chip, in order to hack into the souls of those sacrificed. Each use of blood magic weakens their own soul, and makes them even more susceptible to the corruption of blood magic, and the strange voices from beyond. It's like taking a part of themselves, making that into a consumable nail. So the insanity and curse that comes with all high-level blood mages is an inherent outcome of their use of such abilities. That insanity is also mixed into the very fabric of the loosely knitted outer soul fragments. Maybe it's like using a diamond to cut another diamond, because they don't have enough power for its alternatives. Have you never found who were spreading the hex bombs? I asked the heroes one day. Find them. No one's going to reveal themselves as a blood mage. In truth, it should be possible to find them since their souls would clearly be damaged. Each use is like leaving gunpowder residue on their soul, but then one would have to be able to spot it. I would be able to spot it. All I needed to do is put them under my biolab and it'll be clear as day. Curse, weakened soul from blood magic. That's what appeared in the few captured blood mages. Their soul spring is clearly tainted, the spring itself cracked, and the waters in their spring is a muddy brown. Based on all this, I'm confident in my assessment. Hex is essentially a radioactive, decaying outer soul fragment stitched together with blood magic. The decay is how the outer souls untangle the stitching and decay into normal matter. Year 122. I did another controversial series of tests. I hauled a bunch of death row criminals to my soul forge and attempted a clean version of the outer soul stitching. If blood magic was incomplete work, then could I, the master of 4 colors of the soul forge, perform a complete version? I failed at first. I failed my first 10 tests, and in doing so, close to 500 criminals were killed. That's hell of a gruesome way to die, the heroes said, but it's painless. The overwhelming energies of my soul forge instantly kills them and liquefies them. It's true. The amount of mana used to attempt clean soul fusion was absolutely insane, so much so that when I use it, everyone in the entire Freshlands can feel the mana flickering in the air. Each time I had a better understanding of the process. Ian, where do you get these ideas? The heroes asked, unaware that I've been watching and experimenting on the blood mages. Dreams. Trees can dream. Why not? You don't have brains. Are brains necessary for dreams? Anyway, it's key to separate the inner soul and the outer soul as smoothly and cleanly as possible. After separation, the inner soul core is released so that it can proceed with its reincarnation, and what's left is a floating magical plasma blob of outer soul fragments. Next, I used my overwhelming mana to forcefully compress the outer soul fragments together. The first few times I didn't control my mana properly, so the outer soul fragments leaked out and then it just dissipated. Then, as the soul fragments fused together, it finally turned into a small solid object. You've created a soul-strengthening seed. Consuming the soul-strengthening seed will increase the level capacity of one individual. Needs to be combined with a herb of sufficient quality. What? I thought to myself. I expected something far more powerful than just a soul-strengthening seed. But then the level capacity seems to suggest that each individual has a cap, and so I have just discovered the item that breaks the cap, and I know exactly the person to give it to. Jura. I fused the soul-strengthening seed with a high-quality 5-year-old ginseng from my ginseng trees. Eat this. He did, and he felt like his entire body burned for the rest of the day. Ian, what are you feeding me? Why do I feel like every part of me is breaking? Well, a good day later, he woke up and felt much stronger and healthier, as if he was younger by a few decades. Ian, I have a blessing, and I gained 7 levels in Warlord overnight. Oh, soul blessed. Does the soul-strengthening seed give levels, or are those like overflow levels that were not affected because he was capped at around level 80? The only way to prove it, of course, is to make more and give it to someone else that was not stuck at the cap. It's a little disappointing, though. I had hoped to create something comparable to, say, a fusion power plant, but I suppose a level-breaking ability is not bad either. That meant Lozan could also break past level 80 if she wanted, but I think she's still happily adventuring in the world. I want to talk about Ian, Harris said to Jared and Myri. They were gathered in a room in one of the lodges in Freshka. You know he's listening, right? Jared looked at Harris like an alien. Ian's presence permeates the entirety of this region. This entire region is a police surveillance state. We agreed on this. No talking about tree spirits anywhere near them. All of us have his familiars. Who knows if it's eavesdropping on us? I know, but I think I don't mind if he listens, Harris said. I just wanted to say that he seems to be very intimately familiar with our world's thought processes, almost as if he knows what we know. Evidence. Remember how Jura described our wooden arms as power armor? Harris promptly showcased his wooden limbs made from familiar. I was still unable to fix the 2 lost parts due to the effects of the curse, but at least it wouldn't get worse. So what? There's so many little references here and there that he understands. I believe he knows about Earth. Look, I can posit a few theories of how he knows about us. 1. He's old and he met a lot of us Earthers. 2. He has the power to create and alter dreams by extension. He must have some access to our memories such that he can create those dreams. 3. His soul harvesters harvest the souls of the dead, and each time he gains something from the dead. If those dead include Earthers, it is no surprise that he knows what we know, Myri said. Harris froze, and after thinking for a long time, you're right. I probably didn't think it through. We have 4 years left till the next Demon King. We're in no condition to fight it. Myri said, though she's not dead, she is weakened by the curse. If I must admit, we must be prepared to lose and die. Jared nodded, so let's do what Astra did, kill ourselves and bomb it to death. No, Myri said, you saw what the system did to him. It made us hate him. Well, if we want to go out with a bang, I can't think of a better way. Myri stopped. Bang. Maybe we could make ourselves into a living bomb. You know, like that manga. This old dude fought the Ant King, but as a failsafe planted a nuke into his heart. We could try that. They all got a headache at the same time, but Jared had already prepared cups filled with some herbal liquor. They all took a sip, damn system meddling with our minds. It's a good idea, but who can make a bomb that powerful? Ian's been experimenting with souls. We could ask him to try it. Maybe he can do something about it. Harris looked confused and bewildered. I cannot believe that both of you are suggesting to make yourself into some kind of suicide bomber. It's not suicide bombing. It's a contingency. Jared said, I wouldn't do it. Harris frowned. If the Demon King lives, it'll still kill you. You know it can and will look for us. You've felt it. We're just like the ringbearer. The Demon King can see us one way or another. The higher levels we are, the brighter we are to him, Myri said. It's better for us to knock it out. Harris had been still busy quelling the conflict among his many sons and daughter, so the idea of dying to the Demon King really didn't sit well with him. So what are your alternatives, Emperor? Harris, you know you can't outrun it, and you cannot move your children's kingdoms. Do them a favor, buy them some time, and knock out the Demon King when you die. If the Demon King lives and comes for you, your children's kingdoms will be in ruins anyway. Harris was silent. Jared looked at Myri. Well, if anything, both of us will find a way to make us self-destruct if we die. It's honestly a pretty fitting way to end our lives, and ironic too. We all died in a car crash, now we get to die with a Michael Bay-style explosion. Why can't we summon the next generation of heroes? Harris said, there must be a way I can trade powers for the right to summon more heroes. Then he had a massive headache, so much so that it looked like he was having fits. Jared and Myri quickly fed him some herbal liquor. Wow, that's some intense mental attack. Harris took a while to recover and then said, I mean, it takes power to summon heroes, right? But can we summon heroes or perhaps aid the gods in summoning heroes? That way I don't have to die. I don't mind surrendering my blessings or my levels as cost. You know, that's really a rather good idea. Jared nodded. But where do we even start? How do we even commune and discuss this with the gods? Year 123. Since time immemorial, man has been searching for means to themselves more powerful. That is true then, and that is true now. Even nature itself is forever locked in an arms race, as species evolved for an advantage, and other species evolved in response to that advantage. War and evolution are tied together in many ways. This is the latest generation of wood-formed weapons. I showed my latest upgraded versions of the wooden spears to Jura and the selected Valthorns. I had given out 2 more upgraded classes, 1 Grand Knight and 1 Spearmaster. It was a small group, less than 10. Is its effectiveness against demons improved? Slightly. I had spent a lot of time analyzing the crystal matrices and have managed to copy a little of its effects, but to replicate it wholesale is still beyond me for now. Every iteration is slightly better, slightly more powerful. Sad to think that my woodforming is used in this way. I should have made statues instead. One of the wooden spears shrunk and the attendees jumped. Wow, it's now expandable. That way it's easier to move around. I copied the idea from one of the Hero's Star mono-withdrawable swords. In hindsight, I should have made something like this way earlier. It's essentially just a magical lightsaber, but with wood. Not exactly difficult to make a seed-like thing that releases a spear and later on retracts it. Nature already has many similar mechanisms. In a way, it's also partly pocket space, similar to my secret hideout. It'll be tuned to all of you. Tuned, yes, with runes. The gem inserts have runes and so, add a drop of blood to it and it'll recognize you as its owner. Again, not an original idea. Some heroes have invented star mana weapons that only recognize people who have their blood, essentially as a means of preserving power for their descendants. The heroes have this. Well, no, they have better ones. Ah. Edna said, examining her new lance and shield. As a knight, she gets some mount-specific boosts, and so there's some new wooden protective gear for her mount. Seems like I'll have to fight demons soon. It's not hard. The rule is simple. Focus on your target and don't stray too far outside Ian's suppression aura. Jura explained. He's now level 90. I agree. But sadly my suppression aura is weaker as I go further. This means Ian puts the odds of the heroes winning the next battle at close to 0, doesn't it? Our spearmaster asked. Jura paused. It would be so. It's not exactly uncommon for heroes to die to the Demon King. Their recent string of victories is quite abnormal and has happened no more than 5 times in the past few hundred years. And so the peace of Harrison ends. Faris said, an era of relative peace, named after the most visible of the hero kings, Harris. It seems our upgraded classes have not been given out for no reason. Are you afraid, great druid? Edna smiled. Should I not be? Worry when the time comes. Jura spoke. For now, practice and keep gaining levels. Certainly. Edna nodded. Ian, are there any restrictions of use for these items? No, try them out on the hybrids. I recall a large group has been spotted. Gladly. Those with the upgraded classes, and Jura went for it. I believe they will succeed. Maybe even Jura himself would be sufficient, with his recently acquired strength. On the home front, the heroes have been experimenting with new kinds of spells. They wanted to make themselves into a bomb, just like the Demon King. I couldn't help them. I mean, I don't have the ability to give them that kind of power. Trees don't blow up, except for hybrid trees, but that's an outlier. So they had to speak to others, and Jared had been traveling everywhere. Harris, too, had to frequently intervene in his family conflicts. It was just lucky that his curse did not flare up when he was temporarily away. Ian, Myri said when the two heroes are away. What's it like being a tree? I didn't answer. It was more like I didn't even know where to begin describing it. Sorry, must be offensive. I suppose it's the equivalent of you asking me what's it like being a hero. Myri said. I asked because, well, I'm an alcoholic and tea addict now. Rumors are swirling about that the heroes would not survive the next one. Of my curse and Harris's, she looked wistful. What do you think of this idea, the hero bomb? It wasn't the first time she asked. I said it was a wise decision. It's a good one. It's pragmatic. Myri paused. I hoped you'd not give me the same answer. Tell me it's wrong. It's wrong. Myri laughed and then cried. Fuck it. Jared's running around in a wild goose chase. I don't think there's any mage who knows how to make themselves into a walking nuke, even if it's a damned good idea. Keep cursing. Yeah, I should probably stop wallowing in my misery. Myri stood. Here's an idea. Write runes inside my soul. Can you do that? There must be a nuclear rune somewhere. Invent one. Runes work on physical objects. Well, in honesty, I've never tried. I'm not aware whether runes can be written in the soul realm, but then the soul spring does have rune-like inscriptions and patterns. Says who? No one. Then can you try writing runes in the soul spring? I'm not sure if that's possible, but certainly worth trying. Try it on me. Don't let Harris or Jared know. Why not? I had the impression Jared was open to the idea of nuclearizing themselves. Fine, don't let Harris know. I wondered then if it's possible to write a rune or blood ritual into the soul spring, such that it triggers a hex bomb-like event. Is this how we can assure victory, but making heroes into nukes? It's pragmatic, certainly. Sensible, even. But I get Myri and Harris's point that there's some quite wrong with it. How is it different from a kamikaze attack, or in the case of a soldier charging into the firing range, preparing to die? I couldn't quite answer that, but no matter. I poked into Myri's soul spring again, and this time I used my feelers to attempt to write runes in her soul spring. It didn't work, not on the rocks of the soul spring, but I could write runes on the water or the ground around her spring. But then the waters from her soul spring quickly washed the rune away. It's actually possible. I was amazed. If one could find a way to make the rune stick, then it's possible to have a soul that's covered in runes, or at least outside of the soul spring. What? Does that mean you can make me a nuke? No, not just that. Could I use runes to suppress her curse even further? But how and where do I start? There are 2 main hurdles. 1, there's a need to find something that makes lasting runes in the soul area around the soul spring. 2, what runes do I use and what is its long-term effects on a person? That's, of course, something to research. Criminals exist in every society. Each of the segments of the Freshlands administers its own set of rules and justice, and this is something we, as the federal entity, do not generally participate in. It's a federal-state relationship, though, simply because I don't want to be bothered by the minutiae, and I am also not interested in micromanaging people. I'd rather focus on trees, gardens, and stuff. One area which I do make orders is that every large town and segment has gazetted gardens and parks, and long strips of trees flanked roads. This is something the Federal Freshlands Authority, headquartered in Freshka, gazetted and required of all of its cities. A small requirement, really, since I'll handle the creation of trees and parks. The towns just have to leave the space and path for it. That's on top of the protected forests and jungles. In a way, it's almost possible to imagine the federal Freshlands Authority like the National Park Service on extreme steroids, to the point that it's the main authority. The Valthorns Rangers are just a militarized version of the park rangers, and since they are militarized, they do also catch criminals, which are useful. Rumors have been swirling about that criminals caught are subjected to my experiments. That the Ian of Freshka is outwardly a benevolent deity, but it treats its criminals as materials for gruesome experiments. I'm rather amused by it, because it's true. Serious criminals are used for my soul-related experiments, for blood magic, for creating the soul-strengthening seed. After all, the legal terminology used to describe the punishment for serious crimes is subject to Ian's mercy. I didn't know who came up with that. I suspect one clever lawyer or justice of peace, but yes, it's a phrase that has begun to strike fear into everyone. No one subjected to Ian's mercy had ever returned. How could they with their souls ripped out of their bodies and turned into living experiments? Still, criminals persist, and many of these states have added a layer beneath that punishment. Their citizens demanded something less frightening, mostly involved life imprisonment. Criminals are quite fun, actually, and I actually received some rather interesting criminal classes. I even fused them to create more powerful criminal classes, like Bandit Lord or Master Thief. As I thought of this, Jura had just finished capturing a runaway murderer. Punishment for multiple murders, Ian's mercy. I feel like that's such an evil euphemism. It's like saying walk the plank instead of jumping off the ship. The criminal is tied up and loaded into a beetle with a cage. A cage beetle. There are hundreds of these beetles, traveling between all the various segments of the Freshland, collecting all these criminals and ferrying them here. To me, for my experiments. A logistic network of high-sec criminals set up to feed my need for materials coordinated by my artificial minds. All right, that's 3. Jura locked the criminals inside. They wailed and screamed. Let me out, please, counsel, I beg you. Not Ian's mercy. The federal law is clear. Multiple murders and domestic crimes put you under federal jurisdiction. Ian has every right to claim you. Please know, such exchanges were common. Why is it that bad? Kings sentence criminals to death all the time. Usually an executioner with a massive axe would do the dirty job. Jura shrugged. You may consider your appeal before Ian himself. None succeeded. The very fact that my artificial minds have assessed them as targets meant they've passed the preset thresholds. A fellow Valthorn just gulped and looked at Jura. Every year they collect about 1,000 or so criminals. It's on a steady decline, as more and more criminals learn not to cross that threshold. Not much, when the entire Freshland region is now home to some 4 million people, spread across the 15 segments and the 50 cities, 300 towns and 5,000 or so villages within it. Freshlands is massive, now that I have recovered close to 10% of what was the entire Rottedlands. Time needed for a beetle to travel from one end to another without rest takes a full 7 days. Freshka itself now is home to about 150,000, being the federal capital and administrative seat of the Freshlands Representative Council. They've been changing the names every now and then. Little matters that I left to Cavio and the representatives. Oh, the Ian of the Freshlands. My attention was drawn to a voice that called out to me. Jasmine was quick to prompt me to look. One of the nobles of the outer cities, he was alone, and he called out to me. If you can hear me, please talk to me. Father, have you gone insane? His son was behind him. He was a lot younger, in his teens. No, the noble said. Jasmine quickly gave me his brief. He's a level 31 noble, and he is the ruler of this city. It's a mid-sized city on the northern edges of the Freshlands, and mainly works with mining and farming from the recovered lands. Then why are you talking like that? I got a skill, young foolish son of mine, and that skill tells me Ian knows I'm talking to him. Really? What skill is that? The teenage son asked. Territorial awareness. It's common for kings to have a version of it, but it seemed I got lucky and somehow obtained this. And so you're testing it out by shouting and calling out to Ian, our faraway supposed benefactor. The noble smacked the young teenager. Watch your words. At this point I supposed I should respond, so I telepathically spoke to both of them. Yes, nobleman, you called. A vine emerged from the ground and crawled in through the window. The teenager looked deathly pale. The nobleman instantly prostrated himself before the vine. Greetings, Ian. So it is true, those rumors of Ian's ever-presence in the Freshlands. Had it not been true, indeed, it is just that us, those on the fringes, do not feel your presence. Have the Valthorns not sent their men to deal with the hybrids? Ah, I was wasting my time. Is there anything serious? No, I just wanted to test my skill. Ah, I sometimes wonder whether my presence and surveillance was a good thing. I floated in my soul realm and watched the souls drift in. There were about 150,000 souls in my soul realm, all awaiting reincarnation or whatever awaited their next step. When they are ready, they will shed their outer shells, and only the inner core will move on to inhabit whatever that the gods had planned. I wondered whether there's a standard process to it. I recall Mozart, the being that reincarnated me, referring to himself as the administrator of this entire process. To think since that day I now play a part in the same process that they administered, a cog in the big machine. I once described the soul as a car and a driver. The driver is the inner core, the car is the outer core. But maybe it's also more accurate to imagine their bodies as the car, their clothes and look as their outer core, and their physical body as the inner core. One can change their outer soul shells, just as how Mila and Alexis adopted new classes and new skills. The outer soul is after all just a frame, and the skills that are attached to that frame. Now that I have 4 colors, my ability to interact with these floating souls improved. Some of them are in need of repairs. In a way, this entire realm is my body, and there are segments where these damaged souls are repaired. There's a lot of memories, of their families, of life in this world. I had chosen to just ignore these flashbacks. In a way, I'm just behaving like a soulless office administrator, putting a stamp on their documents before sending them on their way. I didn't want to care about their life story. It was too much. In fact, the more I learned of their life story, it just made me feel worse because here I am as a soul tree. It's like that meme from the MCU movies. I guide others to a treasure I cannot possess. And here I see memories of a life had and lost that I cannot obtain. Are you a soul tree too, Lilies? Do you have a soul realm? What do you do with their memories? I paused. Yeah, me too. Maybe it was right that I didn't go through their memories. Do they deserve at least that bit of dignity? I recall that Lily's was rather aloof about this whole arrangement, that they looked at it all from the angle of an overarching ecosystem, that the death of one is but a necessity. Am I becoming like that, desensitized to death? Now that my domain in Grand Mind Tree is able to block outside influences, is this really me that's transformed into this jaded tree? I'm afraid of what I'm becoming. I didn't know why I said that to Lily's, but at that point I really didn't have anyone else to turn to for advice on life as a tree. I had become desensitized. When I think about it, some of my choices are not my best. Even when I tried making better choices, it doesn't always turn out better. Lily's didn't reply for a whole week. Then one day they just responded. How? Where? I don't know. Grand Mind Tree had blocked outside influence from fellow trees. Override. Grand Mind Tree has temporarily allowed outside influence. I felt a sense of comfort. My fellow forests, our now vast network of trees that stretch the entirety of the freshlands. The land has been damaged by the demons, but we've brought it back from the dead. The land is hurt, but we can fix it. Must I become one with the rest of the forests? Our fates are tied together. These trees depend on me, and as it is, I too depend on them. Do you lean on your fellow trees? I suppose as a crutch. Maybe Lily's doesn't need it because they were born this way. But I was human, and my mind still has the lingering structure and processes of a human. It is a lot. I feel like it is. The two of them sparred. Jura was quicker. Edna was still about level 60s, though she had an upgraded class. Jura's warlord class is pretty much an upgraded class too, though a common one. But as a grand knight, she had a unique set of skills. It was the whole debacle of the fused classes, such as warlord versus specialist classes, such as grand knight and great druid. The other Valthorns watched, Ivan too. Jura's gotten a lot stronger. He somehow broke through his level cap. It's a secret, of course. No one knew how he broke through the level cap, just that it happened. But Ivan was no fool, and she quickly concluded that I did something. After all, it wasn't the first time I tried to help Jura break through the level cap. She was also smart enough not to publicly say it. Faris was level 50 plus. His leveling was a little slower as somehow he didn't gain levels as frequently from battling hybrids or demons. If he wanted, his ability to influence trees was quite strong. Luckily, he couldn't get past my defenses. I wonder if the Lord of the Forest could, so I decided to just destroy that seed instead. If I wanted it again, I could just merge 30 great druid seeds, but keeping it lying around was a risk I didn't want to take. Year 124. The Demon King's coming closer, and the weakening barriers somehow strengthens the hybrids. Then we spotted the demonic portals, and out came the champions. Ah shit, here we go again. Champions, Walker-class demons. Or more like, Walkers were champion-class demons. The Rottedlands occasionally spawns champion-class monsters, but they are quite passive, usually just roam around where they spawned. But a return of the champions means the Demon King isn't far. No. We haven't fixed the fundamental weakness that we do not have a healer. I couldn't fill their role. I'm not a battlefield healer. I'm like that hospital back in town that they rush back to. And we do have a gap in damage output. We could recruit Jura. Jared suggested. I sparred with him a few times, and I think he's about 20 of our level, maybe less. No, I was quick to smack that down. I wasn't going to send my best man to his death, but that was an interesting estimate. The heroes are around level 130-140, and yet a level 90 Jura is only 20 of their strength. That meant the growth at the higher levels is higher in terms of stats. Or I guessed it. But Ian, you should train an archmage that can reach level 150. Easier said than done. I used so many experience gaining and training related abilities on my elite Valthorns, and Edna is only level 62. which is just a little bit faster than how long it took Lozan to get there. I reckon the speed is due to experience, and also an abundance of hybrid demons for Edna and her batch to fight as real combat experience. Could they do it? Anyway, this was a good time to watch. The demon champion wasn't an exotic shape or form. Instead, it took the form of a massive winged demon with horns. A typical demonic look. Jura stood. Well, it's more intimidating than I expected. A group of 10. Jura at about level 92. Edna at level 62, Faris at level 55, the rest about level 40s to 50s. The gap's honestly big, but most of them have upgraded classes, which puts them above the strength of their level. Fear Ward morale boost. The Grand Knight used her skills. Well, Jura nodded, and he too had received upgraded familiars. Or a demonic suppression. All right, it's 10 on 1. Ian's watching, and he needs to know whether we can take it. There were swarms of beetles around to ensure that their 10 on 1 fight was not interrupted. They fought hard, and they were still inadequate. Mainly everyone else other than Jura. Even Edna's shields and abilities were not at a level strong enough to parry the demon champion's attacks until she switched to the anti-demon weapons. I supposed I cheated because I have these hero fragments which just makes me intensely overpowered against demons. Still, they won. But I had to use a block or two. Conclusion, all of them needed to be around level 70 for the fight against the demon champion to be a certainty. They also needed a far stronger damage dealer and live healer. A druid was not a pure healer, not like someone with the healer class was. I had some healer class seeds, and I wanted to create a pure high-tier healer. It was not just healers. I wanted high-tier mages too, and high-tier runemasters as well, to do the things I wanted. Meanwhile, the heroes were getting ready. 2 years left, and already the continents faced the demonic attacks. It seemed that this time the demons would be concentrated on our continent, because most of the demonic rifts have been detected here. Based on the heroes' network of informants all over the country, this demon king is shaping up to be another conventional demon king. Is that a good thing? We should be expecting hellhounds soon. Ah, that's nostalgic. I had a woodhound from back then. And the demon knights and their elites. So what should we prepare? Edna asked. Anti-fire magic. The conventional demon king is heavy on fire, axes, and overwhelming force. Jura advised. What have you learned from our combat with the champion? We need to be stronger and our team composition can be better. Edna shrugged. I have a few anti-demon skills as Grand Knight, but not enough. I've been rather useless throughout the entire battle. Faris frowned. My vines are not strong enough to damage the demon champion at all. My summons are quite useless too. In truth, a druid and a fire demon is a very bad matchup. The only reason I personally have any use is because my fragments make me overpowered. Stronger skills. All of them agreed they needed stronger skills, but I wonder how I could give them some of my anti-demon properties other than through my weapons and items. If only they could get some of my passives. Hero weapons. The gear we have here is as close to hero weapons we can get, Jura explained. Well, I do have many sets of weapons I made with Harris and gang, but I kept that for now, mainly because after this generation of heroes, I may not get the chance to interact with the next batch, so I should keep this generation's weapons as a rare item. It ultimately comes down to levels, and I agree with Faris. Faris should therefore be stationed in the back. I will request Ian for the Grand Knights to be deployed. Later on, the Freshlands Federal Authority and the representative of the segment states had gathered for a military briefing. The topic is obviously the Demon King. For these representatives, this was their chance to extract maximum benefit from the federal authority. The states have all appointed their own generals and military commanders, but as enshrined in the Constitution of our Federation, and with my blessings, the Beetles will be deployed to defend all the segments against the demons. The Valthorns, of course, have to join the battle as the elite force. The heroes, too, had deployed their summoned units to fight demons beyond the borders of the Freshlands. Jared was frequently away to tackle the demon champions that appeared. He, a high-leveled hero, could handle the demon champions easily. I was wary of another Rotterdland-style event, so I increased the number of giant attendant trees in the distant regions, forming a ring. The ideal is that if something like the Rotterdlands happened again, the giant trees can last a bit longer and give me ample warning to prepare. The last round, the Demon King was on another continent, so I too somehow felt safe. It was totally a flaw in my thought process, but yeah, there's an urgency to this matter. I had reinforced the root walls on all the borders, and hand began stockpiling my tuberous storage. If needed, I'd have to release large quantities of mana at one go to offset the pressure from a Rotterdland-style corruption bomb. I also added another of trees and root walls around Freshka and the valley, for a total of 3 layers. One at the borders, one around Freshken region, and one around the Valley of the Unwrought. If a bomb blew up, I'd be able to buy 2 to 3 hours for a response. I had made a basic strategy framework for a Demon King. 1. Survival up till the point the Demon King is slain. This meant constructing defenses, mobile populations, and armies to deal with the lesser demons. On this point, we have the Beatles, a growing Valthorn elite, and each of the regions have their own armies, adventurers, and so on. 2. Supporting the heroes to slay the Demon King. The longer the Demon King is not slain, the more damage it can cause. So once the heroes appear, they need to be supported so they can get to the level needed as fast as possible. Sometimes this takes 1 to 2 years, and during this time there's absolutely nothing that can stand in the Demon King's way. Maybe I could, but I wasn't sure, and I have no intention of taking that challenge on. Once the heroes are found, they should be groomed and properly armed. This, of course, is somewhat against my past practice of non-interference, but clearly it didn't work that well. 3. Surviving the aftermath. We've seen from the past few Demon Kings that there's usually a death trigger and a post-recovery period. In some cases it's a bomb, in some other a plague. We don't know what this Demon King will bring, but walls, mana, a widely distributed force, and time will be needed. If it's a corruption bomb, root walls will be effective. If it's a nuke, the root walls will be destroyed, but they will reduce the fallout area. What if a magic interference ability happens again? Jura asked. We currently still have very little good alternatives to the message spell. That's the #1 risk, I think. A communication breakdown will damage our ability to mount a response. So I had Jura train and set up a system of runners and messengers. The Valthorns were a bit taken aback when I suggested having a system of locating and supporting the heroes. You want us to make items for the next generation of heroes. Harris and Myri were both rather surprised by it. Yes, if you don't make it, you should leave something for the next generation of heroes. I'll keep it for you and give it to them, unless you don't trust me. This was a response to point 2, of course. How do we get the new heroes up to speed as fast as possible? No. Just that's a good point. Why didn't we think of it? Harris said. Because there's no one we could trust that would ever give up a hero class item to the heroes. Why would they even tell the new heroes who arrived a year or 2 after we died that there are items for them? Myri answered on my behalf. It's a good idea, really. I just don't know why I didn't think of it too. But then we didn't have an eternal tree that we could trust. I mean, our lives are already in Ian's hands. What are some items? Try to make enough for 5 generations of heroes. If a hero could inherit the weapons of multiple generations of heroes, that may give them the leg up they needed, or make them too powerful. But the heroes are already too powerful. The fact that there's always a successor generation of Demon King in 10 years essentially keeps them in check. If you want, you can also write a special journal or writing that can only be opened with star mana that you can leave for the next generation's hero to read. They nodded and they spent months on it. They made items, wrote magical books, things, memories from one generation to be passed on to another. They all made things. Harris made shields that summoned shield soldiers. Myri made lightning axes and staffs that also summoned lightning elementals and flying thunderbirds. Jared made multiple swords that also summoned magical gladiators. When they made items for others, like their descendants, they had needed to be mindful that the items needed star mana to activate, so they had to ensure the items contained enough self-sufficient star mana such that their descendants, who are born without them, can still use the items. But when they made for future heroes, who will have star mana, they can pretty much go all out, since they didn't have to consider the star mana supply. So the power of the items contained, nigh unusable to anyone else because of its star mana requirements, is extremely high. Again, I don't see why they couldn't have made it and stored it somewhere. No one could have used these items other than heroes anyway. At least, the full abilities of it. It's still limitedly useful in the hands of non-heroes because it's generally strong and all that stuff, and I had them stored. I will give one of each item to one hero of the next generation, so each generation will receive around 15 items. It was rather difficult for the heroes to make the same items, so what I will do, as discussed with the heroes, was let the next generation of heroes choose what they wanted. I've become the tree of items too. Secret hideout upgraded. Wood forming upgraded. Year 125. Demon King Gihuang has arrived. The Demon King was early. At first, nothing much seemed to have happened. The Demon King is here, but we don't know where it is. The heroes convened. You don't. I was rather surprised by this. It's on this continent, no damage, not a single sighting so far. But then isn't it destroying anything? I have no idea either. None of the heroes had any idea what was happening. Every Demon King in the past left a trail of destruction wherever it went, so this one being absolutely unseen is strange. Is it in the Rottedlands collecting its strength? The Rottedlands is vast, and I do recall some Demon Kings generally just lays around doing nothing for a while. We looked with our summons. Nothing. Jared said then, is this Demon King invisible or an assassin type? If so, I had ensured that everyone was on high alert. Ian thinks this Demon King's going to jump on us. Yes, likely to be an invisible or assassin type that would only pop up when it's really sure it's seen us. We can sense it, right? Jared closed his eyes and attempted to use his heroic sense. And yet nothing. We should just travel together, just in case an attack on the border. demon champions, 3 of them, and an army of hybrid demons. I sent beetles to fight them, and then I allowed the demon champions closer. Once they were in the vicinity of my giant attendant trees, I unleashed a flurry of anti-demon skills and my hoarded pile of anti-demon bolts. They were tough. After all, the battle still occurred a distance away from my main tree, so the effects of my passives were weaker. But I eventually destroyed all 3 of them. You gained a level. Level 158. Skill obtained, Demon Slayer Pit. Creates a pit that significantly weakens demons trapped within. Attacks made within the pit all gain anti-demon properties. A stationary trap ability. What's the point? My thoughts were instantly interrupted by a surge in power. The heroes were fighting. The Demon King finally made its appearance. A large winged demon, its scales so shiny they resembled polished chrome. It had large claws and its swipes made large gashes in the ground with every swipe. How and when did it appear at the outskirts? We can't let it fight here. Harris shouted as he dodged an energy attack. The ground cracked where it landed. I felt the pain of the ground and the trees damaged by it, and soon the area was already decimated. There's a city not far from here. Then we lead it into the rotted lands, Myri said, and she transformed into lightning itself, and all 3 heroes were sucked into a lightning sphere. The Demon King effortlessly followed. It was out to kill them. They didn't go too far. They managed to travel about 1 beetle day's journey into the rotted lands and bought some space between themselves and civilization. I could see it because this entire area was filled with hybrid trees that I gained control over. I was relieved that even with the Demon King so near I still have control. Should we cut it off though? Trevor asked. The Demon King may use some kind of psychic attack. No, I wanted to watch the Demon King fight. Just prepare countermeasures. The heroes crashed in an uninhabited area far away, filled with hybrid demon trees. Rocky terrain filled with small mounds and hills and the explosive demon trees. The 3 heroes were all fully armed and they dodged. The Demon King wasn't about to let them talk, as the Demon King's massive claws created another scar in the ground. I felt it, the sudden extinguishing of lives. Trees that often just get destroyed in every single combat. The heroes used attacks I've never seen before. Beams of starlight, slashes that had energies of the star mana. Bright white-colored energy slashes. The Demon King and the heroes traded blows, and dozens of demon champions appeared as well. The Demon King summoned them to annoy the heroes, because in this star mana form they could destroy the demon champions with a single skill. Yet the Demon King stood, strong, and it took hits like it didn't hurt. But it probably did, because Jared managed to cut away one of its 6 silvery wings. Each time they trade blows, some trees get crushed or destroyed. It's reminded of the saying, when elephant fights, it is the grass that suffers. But the heroes were too weak. Myri's performance was dragging them down, and Harris too was slower. My curse is acting up. Myri winced in pain. The curse, long suppressed by my magic, was aggravated by the overuse of star mana and their physical exertion. The Demon King didn't let them have a break either, barrage after barrage. They may not have noticed that I've been gradually replenishing the vegetation so that I could maintain my vision over the event. Harris took a hit, his armor crushed by the sheer force of the Demon King's silvery claws. A silver demon. The other 2 heroes unleashed an attack similar to a mini-nuke. They tried to put some distance between the Demon King and Harris. Harris was first to die. The Demon King just tanked the attacks and lost one of his remaining 5 wings. But he got into distance and with his claws grabbed onto Harris. The Demon King caught him and crushed him. Harris has died. You received a fragment, but Harris had prepared for this eventuality, and his body exploded into a mist of blood. The blood mist then transformed into multiple sharp, spear-like shapes. Those blood spears then smashed into the Demon King's body. It pierced through multiple parts of the Demon King's body with tremendous force. An attack made of the hero's blood surely is something else. The power of the attack stunned my magical sensors temporarily at this distance. It was honestly off the charts. Another set of Demon King's wings were knocked out. The 2 heroes didn't flinch as they watched their friend die. They've been through loss, and they are still focused on the Demon King. The Demon King took damage, it roared, and shot out beams of energy. Their tanker and defender was taken out, so they had to rely on a wide set of items, like their crystal matrices, which created massive wooden shields. Those items didn't hold up for very long. Each of the shields took 2 hits. Myri's curse acted up some more, but rather than retreat, she seemed to gain a boost of energy, and she threw herself at the Demon King. "Damn you," she shouted, and she ran in with a staff of lightning. I felt all my magical sensors go nuts again then. She was drawing her soul into her attack, and the Demon King, already weakened by Harris's blood spear, had half of its head blown off by an intense purple lightning blast that contained all of her soul's power. Then Myri collapsed. "Myri has died. You received a fragment." Jared was the last. He stood alone against a silverish Demon King with 2 wings left and half of its head and body destroyed. Purple lightning seemed to constantly attack it from nowhere. A thunder and lightning curse. Each lightning strike seemed powered by the hero's soul. Just you and me, buddy. Jared closed his eyes. It's finally time for me to also return home. Wait for me, my friends. He too threw his entire soul into his gladiator's gladius. It shone with a bright blue light. Its energy distorted the air. Its glow was so bright that it seemed like the sun itself appeared. Once again, all my magical sensors go insane. I won't live through this anyway, but you are going down with me. Jared charged at the Demon King. The Demon King somehow roared, and I felt the world's demons all drained into it. Some of the hybrid trees were sucked up, and the Demon King's two claws glowed. Both of their attacks found their targets. Jared's gladius stabbed right in the Demon King's chest. It pierced through the blood-speared body. The Demon King's claws stabbed through Jared's stomach. Die with me, Jared shouted, drunken explosion. His body seemed to turn into an alcoholic mist, and it ignited all the naturally explosive hybrid trees together. It was a loud and massive boom. It set off a chain of hybrid tree explosions that destroyed everything within 100 miles and created a smog so thick that it lasted for 3 weeks. Demon King Gihuang has been destroyed. Jared has died. You received a fragment. Skill significantly upgraded, woodforming. Skill significantly upgraded, hybrid botany. Skill significantly upgraded, constriction. Skill significantly upgraded, subsidiary tree. Subsidiary tree limit increased on 300,000. Great attendant tree limit increased to 10,000. Skill significantly upgraded, demonic suppression aura. You reached level 160. Domain ability, Ionic variation unlocked. Ionic classes and variants have been introduced to the world. Class users worldwide can now obtain Ionic variant classes such as Ionic Ranger, Ionic Knight, Ionic Priests, Ionic Druids, etc. You may also now upgrade a class to their Ionic variants. Ionic variants have slightly different skill sets and gains extra boosts when using Ionic items. Animals and monsters around Ian's valleys may also have Ionic variants. You've unlocked 2 unique classes. Each of these 2 classes can only be awarded to one person at a time. Ian's Demon Slayer, class focused on demon slaying, gains significant anti-demon slaying boost, able to remotely apply demonic suppression aura that's equal to Ian's main body around itself. Ian's Field Scientist, class focused on magic and research, unlocks a wide range of lab-related and soul-related skills, can instantly set up teleportation beacons between a field lab and the magic labs within Ian's secret hideout. I gained 10 levels, holy cow, and it wasn't over. There was a string of messages and notifications that came from Mayuri and the other heroes. Mayuri has bequeathed 30 experience seeds. Mayuri has bequeathed 10 lightning mage class seeds. Mayuri has bequeathed 20 mage class seeds. Jared has bequeathed 22 experience seeds. Jared has bequeathed 15 Brewmaster class seeds. Harris has bequeathed 10 King class seeds. King class seeds absorbed into Anointed King class seed. Harris has bequeathed 10 Master Trader class seeds. Harris has bequeathed 10 Inquisitor class seeds. Inquisitor modified to Ionic Inquisitor class seeds. Harris has bequeathed 25 experience seeds. Where do I start? Year 125 continued. All 3 heroes died in their fight. They've managed to kill the Demon King, but they fell with it. Harris's broken empire immediately devolved into war. War was declared the day the news arrived in their cities. He must be sad if he knew that the truce he brokered didn't even last a day after his death. It's a common thing and has happened throughout history. After the heroes die, whatever they built tends to fall apart. If I die, the Freshlands will collapse too. I realized in a way this empire I have right now is almost the same. Certainly, Jura said, as it is, the safety of the entire valley is backed by your prowess. Without you, nothing much else holds the valley together other than a shared area, and we've seen them happy to slay each other. Conflict is eternal, Yvonne said as she trained a new bunch of children, but so is progress. Train and we get better. Progress in level terms or progress in a society. Speaking of which, I can create titans now. That meant I can choose to power up that dormant walker I have, but those were not the only choices I had. For the titan souls, the system gave a few options. Giant Tree Serpent, Nidus a massive serpent, able to use earth and wood magic, starts at level 70, gains powers to summon all sorts of serpents and poisons, master of poisons and has the ability to brew multiple types of potent poisons and cures, able to grant poison immunity. Giant Storm Bird, a massive bird with powers of wind, water, and thunder, gains power to summon eagles and hawks. Eagles and hawks can carry goods and people, has power to grant wind mage and flight ability to those worthy, can control the local weather and improve irrigation, starts at level 70. Fusion with Jura's bamboo to form a Titan-class summon, starts at level 80, takes the form of a massive wall of thorns. As a summon, it has high burst type output. Transferable and also significantly improves its host's strength and base stats. Host of the Titan summon will not aid. Fusion with Horns starts at level 80. Transforms Horns into a Goliath King Beetle that's able to use Earth magic and various other protective and offensive abilities. Goliath King Beetle can create Royal War Beetles. Also produces very high-quality beetle silk. Royal War Beetles can improve crop output in the area. Fusion with a Giant Attendant Tree creates a Warmaster Treant. Starts at level 70. High toughness and use of wood magic. Warmaster Treant is able to create lesser treants to assist in combat and other duties. Also produces high-quality teas and fruits. Fusion with Grand Mind Tree creates the Tree over Mind. Starts at level 75. Massive psychic magical abilities. Expands secured telepathic communication to the entire continent. Unlocks mind reading ability for anyone within the local valley, which allows limited mind reading of any targeted person in the local area. Also unlocks psychic mental attacks and the power to send nightmares and dreams to anyone in the local valley. Psychic attacks do not work on demons. And lastly, activate the Walker. Fusion with Walker Corpse. Creates the Walking Tree City. Starts at level 75. Has the ability to produce wood warriors and also simultaneously control them. Limited to 5,000 wood warriors at any point, and wood warriors cannot travel far from Walking Tree City. Has ability to use long-range projectile attacks. Also carries a mobile healing spring and accommodation on its body able to accommodate and feed up to 1,000 people. Produces fruits and vegetables on its back too. In truth, I wanted all of them. And from my experience with this system, it's likely that I unlock even more choices as I go along or just become aware of them. So there may be merit to choose the next option later when I have more choices. I mean, all of the Titan choices were good one way or another. What do you think, Lilies? I shared the news of the Titan souls to Lilies. I wasn't sure why I did it, but I wanted to tell someone, so I told Lilies and Jura. Jura was too stunned and didn't quite know what to advise me. To him, this was the realm of gods and he wouldn't be able to choose. Which was strange, but maybe he just couldn't bear with the weight of the choice. No preferences. No, I'm not going to do that. Or maybe I should, I didn't know. I wonder what kind of choices Lilies would have gotten if they were in my place. Maybe something over death or something like a city, since that's what they have power over. Lilies, if you made an item for the heroes, what would you make? It didn't reply to me. I mean, I asked that question because the heroes were making items for the few next generations, and I wondered what's a good item I would give. I mean, could we cheat this system in some way? A sword that accumulates power as it passes through the hands of each and every hero, eventually reaching the point that it can kill the Demon King outright. I mean, that's like an anime plot, but magically and system-wise, that's possible, right? A weapon that kept gaining levels. A weapon to slay all the demons. I had that idea a while ago to fuse an artificial soul into a sword or spear, but that doesn't really make a weapon that much stronger. A weapon made by the hero, formed from star mana, is still stronger, partly because artificial souls on their own aren't that strong. But if I could make a Titan soul version of a living, growing weapon, wouldn't it eventually reach a point where it can slay the Demon King? The heroes are dead, Yvonne said as she announced to the group a few days after it happened. The Valthorns were mostly quiet. For them, these young ones, they've lived their entire lives with Harris, Myrie, and Jared as the surviving heroes. To some extent, this was. Pax Harrison, what now, Principal? They asked. Nothing. It was just an announcement that all of you should know. For us, we go on as usual. We prepare for the next Demon King and the next. Edna looked at Faris. Well, our worries were for nothing. What, you wanted to face the Demon King? Did power get to your head? Faris rolled his eyes. Since their last battle with the Demon Champions, they've been constantly gaining levels, and now Edna and Faris are both in the early level 70s. Ah, no. Another 10 years of relative peace. 8. Data collected suggests that the 2 years before the Demon King arrives is filled with demonic attacks. Minor attacks, nothing we can't handle, especially now that there's 3 of us Grand Knights. Edna said, I hear from Master Jura that he may be considering a second Great Druid too. With all this strength, I think we can handle a demon champion or 2. Really? Faris seemed worried. Who do you think? Edna smiled back. Ah, come on, don't play coy with me. You know the answer, I don't, I swear. Edna just walked. Hey, you two seemed happy. The Spearmaster Lovis poked in. Are we having a gathering of the upgraded classes soon? Ish, Edna frowned. From what I can see, all of them are still somehow around 70-80 of Lausanne's full strength. Lausanne had the special familiar, the possession of the devoted, and that alone made her stronger, even if she had just regular classes. But the possession of the devoted has strange unwritten conditions, and I have not been able to award them to anyone yet. As the young batch of upgraded class Valthorns talked, Jura and Yvonne just looked at each other. What do you think of this batch? They're good. Yvonne said, at their level, stronger than me. Well, you used to be stronger than me. Jura smiled. Used to be, not anymore. On that topic, tell me, how did Ian break through your cap? Well, something that won't help anyone. I think only he can do it. It's something soul-related. Ivan shrugged. The Valtrian Order's staff strength has increased to about 15,000, with 12,000 in Freshka itself and the remaining 3,000 in the various city-states. They act as our representatives, recruiters, and caretakers. The social wing, in addition to regular orphanages, also includes funeral parlors, hospitals, childcare facilities, some schools, and some food stores. Then the Valtrian Order started getting notified of it. I could feel them. They were scattered throughout Freshka, at first 10, then 20, then 100. It's like I instinctively knew where they are. My class. It changed when I woke up. It's now Yannick Ranger, a ranger said to his colleagues on the walls of Freshka. He was not the first, but many others started getting similar notifications. What does it do? Not everyone got it. Some did. I don't know, the ranger said. He was still coming to terms with his changed class. Those whose class changed generally are a bit more spiritual, and they tend to either pray to some kind of tablet or regularly visit the temples and other social sites that I have. Some are familiar faces. I've seen them at my tree of prayers. They would be healthier, and as long as they are near to me in my network of trees, they will be stronger. Their defensive moves were upgraded too, and they would gain some advantages when fighting demons. A few priests who regularly perform rituals, funerals, and births gain Priest of Ian. As a priest, they gain the power to grant protection of the valley, a temporary blessing that grants them energy from the valley. Faris, too, woke up one day and he was Yannick Great Druid. You didn't get an upgrade, Edna. No, I suddenly feel inadequate about it. Edna frowned. Indeed, Jasmine and my artificial minds were quick to theorize that all those who got the Yannick classes were, to some extent, believers, perhaps not to the degree of a god but as a local deity. And now that belief has manifested itself as a class. There was a small uproar, too, among the priests. Ian has ascended and has gained power to grant unique classes. This is proof of divinity. They shouted and claimed. I cringed. Sure, now I can grant special classes, but divine, there's a massive spectrum to the gods, surely. Lily spoke suddenly, abruptly. What level are you? It didn't answer. Maybe asking their levels is like asking a woman's age. It's probably offensive. Sorry, what? I didn't know what they meant for a moment. But then I soon got a rather quick notification from my network of informants. The Church of Nira has declared Ian as a heretic and a demon. Accordingly, the Valtrian Order and the Freshlands are monsters that must be exterminated. The Temple of Gaia has formally cut all ties with the Freshlands. Woot, we do not recognize and will not do business with anyone who professes to be a believer of Ian. The Church of Ava has declared Ian, of the Freshlands, as an enemy of the religion. The Church of Hawa has declared Ian, of Freshka and the Freshlands, as a heretic and enemy of the faith. It came suddenly, but 4 churches suddenly declaring me as a heretic, and I just as quickly, I had an uprising in my own realm. All this while there have been believers of all these other faiths coexisting with us, but now these temples and religious organizations pretty much declared outright war on me. I felt a sense of anger and fear. What can they throw at me? Did their gods suddenly realize that I've stepped closer to the realm of the gods and now considered me an enemy? If this is going to be a conventional war like with the other lesser kingdoms, I will crush them. Ian, Jura said, a large council present. The 4 temples have declared you a heretic. Many of our own have decided to emigrate. There will be a slaughter and there will be war. The temples have vast armies that they can summon, resources that they can put together, and yet they still depend on heroes to defend them from the demons. In our broken continent, the hold of the temples are weak. There's little faith in these temples when they've seen so much damage, but the faith of the believers are stronger where the temple institutions are strong. So if there are enemies, they will likely come from the other continents. How many? My artificial minds got to work quickly. Across the entire Freshlands. Not that bad. 10 of our population may leave. Not that bad at all. 10 is small. Perhaps the issue of faith means little when their safety is constantly threatened. Among the nobles and leaders, though, it's about 30. I had to do something. I can't fight a war without leaders. So I turned to Jura and the representatives. After the fall of the demons, my power has grown. My most recent powers involved the introduction of Ionic variant classes into the world, a silence among those present. Even among some of you, I can sense the presence of an Ionic class. One of the present representatives was an Ionic warrior. And so this provoked the temples in retaliation. They fear your rise, Ian, one of the representatives said. This is a mark of a jealous god, not uncommon. The Crusades of the Northern Frost was one such war. The representatives discussed the matter among themselves. A tree's roots will break through rock and stone if it must. If they dare to step foot in my valley, I shall break them. I declared. I am high level. Surely I can hold my lands against some Templars. The representatives nodded, and they all went out. The Freshlands federal authority will prepare for war. I had things to think about. From the declaration and the consistent timing, I concluded that this must be a divine message. Else, why did 4 temples act in unison to denounce me? The gods, or whatever they are in limited contact with the temples, and at the same time their ability to see or perceive the world is probably limited. Somehow, when my domain ability added new classes to the world, that made them aware of my presence. So would the temples summon heroes to counter me? That would be a very interesting data point. Or are the gods tied in that they are unable to summon heroes? I think they can't. If they could summon heroes to destroy me directly, they would have done so. There was no need for the temples to publicly declare war on me. So the declaration of war must mean the gods have limited tools when dealing with non-demonic matters. At best, they would request the heroes to attack me when the next demon king arrives in the future, but that's still some time away. In short, I can expect the forces these temples will muster will be conventional in nature, nothing extraordinary. About a month after the declaration, I've heard of various crusading forces preparing for an invasion. It takes time for them to form a coalition. After all, the temple's own standing armies are generally small, and they call on a network of believer states to donate forces for their cause. For our network, we're looking at about 1-2 million soldiers in total across the 4 temples' armies, but in actual fact it'll be less, simply because not all kingdoms will give the full amount requested by the temples. At this point, it's a good thing to ask, so, where was this same army when the Demon King was rampaging throughout the world, defending their home cities? Stupid. Politics is stupid. At this point, a part of me wants to smack some sense into them like, hey, I've been protecting the world from demons, and this is what I get. Ian, we detected a spy approaching. He's moving quickly. One of my Yonic Rangers commented. He must have believed that he would not be found. Intercept him. My Yonic Rangers attacked and he dodged. Wait, he shouted. I want to speak to Ian. I bring an important message from the Church of Ava. If it is war, you have war. The spy shook his head. It's more complicated than that. The spy was led to an area with a large tree of prayer. Speak. I telepathically said. Edna and a few knights were there, just in case. May I have some privacy? The spy said. The things I say must be only for Ian. No, I said. The spy sighed, but then he took out a small pendant. Instantly I felt a kind of holy energy and Edna's sword moved in. What are you doing? This is the Ava's pendant of truth, one of the 5 sacred treasures of the Church of Ava and proof that I speak for Ava. Edna's sword closed in. The spy's finger gently touched the tip, pushing it aside slightly. Ava has no intention of going to war with Ian, but the other 3 temples have received divine messages to some degree. Ava, our patron god, has decreed that a war is declared as a formality, but no hostilities will break out. Breaking of trade routes do not count for hostilities. One of the rangers shouted. Some concessions must be made to keep up to charade, the spy said. But we will not send anyone of significant skill or power for this endeavor. This war is a silly thing with demons at the border. What do the temples want? I asked. I do not know, but Ava was clear. This is a fake war, an act. Well, an act of war then, but there will be real wars with the other 3. I felt sad, especially with the Temple of Gaia. I recall being housed in a Temple of Gaia. It must have been destroyed by the Rotterdlands. It didn't have to be a war, no. Is this the part of my life where I'm going to play tower defense against a wave of attackers from across the sea? Circa year 125, immediately after the time the Demon King died. The captain said we'll reach Port Kilos soon. One of Lausanne's party mates announced the news to the group of 10. They were adventurers, the Playing Swords, and they've been sailing for a good 5 weeks from Port Anger of the southern continent to Port Kilos on the southernmost edge of the eastern continent. The oceans are vast. It takes a month from one place to another, sometimes 3 months should the weather be exceptionally bad, or some of the large monster fishes create hostile patches. There's been times when a sea serpent made a whirlpool large enough that trade was disrupted for years across the straits. Port Kilos, the southern fortress, home to one of the largest Ava temples, and seat of Grandmaster Enka, one of Grand Triumvirs of Ava. Its walls were made 830 years ago by the summoned hero Don Mex in one of the strongest hero-enchanted walls in the world. Still, on the southern part, there was a large hole, a crater from a demonic supercannon blast. A relic of the era of Demon King Sabnok. There's also a memorial there to remember the 17,000 who died from that explosion. The ship was finally ready to dock. All right, Lausanne nodded. She wore a deep green jacket and she had 3 wooden spears on her back. So what in the world happened in a month? The party and many other passengers disembarked. The crew and the docksmen started underloading cargo too, but they quickly picked up something that felt different. There were far more soldiers and Templars. Ava had Templars, but the Templars rarely left their training grounds except during the Demon Wars. The Demon King had fallen. The 3 heroes died. They got the news and Lausanne just nodded. That's good, she thought. A Templar approached them. Normally, it would just be a regular port official that did visitor screening. Name, which party? I'm Artie of the Playing Swords. A man in his early 40s answered. He quickly showed his many Adventurer Guild badges. Lausanne's husband. It's funny because Lausanne is more of a spear user. Swords are pretty low on her list of proficiencies, but the party had a lot of sword users. Each kingdom recognized their own adventurers differently, so most parties obtained multiple certifications. All right, the Templar nodded, cleared. The temples are off limits, however. Off limits, one of the party members asked. She was the party's healer, and she's a priestess warrior. That meant she actually has a holy enchanted sword, albeit a lesser one. Is it open for the clergy? The Templar looked at the healer. Clergy may access the outer temples. Central temples off limits to everyone. The triumvir is receiving a divine message. The priestess warrior's jaw dropped. A divine message. The Templar nodded and signaled them to move along. Lausanne walked next to the priestess. Lexi, what's a divine message? Why do they want to receive it? Usually it comes with some kind of divine blessings, and almost all priests level up quite a bit after receiving a divine message. Really? Lausanne just nodded. Artie patted his wife on the back. All right, let's get to our inn. We'll check out what quests we have tomorrow. They woke up the next day to sounds of marching men. An army. What's happening? Artie asked the innkeeper. It was about time for breakfast anyway. Not sure. But the central temples have been closed for 3 weeks already. I don't recall something like this happening in a long time. Lexi nibbled on a piece of meat. That usually means the divine message is quite long. Usually. Have you ever received a divine message, Lexi? Lausanne asked, curious. No, it's a gift for the select few, those chosen by the gods as their voice. For mere mortals like us, we never get a chance. Lausanne nodded. Artie came back with a few files. All right, the guild's got some typical hunting missions and some demon extermination missions. I think the jobs seem relatively easy, so we can split up into 2 groups. Lausanne will lead the demon hunting mission. The usual split, she nodded. That usual split meant Lausanne, 2 swordsmen and 1 mage. Their team is usually smaller, simply because Lausanne at level 80, due to her unique history, massively out-leveled everyone else in the party. Everyone else was around level 40 to level 55. Artie himself was only a level 52 sword fighter. They spent the whole morning going through the quest dossiers, but then a group of Templars marched into the inn. Heavily armed too, a group of 10 Templars were looking for the playing swords. One Templar captain said, and Artie nodded. Yes, we are the playing swords. Per our records, is Lausanne Sirwin the Greenspears present? The Templar asked. Lausanne stood. Yes, that would be me. The Templar nodded. All right, Lady Lausanne, I'm afraid we need you to come with us. The rest of you can stay here. Artie panicked. Wait, she's my wife. Is everything all right? The Templar paused. His brain was probably processing the information. I'm afraid the triumvir only ordered for her. The rest of you, please wait here. Will she be all right? Artie asked again, noticing that the Templar didn't answer his question. Lausanne smiled. I'll be fine. Honestly, what could they do? Lausanne had the best chance of escape. She did have her warden. The Templar escorted her to the core temples. They didn't attempt to restrain her, so Lausanne assumed it had not been a crime. At least not yet. She did not take her wood spears along. Her 3 wood spears were with her party, but still, if she needed a weapon, Warden was more than able to create a few. The core temples were large, ancient buildings, built during the era of the hero's descendants. Don Mex was summoned by Ava, at least, according to Ava scriptures. Who knows how the scriptures have changed over the hundreds of years? Regardless, it was still imposing and grand, and Lausanne nodded. She felt a pressure pressing down on her, but it was a lot lighter than Ian's haunted forests. The Templars guided her to one corner building. It resembled a small keep. It was the Templars' headquarters. She noted the armored guards throughout the building, as the Templar captain led up the stairs to a higher floor. Eventually she arrived at a large room with glass windows that had a beautiful vantage of the ports and the Bay of Port Kilos. Greetings, you must be Lausanne, a middle-aged man said. He sat on a large, beautifully decorated seat, and he was flanked by a few high-ranking Templars. She nodded and vaguely sensed some kind of skill. Warden has applied magic suppression aura. Skill effects cancelled. Lausanne just smiled. It wasn't the first time someone had tried to use a skill on her. Warden, a special familiar, was unique in many ways. It was like having a mini Ian around, with many of Ian's abilities to a lesser degree. The man's head jerked a little. He probably noticed his skill was cancelled, and the presence of an aura. Well, I shouldn't have known it won't be so easy. All right, let me just give you a brief explanation of why you are here and why you should cooperate. Lausanne didn't respond. Our records say you originated from the Freshlands and was born in New Frika. You lived there until 16 or 17 years ago. Technically, I was born in Frika. Lausanne corrected. All right, so you confirm you lived there until 16 to 17 years ago. Yes, Lausanne didn't see where this was going. So what do you know about Ian? Lausanne paused. She didn't like talking about Ian, simply because, well, most people didn't understand what it's like to live with a massive demigod whose energies just permeated her world. She grew up under his care, and to everyone else that was an alien concept. In fact, she spent a few years adjusting to the reality that her experience was extremely unique. What do you want to know? His powers, his weaknesses. Lausanne had a gut feeling it wasn't going to be good. Honestly, I don't know of his weaknesses. Maybe. Demon Kings, the questioning Templar's eyebrows moved. His powers. He can summon beetles, create walls of trees and roots, and attack with root strikes. He also has a lot of healing abilities, like he healed my uncle's dismembered arm. He also has massive shield abilities. Lausanne honestly didn't know the full breadth of Ian's abilities. How far can he attack? Lausanne shook her head. I don't know. What's the furthest? Lausanne paused. Everywhere in the valley. That puts it at 60 to 80 miles, maybe even a 100. Honestly, Lausanne didn't know either. She was not aware of Ian's battle with the faraway walker, nearer to Lilliput City. These questions actually made her wonder how much she knew about Ian, because she realized that she couldn't give a definite answer for most of it. The Templar's eyes widened, and he quickly jotted that down. The middle-aged Templar flipped through his notes in a book. What is this about, really? Lausanne asked. There will be war, milady, a Templar answered, with Ian as a false deity. False deity. She didn't like the sound of that at all. To her, he was a deity and guardian spirit in every way. She stared at the Templar. On what grounds? Our God decreed so. The Templar said, from what I understand, so will Hawa, Gaya, and Nira. Lausanne paused. She wasn't sure how to take the news. Is this war? Are all these people going to march on the Freshlands against Ian? Are they insane? Have they not seen the thousands of beetles he has? As far as she can remember, Ian's supply of beetles seemed almost limitless. Sure, a high-leveled individual can kill hundreds, if not thousands of beetles, but exhaustion eventually sinks in. They need sleep, food, pee, and poo. Ian could just repeatedly throw beetles at them until he finally won. He was a tree. Roots can break stones, and he was not afraid of taking forever to do it. She wanted to speak. No, she was quite tempted to just shout, but the Templar said, we're rather confident. We are even authorized to use hero items. Lausanne paused. Hero items. She thought about it for a moment, and she recalled the hero-made wooden armor that Uncle Jura had. She remembered it quite vividly, and if they can deploy hero items, Ian has them too. She knew for a fact that hero items are weaker in the hands of regular folks, and Ian has way more mana to power the hero items than the temples. Have these Templars lost their minds? Emperor Harris made so many hero items for Ian. Do they know about that? She felt conflicted. Tree would probably tell her to not say a word. He was fond of pulling off little surprises like that. Maybe he'd even use tunnels and sappers like he did so many years ago. Am I under arrest? Lausanne asked. She was relatively sure they wouldn't be able to hurt her. Even now, she was confident in defeating everyone in the room. Oh, the Templars flipped through some notes. Yes, I'm afraid we have to keep you under house arrest for a while. The higher-ranked Templars walked towards her, and she shook her head. It's all right, I won't resist. The Templars led her to another area of the core temple grounds, and she was given a small but comfortable room. A maid will attend to you, but during this time, I'm afraid you have to be here. We cannot have you leaking our troop movements to the Freshlands. Lausanne shrugged. She sat and she processed her feelings. She believed Ian would be fine. No, she knew they would be fine. Only someone with a hero's power can stand up to Ian. All these cities struggled to even contain a demon walker. That's why they resorted to hex bombs. They'd have to bring out their hidden big guns to even have a chance. Are you all right? Artie came. The Templars strangely allowed her husband to visit her and even gave him the option to stay with her during her house arrest. I heard the gist of it from the Templars. I'm perfectly fine. Lausanne nodded. We'll just have to stay here for quite a while. The team can go on with their missions. In fact, you can join them if you want to. Lausanne winked. Being confined for a few years, what's new? She was confined in a valley for 20 years before and had to fight hybrid demons every other day. This wasn't a big deal. In fact, this was pretty much a staycation. Do I need to warn anyone? Nope. Lausanne shook her head. I don't want my mother to know. Her husband sat next to her and gave her a hug. All right, go with the team. Pretty sure they need you, more than me. I'm just going to be trapped in this building for a while. Nothing particularly dangerous, really. He paused and he looked rather conflicted. Eventually he nodded. We'll probably drop the demon hunting missions without you around. Artie gave her another hug. She gave him a knowing look. That I can break out anytime look. He smiled. All right, good. He left later that day, and Lausanne spent some time exploring her new prison. It was a simple bedroom, and she looked into the mirror. Her hair was short now. She had it cut a few years ago after she found it rather annoying during combat. Short hair didn't get tangled so often, especially when they were in close combat situations. A Templar came in. Milady, your presence is requested by the Grandmaster. Oh, Grandmaster Enka. Now that's a person she never met yet. He was famously reclusive and refused to meet, and now she had the chance to meet him. They met in a small, cozy tea room. There were 4 sofa chairs with plush cushions, and the Grandmaster was known to be an old man and has maintained control over the Ava temples for almost half a century. His hair entirely white, yet his body was in no way frail. In fact, his body looked as fit and muscular as any of the Templars. From a distance, one may think he is no older than 40. He gestured to the sofa opposite his, and Lausanne sat. A few servants served them tea and cookies. I was told ladies like tea and cookies. Have some, they are the best in the region. Lausanne smiled and took a tea. She sipped it. It was a kind of flower tea, a rose and chrysanthemum mixture. It had good balance and a bit of light, fluffy sweetness. The aftertaste was very gentle and didn't stay long on the tongue. It is a good tea. Grandmaster Enka nodded. Good. You must be surprised by these sudden developments, but I'll direct. I've received a divine message from our patron god, and well, it certainly is complicated. Lausanne just smiled. She vaguely sensed a skill again, and she pushed back at it. It wasn't a problem to push it back. She was, for all that it's worth, an ionic weapon master with a total level of 80. She was originally a swordswoman, but after she increased her use of spears and bows, her class fused together. The Grandmaster was perhaps of a similar level. The Grandmaster chased everyone out of the room with a wave, and he activated another kind of skill. What I say here is for your ears only. We don't want war with Ian, but we must be seen as doing war with Ian. Grandmaster Enka said. The other 3 temples do want war, but Ava's more interested in just being seen as participating. Lausanne frowned. Why was he telling her this? What's the point? There's nothing she can do. Are you able to communicate with Ian? My scouts and past reports claim that communicating with Ian is a perilous affair. Many suffer nightmares from being around him. Lausanne wondered again. She had to ask. That statement was borderline absurd. Why? There's no such thing as a pretend war. The world's certainly not a safe playground where people can play fight. Anyone else will tell you that you are bullshitting and trying to lie to me. Indeed, that's my dilemma. It's a difficult message, one that I had not told anyone yet. How do I tell others that my God wants me to send these men to their deaths with no actual intention of victory? For what, then? Lausanne didn't get it. Why am I here? Can you communicate with Ian? Yes, but not here, only back in the valley. My informants told me that you have an extensive history with Ian, so can we find a way to communicate with him? How should I say this, pointers? Lausanne frowned. Be frank and honest. Tell him what your God said, word for word if possible. I believe Ian may understand your God's intentions far better than we do. In my experience, we cannot understand the thoughts of a tree spirit, so the best tip I know is you can only say what you want and see how he responds. Grandmaster Enka nodded and visibly relaxed. Indeed, us mere mortals cannot truly fathom the thoughts of greater beings. In honesty, war is a futile endeavor. If Ian is really a semi-divine being, we mortals have no way of truly harming such a being. Perhaps only heroes and ancient monsters stand a chance. Lausanne leaned forward. That was an upsetting thing to hear. Then why? The gods have a wish. We, their humble servants, must try our best to fulfill it, lest we lose our classes and suffer a divine retribution. A curse. The closer one steps to the gods, the more we are bound by their whims. Enka said, even if it seems as if the task is futile, we must believe in the gods that they will bless us, and that we play our supposed role in their larger, unfathomable plans. So even if it seems like suicide or stupid, you will do it because it's part of the gods' plan? Lausanne asked. She couldn't help it. Yes, we must put aside our disagreements and carry out our god's will. Lausanne felt tormented, and she stared at the Grandmaster. He seemed every bit the wise and smart man, and yet something like this came from him. Were the gods all like this? Now she felt like she should send a message home and ask Ian to be merciful. She thought of the heroes again, and she remembered how they, too, seemed like they were pawns of their gods despite their incredible power. How they were constantly, subtly influenced by the gods. She sighed. And because of this foolish endeavor, I'll remain under house arrest. I'm afraid, yes, milady. Though I can tell our walls honestly cannot hold you back should you ever wish to escape. Their eyes met, and she felt it was they who were imprisoned. Year 126. The first wave of attackers were just plain conventional armies. Wasn't hard to scare them away with an equally massive display of force. I have a lot of beetles, and my beetles are strong. In a straight fight, I'd win. When the first wave knocked on our doorsteps, those who wanted to leave have already left, or at least most of them. There's some that stayed back, and I suspect they are in cahoots with the temples. Jasmine and my artificial minds are actively monitoring them. Most plots are rather simple, really. Find a way to cause damage to me, or find a way to convince people to change sides, or expose some kind of strategic advantage. It also relies on a great deal of trust, that those who plot can trust those who assist them. So it's not entirely difficult to cause the whole thing to collapse once a bit of fake news and intelligence is added to the mix. Are they willing to act on intelligence that may be fake? There are skills that help that. Such as discern truth. Yvonne said, apparently plotters have some means of verifying facts. That said, kings and rulers have counterplot skills too, such as discern loyalty or unravel plots, or some rather cutely named ones like Monkey Wrench, which apparently causes the forces of chaos to mess things up. Of course, I wonder whether there are abilities which therefore interfere with my ability to observe them. I believe there are. After all, I've seen the heroes do something like that. Like a silence bubble or something. There were largely 3 groups, one of Gaya and Hawa, one of Ava, and another one was a ragtag bunch. The last temple apparently was more straightforward and did not believe in plots. I didn't believe it though. I suspect this was some kind of false information. Some operated in a typical military function. They focused on gathering information about my military forces and, well, Domain has blocked attempted espionage skill. Yeah, that happened multiple times during this month. It seemed that Domain also interferes with a wide variety of skill types, especially those that come from afar. Domain has blocked attempted scrying. The temples sent many waves, and throughout my borders, those kingdoms and nations have been forced to let the crusading armies pass. It wasn't a choice for them. Should we just let them march through our neighbors? The council gathered. It's more of a war council now, with the representatives across the Freshlands sending their generals and leaders. There are many who are now my sympathizers. As a divine tier being, the nobles and rulers of the various segments and cities have a clear choice. Side with the temples or side with me and earn some of my divine favor. For the local nobles, it's actually quite a clear choice that I can bring more to the table, unless Ian permits us marching an army of beetles into our neighbors' lands. Most of our neighbors are economically intertwined with us, so they are in a difficult position. They are mostly smaller nation-states or kingdoms, and they do not have a large standing army. Nothing that can stand up to a 300,000-strong crusading army. I paused and wondered, what's the objective of this army? Do all of these 300,000 really share the goals that the gods and temples' leadership decided? They probably don't know the true extent of my reach, and so I've extended subsidiary trees in all directions, even through the lands of these other neighboring kingdoms. I also made subsidiary trees all the way to the port city, where most of the crusading forces landed. Most people do not notice trees by the roadside. The port city's packed. It was not the only port to receive the crusading army. These forces are coming through 5 to 6 different port cities and will converge along the way to me. In a way, if I wanted to spring a surprise attack, the best time is when they are still here. There's a lot of idle chatter, a sense that the enemy is still really far away. I still can't believe I sailed across the ocean just to fight a tree, some of the soldiers said. Can't they just send a woodcutter and chop the tree down? I'm sure the temple thought of it. It's not just any tree. It's a tree that attained the cursed power of the evil gods. An evil tree god, really. Some of the soldiers seemed baffled by it. I mean, all I've heard of the Freshlands is that this evil tree god has been shielding them from the demons, and suddenly they tell me this magic tree is now evil. Shush, don't let the Templars hear that. I'll fuck them. I'm just here for the money. I'm just here because the big boss says so. The soldiers don't seem like they all believe in their cause all that much. It's a shame that wars, being what they are, means we will cross paths and they will die. From my observation, the composition of the crusading army is roughly similar to a typical army. 90 regulars with soldiers or warrior classes, and 10 unique. It's the 10 I need to pay attention to for any unusual skills or classes. It's been some time since I had a large-scale fight with other humans. Council. I spoke to the War Council. Reach out to all the neighboring kingdoms and ask for an alliance. If they want to side with the temples, we will declare war and we will invade. If they join us, I will offer them protection. The council did as they were told, and surprisingly quite a few of the kingdoms agreed to form an alliance. They instantly rejected the Crusades' demand for freedom of entry, and I populated the allied kingdoms with my subsidiary trees. Fools, these temples. I have 500,000 beetles I can use in combat, and they regenerate in about 3-4 months, but I need to get their effectiveness up. They've been traditionally geared against monsters and demons, but since I'm facing a large-scale war, I need to have additional advantages and perks. Horns. Yes, master. What sort of anti-army or anti-Templar research do we have? Trevor and Dimitri popped in. We have numerous potential research. We can deploy poison-laced beetles. I want assassin beetles. I said, I want beetles that are able to hunt down their elite essel. All right, we'll get the research started. Horns made a fist pump. It would take a few months, so I'll just drag the battle on. Meanwhile, a few smaller skirmishes broke out. I have not deployed most of my own abilities yet. It's better to keep some of my powers hidden. The less they know about me, the more mistakes they will make. The Valthorns needed some pep talk before every battle, though. They are trained to fight demons and hybrids, so an all-out war against other humans, elves, and sentient races still needed some mindset change, even if I had included it in their training regime. If it's not for Jura, I'd have a lot more to worry about. I also had to make sure that the enemy didn't level up too much, especially survivors. Survivors may often return far stronger, and since they survived a fight with beetles, they would gain anti-beetle skills. It's really a case of just killing everyone. I wonder whether there are anti-human or anti-elf skills. They do, Jura said. Such accursed skills exist. This crusade, I feel, was going to drag on for a while. The temples can keep reinforcing the ports. If I want to cut them off, I must march on the ports itself. If I can hold on to the ports, the temples would have to take a long detour. There are 6 ports that are on the side of the temples. Honestly, I think a few of them will fold if we manage to capture 1 or 2 of the port cities. Their loyalty to the faraway temples are tenuous at best. I see. So again, I am a tree. I can fight wars differently. The enemy, from what I've seen so far, has not been able to detect subsidiary trees, or at least they didn't display that they are able to. If I want to end it, I'll have to swiftly capture all 6 port cities in one go. They have some defenses, but nothing too big, and I already have trees all the way into the city. Now I just need to make sure I have trees in all 6 cities, and I can spring a sudden surprise attack. Therefore, I called on the council and changed the tactics. I wasn't sure whether any of the council leaked information to these crusaders, perhaps unwillingly or unknowingly, so I didn't disclose the full plan. The strategy, simply put, is to delay the crusaders as long as possible. I told them that I would have a way to decisively win, a special weapon. This is partly true. I could deploy my Titan souls against this crusading army, but I feel that's a waste. I wanted to drag it on because I needed the time to design and research special beetles. Assassin and anti-human beetles that can fight effectively in cities, not just open areas. Spiders too. I had the web spiders, and I figured spiders would operate a lot more effectively in the city area, so I increased research on poisonous spiders. And I created a few more artificial souls for horns, 5 beetles and 5 spiders, my new insect army commanders. Now that I've leveled up to level 168 and have trees that stretch the entire Freshlands, artificial souls limit is quite high. Sure, I can field a large quantity of these sentient assistants, but they are still no match for elites. They would take a few months at least to reach the mid-level 2030s, and before that their combat strength is mediocre. And so, the plan was on the way. Tunnels were made into all the 6 port cities, and a lot of subsidiary trees were created. I've also created giant attendant trees in the forested locations nearby, and used my camouflage ability to hide them. I would unleash at least 70,000 to 100,000 beetles on each of the 6 cities in one go, effectively cutting off their supply lines. Then, smaller attack forces will strike at the crusading army. Because the crusading army is so large, they are led by multiple generals and lords. It's also a logistical challenge, so the army is split into 2 large groups of about 250,000 each, and a few smaller, 10,000, 20,000 contingents. It's entirely dependent on imported supplies and resources, so a targeted attack on its supplies will thin out the force rather quickly. A few of the generals have the ability, create food supply or army skill, reduce hunger or some variation of it, but the power has a size limit, so a large portion will be outside the effect of the skill and will therefore desert the army. But for now, smaller skirmishes. It wasn't time yet. Timing is everything. I'm getting a little frustrated. Edna complained after a skirmish with the Crusaders. It was trench warfare, really. I'd reinforce a large segment with walls and the Crusaders would march on it. They'd fight a bit, but they usually don't make much progress. Me too. I wish I can just charge out there. You'll die though, I know. There were about 80,000 soldiers on the other side. They were bombarding the walls with rocks and magic, but wooden shields and barriers meant those bombardments weren't making a dent. There's also a thick web of thorns and human-eating plants. They've been using fireballs and all, trying to make a dent at the walls, but with a giant attendant tree at the back, they can take a few hits. This is just a boring stalemate. Edna frowned. Ian wants it that way, Faris said, and I think the enemy knows it. Should just charge in. The enemy seems to forget that even grass can have ears. And there are roots that can just peek out of the ground just a little bit, right below the commander's camp. This is a waste of time. The general said we should hold. What for? He walked a bit and a thorn gently pricked his leg. A little bit of sap to stimulate his hormones and testosterone. A hormone-filled mistake here and there. I command our force to charge in. His body flared up hot. Anger. Frustration. The sap merely pushed him off the cliff. Commander, the general said. The assistant and captains tried to say otherwise. I am the commander here, and I say we charge. They charged into a wall of thorns and maneater plants while Ionic rangers and archers rained death. They quickly realized the folly of their attack and retreated, but that mistake cost them 10,000 lives and none of the defenders. Meanwhile, at another front, I was told to expect large beetle armies. The general was in a large camp, flanked by his advisors, and in all of our intelligence, we've only seen beetle armies no larger than 30,000. Whatever it is, our enemy is hiding its strength and wants a long-drawn war. Does that mean it wants to test our supply lines? A strategist asked. A long war becomes a test of logistics and resourcing. The general nodded. That makes a lot of sense. Our enemy, as a heretic tree on the very edges of divinity, must have tremendous powers over plants and growth. It must be confident that it can continuously feed its population, so it is not afraid of a long siege. My beetles are just mostly doing hit and run on smaller forces, so it wants to draw it out until the temple decides it's no longer worth it. It expects the temples to pull their funding and supplies, a strategist concluded. A swift attack might be just what it's not prepared for, the general said, but it's rather clear that we can't mount a swift attack either. It's a big piece of land, and even with the general's skills, it's probably too much. We should do a precision strike then. A group of elites right at the center of the enemy. The general of the coalition of crusaders pondered the idea. I have ancient records to suggest that it won't work. Written by one General Akbar, it's probably a trap. Ancient. 40 years in ancient, it's our best chance, not if we use our heroic artifacts. Now my ears perked up. The temple has not authorized use of the heroic artifacts. If the temple wants us to slay this heretical evil tree, then we should be allowed to use our heroic items. A heroic weapon can destroy that wall easy. Ooh, I'll be on the receiving end of a heroic grade item. Now, that's something worth testing out. I'm a level 168 tree. Can I survive a hit from a hero grade item? Then we must send a request, the general said. Outline our observations, insist that a quick victory is ideal, and demand authorization for our hero grade items. The temples have a lot of hero grade items, items left by previous heroes or perhaps just claimed by the temple. People like Harris and Myrie even donated some items to the temples too, for political reasons. So the temples, over the years and decades, accumulated a decent stockpile of hero items. Of course, they can't make full use of it, but because they are hero items, they should still pack a strong punch. All I could say was, well, bring it on. Year 127. Activating the hero item, the Holy Cannon of Alantara, the Templars shouted. The hero item itself was a small item, but to power it, they had to build a massive array of crystals and mana storage items. The array was 10 times larger than the hero item itself, and that single use broke most of the crystals. The cannon was really just a small shotgun-shaped item. Probably one of the heroes was a gunner or something when they made it. The item glowed and whoosh, a huge blast of energy shot out towards the walls. I activated 5 Steelwood Barrier. Is this power stronger than the demonic supercannon's long-range attacks? It easily tore through my 5 barriers and then defensive shields that were already there. Then that entire section of reinforced wall exploded. Wow, I was impressed. The hero's item really made my wall look like cardboard. So in short, the demon's attacks had previously failed to break through my defenses because of my innate anti-demonic properties. Against the hero's items, I'm blocking it entirely based on stats and levels, and on that front, it's still not enough. Does this mean if Harris or Myrie tried to kill me, they could have succeeded? From this incident alone, I think the answer is yes. They could. They really could. So I decided I needed an insurance of some kind. Like the grass that regularly regrows after fires scorch the lands, like the plants of the floodplains that respawn after every flood, I decided to extend my roots deep underground, as deep as I possibly could. Then I put my tree heart there. Even if they chop off my entire tree, as long as my tree heart survived deep underground, I believe I can survive. I also added a big batch of tuberous storage around my tree heart, like a seed. I have the nutrients and energy from the storage potatoes to respawn should I need to. They won't be using that for a while, Edna said, but we don't know what else they will use. Faris said as the Crusaders charged at the hole. The forces quickly retreated to the next defensive point. The temples have a lot of inherited items, but each use is a waste. Edna frowned. Why didn't they use such items against the demons? I'm sure they did, they just have a lot of it. Maybe since the heroes were around, they didn't see why they needed to use it, unless they were really desperate. Since the strategy for this entire plan was to delay the enemy as long as possible, there were numerous layers of walls made. Jura came and mentioned his concern. Since the temples are willing to use heroic items, it's possible they may attempt to use an elite force, armed with heroic items to attack you directly. I agree, of course. There are probably heroic-grade teleportation items, or heroic-grade stealth items that they can use to attack me directly. The problem, of course, is that their users probably can't fully activate their abilities, which is why the most heroic items are defensive in nature, because they needed large magical formations and runes to channel power to the heroic items. Unless there are heroic-grade batteries, which makes a lot of sense. Already, I had hoped this war would last until the next Demon King. Surely the older races would remember. It probably is. Lily's again with odd commentaries. I don't recall whether there are any long wars in this world, not anymore at least. Unless that war is invisible. Your long wars. Is it the demons and the gods? Maybe. That's a yes, damn it. The Crusaders advanced a little. My forces slowly moved into place. I've had tunnels ready, and I've secretly occupied various little forests near the port cities. Maybe they have a heroic item able to detect me. But still, I wanted to drag it out, see what exactly these temples are able to bring to the battlefield. This sucks, Edna complained. I don't like being forced to retreat. Her compatriots just rolled their eyes. The Crusaders revealed another hero-grade item, a large bow. They brought an army of mages along to create a runic formation on the ground, and they shot it again. This time I used 10 steelwood barriers. It still tore through all of them, but at least it didn't cause my walls to explode. All it did was blast a big hole in the wall, so the magical number is around 10, or maybe 20. Unless you have a solution for the hero-grade items. Master research on assassin beetles completed. We are working on the flying beetles now. Horns updated, and I quickly started transforming my beetles into their assassin forms. They are smaller, leaner, but with sharp limbs and spikes. They also have poison and can shoot out a poison horn. Great, another piece to the puzzle. Eventually, the second layer of walls fell and the forces retreated. At this point, Jasmine quickly updated that morale was falling, and we needed a small victory to keep the stalemate going. So the temple used the Holy Cannon of Alantara again, this time at a fort. It blasted the fort's walls and a segment to smithereens, but it was a ruse. Using root tunnels, I had the army sneak around them, and then with my new assassin beetles rushed in for the kill. I would seize the holy cannon of Alantara for myself. There would be no survivors. It was chaos. Perhaps a slaughter too. 50,000 assassin beetles appeared from the ground, together with the Valthorns and the regular armies. A proper counterattack. The enemy died, and now I have the cannon. In the chaos, the commander was able to send a distress signal. This is commander of the vanguard force. We're being attacked by new beetle types. The cannon is lost. The cannon is lost. A root strike dismembered him. The general was a day away, and he got the message. New beetle types. I have an ominous feeling. Well, you should, Mr. General. You're stretching out your supply lines, spreading your men thinner, and when I strike, you won't be able to rush back and save your port cities. Letting the Crusaders push further in was an intentional plot to spread out their men and their elite forces. Even if it seemed like we were losing, only Jura was aware that something was up. When is Ian going to bring out his superweapon? The War Council asked. The new beetles, are those the superweapons? Jura nodded. I believe that's the first of the many weapons Ian plans to unleash. The next weapon are the spiders. I wanted assassin spiders to take control of the cities. The first time the enemy would see it would be when I attacked the cities. Jasmine noted that our morale quickly improved as we have secured the hero item. The generals gathered his advisors. A priest was present and he read out the statement. The temple has authorized use of more hero items. Looks like the temple is really going for it, but the fact that their ability to power the hero items relies on large arrays means they are so obvious when they are about to be used. Could a small assassin group really sneak in with it, unless they build the array on site, or use an existing array, but I didn't want to drag it too long. I have been observing them when they used the hero items, and now that I have claimed their hero item, I turned it against them. My mastery of runes meant I, too, can quickly set up an array, and activated the holy cannon of Alantara against the enemy force. One blast, it drained all the runes and broke some of the stones and ground that channeled the power. The enemy retreated. That one attack killed probably a few thousand, and it's not even its full power. I decided to try channeling my existing star mana into it. The hero item drained all my star mana easily, and it's so greedy. After it used up all my star mana, it wanted more, and the item easily used up my normal mana too. Did the heroes always have so much star mana? How'd they keep their weapons working? Master, based on my surveillance of the heroes, they have approximately 500,000 to 800,000 star mana each. Jasmine commented she pulled on her past records of conversations between Harris, Myrie, and Jared. I have 300. No wonder the hero items just drained my star mana like I had nothing. They must be using at least 1,000–2,000 star mana to power the hero items each time. The weapon was now partially charged, and I used it on one of the crusading armies. The explosion was massive, far larger than what it was when powered by regular mana, and still it wiped a quarter of that army. Probably 10 to 20,000 just died instantly. The enemy panicked and then quickly retreated. I'm sorry, but death is what it is. I even felt their souls enter my main tree, but I only regenerate star mana by a pitiful amount every day. That meant I couldn't even use the hero's item if I wanted to. My full 300 star mana takes an entire 2 months to regenerate, so the weapon can be used once every 2 months to this level of strength. So it's not as if I could just use the cannon like a machine gun. Despite the enormous destruction caused by the hero cannon, I'm fairly certain this wasn't its full strength. Also, the hero items used by the temples and all the various nobles are inferior to pure hero items, in the sense that they have been made to also work with regular mana. True hero items can only be operated with star mana and are useless to everyone else. Those pure star mana hero items are superior in output and strength. The army regained a bit of our lost ground, and we managed to retake the outermost walls of the Freshlands. How long more till we research the next upgrade for the assassin beetles? A month, Master. The assassin beetles have not been revealed to our enemies yet. At least I hope that they were not detected. The tunnels in my bases next to the 6 port cities continue to expand. I've researched tunneler beetles and have also commenced research on more types of spiders. The beetles made additional tunnels into the port cities, and I wonder whether the enemy realized it by now. I could tell some of them felt something at least. The mayor of one of the port towns kept sending miners to dig the ground. He said he felt there's an infestation or something, but he wasn't sure. I had to order the beetles to hastily collapse the tunnels before they were detected. Surely, that mayor couldn't be the only one that possessed such skills. In fact, some of the military leaders we observed clearly had the skill, but they just didn't react to it. I can't help shake off this feeling that we're all walking into a big trap. A commander said to a fellow captain, "It's a feeling that's been nagging at me since I landed in this city. Seasickness. I feel like it's my skill. You've had it since the day you landed, and it's been a good 3 months since then." It's funny that one of the ways to beat such alarm skills is to keep scaring them until they stop treating it seriously. Kinda like training one's body to ignore their daily morning alarm. If it's something, it should have happened. The other captain just shrugged. We're doing okay. The heretics are not making progress. That was just one of the many captains that was eventually lulled into a sense of complacency. For the rest of the year, there were smaller battles, but I was still waiting for more beetle upgrades. I wanted my conquest of the 6 port cities to be simultaneous and decisive. I wanted to break the Crusaders once and end it. There should be another 400,000 soldiers arriving on our continent. Cavio and the War Council reported. This was in addition to the 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers that were already deployed across the entire battlefront. I wondered why the war doctrine in this world still insisted on throwing numbers at an enemy at first, but eventually I got it. In terms of actual combat, sure, an army of high-leveled individuals can do way more damage than an army of lower-leveled conscripts, but I increasingly believe the temples are intentionally hoping that, from a large pool of low-leveled individuals, some gems emerge. It's an interesting tactic to sieve the gems from the scrap. They send these large numbers to their possible deaths. The Freshland's own defensive army is about 300,000 strong, conscripted from the massive population of the Freshlands, yet that excluded my million-strong beetle and spider army. There are various smaller city-states that decided to side with me, and they volunteered in total, another 60,000 fighters, and so they send more to their doom. They would outnumber us 3-1 once they land. I believe they may try a decisive strike once they land, to minimize the load on their logistics. One of the hired generals advised. It's funny and rather strange to have generals on my side now, but I'm not complaining. They would try this path, I believe. The general pointed to one of the entrances into the Freshlands, or force a way through this segment of the Rottedlands. It's a large army, and may end up in a lot of bloodshed. A situation I'd like to avoid if I can. I wondered whether I should pull my attack at the moment when they land, or after. What is their supply situation? Is their food and accommodation going to arrive before the actual army of 400,000? Trevor tapped into the grand mind and quickly created a massive overview of the entire battlegrounds. He highlighted all the various supply positions. Master, should we intend to cripple and starve our opponents, we may be able to do so by attacking all these locations. A decisive strike before they land may force them to redirect. The logistics and supplies usually arrive before the army, so the right time to strike is when the 400,000 is still at sea, but their supplies and all have landed. That way, the coming army is forced to deal with a lack of supply. 800 ships, carrying 500 soldiers each. Large galleons of the 4 temples. I wondered whether my attacks work in water. I think the impact of my route strikes would probably be weakened by the water. How long before they arrive? In 2 weeks, there's a tiny window when the supply ships arrive just before the army itself. I paused and I thought, by all the odds, it wasn't ideal. My fully researched assassin beetles were not ready, but if I wanted to cause the most damage, I had to take this window. Ready all the armies. There will be a strike in 6 to 8 days. All mobile units prepare for a long-range strike. That declaration made the entire War Council pause before Jura himself, invited as a translator, mostly asked on behalf of the War Council present. Ian, repeat that please. Ready all our forces. We will strike in 6 to 8 days. Valthorns will receive specific instructions. About 2,000 of my best Valthorn fighters gathered at a forward base near one of the outer walls. There was 3 giant attendant trees, and it flanked a tunnel that led underground. Briefing time. I announced telepathically, and the Valthorn stood to attention. Edna Faris and many other upgraded class holders were there. All of you will be marching into the tunnels. You will be split into 6 groups, and your next orders will be given when you are there. Be prepared for urban combat and a siege. Enemies expected to be high level and large numbers. The order given, they started to board the carrier beetles. The fastest beetles were selected, and they had supplies for a month. The beetles would carry them to their targeted destination in a week. The Valthorns chatted. Are we attacking the nearby forts? The Crusaders had set up numerous advance forts to hold their supplies. These are my targets, but it wouldn't be the Valthorns' target. I had intended these 2,000 Valthorns to coordinate the attack on the 6 port cities. These are my best and most loyal Valthorns. Most of them have Ionic variants, such as Ionic Rangers or Ionic Druids or Ionic Knights. The beetles will provide the numbers, but I need the Valthorns are the secret sauce, with their higher levels and special skills. 2 days later, I had moved more beetles into various locations near the port cities. 100,000 beetles and spiders at each of the port cities, waiting for the time. Route tunnels made as close as possible, and as many subsidiary trees as I can, in all the places where I could place a tree without raising too many alarms. Ian, what are we doing in 4-6 days? The general asked. He noticed the Valthorns were gone. The enemy clearly is behaving strangely, and some of the smaller battalions have attempted to attack our walls. Is there something that was leaked? The enemy was nervous. Their generals and strategists all had some combat sense, and they knew something was happening. They just didn't know what, so some of them just attacked. There was an air of tension. We're preparing for war. Is Ian revealing some superweapon? The Valthorns, what's their plan? What's the enemy up to? I decided to confuse them a little. We will be striking at their fortified locations. The council thought this meant all the nearby forts, and they started to make plans with the resources available to them. I had given them use of 100,000 regular beetles to supplement the regular standing army. On the other side, I detected their discomfort. The generals and strategists all have skills, and so the Crusader generals all increased their scouting efforts, and since there's only 1 week left to the trap, I didn't hesitate to kill their scouts with a root strike or a poison. Ian's forces are able to kill our scouts this far away from the walls. They have an infiltration force, an assassination squad. They wondered and increased their guards. They truly were not experienced in fighting against a tree. They assumed my tactics to be similar to regular kingdoms. What's their force projection ability? The generals discussed at first of the likelihood of a long-range strike from me. They noted it is possible, but they rated the risk as low, since they do not expect that I could field a war-significant number of combatants far away. This trap is something I can only pull off once. All these enemies will learn of my tactics, and they will be prepared after this. So if this trap succeeds, I must hold on to the port cities and deny the temples a chance to regain a landing zone. At least, they would have to land further away and march a lot further. Still, some of the more paranoid commanders reshaped their forces into defensive formations. The effects of skills are really interesting. Another 2 days and the supply ships started to land. Some soldiers too have landed, but the bulk of them have not arrived. The small group of soldiers started to set up new tenages in areas where the newly arrived soldiers will rest before joining the rest of their armies. Too bad they won't find any place to rest. The Freshland Army cavalry was ready, and the Crusaders were clearly preparing for a cavalry charge. We spotted Freshland cavalries and archers massing behind the walls and cities. They may be preparing for a charge. If they want to strike at us before our reinforcement comes, then let them. In another day, most of the supply ships have arrived, and about 70,000 of the 400,000 additional soldiers have arrived. True, not all will come at the same time, but no matter. Already some of the soldiers had a bad feeling. I'm sorry, but war is a cruel thing. The temples have decided to declare war, and peace was off the table. Perhaps I must display a decisive victory, then only a peace can be negotiated. The Valthorns arrived at their designated locations underground. They've been traveling in the root tunnels for an entire week. Where are we? They were mostly lost. Their sense of time and place is distorted in the tunnels. There are no markers to day-night cycle. They've lived with food pre-packed, or those made by the Yonic druids. They even have special fruits and drinks to help them tolerate the effects of traveling underground for long periods. The 2,000 Valthorns have split up in the underground tunnels to their respective targets. Each group gathered in a small clearing, protected by the camouflage of subsidiary trees. Time to start my second briefing. Once you step out of these forests will be the port cities of the Crusaders, our enemies. Rest well, because once night falls, we will attack the port cities. The Valthorns were nervous, with so little of us. No, the beetles and spiders will assist you by the tens and hundreds of thousands. They are hidden throughout the city and the land beneath you. You will join the battle once they start the attack. They nodded, and I let them soak in the information. I created a few wooden displays of the targeted port cities and where the weak points are, which they took their time to analyze. They had never participated in a siege before. The Valthorns chatted and planned, and I told them to rest well before nightfall. I gave them all a tree syrup filled with energy nutrients. They'd go into the attack with their full strength, whereas the enemy is exhausted from a full day's work. The moment of fighting finally came. The weather was pleasant in all 6 of the port cities, and the soldiers were all in various stages of sleep. Some were alert for sure. I had decided to strike in the late evening, as my assassin beetles and poison web spiders benefited from the cover of night. I steeled myself and sent out the command to all my beetles and soldiers, generals and commanders, it is time to strike. The first port was home to 200,000, but now it was temporarily home to an additional 50,000 soldiers. It began suddenly. Tentages and their temporary bases collapsed beneath them. Multiple, almost a few hundred holes appeared at the same time, and the beetles rushed out. A well-timed root strike also caught one of the commanders by surprise, wounding him severely before a beetle finished him off. The soldiers, most feeling safe and comfortable this far away from the front lines, were suddenly jolted into panic. Some of them slept without their weapons. Many were not alert at all. The beetles took full advantage, and they attacked and killed the enemies by the hundreds and thousands. "Attack! We are under attack!" The commanders shouted, but their voices were soon silenced by a spider that ran into their mouth. The port itself found its walls broken. Some of them had been magically reinforced, but I had found weak spots after the past few months of planning. There were already tunnels that allowed my spiders and beetles to enter the port city itself. After all, not every city had the luxury of master builders who made thick foundations. The soldiers scattered as loud explosions spread. The Valthorns, too, joined the battle. They rode beetles and rushed for the walls. They focused on the higher-leveled one who managed to react and fight. Assassin beetles were more than a match for the level 10-20 soldiers, but if the enemy soldiers were level 30-50, it would require the Valthorns to effectively disable them. A mage ran and tried to send a message, but an arrow went through his head. He collapsed. Ionic rangers and archers. The 50,000 soldiers quickly thinned to only 20,000 to 30,000 that fled, and the port city itself was flooded by beetles and spiders. As a statement, the beetles dug up one of the squares, and I made a giant attendant tree right in the middle of it. The giant tree all emitted a healing aura and magic suppression aura, which made my beetles a lot more hardy. Then an explosion went off. Master, a group of mages just activated a hero item. Right in the middle of the port city, it created a summoned giant fire elemental and it started attacking the beetles. My beetles couldn't get to that group in time. Thankfully, with my giant attendant tree right in the city, it was rather easy to just launch constrict. My vines can take a bit of fire and they can ensnare magical creatures since 50 years ago. They can even drain mana, so it's perfect for summoned fire elementals. The vines latched on, and gradually, the struggling fire elemental shrunk until eventually it was extinguished. Shit, the mages cursed and fled. The magical item summoned more fire elementals, but I had a lot of vines, and these fire elementals were pitiful. Had they been summoned with star mana, they may be worth taking seriously. Most cities had some military resistance, but nothing I couldn't really handle. So progressively, I captured more and more artifacts and treasures. They had higher level units too. A general here, a commander there. Some master swordsmen too, who cut through my army of assassin beetles like nothing. But as my beetles or the Valthorns distracted these masters, a vine would occasionally ensnare their legs, and they would find themselves weakened, poisoned. The beetles would then deliver the knockout punch. Once we got a strong foothold in the city, and my beetles have seized most of the key locations, I would telepathically speak to everyone in the city. Surrender or we will kill you. The Valthorns, like Edna and Faris, would then help to coordinate and communicate with the captured and surrendered civilians. The port city fell by end of the day, civilians all under home quarantine as beetles patrolled the streets, and the enemy forces all corralled into the squares. My main focus was ensuring that the port was no longer operational. I still don't have flying beetles, but some of the jetties and docks were made of wood, so it was easy to destroy them. Whatever supplies they had was quickly hauled away by beetles. Even if they managed to dock at one of the jetties made of stone, they would immediately have to fight beetles and spiders. A similar chain of events repeated in all the other 5 port cities. All of these cities have magical defenses and high-level individuals, some more than others. In one city, the Valthorns had to deal with a group of master pyromancers, and in another, a group of expert axemen. Without healing aura and the element of surprise, the losses would have been a lot higher. The soldiers, as ragtag as they are, were quite good once they found their weapons. Most were around level 20, so they could go toe-to-toe with one beetle in a straight fight. Still, the element of surprise, coordinated strikes at all 6 port cities and multiple other supply locations easily overwhelmed their ability to respond properly. Some of the soldiers retreated. Skilled ones too, they had the right instincts to respond correctly. But sometimes, even doing things perfectly leads to failure. One of the port cities experienced constant combat till midnight, with long fights throughout the day. They had a few platoons of very well-trained soldiers at least level 30 to 50. For them, the Valthorns fought hard, and I had to frequently assist them with my vines to prevent any unnecessary Valthorn deaths. 2,000 elites meant only about 300 to 400 Valthorns per city, a small number of elites on my side, against whatever elites the temples have. I had to protect them. They are an investment into my future. I had vision and I had beetles, so the Valthorns would usually attack from an advantage. I would never let them be wastefully sacrificed. They are crucial to my longer-term plans. We are the trees, the anchor of the ecosystem, but the ecosystem must have other moving parts. I see the Valthorns as a key part. Nearer to the various crusading armies, surgical strikes that targeted their supply chains popped up everywhere. It hit at their tents, destroyed their food, spiders that poisoned their water. For the Crusaders, this was their first brush with assassin beetles that popped out of the ground. The Crusaders had 2 large 200,000-strong forces split across 2 large campsites. We didn't attack them much, just little hit-and-run attacks. It was intentional. I had hoped that a portion might break off and try to rescue the port cities. I chewed through the smaller forces easily. For larger armies, the element of surprise was not as effective. If they could keep themselves calm and hold the entire force together, they'd survive. Their generals, startled awake by the sudden onslaught of messages and calls, actively tried to reassess the situation. All our port cities have been captured. The supplies have been stolen. It wasn't hard for beetles to haul away goods. That's part of their regular peacetime duties. We'll be out of food in a week with the ports out of commission. We must rush back to retake one of the ports. Furious discussions broke out, some pushing to retreat to the ports, others recommending a push against freshlands. The paths have been cut off. I'm a tree. Terraforming terrain isn't exactly difficult. I could easily add trees to a path and populate them with hostile vegetation, then add beetles. Instant terrain difficulty +1. Trevor and my artificial minds have been planning for months on how to knock out all their transport routes overnight and leave only smaller, less useful paths. Even vast plains had tunnels collapsed in order to create a cliff. How? That was a word that gave me joy. I felt like a master strategist who finally revealed his trump card, and the generals were my victims. Monster trees, monstry. That's a bad pun. In a period of about a week, the balance of power switched. Their entire logistics network and supply chain crippled. The general could probably beat the Freshland force in a straight fight, but I would never fight them that way. I always wanted a subtle way. There was a saying, if one is to remove weeds, they must also remove the roots. I think these ports are the roots. I was going to drag it out until they starved, and even if the general was a good one, a starving army still represented a significant weakness. No amount of skill would suppress widespread hunger. Maybe a level 100 general could, but I think the enemy general was in their level 60s only. Meanwhile, the Freshland army finally got their marching orders, and they soon encountered the deserters and those who fled from my army of beetles and spiders. No army was going to hold itself together when food and water ran out. Some segments of the two crusading forces broke off, and they marched towards the nearest city in hopes of securing some supplies. But morale dropped quickly as they encountered terrible, unforgiving terrain that was never their previous, and the two large armies fractured, as each force wanted to seek out their own sources of food. The generals and lords, priests tried to hold the army together, but ultimately they were a coalition army. The temples cobbled the force together from the armies of various kingdoms. There was never true unity or proper discipline. Once they fractured, it was a lot easier for the Freshland army and my beetles to pick off the smaller forces. Many surrendered. Many soldiers did not have a personal stake in this conflict and were not blind zealots. Within a month from that day, both of the army's leaders decided to surrender, while the 300,000 or so soldiers that were unable to dock had to forcefully redirect themselves to further ports, with whatever little supply they carried. There, their crusade stopped. The first crusade against Ian had ended. I lost about 200,000 beetles from the 1 million deployed across the 6 cities and various smaller targets. Horns and my new artificial minds all leveled up quite significantly from the battles. You gained a level. You are level 169. Subsidiary trees limit increased to 1,500,000. Of course, this sudden upheaval made my war council angry, frustrated. Ian had planned to take the 6 port cities all along. The general said, we were the distraction from the main attack, and it didn't tell us because we might leak it to the temples, so Ian just let us drag the war out. Jura earned a bit of sounding, but Jura himself had very little knowledge of the actual plan, other than there is one. In fact, he knew of the plan to attack all 6 port cities at the same time I announced it to the Valthorns. A victory, but the crusade was not over, not yet. The temples remained formally at war, so this was pretty much just the first crusade. I made sure research continued into more types of beetles and spiders. I would want to add flying beetles and bomber beetles. I'd like to bomb the ships once they got in range of the shore. There's also the political complexity of assimilating the 6 port cities into the Freshlands administration, and the negotiations with the nations and kingdoms in between. Those that had chosen to side with the temples quickly switched sides when they watched the port cities fall. All of them also fortified their walls and reinforced their foundations to make it harder for tunneling. Politically, the 6 port cities are now a part of Freshka. I declared that since they declared war on me, I have, by the norms of this world, properly conquered the port cities, something none of the kingdoms dare oppose, even if they privately mention their worries. Some of them got so paranoid that they chopped all the trees from their cities, treeless cities, enemies. I declared cities without trees as enemies of the Freshlands. The few small city-states that made such a decision surrendered in fear. All in, by the end of the year, we had conquered 6 port cities and 8 other kingdoms. Many expressed their regrets for siding with the temples. I had initially considered being more iron-fisted and considered executing their leaders, but decided to demand resources, gems, and various other treasures as compensation. Throughout the new kingdoms that now come under my influence or indirect control, I thought of expelling those who sided with the temples, but instead opted for a widespread conversion program. Like a forest reclaiming urban lands, I can convert them. I would try. Walalo, most priests in this world are not specific to a god, though some do specialize, and in doing so gain special classes for that god. But in most part, the priests of the world are generally polytheistic, and it's a mishmash of the pantheon and whatever local animistic belief that existed in a particular location. It was this tolerance of various beliefs that allowed me to recruit some of my earlier batch of priests. The world had spirits after all, and unlike home, the priests of this world acknowledge that each god has a focused scope, and at times, local spirits will reign over the wills of the gods. In a way, it is strange that the gods outright declared a crusade against me. Why? They've shared the world with so many others, so what's wrong with just letting me rise? Why a crusade? Why send an army and so many lives to waste when there are demons to prepare for? Why? What's this insanity? It's my first time seeing the ocean. Edna said she had lived inland. The Freshlands itself is landlocked. After all, the corruption bomb happened in the middle of the continent. Little did I imagine for my first time I'd be part of a covert army conquering a port city. Fate is strange, Edna. A fellow Valthorn nodded. There were a few deaths. I couldn't save everyone, but a few deaths are still infinitely better than many. The losses on the opponent's side is far larger, and the beetles gathered the surrendered soldiers into groups. More of the regular army and cavalry had marched all the way from the Freshlands to reinforce the Valthorn strike team, including various local nobles and captains. They had a lot to do, like stripping the surrendered soldiers of all their weapons, briefings, taking over the military administration. There would also be officials from the Freshlands Federal Authority. They had to set up offices to integrate these new cities into the Freshlands. Formally, the 6 cities were declared to be the Freshlands 6 ports, and they would have a sub-authority known as the 6 Ports Administration. It made sense that all 6 ports were administered together, even if all 6 were previously independent states. Quite a few of the existing administrations surrendered, and Cavio recommended that we assimilate them into the existing structure once they pass some loyalty test. A suggestion I agreed, but a lot of new people had to be parachuted over. It's kind of like when a company forcefully acquired another company. Some of the employees would remain, but usually the heads of department would change. There would be a lot of system changes and migrations. Laws and processes need to be modified to comply with the new acquiring holding company. You'll get sick of the ocean soon enough, Lady Edna, a soldier said. The Valthorns are a sub-nobility, so they are often referred to as Lady or Lord, even if they do not formally carry the title. Indeed, Edna nodded. She was in the southernmost port, but for now I'll enjoy it. There were wreckages to clean up, holes to patch up. Most of the civilians had private complaints about the new giant attendant tree that now dominated their city, but they soon accepted that they lost, and the tree is there to remind them that we will watch over them. The Valthorns would be stationed there for at least a few years as a peacekeeping force, with regular rotations back to the Freshlands. A long-range beetle transport service was set up, and the kingdoms in between happily gave permission. It's not as if they dared oppose me at this point. Most of the nations swayed with the wind and changed allegiances. Like new converts, they compensated for their foolish past by insulting their temples with vigor and vitriol. It's fine. Geopolitics is disgusting, but ultimately necessary. There is no way I can populate the land without people, and people naturally give rise to politics. Intense monitoring and surveillance is required. Why not kill them? My artificial mind suggested. After all, we have killed so many. I didn't want to, though. But I felt comforted too. This is a part of nature. In nature, death is perpetual. Do we weep for the millions of ants who died in their wars with each other? Do the ant queens cry when the super ant colonies wage planetary warfare? No. Grand Mind Tree has blocked influence from trees. Override. Death on a personal level is a tragedy. But in the wars I fight, they are but a statistic, a number, a score at the end of the game. A tree in its life would create thousands, even millions of seeds. All potential lives. It does not weep when mortals eat the seeds. It is part of a greater calculation, that some will survive, and as a whole, we will all prosper and grow. Pain and death is but a step. Wait, I'm going too far. No, I paused and pulled myself together. Indeed, but they surrendered. As such, I must abide by the norms of those who surrendered, that they are not overly punished. I cannot go too deep at that end. I would become a pest, a locust. A tree of nature must never let itself turn into plague that destabilize the ecology, but they may well go against you, master. I must mold the narrative correctly. I seek to change and prepare, but I must look to be constructive, not overly destructive, even if I do use tools which are destructive. A risk, but a calculated one. Only by displaying mercy and the willingness to assimilate these people, these heathens that they once were, can we convince the world that we are here to stay. If one of every 2 converts to our cause, we are stronger as a whole. The risk is worth it. To build a stronger tree, we must sometimes accept some risks. The artificial minds mentally agreed. They would agree anyway. So we watch. 50 new artificial minds. My second grand mind tree will take 18 months to be completed. The various surrendering kingdoms gladly volunteered the materials for its construction. They didn't know, of course. I merely asked for the materials, and the losers gladly coughed it out. It will be long. Those who lost will nurse unhappy feelings. I only hope that we pick them up before those unhappy feelings lead to more war and conflict. The temples started a war, but I have no intention of letting this crusade last for centuries, even if I am very much suited for a long war. Relatively, Lily's had not participated in the war. In fact, Lily's city didn't send soldiers out at all, even though their city was home to many followers of these temples. Ha, was that a pep talk from Lily's? If only it wasn't so. So it is. Year 128. A year of relative peace, though publicly we are still at war. It's kind of like the whole South-North Korea situation. No one wants to back off and sue for peace, and yet the temples need time to rebuild their military force. Nearby, none of the neighboring ports wanted to host the crusading armies, lest a similar incident unfolded. Fear crept into the hearts of many kingdoms that suddenly a giant tree appeared in the middle of a faraway city and overwhelmed a tide of beetles and spiders. The giant attendant trees, they towered in the 6 cities, as symbols of the Crusades' foolishness. The giant attendant trees were so large that they could be seen from the boats and ships far from shore, but our own informants indicated that the temples are mustering another force. Why? In the meantime, the victory has made the Freshlands Federal Authority extremely busy. They spent a lot of time reallocating people and implementing a ton of new rules. A lot of the prisoners of war were made to do hard labor, or farm work, but some were released to those kingdoms that surrendered. A long set of agreements and treaties to secure the shifting allegiances of the kingdoms and nations sandwiched between the Freshlands and the 6 ports. I did not care very much for the regular prisoners, so I was happy to let them go. These were mostly low-ranking soldiers, mostly under level 30. Their threat level was not that significant anyway. The loyalties of many conscripted soldiers are suspect anyway. Most of them just obey their kings and rulers and may not truly believe in the cause. A heretic god, what does it have to do with me? It's a common expression amongst the soldiers. I'm here because the king sent me. Quite a fair bit don't even know what they are fighting. They only know they have been instructed to invade the Freshlands. I suppose it's rather difficult to ensure the correct messages are transmitted to the 500,000 to 1 million soldiers caught in the conflict, especially in a world where messages frequently still travel by mouth. Messages and magical spells remain a luxury of the elite class. What does it feel like, to cause the death of so many? Strangely, it was a prayer from a random citizen of the Freshlands. He made the prayer some time after the armies surrendered. Do gods treat us mortals as just playthings? I think so. The gods certainly do, and I see why. If the gods can disassociate the person from the body, that means to them, each living person is nothing more than a gamer holding an avatar, and when they die, it's just game over for that avatar. It's like humans with our games. Many certainly think it is weird to care when our avatars die. Most just sigh and just start a new game with a new avatar. But for those living in the moment, they don't know that, and even if they know, they don't feel that connection to those future new lives. Each life and death is not connected to the next reincarnation. Maybe I'm also starting to think that way. I should not. It's a flaw. The War Council met daily. There were always new things to discuss. Kingdom A switched sides. Kingdom B switched sides. Kingdom C demands for so-and-so. Kingdom D goes this and that. After a while, it's like little notifications in my in-game menu that I've gradually gotten better at ignoring, especially if it doesn't require my action. It's like some corporate paper pushers who receive hundreds to thousands of emails a day, mostly CC Ed. That corporate drone would click on the email, read the first few sentences, notices that he didn't need to do anything, and click delete or archive. Trevor, can you notify me if any of these daily meetings have something material? Certainly, Master, Trevor answered. You may want to direct your focus on the beetle and spider research. We are making progress, but we do require your decision on the numerical allocation of beetle types. Horns, update, I mentally called out. Master. Horns shouted with gusto. I wonder how he does it. We have successfully unlocked bomber beetles. We can further advance this into explosive beetles and also upgrade its range and damage. Each will require 1 to 2 years and additional resources. Trevor interrupted, which will not be a problem. We have secured means of collecting the necessary resources from our vassals. We can afford to undertake all of the research. It's a matter of allocation that required Master's attention. Yes. Trevor's right, Master, but I must talk about beetles. We also have made progress on flying beetles and also improved our existing beetles' jumping strength. Our assassin beetles are able to leap twice as far, and our tunneler beetles can last twice as long. Well, that's great. Reality is, all these upgrades do add to utility, even if its combat strength is mostly unchanged. Wait, why do I need to decide on allocation? The process of transforming a beetle from one variant to another is a long process, and the subsidiary trees need about 2 to 3 months to shift from one form to another. 90 regular beetles. I have no intention of alerting our opponents to our unique beetle variants. For the remaining 10, can I ask for them to be split equally to all different types? Horns intervened. Master, we also have hybrid beetles. Based on your advances in demonic hybrid botany, we are also able to see some potential in demonic corruption-tolerant beetles. Do you want us to research those, even if they are ineffective against humans? Why not, but no allocation of beetles to them. Jasmine also commented, Master, there may be significant value in small beetles that can operate as stealth units. That's what assassins are for. Assassin beetles are still quite large at the moment. Master, Jasmine is right. We must have all kinds of beetles. Horns nodded. Can we undertake all of them? I felt like I was dealing with children. All right, Trevor, do we have resources for all the research, and sufficient artificial minds to work on each and every one of these research without interfering with our operations? Yes, Master, if you may create a few more. All right, power is really not the problem now. All in, I can power a good 120 artificial minds. The entire Freshlands, a massive, massive space, is home to around 2 billion normal trees and 10-12 billion shrubs. The conversion of empty land into large forests has been rapid, spurred on by Trevor and the other artificial minds' dedicated and constant expansion of forests. They were persistent and relentless, and the forests grow so quickly that the Freshlands is a woodworking mecca. Housing was commonly made of wood because of its abundance in the Freshlands, and there were a lot of vegetarians. The Freshlands as a whole had a lot of food supply, particularly grain and fruits, and many of the city-states export their food as one of their key sources of income. That meant there was always a natural place for the 6 ports in the Freshlands, and many merchant lords quickly jumped on the opportunity, skip intermediaries and additional middleman taxes. They lobbied for a flat Freshlands tax instead, since the goods would be exported out of Freshland-owned ports. Cavio, in one of his many briefings, spoke of the intense resistance and trade disruptions as a result of this war. We still have trade, but the temples have implemented multiple blockages at sea. They have sanctioned privateer groups to sack ships affiliated or carrying goods from the Freshlands. I'm a tree. How am I supposed to attack ships out at sea anyway? My beetles too have an operating range, limited by my trees. I cannot send them far out to sea, nor are they suited for it. The ocean is really a massive wall for me unless I'm able to research sea-going plants. Lilies would probably do well at sea, at least, better than me. They're a lake-bound existence. Surely the open sea wouldn't be that much of a stretch. We'd have to have our own navy, which I agreed wholeheartedly. We'll have to start from scratch, since as a landlocked realm, we've never had to have a proper navy beyond our river boats. A navy, but how do I fix our economy that's disrupted? High-level individuals would usually not have problems. Wait, I can create upgraded classes. I can create upgraded trade classes. I totally could create upgraded trade and crafting classes and supercharge the economy. If so, I should totally start doing it. Cavio, what class are you? Me. Cavio the centaur shifted uncomfortably. I'm a manager and a trader, with some classes in diplomat and counselor. It's an odd mix, I see. Total levels, around 60, but it's rather spread out, so I'm honestly quite weak. Cavio said. Jasmine whispered into my mind. I believe he also has classes in smuggler. He's been observed smuggling certain mind-altering substances for nobles. In fact, Master Jura also helps to procure the calming teas and psychotic leaves for Cavio. When did that happen? In the past few years. The substances help to calm the minds, apparently very popular with the leadership of the FFA. They say it helps deal with their anxieties and stress from interacting with you, Master. I paused. I caused my supposed leaders to have mental breakdowns and anxiety. Oh wait, that was my intention. I wanted them to be afraid of me, right? This is the natural consequence of that. Inevitably, some will turn to drugs for assistance. I felt conflicted. It was right for them to be afraid of me, for them to be druggies. That certainly was not the outcome I intended. I checked my massively growing pile of skill seeds and class seeds. My soul collectors constantly bring these back to me, on top of the other class seeds I received when my yonic priests perform funeral rites for the dead. I have all those class seeds. Even smuggler. I could make upgraded versions of them. A simple formula I discovered, really, is to just mash 20 to 30 of the same class together, and it becomes an upgraded version. Sometimes 20, sometimes 30. Some needed 40. Classes that had to do with ruling over others or were faith-related were a bit more tricky. They sometimes worked, sometimes they didn't. I haven't quite figured it out why or what. Perhaps there is an underlying mechanic to their upgrades. Is there something, Ian? Cavio asked. He looked really nervous. How is the economy of the Freshlands? Cavio paused and he looked extremely puzzled. Was jumping from classes to the economy too big a mental leap to make? He stood. If you desire a more complete and precise report, Ian, I would need to gather some of the merchant lords and administrators, but largely trade with the regional kingdoms is holding up. We have a healthy supply of food, though we are still working on distribution and allocating. The Valtrian Order is committed to distributing food and aid to the poor and those affected. Financially, the Order and the FFA has committed huge amounts of money to rebuild the lands destroyed in the last 2 years of war. Jasmine, my Sky Eye and Spy Master, intervened. Master, should you ever desire a report on transaction numbers, you may actually ask us. We monitor the region and we have in-depth insights into the number of wagons moving from place to place, the population size, and the general health. There is no need to speak to the centaur. I nodded but rebuffed her. I appreciate your statistical input, Jasmine, but I believe when it comes to qualitative measures of trade, I must consult Cavio and the citizens. Indeed, Jasmine's data is like a satellite system that tracks trade movements, but in terms of value and quality, that's a more subjective measure. Jasmine's ability to provide insight in whether a corn tastes well or where the market trends are is quite limited, even if she and the artificial minds have a wealth of data. I have heard of the FFA's plans to rebuild and integrate the defected nations, but tell me from your view, how does it go? Cavio paused. It's complicated. We honestly don't know how much we can trust these defected nations, so even if we have contracts and all, enforcement of those contracts is suspect. The alternative is maintaining military presence so they don't try anything funny, but that is treated as a sign that we do not trust them. So that sows future discontent and unhappiness. Ah, I see. How do we peacefully and successfully integrate an enemy nation, one that fought wars against us? How can a population that lost their loved ones against me choose to even side with me? Time, trade, and communication. Jura's recommendation, using his perspective as a warlord. I think it's a diplomat aspect that's merged into it. Time, really. Time will heal the wound, and we would have to encourage a constant flow of people to and fro those countries. Cavio agreed, of course. I agree those are commonly understood principles for long-term integration, but we still have to deal with the short-term bumps. It remains that each kingdom has a cultural difference and they want to maintain their pride. They have defected, but they do not want to be seen as subservient, even if they are in substance forced to be. It's a difficult balancing act. I had to pause to unpack that. Essentially, for the 6 ports, the FFA formally annexed those ports as new territories of the FFA. But for the kingdoms and nations in between, that formerly sided with the temples, they surrendered or switched sides. So their status is a lot more ambiguous as, although they are on our side, they are not my servants. As such, they have every right to resist my attempts to integrate them into the wider Freshlands community, as they feel as that's me attempting to encroach on their sovereignty. It's like some countries trying to force its allies to learn its language. Sure, they are allies, but don't shove your culture down my throat, even if these allies were formerly affiliated with my enemies. We're talking about kingdoms, nations. I could crush them. I could if I need to, but it has not reached that point. In the jungle, a species would have to find a niche to survive, and an ecosystem needs each other. I would like to build an ecosystem where these nations can exist in a framework. Many resist the FFA's framework. One where I sit at the top as the spiritual overlord of all the vassal states. A few agreed. Mostly those nearer and weaker, they were willing to accept me, a strange, magical being, a monster, as their supreme overlord. Most want their own dignity. Might makes right. The world has no overarching enforcer of laws, as much as the gods pretends that they are. Some of them still believe in their own strength. I ended the briefing, and with Jasmine, surveyed my lands. The quality of the FFA's soldiers' equipment is average, not better than those of my opponents. I had thought I've made arrangements for their equipment to be upgraded, and from my surveys it seemed that, yes, there were higher quality items in the mix, but ultimately there was a volume issue. I wasn't aware we did not have skilled blacksmiths, I asked Cavio. We do, but the quantity of high-quality goods our masters can make is limited. Certainly not enough to arm 300,000 soldiers, and the quality of our metals have been inconsistent, but they are trying. Why was I not made aware of this issue? There was an awkward silence. It's an ongoing process of renewing our forces' equipment, and there's also the issue of channeling the higher quality output to the Valthorns, who consume these higher quality equipment at a higher rate, but I've already given them my wooden-made weapons. I spent a little more time observing my Valthorns, and noticed that they treat my wooden-made weapons with unnecessary respect, using them only on missions that I've personally ordered. On their general duties, they've used regular steel weapons. Even though I told them to treat them as expendable, they certainly still use them very, very sparingly. They mostly use them only against demons, due to their anti-demonic effects. Against regular monsters, they would equip regular weapons. My spy master updated. Again, had I been so focused on the big picture stuff that I did not notice how things decayed. I think there's an expectation gap in that when I give a command, I expect it to be carried out consistently and constantly. But what I'm observing is that for the citizens of the Freshlands, they would forget the orders and commands I gave a few years ago, or there's a change of guard and the commands previously set out were not properly passed down. It's not a surprise that the enthusiasm and obedience to orders and commands decayed. It would be strange if employees remembered everything their bosses said since many years ago. So for the general populace, this bureaucratic drift should have been expected. I recalled my own experiences working in that indie company. it was common to forget discussions and decisions that were made as we were busy with our own parts, especially if they seemed inconsequential at that time. "We never forget, Master," Trevor said. "Indeed, my artificial minds resemble AI more than actual people, and as such they remember my orders even from long ago. Things like overlays, constant expansion of forests, all made possible because my artificial minds almost never stop once an order is given, but people do. It is perhaps also why they are able to change, because when one is not shackled by their past decisions." I looked at the Freshlands as a whole and wondered, do they need more change or more order and tradition? I checked my classes. I have pirate classes, probably from some of them who died, captain and sailor classes too. I could make upgraded versions of these classes if I wanted to start a navy. But how do I control them? Once they are on ships, out on the open waters, I can't monitor them at all. My trees do not have vision in the ocean. What if those with upgraded classes defect, with my ability to supervise so lacking? Trust, Ian. Unfortunately, that is the best we have, I sighed. I have gotten quite used to being able to monitor those who serve me, at least directly or indirectly via my artificial minds. Now this requires me to let go. I feel a little strange. Trust. That's an extremely heavy word. It's especially if the class I'm creating is a pirate. Pirates, do they have strong respect for authority? Pretty sure they do have some respect for authority, especially if they have good captains. I merged the pirate and captain classes together and noticed that 5 of each combined turned into a pirate captain class. I could create a pirate captain, but would they be loyal? They wouldn't. The best I could do is to somehow align our interests. But sponsoring piracy against the temples is also not something the neighbors will desire. Though I once vowed to avoid the game of politics, the fact that I have power and territory and neighbors make me a player in this game. Politics is unavoidable. I cannot avoid people forever unless I do not care of the decisions other nations make and their consequences on me. Where should I go with this? I wanted a cultural victory. Which sectors need it the most? Blacksmiths and navy, smugglers to break the temple navy's blockade, master farmers. The Freshlands need to be strengthened and reinforced such that the overall quality of life and the quality of goods are higher than the rest. Better adventurers, less monsters. What's the best way for me to distribute these upgraded classes among the population such that they aid the Freshlands? Based on our surveillance of the population, Master, perhaps the Titans would be useful. I nodded. I wanted to know how my people tick. I may not predict what decisions they make once they are in the open waters or outside my domain, but the best I can do is screen them, vet them, and interview them properly. I took one of the Titan souls and nodded. Commencing fusion of Grand Mind Tree and the Titan Frame. Upgrading and unlocking of Tree over Mind will take a few months. Year 129. A moment I long awaited, and I felt it happen quite clearly. The tree over mind was shaped like a massive blob of neurons at first, but once it was complete, it shrunk to the size of a small bush. But anyone who saw it would be able to tell it is no ordinary bush. It was as if a thundercloud was plucked out of the sky and made into a bush. Lightning jumped from one part to another constantly. Flashes of light happened regularly. Not for various other strange burning trees, it'll look very out of place. I am awake, Master. I am the tree over mind, and I can now be given a name, Telepatrick. Patrick. I had spent some time thinking of what would be a good name. It was either Telepatrick or Psychiatrist, but I decided Patrick would be a more common name. Activating local area mind access, Patrick said, and my mind was assaulted by the thoughts of almost everyone in Freshka. Freshka was the nearest town to the valley. A lot of people suddenly jerked when they felt the mind access happen. It's like a sudden headache. Juro was quick to detect its presence. Ian, did something happen? I felt my mind was suddenly touched. The mind access felt quite like a version of the memories that the souls have. When the dead souls arrive in my soul realm, and after 3 additional colors to my soul forge, the quality and quantity of memories I can see from the dead has increased over that time. This was a very similar feeling. I can feel little bubbles of thoughts, not everything, quite surely. That was when I could feel Jura's worry. He was wondering whether that feeling was a mental attack. It was the same throughout Freshka. Faris was back in Freshka after a stint at the 6 ports, and he felt it too. Those who are higher level can feel it, something touching their mind. They don't know what though, a deluge of random thoughts, stupid things. Patrick, can you filter those that are irrelevant? Define irrelevant, Master. Anything that doesn't have to do with me. Everything has to do with you, Master. Eventually, please narrow down your choice. Exclude thoughts about love lives, friendships, and issues of sanitation, food. What else could I exclude? Or more like, what should I focus on? Or is it better that I go about this in a machine learning way? So Patrick spent quite a bit of time with me as we went through the thoughts of the people around me, grading those thoughts using a not interested versus interested criteria. He would develop a framework of what would be relevant to me. But of course this required training data, so I was swamped with random, silly thoughts for a long time because though he had my knowledge, he still needed my decision-making to properly assess what would be relevant to me. Most of the thoughts are mundane, thoughts about family. About their work about food, I wasn't interested in things like that. I wanted things that were a risk. There was a context to it, too. Like I would be interested in more mundane things from Jura than a random person I don't know, but you do know them, Master. Jasmine added, we have knowledge about so many people. It is just a thought away. Ah, it's weird. It's like one moment you don't know them and the next, all this knowledge gets downloaded. It's uncanny and weird. So weird for a human. It's so natural for them. Trees take forever to get to know a person. For us, interacting with a person for a year is good enough to make us relate to that person and makes him feel like we're good friends or sworn enemies. For a tree, 1 year's interaction is probably just a one-liner in the story of their incredibly long life. Yvonne was giving a talk to the new batch of Valthorns, so don't feel discouraged and wonder why Ian still treats you like he doesn't know you. I believe this is actually a common feeling across all of us normal mortals when we interact with ageless creatures. There's actually a segment or class in their curriculum called Interacting with Ancient Spirit Trees. Apparently Gerard helped them with the syllabus when he was here, and was mainly for those who had a druid specialization. Druids must learn how to manage spirit trees. They are the creatures of the land, given power by their age or special events. The theory of how spirit trees came to be is complicated, and as druids, it is best not to presume each of their origins. According to one rare ancient script, spirit trees used to be far more common. This, of course, is a highly contentious statement. A young boy raised his hand. His name was Iron, and he's a 10-year-old druid. Why? The ancient script implies that there was an era before the constant destruction and war. If you believe this, then the theory that many trees surviving and achieving sentience would be true. But do we know whether it's true? No. Other than one rare ancient script, we have no other descriptions of spirit trees from the old era. Many records were lost to the numerous wars and battles. It could well be that this ancient script is a story of fiction, as this script was incomplete, or the work of a speculator or troll. Most of the more recent great druids or archdruid believe that spirit trees are not created by the age of the trees, but more of unique magical circumstances. That would be fair like me. I am not an old tree, just unique. For example, records about Ian did not exist prior to 50 to 60 years ago when Frika was founded. Yvonne said, where was Ian before that? We did not know. So close. Perhaps he was just asleep. Yvonne obviously didn't think so, but she didn't know the answer. I vaguely sense she's still trying to unravel this mystery, and I discovered that it's been something she has been wondering for some time. It's just that no one knew the answer, and all Jura told her was that I was brought here by some druids. Maybe it's just magic made real. Another boy said. He believes in magic, that it is possible for magic to take the form of things. It's a remarkably pure view of magic. And I felt embarrassed when I felt the part of that boy's thoughts that I'm a magical existence. It was weird and jarring to encounter these kinds of emotions. It's like being on the receiving end of a confession. Weird, it's not all positive. Many do view me as a tyrant, a benevolent dictator. These thoughts were common among the visitors to Freshka, merchants or traveling nobles. Many mixed views about me, most a grudging respect. On a day-to-day, though, most of them don't really think about me that much. Their focus is mostly on their immediate issues. Food, trade, jobs, safety, relationships, mundane stuff that I mostly filter out. For those who are used to Freshka or have lived here for a long time, their issues relate mostly to jobs, studies, relationships, happiness, progression, and justice. Safety wasn't much of a big deal because Freshka is extremely well fortified. We have built many, many walls, and the Valthorns' tremendous presence meant safety was not something they thought about. Naturally, I've used my new mind reading, though it's not pure mind reading. It's like I'm able to access little thought bubbles that leak out of their minds. It's a bit like Sims, where there's little blobs over their head indicating their thoughts. I've looked through the memories, and I believe this display would be most consistent with the present layout, Patrick said. Do you want me to present their thoughts in other forms? I can also arrange them as a ticker-style display or a live thread. This is fine. Can you color-code it for the type of thoughts? Mundane ones as a pale gray, war combat-related as red. Patrick instantly revised my interface, and most of the speech bubbles changed into pale gray, little gray speech bubbles. This is entirely possible because these companions of mind are able to intervene and connect to my mind directly. It's pretty much live editing, similar to how TV channels add the banners and overlays for live sport events. On top of that, I now have the ability to transmit thoughts and dreams into any one person. I can project emotions, feelings, and ideas into them. These powers are strongest right here, in Freshka. Honestly, these sort of psychic attacks feel like a big step towards outright mind control. Am I becoming a hive mind that mind controls all the citizens in my valley? I'm quite sure I've long passed the point where I can say this is too much power for one person to handle. I've had various powers that already qualify for that too much power thing, like subsidiary trees and soul forge. Master, Patrick and the rest of my artificial minds were concerned. I think they detected my emotional state. Just having some thoughts about my new powers. I summoned a few individuals to the valley. It's the same place where the Valthorns, or the representatives, visited. This time, Jura and a few Valthorns escorted them, and I reduced the effects of my haunted forests along the path. Master Jura, did we do something wrong? One of the merchants asked as he walked carefully behind Jura. He was one of the few merchants who actively traded with us, and with my newfound powers, viewed me rather favorably. No. I responded to them telepathically. I tried to control the strength of my projection. Jura had recently said that my telepathic messages had become rather overwhelming, even though the messages were simple. I honestly had not considered how my telepathic communication scaled with my levels, even if it made all the sense in the world. Patrick's presence too, of course. It's actually a happy occasion. The 5 individuals were 2 merchants, a carpenter, a herbalist, and a healer. The 5 of you must feel like an odd bunch. The herbalist mustered all of his strength to respond. It is an honor. I could see his thoughts. He was worried sick, and he wondered what would happen to his family if he didn't go home today. The others were thinking how to run. The merchant's leg was wobbly. I had the Valthorn serve them some calming, relaxing tea, but I promise you'll return home today. The tea worked swiftly and calmed their nerves. Then I got to the point. I've heard of your efforts to use local goods and promote local trade, and I'm here to reward you. Trademaster, Ionic Master Carpenter, Advanced Ionic Herbalist, and Advanced Ionic Healer. Somehow Trademaster didn't have an Ionic variant, but then again, maybe that's because I myself have very little involvement in trade. But from what I understand, certain classes that do gain Ionic classes either gain some mastery over wood and growth, some variant of my healing powers, or anti-demonic properties. The 5 were stunned at the fruits, but they all took it, except one merchant. It is a great honor, but I must refuse, Ian. The one who rejected said, and I saw the speech bubbles. He doesn't want to be seen as beholden to me, and I could tell he was extremely conflicted about it. My independence is something I greatly value as a merchant. My skilled, trustworthy broker relies on my continuous independence. I see, oh well, but the other 4 were more than happy to take it. That is fine. It is a gift, and you are permitted to refuse. Eventually, they all left the valley safely. It didn't take long for the effects of their upgraded classes to show up. Their works were more fine, stronger. I wanted to see what their presence would cause. The other nations who got wind of their new classes were quick to offer, but I had believed they had enough sense to refuse, at least for a while. I suspect the trademaster may move to other towns. Jasmine commented a few weeks after that day, but the other 3 are still based in the Freshlands. I mentally sighed. I guess that a trademaster must move around to maximize his returns. Setting up a trading base is nothing more than a step to profit. At this moment, I feel my ideas of a cultural victory seemed extremely far-fetched. I could definitely assist in forming and shaping a culture, but ultimately the culture of a place is formed by its people and built over decades and centuries. It's also constantly changing. The Freshlands is a newcomer in the world, culturally. There's no goodwill that's built up over the decades, unlike the temples that are cultural and political institutions. I've managed to sway a lot of the local nobles to at least give lip service, a word of faith and loyalty to the Freshlands, but many of them conflate the faith and the authority together. I'm both god and emperor, a religious and an administrative authority. The temples are a religious figure, even if they lack administrative clout. The temples are gathering their forces. There are already kings who opposed the crusade, not because of the cause, but because they are too weak. My victory had scared many of them. Certainly, I was not the easy prey they believed I were. On the central continent, most of them view me quite favorably, and so one of the projects I had this year was to cut a path across the Rottedlands. Right now, if we take the Rottedlands as a one big pizza, I've taken a large slice out. Same for the remnants of Harris's empire. What I want to do now is to cut across and make a highway to the surviving kingdoms on the other side. After analyzing the maps, I decided to do it the politician and capitalist's way. To the highest bidder, we're going to launch a bid. I told Cavio and the council. I intend to use my powers to clear a pathway through and across the Rottedlands, and so I want to invite the kingdoms who are interested in an alliance with me to participate. This means a trade route protected by my trees and beetles. We can also set up new towns and cities along the path, a new silk road, a new tree road. A country road. The entire representative council was excited by what that meant. A pathway that crossed the Rottedlands would open up so many new economic opportunities for trade. It could massively reinvigorate the inland nations that bordered the Rottedlands. So invite the kingdoms to bid what they are willing to offer for a connecting path. We're also willing to offer a conditional defensive pact should a nation feel ever threatened by their neighbors. Is this capitalism? No. This is just me sending my roots to wherever that's juicy. We'll open multiple paths eventually. This task will involve me cutting across where the demon's corruption is densest, but lately I'm feeling confident. I think it's partly because of Patrick. These titans, they generate massive amounts of mana, and his psychic powers meant that he could help to offset the corrupting influence. I can now dream of the transcontinental treeway. The announcement was met with chaos. even more than I had expected. Does this mean Ian is able to extend his reach as far as the entire continent? That was pretty much the number one political and military question on everyone's mind, because if that answer was a yes, they had to quickly revise my ability to project power anywhere on the continent. Clearly the answer is a yes. Why else would the Freshlands put out an auction for a safe pathway across the Rotterdlands? They must be able to do it. No country on the continent is safe if this is true. If the Freshlands beetles are able to pop up on the other side of the continent, are we not sharing this continent with a monster? How is our throne and kingdom safe? I think you mean, how are we still supporting the temples? This declaration is clearly a thinly veiled invitation to the rest of the kingdoms to switch sides. The temples were quick to attack the plan as some kind of tree imperialism, that this was me building an empire. Well, yes, of course. I'm fighting temples who can summon armies from all the continents. Surely I'm going to retaliate by expanding to such a point that I can force a stalemate and a peace treaty. The FFA was extremely busy after the bid went out. Many kingdoms, previously uninvolved in the affairs of the Freshlands, now had this offer. They've previously ignored me simply because I was on the other side. The Rotterdlands was this thick, impenetrable wasteland. As a potential neighbor, everyone wanted to do their own due diligence on what they were potentially inviting to their corner. Some of the kingdoms quickly formed a coalition agreeing not to bid, and to convince others not to bid. Well, they don't want me next door, but I just need one, someone to agree. A kingdom desperate enough to agree. A kingdom that's been harassed, ignored, and bullied. One who's willing to accept a new benefactor and patron. The temples were suddenly willing to open their purses and give aid to the border kingdoms, just to dissuade them from participating. Geopolitics. Was it this chaotic when the Panama Canals or the Suez Canals opened? Surely the politics of having to skip a long detour for trade made everyone jump. While the discussion went on and the actual auction would happen 1 year later, I started to expand. I have so many subsidiary trees. I pushed deeper into the Rotterdlands. Skill hybrid botany upgraded. I pushed deeper to the center. Where is the Demolite? The center should naturally be where the Demon King fell. There should be Demolite. Instead, I found a crater. A massive smoldering crater. What in the world? Oh, is this because Harris and gang destroyed whatever that was trapping the souls of the heroes? The air here was different. The energies were chaotic. I wondered whether this constituted a magical ley line. Year 130. Strange how information is often volunteered when one's in a position of power. Across the world, many observe the Freshlands rise and are eager to make friends. I would not have called them allies, given their fickle nature, but for now, friendly to the Freshlands. The temples are in conflict, of course. Political conflict, rather than actual war. Accusations appeared, perhaps from the kings and emperors, that the temples were dishonest. It's brewing for some time, but the Continental Tree Highway added fuel to the fire. Why do the temples demand our best forces when the temples refuse to send their best Templars? I've seen Templars, but in our first war in the string of battles there were just a few hundred at most, 1,000 Templars. Templars, the temple's military arm, quite similar to my Valthorns, and surely they're better suited for anti-demon activity than actually fighting me. Unless their god marked me as some kind of enemy of the religion, and they get a boost fighting me, that makes sense too. Again, free informants seem to suggest that the temples had considered it, but their own intel suggested that their Templars are ineffective against me. Simply put, the first few hundred Templars were sent on a suicide mission. The temples too did not know whether the Templars received any blessing, or buff, from fighting a non-demon enemy of the temple. Their common understanding was that the blessings applied only against demons. A common complaint, and at this point I was rather happy to be left alone. I didn't see the point in a war that proved nothing. There really was no outcome that's good as a whole. Like, so what if the temples won? Have they given up on their best chance of reclaiming the Rotterdlands from the demonic corruption? The demonic corruption was weaker after the Demon King's death. The last Demon King had recalled some of the demonic energies in the Rotterdlands to fight the heroes. The Rotterdlands may very well undo itself if each Demon King called on its residual demonic energy during the fight with the heroes. Perhaps that is how the world maintains its current state. It would take a string of Rotterdlands-type explosions all over the world to terraform the entire world into Demonland. However, if the Demon Kings recalled the energies that power it, eventually the Rotterdlands would shrink. There's really no Demolite left in the wreck. The representative council asked Cavio, and Cavio asked me. Both locations. Ian had only explored Sabnok's location, as it is older and the corruption was weaker. The place of the Demon King's corpse had been thoroughly destroyed. I made trees through the area last year, and even now, not a single Demolite left. The heroes had really destroyed the place. Of course, I am quite embarrassed that it took me so long to put 2 and 2 together, but then, who knew? Demolite isn't just a great store of mana. It's also a good prison for souls. The 2 heroes were likely trapped in some kind of unique Demolite. Is the Demon King harvesting souls too, or only certain kinds of souls? Our war potential would be greatly improved by having Demolite weaponry. After the great exhaustion of the Demolites in the last few decades ago, a new attainable source would be great. The heroes didn't like Demolite. I recalled a conversation between the heroes about the perils of Demolite mining. The global Demolite supply, which powers a small fleet of high-speed cruise ships, airships, and so on, have been heavily affected by Demolite shortage. Partly because during the Sabnok era, some of the Demolite was magically turned into greater demons. Then, the two subsequent Demon King's corpses were unharvestable due to the overwhelming presence of Hex. It's the equivalent of poisoning a productive oil well. It didn't help that the airships were unusable in the rotted lands. Demolite would interact with the demonic energies and behaved erratically, sometimes exploding. The terrain itself hostile meant if something went wrong, they would crash in demon hybrid-infested territories. Darn, but wait, if the demonic influence is weakening, would we be able to use Demolite? I had the Valthorns send an exploratory delegation to the site of the Demon King Sabnok's fight. Other than the heroes, it's the first time someone's been here. So this is it, where the Demon King fell and Emperor Harris made his mark on the world, Faris said. Harris was naturally the most famous of the 5 who survived, even if they all finally died. I'm more interested in where he died. Edna said, the landscape was apocalyptic. There were massive holes and gashes on the ground that 4 decades did not heal. Only recently some of that damage was beginning to undo itself. Still, it's a place where the Demon King and heroes fought, and so the air and ground is unsettled, disturbed by the pain that this land once saw. Though I managed to remove the demonic corruption from this location, and the ground is still poisoned from magic, too much magic was used here. Here, magic itself is weak. Not a nice place for a mage, as they would find their magic less potent. Maybe in a few decades, the residual drain on magic will fade, and this place will return to normalcy. Our briefing suggested that these places were always filled with Demolite. It's been 4 decades. Maybe the heroes mined all of them already. As I pushed more and more of the demonic sludge away, it revealed a battered terrain. There were huge underground holes, caves that were made out of magical blasts. We could tell from the round, circular shape of the caves, the smooth edges that indicated something annihilated everything in its path. Faris was most affected by the devastation. The perils of a Yonic great druid, their emotions are very much affected by the condition of the land. He would witness a massive crevice and he'd pause, touch the ground briefly. You all right? Edna walked over. There were many other Valthorns. They checked the area thoroughly for any potential magical items. Faris had to pause. Not really. This landscape. It weighs on me. A druid in some ways can be considered 3 main branches to its power. Trees and animals, wind and water, and lastly earth, Faris explained. Our connection to these 3 branches can be said to be almost equal at first, depending on our class, though we are usually more known for our connection to trees and animals. There are variations across classes and teaching schools, of course. Some druids are pure tree only. I believe my Yonic druids are more tree-focused, though Faris as an Yonic great druid should be similar. Edna got it instantly. So the earth's pain speaks to you. Something like that, Faris said, not a nice feeling. Edna smiled and teased her friend and compatriot. It's like being sensitive, I suppose. Faris hit her with his stick. The next location I wanted to explore was where Gihwang, Harris and all died. I witnessed their death, of course, and the massive explosion left a large crater. That explosion destroyed the Demon King and any trees I had in the area. Since then, the area has been inaccessible due to a perpetual firestorm. Magic storm. Edna and the Valthorns observed the terrain. Residual magic. It'll calm down eventually, maybe in a few years. It doesn't happen all the time though, which is strange. It's as if the gods rolled a dice whether there will be a magic storm or not. We'll have to wait for it to calm down. I mentally spoke. There are days when the firestorm weakens a little. Maybe there's Demolite in there. Multiple kingdoms submitted their bids, despite the protests from the temples and so on. Some did so secretly. They didn't want to publicly declare to the temples that they were looking for alternatives. The offers were interesting. Our invitation to bid went out quite generally, that I was looking to create a transcontinental path across the rotted lands. Some kingdoms offered their princesses for marriage. Some offered a cut in taxes. Some outright offered control of their entire army. The representatives sat down and evaluated the offers. What's the point of this? One rather cynical representative asked. In the end, Ian's the one that decides, right? Cavio nodded. Ian had agreed to 3 potential alliances and he had said he would decide on 2 of them. The last one will be for us to decide. The reason I did this was simple. Jasmine, from her observation of the people, and Patrick's mental reading, had indicated that the council was growing weary. They had great authority over the lesser matters, but I had sensed that they were feeling left out of the greater direction of the Freshlands. Letting have a say in the big things would help, I guess. I watched their thought bubbles. They were all thinking whether I'm serious or whether this is a test. Cavio, had you ever thought of marrying? I telepathically spoke to the representatives present. Cavio's face paled instantly. Ian, you don't mean. Some of the kingdoms offered marriages. Certainly. Our representatives should be more than worthy and deserving of the station. Their minds spun, and I detected some horniness among the representatives present. Some of them are nobles, being the delegates of their parents who rule their cities or domain. Some are elected representatives from their home state. There's some variation in how this station is perceived by the local rulers. Some view this as a key training ground before they return home to take over from their families. Some houses send their lesser children here, while their first sons are back home, actively training. I considered that this would make these representatives not so loyal, since now they would have the input and influence of these faraway kingdoms. Their wives, or husbands as it may, will use them as their door to communicate with me. A reality of geopolitics. The Freshlands isn't just the Valley of Frika anymore. I must have wisdom and accept that it is possible to manage competing priorities and influences. Just like how there are trees in the lush tropics, to the cold, snowy areas of the high mountains, to the dry, vast steppes. The world is not just one type of environment. Trees adapt and evolve too, even if it seemed ever so slowly. People, too, are different. The Freshlands is a growing, vast space. Ways and means of a city-state and that of an empire should be different. The representatives had days of serious debate. There were about 72 representatives now, as the inner Freshlands had grown to 20 oversegments. There's also delegates from the 6 ports and then the representatives of the surrendered or allied kingdoms. Perhaps the hand should be offered to the high representative of the 6 ports, or the hand of the kingdoms. It was a mess, and I didn't pay much attention to it. Each representative wanted something for their home state. After all, only one of the 3 spots would be chosen by the representatives. Glad you're not Cavio's place anymore. Ivan smiled and tapped Jura's shoulder. Ivan is almost level 70 as a trainer master. Totally. Jura nodded. I may be a warlord, but dealing with squabbling nobles is really tiring. I'd rather be fighting greater hybrid champions. My elite Valthorns were almost capping out too. Edna was at level 78 as an Ionic Grand Knight, and Faris was level 76. Many others were in their level 60s. They still had regular expeditions into the Rotted Lands, but these days, it's harder to find champion-class demon hybrids to fight, so their growth accordingly slowed. Instead, many started to moonlight as adventurers, fighting other monsters that spawn in the Freshlands. According to our constitution, I had mandated security for certain designated routes. Beetles would patrol those places, and so these areas are safe. Monsters, however, still frequently happen, and magical anomalies, lesser necromancers and nuisances were left to adventurers to deal with. It was a concession for the adventurers' lobby group. Are you level 100 yet? Ivan asked. Nope, still at level 94. Jura answered. But honestly, it's not a cap issue. It's just a lack of suitable opponents at this level. Maybe you could just dive into a dungeon by yourself and destroy them single-handedly. There are no dungeons in the Freshlands. Ian's presence had ensured that. All the dungeons are outside of the Freshlands. An unfortunate turn of events is that my overwhelming presence had prevented the growth of naturally spawning dungeons, so the Freshlands doesn't have dungeons. This was a problem for adventurers, of course. Like, what proper fantasy empire doesn't have adventurers? But if there are no dungeons, then the number of adventurers and their quality would naturally be lower. I was aware of this issue for some time. It's just that, well, I could only focus on a few things at a time. Dungeons are natural events created from magical accumulation. The presence of trees and my roots that extend everywhere, essentially, drains magic and prevents too much magical energies from accumulating. Instead, the magic is distributed and accumulated in forests instead. So the forests and jungles of the Freshlands have stronger monsters on average. Wolves, birds, and all that are generally larger, stronger, and more likely to have magical features. Some even have Ionic variants, and I can give these Ionic monsters instructions, though they may not always obey it. Most of these forest monsters are territorial, so they stay within the forests, and coupled with the forests being protected territories, they are rarely encountered by the general populace or adventurers. I'm conflicted. If I want to strengthen adventurers, they'd have to fight stronger monsters. In the Freshlands, it's either I find a way to create a dungeon where stronger monsters can spawn, or let these adventurers fight these Ionic monsters. But I don't want to. I'm generally fond of these fellow forest creatures. We can use the adventurers to cull populations of monsters that have grown too large. Currently, Trevor manages the population of the monsters in the forests. If they are too big, he would put them down with an army of beetles. I still feel conflicted, but really this is a short-term solution. Population cullings of large packs will not be sustainable, nor will it give a lot of quests for these adventurers. The representatives eventually settled on one of the kingdoms which offered 3 princesses, a large amount of trade, and a regular payment. I still had to decide on the other 2, which I soon regretted. I stared and contemplated all the choices and decided I wasn't very good at making decisions. Patrick, Trevor, Dimitri. Give me a hand, I mean a thought, certainly. There was some buzzing for a few weeks, and my artificial mind soon gave me a presentation. I felt like I was the CEO who was given a briefing on what's the best decision to make. We have evaluated the following proposal bids and have shortlisted the following 5 kingdoms for your consideration, Master. Trevor started. He was the oldest of the artificial minds, so somehow he's like, in charge. The combined bid by the twin kingdoms of Elissar and Alina's are our first choice. They offered 4 children of the 2 kings as potential marriage partners. They also have access to 4 large precious gem mines that they've agreed to offer 15 to us, and their location is close to the northern rivers. They have had a history of war with their neighbors, and their 2 larger neighbors have always wanted to conquer them. They've failed in the past due to the 2 kings were of a high level, and they have a small circle of strong generals. But their strongest king died of a demon wound a few years ago, and the new king is weaker. I mentally nodded. All right, they're weak and they have every reason to cooperate with us. They also have gem mines, which I need for upgrades. They are also a landlocked nation, so they really need this alternative trade route. Their traders are frequently targeted by river pirates, especially once the ships travel to the neighboring country's land, and so the main river that runs through their kingdom is an unreliable source of trade. All right, they are desperate. The second best bid, in our opinion, is from the kingdom of Tiapesak. Again, they offered 5 children of the royal family of our choice. Patrick Trevor, maybe cut out the part on the children, really irrelevant to me. I believe they are relevant for our Valthorns, and politically, we may dangle them as rewards for the loyal nations. Trevor said, if we must maintain loyalty throughout the vast territory, it would be good to use these as rewards. Really? What? Is this like a game of Total War or EU4 or Crusader Kings where I matchmake royalties with deserving generals in order to maintain loyalty? Seriously. As such, the number is important. Trevor continued. Jasmine had also corroborated that many nobles frequently fight over good marriage candidates. As such, there is political and economic value from these marriage candidates. But where do we come in? We control the trade routes, Master. The wealth generated by the trade routes is a button we can turn on or off. Jasmine, Trevor, and Patrick all paused. Also, obtaining marriage candidates is also crucial, as they are worth it for the potential hereditary skills. Hereditary skills. All right, what in the world is that? From our analyses of nobility, a common trait that allowed nobles to retain their power and influence, despite the world's constant change, is the ability to pass on certain skills and benefits to their progeny. What? That sounded extremely familiar. Have I had this conversation before? Was it some nobles that spoke to me about inherited skills? Master, our proposal required that we incorporate the skill sets of nobility to produce stronger offspring. Nobles and various races have been seen demonstrating the effects of inherited skills. Perhaps it's slightly stronger physical strength, or just natural learning ability, or slightly faster leveling speed. Why did I not know of it? Not all nobles possess the ability to pass down abilities. Only some do, and those that never talk about it. And we can read minds, Patrick responded. Some of the nobles have been hiding this hidden advantage. They don't even tell their children until their children gain a similar skill when they reach adulthood. Some of it is just the ability to evade negative traits or just generic healthiness. Go on. We've also discovered that some royal families have certain dynasty abilities that bless their entire lineage. Damned. Even in the world of levels, the wealthy and powerful have a way to rig the game. Seriously. As such, the children of the royals have incredible value. Do you think it's possible to spawn a super noble then? I mean, if the inherited skills can be passed down, and the inherited skills can come from both father and mother, surely the nobles would have been accumulating advantages over time. Isn't this like how One for All works? From our observation, yes, it's already been done. The nobles and royalties intermarrying suddenly makes a huge amount of sense now. But from our observation, these gifted children mostly turn overconfident and usually die young before they ever fulfill their advantages and potential. I see. There's a very Mendelian quality to this entire thing. Patrick and Trevor's proposal of mixing the royals with our elites reeks of geneticism. My soul forge alters an individual. This is altering successive generations via selective breeding. I understand Master's concerns, but the effects of skills are real. The advantages are clear. Creating super soldiers via selective breeding is possible in the long run. It is fundamentally not much more different from selective alteration of beetles. In a world of magic and levels, we're still unable to escape the powers of inheritance and inequality. Magic and levels amplifies inequality. It gives legitimacy over one's superior station over another. Damn it, just fucking damn it. If I go down this path, eventually I would be selectively breeding my citizens to create super soldiers. Master, I need a moment. I've already taken one step into that path by training Valthorns from their very young age. This is an extension of that thought by ensuring the quality and potential of the Valthorns are high, even before they are trained. But there's clearly a conflict here. Valthorns are mostly children who are without families. We've taken them in and trained them, give them a family and skills, give them a purpose in life if they didn't have one, a cause and goal to fight for. Is there a line I shouldn't cross here? I've killed thousands, tens of thousands. Master, I need more time to contemplate this. I can accept the fact that hereditary skills exist. In fact, it makes all the sense that it should. A parent's love for their children may manifest itself as skills. The kings and nobles of the world have been doing this all this while, Master. Patrick interjected. We are just taking it a step further. It's the difference between free-range chicken and massive broiler farms, Patrick. I need to think. Year 130. On the proposals, I had agreed to the top two choices that Trevor and Patrick proposed. For the marriage candidates, I had advised that we will decide on that at a later date. With the three winners decided, I started work on my long-overdue Great Tree Road. I was already halfway to the other side anyway, when we reached the center of the Rottedlands. Now for the remaining half. The Rottedlands' energy has become weaker. Right now it behaves quite like creep or ooze. There's still some push and inertia, but I've noticed the expansionary element has been slowly disappearing. That said, hybrids will continue to spawn as long as the terrain remains covered with demonic substances. The god of spawning animals, monsters, and plants doesn't particularly care what is spawned, so long as they fit the terrain. It's a bit of a runaway process. Maybe some demons or hybrids, if they could think, would see me like I am an evil highway builder, destroying and encroaching on their habitat with this highway right through their homes. On a macro level, it's like how roots break rocks or dirt apart. A root goes through it, and smaller ones gradually break it up. Some plants and trees don't like hard ground and soil, and requires worms and all to help loosen up the soil. Anyway, I started the building of the treeway, and the entire process of spawning subsidiary trees and giant attendant trees took 7 months. Along the way, there were large parts that were submerged under the demonic sludge, ancient ruins coated with demonic goop, cities that were somehow not entirely destroyed by the sludge, caves, rivers. There were many interesting sites and locations along the way, and I made a note to Patrick and Trevor to return to them. We need another artificial mind. One to control access to the path. Trevor suggested, and I nodded. I had capacity anyway. I named my new mind in charge of the highway that branched to the 3 selected allies, Trent. I wanted terrific, but what would the parents think of that name? So Trent, hi Trent, you're in charge of security and trade taxes of the treeway. Alert us and escalate any unusual matters. We mentally linked up, and soon he was on his way. He's been given a large regiment of beetles to ensure the security of the path. The Council of Representatives made a request for a formal party to celebrate the new path that cut across the entire Rottedlands, but it's not ready yet. Although there is a corruption-free path, the terrain along the path isn't exactly clean. There's still a need to build roads, build bridges, build rest stops. A lot of construction work needs to be performed before the path is ready for use. Some of this construction should start from the other side, since it didn't make sense for a construction team to travel all the way across the Rottedlands. That was a 2 to 3 month journey if one walked. I watched as the other kingdoms, these new partners of ours, send their builders and armies into the new path. It's rather tiny for a path, big enough for a few wagons for sure, but it's so jarring. It's like someone planted a row of trees on both sides and now there's a path through the Rottedlands. Hush. A lord on a horse said, His Majesty instructed that we build whatever's needed for the trade route. This path will relieve our trade issues. It's probably calculated to be of a certain size. You can't march a big army through it. The builders talked. They clearly had no concept of being secretive. The path meandered through the Rottedlands. There were natural hills and mountains underneath all the demonic sludge, and it didn't make sense to cut a straight road and force traders up and down the path. I recalled highways from home usually tried to maintain a steady angle or slope, so I wanted to do exactly that. I watched and admired how builders made bridges from nearby rock and stone. They didn't dare to chop down my subsidiary trees, so they improvised and used other kinds of materials instead. Still, given how big and long the path was, the builders' skills would actually improve traveling speed. They needed a lot of time to build, and on the Freshlands side, we've sent our best builders to work on it. I even gave out a few expert builder-class seeds to the leaders of the build to ensure that the path was built as fast as possible. Because of the long distances, there was also a need for smaller towns. Back in the days of the Silk Road, I recalled that various cities would spring up along it. Trevor and Patrick had made some projections and calculated that since it took 2 to 3 months to walk from one end to another, horses and various mounts would cut that time by a third to less than a month. So there needed to be at least 4 large-sized rest stops along that path, equivalent to 1 week's distance horse ride or 3 weeks of walking, and another 12-16 medium-sized smaller towns in between, such that it took about a few days to walk from one town to another. Back to the builders, they would need a long time to finish the road. A rudimentary basic road with a simple bridge would be ready within a year, but it seemed like the kingdoms, and also the Freshlands all talked about multiple upgrades, like bigger reinforced bridges and proper towns. The territory on Rotterdam's Pass belongs entirely to Ian, Cavio repeated to the envoys. But he had agreed to all three kingdoms, that each of these three allied kingdoms, that they are allowed to set up one large city, and three smaller towns in these designated locations. It is important that the administration of these cities and towns be made clearly aware to obey the constitution of the Freshlands, or risk destruction. Envoys from all the three kingdoms were the first to make the trip through the Rotterdam's Pass, even though the builders had not finished building. I witnessed how envoys have rather impressive skills. One had the ability to make his horse jump across the entire ravine multiple times, and another envoy could travel for days without rest. It was easier to communicate and coordinate construction and plans with an envoy from our end. It seemed that Cavio and the council had also sent envoys of our own to the other sides. It was better that they were here. Patrick's abilities quickly revealed their multiple objectives. One which featured in all three envoys was to assess my strength. Envoys are pretty much spies, and they all had some kind of level sensing ability. It's important when dealing with other kings and lords, since the level of the other king revealed the kinds of power they had. Domain has blocked level sensing ability. My ability was blocked, the envoy said privately to his colleague. Each kingdom sent about 5 to 10 people to Freshka. You should know what that meant. They were most cooperative. The road would only be ready next year, even with the expert builders on the job. There was also a second round of migrationary movement, as we opened up certain sites for the future cities, which will be directly managed by the FFA. Migrate into the Rotterdam's. Some looked at a chance to make it rich. Some saw it like insanity. I mean, all of them were probably insane when they accepted this plan, but there are second-generation citizens of the Freshlands, where it was their parents who made the move into the Freshlands. The Freshlands was founded about 20-plus years ago. Some of them who came had children here, and now those children are young adults. That essentially made them second-generation Freshlanders. A lot of them grew up in the relative comfort and safety of the Freshlands, so the idea of moving deeper into the Rotterdam's is weird and strange. I suppose one generation's suffering does not transmit to the next. Some of the nations neighboring our new allies were unhappy, but they didn't dare to risk my wrath. They've heard of the stories of the 6 ports, and they were quickly focused on fortifying their own home cities. Some, though, were quick to secretly extend an olive branch to our new allies. A spy from Ava was present too. We're actively trying to delay a second crusade. The spy spoke to a small audience, essentially me, Cavio, Jura, and some of the Valthorn elites like Lovis, Edna, and Faris. Lovis was lower level than Edna and Faris. She only received her Spearmaster class a few years back, and she's in her mid-60s. I believe we may be able to buy some time until the next Demon King. Essentially, you're telling us that there will be a crusade after the next Demon King. Cavio frowned. How's that a convincing argument? The spy shrugged. Sometimes, the best we can do is to delay the fighting. The triumvirs of Ava will not publicly renounce the war. And what if we publicly call you out on it? Then it will be a real war. It's in our best interest to have this stalemate. The priests get to retain their divine duty and obligations, but no one actually has to die. There's going to be smaller skirmishes and rebellions. There will be death. The triumvir's presumption of a peaceful stalemate is ridiculous. Cavio said, It is. The spy and envoy nodded, but it is what it is. Rubbish. I said telepathically to everyone present, and the spy's face paled. Like dominoes, a few of the kingdoms neighboring our new allies were quick to reach out for communication. They wanted a similar arrangement, lest they let their neighbors benefit. It made no sense to agree to them. They didn't have the balls to submit a bid, and so why should I give them any arrangement now? There should be an exclusive period where only these 3 allied nations get the benefit, since they decided to make the investment. It's quite intelligent. The rulers, after all, don't have an iron grip and a big brother over their population, and now their own citizens are fed all these accusations from the temples. These accusations amplified the present dissatisfaction. The Freshlands' first victory and the subsequent shifting allegiances relocated many people, and add to that, there were the surrendering soldiers, few hundred thousands who then increased the strain on the cities and villages that received them. It was something that slowly built up over time. As the Freshlands expanded, natural stratification and fault lines emerged. There are those from the core cities, those who lived in the original segments of the Freshlands, and then there's the newly incorporated and assimilated kingdoms. Each had different views of each other, and it could be something harmless like one city's citizens viewing another city's citizens as weird or strange. All these little differences, suspicions, and varying cultures were a formula for conflict. It is normal. As species expanded, many would come into conflict with other species who occupied the same niche. Cultural differences are a source of conflicts, and the Council of Representatives, as diverse as they are, still cannot allay all these accusations and suspicions. People just naturally formed in groups and out-groups, us and them. rebellion broke out in a few of the neighboring states. It was something Jasmine predicted from her observations. My ability to watch and observe these neighbors are quite restricted, since many have made fortified roads and plazas, and trees are mostly in gardens and designated avenues. Still, we had a good feel of the mood, their discontent and unhappiness. I had worked out a plan with the War Council. They knew something like this was going to happen. In fact, everyone knew. Even the kings themselves all knew that a rebellion was about to break out. Even regular citizens who had a bit more general knowledge could see it coming. It was that obvious. Those cultural fault lines flared up. In some cases, it took a racial turn. Humans versus non-humans, elves versus centaurs. Some kings had skills to suppress rebellion and disloyalty and were quick to do it. The weaker kings didn't, and so a rebellion occurred. They would use their army to suppress them. I decided not to participate unless I was invited to. For those kings were able to control their kingdoms, we quickly offered assistance to help resolve the underlying forces that triggered their unhappiness. It's usually rather simple stuff, like a lack of food or poor harvest or just ill treatment from their local lords. Things that a wagon or two of food can sometimes help solve. In a way, it was just regular, hearts and minds, programs to help diffuse the social pressures that exist in these kingdoms. Abundance helps to allay the concerns of scarcity. Many of these population groups are barely self-sufficient. Still, abundance would never satisfy the greed of mortals. The only way to ensure aid and supplies are sufficiently shared is if I have people everywhere to distribute these resources in a reasonable manner. We're going to expand the Valtrian Order's social services arms to all our allied states, all of them. Lawfen, of course, was overwhelmed. But by now the Valtrian Order was a massive institution and has grown it to almost 40,000 people. There are numerous Valthorns who have more defensive or supportive skills who could assist in widespread social and community work, even if it's simpler stuff like improving crop yields or fixing bad housing, to the regular kinds of social work performed by the temples, which are healers and rituals. So the Valtrian Order went into a hiring drive. We had to expand the size of our workforce if we wanted to try and overcome this propaganda attack. There's two aspects to it: resolving the short-term issue of a rebellion and then tackling the long-term issue of what caused and fed the rebellion. This wasn't a conventional war. This was a culture war. A group of 2,000 priests and various other social workers headed for the hotspots, places where Jasmine and Patrick's social models indicated that there may be unrest. It feels a little Minority Report-ish that we're sending social workers before something bad happens, but in a way, that's preventive work, right? No one riots overnight. It's a culmination of decades of distress. Similarly, allaying those feelings of unwellness would also require dedicated care and attention. I could spawn more Tree of Prayers everywhere. Those trees can reduce the general stress levels and induce a sense of calmness and serenity, but it doesn't work if they are already mad. If they were in my valley, I could be even more obtrusive and use psychic and dream attacks on them, but that's like using a hammer to cut a cake. So a massive hiring drive. Once I have the numbers, they need to be educated and trained. Let's set up a massive priest training facility. I mentally told myself, since these gods treat me as a fellow deity, even if I'm evil, it was time to go on overdrive and behave like a proper religion. A culture war can only be defeated by another culture. If I want to sustainably push back these enemy cultures, I must first convert all those in the Freshlands to my culture and religion. Else, one edict or divine message and I'll have large swaths of my population rebellion. That is not acceptable. I marked a hilly area next to Freshka and started work. A large area of forests was merged with multiple giant attendant trees. It was going to be like my Vatican, my holy see, and I wanted the area to be visible even from afar. I used my powers to make these the tallest giant attendant trees ever made, and it took about a month of working and shaping with my wood shaping. It's easier since I was working with bigger things. I made housing, lecture halls, training rooms, multiple ritual rooms, places for guests and all that. I called on 10 of the most experienced and high-level Dionic priests. I have been extremely pleased with your efforts in the past few years to counter the propaganda spread by our opponents. The 10 all knelt in a circle around a tree of prayers. This was the same meeting area. It is time that you are rewarded for your faith and loyalty. There were 5 men and 5 ladies. All 10 of them received either Patriarch of Ian or Matriarch of Ian. These were upgraded Ionic priest classes, which should empower all their regular priest abilities to a greater degree. They ate the fruits containing the classes, and instantly, all 10 of them screamed. Their bodies shook, and I sensed their spirits glow brightly. Their skin turned slightly greenish, and all their eyes gained a green ring that glowed. One of them, he was a middle-aged man who served mostly in the southeastern segments, was first to rise. "O Ian, our great patron of the land, we have received your blessings." All of them rose, their bodies healthier and stronger. I sensed the presence of my domain flowing into them slightly. Does my domain choices influence the kinds of power my priests possess? But no matter, rise, my council of arches, for the weight of expanding our faith rests in your hands. The 10 rose and sat in a circle. Together, they seemed to emit a physical glow. The other gods deny my presence in our world. I said, I will need you to push them back. My first order is to set up the school of triology, where all the priests will be trained. My second order is to secure the faith and loyalties of all nations allied to the Freshlands. The 10 answered in unison, their voice seemingly echoing like a choir. We receive your commandments. Then I summoned the Yonic priests for all over. If I wanted to be a true global religion, it was time to have a proper structure, a unified code of principles, and power. Generic priests get the usual abilities: heal, cure wound, some barrier, and shield powers. This is where I let my new 10 patriarchs and matriarchs to run the show. Year 132. This is the third batch of prospective priests and students. A priest gestured to the patriarch as a group of 50 walked into the room. They all bowed and were quickly given a short interview. A test of their faith, as the patriarch made them recite the constitution of the Freshlands, then a quiz on my abilities. It was a strange feeling, but at the same time I was numb. The School of Triology had to expand quickly in order to meet the need for social and cultural influence in the region, so this school had to grow quickly. Conflict and confusion naturally emerged. Speed meant planning was not proper, and it seemed the 10 Descartes quickly had different opinions of how to expand the school. They soon squabbled over things like what was the right way to pray, what was the right way to do things, and their methods. Descartes, because it was 10 patriarchs and matriarchs. I summoned them all and they all presented their case. Each patriarch came from a different place and there was some diversity in races too. One of them was a half-elf, another was a centaur, another a treefolk. As such, each had different areas which they felt was important in their faith. For some, it was caring for the land. That meant they were both priests and druid. For another, it was about the birth and death of souls and the ceremonies. While they seemed like they could mutually coexist, their arguments would devolve into arguments about what is of a higher value or semantics. For example, one of them, in their practice of honoring those who have died, would bury the body in the earth and plant a tree on them. Yet, because the bodies of mortals sometimes carry sickness or poison, for one, it is still right to bury them. For the other, caring for the earth takes precedence, so the sick or poisoned corpse should be burned, or at least processed before burying. It's often little but fundamental differences in which values hold strong that created these conflicts. They are small conflicts in the sense that they can still live with each other and operate within the same area, but certainly it is an ideological difference. In a way, it's like different teachers in a school, each thinking their own subject is the most important. But at the same time, I didn't want to clamp down on these differences in opinion. I didn't see myself as a founder of an orthodoxy where there is only a single source of truth or opinion. It certainly wasn't aligned with how plants evolved and adapted to their surroundings. Thus, the faith I had must be able to evolve, and it was only right that the willingness to accept differences of opinion be set up at the start. But at the same time, a faith that could evolve was also one that would squabble and eventually break apart. Yet, as I pondered this problem, whether I set it up or not, faith will naturally evolve as the greed and instincts of man meant the rules will shift over time. It is only proper that I set up the mechanics to do so early on and fine-tune it, since I am after all their deity. So to the 10 Descartes, I decided to allow each of them to lead their own departments. A student would rotate and go through all of them. Over the 2-3 years of training as a priesthood, there would be a debate and a voting system as the 10 Descartes would have to decide. In time, I saw that I'd probably expand the Descartes into a proper council of high priests, but that would be in the near or far future. For now, a departmental approach seemed better. I mean, I could in theory agree with any of the 10 and decide that as canon, but a tree exists in the real world, and the proper way to do is to let the priests carry it out and observe the consequences of such beliefs. Then, apply corrective guidance as and when necessary. One thing I was quick to notice amongst the mortals of the world was that they didn't believe neither in God's omnipotence nor omniscience. The concept of a one God of everything does not exist, simply because of the visible divinity of lesser deities and the higher gods. So it comes off rather strangely to me that in this aspect, these people are progressive. They can accept that the gods can change their minds, and frequently in their prayers to the divine, often try to negotiate with the gods, even if it's futile. Is it because they've always lived in a world where there is an expectation of a pantheon of gods? And they seem to acknowledge, without much reservation, that gods have a limited scope of powers. Still, differences emerge from their different interpretations and priorities. It's only natural, and it's something I should let it run its course. In this period of tense peace, with the temples still planning for a second crusade, I continued to improve on our beetles and spiders. New assassin and anti-human variants and higher range for my new artillery bomber beetles. They are larger, about the size of a giant beetle, and they move a lot slower, but they can shoot out an acidic projectile that can travel a few hundred meters, so that makes them a proper ranged attacker. even if they are absolutely defenseless otherwise, no matter. Little secret weapons I can use on the next crusade. Best to keep them hidden and only reveal them when really necessary. Horns enjoyed all beetle-related stuff, but I did notice he cared more for the beetles. Trevor and the other artificial minds were the ones driving the changes to the assassin spiders. I thought I should make more assassin spider artificial minds, such that they act as my assassin generals. I wondered whether that was the right idea. What if Jasmine and Patrick made the wrong call and assassinated someone without truly checking? What if they killed someone who shouldn't be killed? I didn't think that outsourcing the business of killing was something I was willing to do, not until I could trust their judgment, even if they have been shortlisting and compiling crimes on our denizens. I felt rather strongly that I should be the one deciding on whether they lived or died, at least in assassination situations. In a war situation, as everyone present was a combatant, I am more willing to give my assistants free rein to decide. But in more covert and subjective situations, I don't think it's fair. Many people have rebellious and treasonous thoughts, but that doesn't mean they would all rebel or would be disloyal. In fact, I would suspect anyone who never had that thought at all, because that meant they have never internally considered it. That generally meant their loyalty has never been tested, and as such, they may switch even when they seemed loyal all this while. Or we can focus on Freshka and the nearby countries, Trevor suggested. Based on the potential damage that these unfavorable people can cause in faraway places, it's rather limited. Ah, a distance weightage. That's a good point. Then let's do that. Only flag those who operate within the near valley zone. For those further out, only flag those as high risk, are a large movement, or have high magical power. With that, the list was shortened considerably. Trent, my artificial soul in charge of my intercontinental trade route, gave his weekly summary of the trades. It took a year, but the basic infrastructure for trade was finally ready and traders started taking the trade. They still had to deal with the issue of supplies and resources to make the month-long journey across the central area of the continent. For now, only merchants with the right set of skills or teams made the journey. This was similar to the past, when New Frika was newly set up. The terrain then was unfavorable. Many cities were destroyed by the demons too. So the merchants that traveled from one city to another usually had some skills that allowed them to stretch their supplies a bit longer, or make their journey a little faster on less favorable terrain, or merchants that could boost or enhance their horses and carriages such that they could make it to the next town. Once more rest stops were built along the route, the trade volumes would naturally increase as the route itself becomes easier, a natural evolution of trade. In fact, a train service from one end to another would also work, and I could naturally instruct beetles to act like long-haul trailers to move goods from one end to another. I mean, they were already a means of transport back in the days of New Frika, and it was time that I resumed their service. I decided to have Horns start research on dedicated truck beetles and trailer beetles. It just made sense. Giant truck beetles that haul goods across the continent. I just hope they don't accidentally bang into someone and reverse ice-sky them to another world. Still, an intercontinental state-sponsored beetle hauling service. Of course, there was a fee. I mean, the Valtrian order must be financed. Alternatively, the beetles could also act as supply trucks to provide food supplies for the merchants on the route. We should price the beetles' services at a high point. We do not want to outcompete the pioneer batch of merchants. Cavio quickly suggested, I'll summon the Merchants Guild and we can develop some kind of pricing schedule. As time goes on and the route matures, we can bring down the prices. We must still let the pioneer batch make some profits. I pondered this for a moment and decided to agree. I wondered whether I should feed the capitalist elements of this world and let them gain power. But then, in this world, merchants do take very real risks with their lives. The protection of beetles like my own is very much an aberration. Master, have you thought of using our network of trees across the continent for trade arbitrage? We could easily make a profit using the price differences between the Freshlands and those faraway kingdoms. No. In the end, we are a governing entity, not a business. We'll just charge fees and taxes. The first thing I needed to do was to set up 3 beetle stops, each one at the borders of the 3 chosen allied nations. These future truck beetles would not be able to communicate at all, so I would need the Valtrian order representatives to record orders and instructions, have them processed. Wait, how would they get orders? The merchants can't communicate with the beetles. Maybe we can have trees that receive messages. I pondered this question for a moment. All these while I've been relying on my artificial minds to run my operations, and essentially the beetles can only be ordered by them, or by Horns and the other beetle generals. They react by spying and observing, or in the days of New Frika, the beetles moved at regular routes and made scheduled stops, essentially like a bus service. I could repeat that, of course. If so, I could set up the beetles to depart on regular schedules and have the merchants work with a timetable. The Valtrian and Freshland representatives merely act as booking, coordinators and allocate or match empty beetles to the merchants. While Cavio handled the discussions with the merchants, I zoomed in on the new planned border towns. Each of the three nations have begun setting up a small expeditionary force, builders, farmers, and merchants being the first to make the journey, along with a small military entourage. There are beetles, but so far they've been hidden in the subsidiary trees. After all, there's really no reason for them to appear unless the hybrid demons attacked. At these designated town zones, the area I've reclaimed from the demonic corruption is larger, much larger to allow for some farming activity in buildings and fortifications, if these nations deem them necessary. I've essentially cut the Rotterdlands into multiple slices with this long route through the Rotterdlands, and it's only possible because of the weakened demonic energies. There's potential of using route tunnels to create a secret smuggling route, Patrick suggested. We'll hold that off until necessary, I responded. I'm sure some of them have skills to detect tunnels and such. On the Freshland side, we're also rapidly building up a new settlement on the edges of the existing segment. It's meant to be the launchpad for trade through these new route, and there are some who would take up this challenge and opportunity. For now, the first batch of traders mostly bring high-value, high-margin goods. That meant jewelry, works of art, and artifacts. There's always an audience for this sort of good, and for the traders who have to travel light and fast, these were the best choices. These batch of traders have a lot on their hands, and part of their journey is sponsored by the merchant guilds of their home cities. It's an exploratory run. These traders would return with feedback on the difficulty of the journey, the kinds of prices and the demand for various goods, and what else they could buy. The Freshlands have a lot of food, so that's something that we can sell in bulk. We're like fresh foods. Ian, a patriarch of the Yonic faith, spoke privately. It's close to the end of the year. A question? Yes, some of us have been debating whether we should expand some missions to the new lands as a result of the new trade routes. We asked Cavio about it, but he was not able to give a firm conclusion on whether the trade agreement included missions of faith. We believe that it is only right that we spread our faith to these new allies, but at the same time, we're not too sure whether our attempts will be viewed positively. Maybe, speak to the merchants. That's a good point. The patriarch nodded, and he arranged a meeting with the visiting merchants from the faraway kingdoms. I thought back to the older days of my studies. Should I use marriage and royal conversions into the faith as a way of expanding my power? I recalled some kingdoms used to marry their nobility and convert other kingdoms to their religions. Is that too manipulative as a religion? Should I go there? I paused. It's not the first of the many tough decisions I have to make. All these decisions are trade-offs, one way or another. I don't care for royals, but I cannot deny the influence of inherited abilities or their powers to sway vast numbers. Having royal assent would make our priests and preachers have an easy job of winning this cultural war. But at the same time, am I not a hypocrite? I did not care for royals, and yet should I agree to this whole royal marriage shtick? It's essentially giving them a lever of power. Hypocrite. In some places, maybe I'd be referred to as pragmatic, to make decisions based on what benefits I can derive. If I was human at this time, I'd go for a long run or do some stretches. I instinctively stretched, and it felt like my senses stretched to encompass the entirety of the Freshlands, as overwhelming and confusing as it sounds. It's like zooming out of a buzzing city and viewing it from high up, like an airplane. I've thought long and hard for some time. The issue of meddling with hereditary abilities and skills reeked of genetic engineering, and am I not robbing the young child of choice? Similarly, by pairing up royals for a skill advantage and also to proselytize these royals to my faith felt like an offense against that choice. But I have not been consistent either. Certainly, I've changed my mind. Have I given the Valthorns a choice? Not really. I am aware of the huge ethical quandaries of child weapons. Am I prepared to sin all the way to hell and back for that chance to find a path to heaven? Is there a middle ground where I can take that still leads me to that end, Master? Trevor asked. We detected a lot of magical activity. From you. I seemed that as I zoomed out, I also drew on the magical energies of the Freshlands. It was a strange feeling, but from this far away, I felt like, maybe I should go ahead with it. Sure, it's hypocritical. No, that's wrong. I must have a line I cannot cross. I must. If not, I'll eventually descend into viewing all the lives I sacrificed as nothing more as statistics. I forced myself to correct my earlier train of thought. It was a struggle, but I quickly called on my memories of pain, of destruction, of death, my memories of those who died around me. Then memories that I did not recognize started flooding my mind. They were memories of those who lived here, the pain of losing a spouse, a child, a leg, a friend. So many strange new memories. It was like that moment when I processed the hex, but more real, more vivid, and yet also more nuanced. I could sense strong emotions: fear, anger, helplessness, bitterness, disappointment. It was strong and from the valley, from Freshka. Master, you've activated my abilities, Patrick said, and I realized that those were the memories of those in Freshka, their history and past. I saw them flash, and yet it didn't overwhelm me. It's just at the right pace, the right amount that I can still take in those feelings. It took a while. There were so many memories to go through. The first generation of settlers of the Freshlands had hard lives. Starvation, hunted by monsters, was very normal. It was a pain that still felt raw for many, even if it was just decades ago. Master, Trevor too intervened. The populace of Freshka is behaving strangely. They were in a state of daze, all of them. The sudden mind draw was like a psychic attack. Ah, my bad. I relaxed and let my psychic hold go. I felt my connection to them disappear. In a way, it wasn't unusual. As a tree in the center of a huge forest of trees that sprawled across the continent, each normal tree is like its own brain. It has its own senses, and very rarely its own thoughts. They are often filtered out by my mental firewall, since it's mostly inane. This felt rather similar, like adding more trees into the network, only these trees have a far more developed thought process and more memories. I paused again. I have to walk a middle path between a tree and man. The tree's aspect can get too macro, and the aspect of man tends to be emotional and micro. But I do wonder, is this pragmatism, or a form of enlightened dictatorship enabled by always-on surveillance and an ability to read minds? Maybe to the temples across the ocean, to them, I may well be a hive mind that has the entire Freshlands in thrall. Year 133. The rifts opened. I sensed it vaguely. My magic sensors detected fluctuations. But nothing at first. I wondered whether they are a group of invisible or stealth demons like the one that attacked the previous set of heroes. Quiet, very, very quiet. Maybe they are not on our continent. If so, that would be a welcome relief. But then, which continent? No matter, local matters first. Cavio struck a deal with the Merchants Guild for the establishment for a scheduled, hauling arrangement between the new trading outposts, and goods began to flow. We charged very steep fees so that those who made the trip themselves could still earn good margins. That worked, of course, since the beetles were free labor. They are sustained by the subsidiary trees which hosted them. That meant new goods, which was always fun. I spent time going through the new kinds of produce and output they made, especially plants that were not native to this area of the Freshlands. I have yet to find any non-hybrid plants in the Rottedlands, but these new trading partners are an entire continent away. Surely there are types of plants that are different, so we were also potential customers. Jura helped to request for a catalog of plants native to those 3 new trading kingdoms, and from that, I increased my crop and herb varieties. Crop varieties increased. Unlocked cucumbers, capsicums, red barley, and native black potatoes. Herbal variants increased. Herbal patches will now spawn more types of herbs. New types of trees and plants too, some of which are not commonly found in the existing Freshlands. As a magical tree, I naturally have a boost to the growth of trees around me. The way this ability presented itself is by amplifying the growth speed of existing trees, amplifying and magically assisting the tree's seeds to spread by mechanisms which I have yet to truly understand to outright creating the trees. That said, I don't think it's really me that's creating these regular trees, and more of me somehow telling the system, or the god that spawns creatures, monsters, and vegetation to create something at a certain location. Or at least that's how I suspect it works. That said, the limitation of these ability is that I can only boost existing trees, or for the creation of trees that I have already seen or are naturally native to this environment. So now that there are these new varieties, I could potentially improve the biodiversity of the valley and the Freshlands with these new plants, if they don't prove to be overcompetitive and won't crowd out the native. That said, Trevor and the artificial minds have assured me that they will actively monitor the population of all types of plants and would act accordingly. These new trees were not that suited for the Freshlands, and perhaps that was why they were not native. In some ways, they are more tropical than our temperate forests, so we had to introduce them into areas where the weather was warmer and more humid. There were some such patches in the reclaimed Freshlands. I'm quite willing to introduce new species to the Freshlands, because it's essentially a blank slate that was once wiped clean by the demonic corruption. The existing species and types of trees that appear in the Freshlands are honestly rather uniform, and the temperate adapted trees only survived with some of my passives. Perhaps some time ago these plants were also present in these environments, but I don't know. In either case, the present level of diversity in the environment can be increased. There were also new types of insects and bugs that came from these faraway places. I wonder whether some of them would turn out to be pests. No, correction. Pretty sure some of them will be pests, but for now I'm willing to tolerate them. I recalled that there were all sorts of parasites, bugs, and stuff that would sometimes cause infestations and massively hammer the productivity of plantations and fields. It's not a problem, between my own abilities, the druids, and the farmer's skills. Still, trade-related pests. Unwanted, but they happen. I thought about the issue of noble skills and whether that was something I wanted to meddle with. There was something about meddling with the lives, essentially stacking the deck, that makes me feel a little repulsed. I believed in meritocracy. At least in some form I still do. But this honestly is unfair, isn't it? But the world never was fair. Everyone's dice is loaded in some way differently. Master, a choice must be made. Consider that if we grant this right of marriage to the nobles, it will empower the nobility in the long run. Is it bad to further empower the nobility? Are they not already strong relative to the regular folk? As it is, the common man with no special skills and levels would find it very hard to oppose a noble with better skills and higher levels. The inequality is already entrenched in the system. This whole hereditary issue is merely an outcome of that entrenched inequality. I decided that choice was important. My memories of all the pain and death was clear that yes, power is important, but so is the ability to choose. I could assist and do some matchmaking, but anything will be voluntary. Parents and the child must both have the option to change their mind. Or was I being too lenient, in a world where monsters and people of a high level don't hesitate to flaunt their power? Was this a foolish, naive thought process? It felt foolish. Master. Perhaps they should be only allowed a limited set of choices. Total freedom is unacceptable, not when they could choose to attack us. Patrick said, it is apt to consider these allies of ours in a symbiotic relationship. If that relationship were to turn hostile or one-sided, it is very much in our interest to eliminate them, unless the master were to implement some kind of shackle, Jasmine suggested, or they make their class powers conditional. There are some powers I am clearly able to withdraw. Familiars for one, but classes, I can't take them back once I've given them to the people. It only made sense because a class is essentially a part of their soul spring. It didn't make sense that I could have them back so easily. Or familiars like Jura's bamboo, which is essentially a spiritual companion. I briefly attempted to withdraw the yonic classes, but it seemed it doesn't work like that. Strangely, it was Lily's who provided insight into how my yonic variant classes work. Essentially, I cannot take back the class, but each of these classes have a set of inbuilt rules that should they be broken, the class itself would be lost. It's like if a hero of justice suddenly committed an act of evil, they would lose their hero of justice class. But what are the rules of my yonic classes? I couldn't answer that. But my yonic priests seem to have a theory. Faith, belief, intent. In a way, classes behave quite like soul contracts. They give the individual power and abilities and at the same time impose conditions on them and shape their thinking. I would have to accept that this is a risk I have to take with any super soldier and can only have a second layer of oversight from Jasmine. In a way, it's quite like Lausanne. I invested in her, and now she's somewhere out there, living her life as an adventurer. I needed a talent management program and succession planning. Indeed, I cannot guarantee every individual's loyalty, but I could, as a whole, improve my chances. In short, I should do what trees do, go forth and multiply. No, spread my eggs into many baskets. Still sounds strange. I wonder why I still come back to this topic, even though I've already set up the Valthorns in the Valtrian order, and now an additional priesthood in triology school. Is it because I expanded the Freshlands too quickly, such that I do not have enough talent to manage a sprawling federation of somewhat loosely associated states? The envoys were not in a good position. The agreement meant that some of the princesses and princes were due to be marriage partners, but the envoys, until now, have not had any news. Their kings pressured them for updates. Are the planned engagements on? Who are the candidates? Our princes and princesses aren't getting any younger. Again, choice. These poor children don't have it. The norm for arranged marriage is when they turned 16 or 18 for humans, depending on the society, but for elves and other races, they have different ages of maturity. But generally, their women only get married later when they are at least 30 to 40, since their children are considered extremely young, even though they are already 30 years old. It's tense and insulting. Why isn't the wedding happening immediately? These kingdoms are wondering whether we were looking down on them. The task of managing the politics with these three neighboring kingdoms fell on Cavio, and he struggled. Even though he said what I meant to say, I decided to then summon the three envoys to meet me. All three meetings happened in a similar manner. They were brought to a location in the Valley of the Unwrought before the Tree of Prayer. High envoy. They all cower before me. Typical. Intentional. I heard that there's been a fuss about weddings and the candidates. I mentally spoke as authoritatively as I could. I could sense their legs shaking. Let your kings know that I have yet to decide on who deserves the hand of their children. People are weird. I had Cavio tell them the same thing, but they refused to believe it. But when I tell them, they believe it. It's really about who says what rather than what was said in politics. So absolutely annoying. I mean, I'm trying to delegate, but it's annoying when all these other people want the source or the truth, damn it. News of the rifts being detected came in, mostly in the eastern continent apparently, but they've yet to see any actual demons. The rifts were spotted opening and then closing soon after. The temple's blockade and embargo is still in force, so it's really harder to get news, but we have our own informants. As long as message is still operational, we'd still have news. So far, they haven't seen any demons, which is strange, or the news just isn't getting in, invisible demons. The Valtrian Order requested for more information. As the year went on, we had the first batch of accelerated graduates from my school. They were quickly sent to the front lines. There were a lot of social issues to be solved, and well, the graduates would have to pick things up as they go. Strangely, it reminded me of my time when I first started work. It's a difficult job, but they have the entire administrative machinery behind them. For many of the smaller villages, they mostly appreciated the help and quickly warmed up to the presence of these new priests. But cities with existing temples and nobles who are already believers of other religions were a harder nut to crack. For smaller villages, where temples and priests visit sporadically, there always was a vacuum that could be filled. It's only because the priests of the other temples rarely devote themselves to smaller villages and generally set up in the larger towns. So this was the strategy the Descartes adopted. The bulk of the population in the Freshlands and its neighboring kingdoms are in the rural areas anyway. This strategy, however, depended mainly on having a large number of priests. Even so, there are population centers unserved by the four temples. One of the clear weaknesses of this world is lack of objective data. Most nations have a vague number of their total population, but that's an estimate that's affected by the quality of data collection. Since I have the power of ever-present surveillance, it's a lot easier to then build a database. I could very accurately do a live count of how many people live in any particular city, how many refugees moved from place to place, their overall economic condition, and all such data points. Powers any economist would probably kill for. Instead, we're using it to maximize Ionic missionaries and entrench the Freshlands' social, cultural, and religious influence in neighboring states. But I suppose that would be later, after I have stronger control. Earlier, I won the First Crusade because the Crusaders were a coalition army, but now I'm essentially the head of a coalition, and I'm trying to fuse the coalition together into some coherent, stable form. After thinking for a long time, I decided to award the marriage, in principle, to the senior clergy exceptional Valtrian order and Valthorns retiring from active service, and selected nobles at a 302,050 ratio. In short, the existing nobles would be rewarded for their loyalty with the marriage partners from these faraway kingdoms. As a coalition, I needed some carrots. At the same time, these marriages would be conditional and require both partners to be converts of my faith. I would, accordingly, grant some blessings and gifts as their patron. The other half of the candidates would be granted for well-performing clergymen. The clergy are part of a social aspect, and they would require the official and unofficial status of the royals more than my Valthorns. Being married to royalty would allow them to tap into the unofficial networks that these royals have. For Valthorns, I decided it wasn't necessary to have them be part of this entire matchmaking process, but I acknowledged that some of the Valthorns would eventually retire from service and intend to settle down. This would be a potential reward for their long service at their choice. It was unlikely that I would use the quota I've set aside for the Valthorns, so I would use them for my priests instead. I summoned the senior representatives of the Freshlands, the Descartes and the Valtrian order, to announce my decision to the envoys. This meant 8 of the princesses and princes will be wed to the priests, and another 7 princes and princesses to the nobles. Trevor and my fellow artificial minds had already compiled a list of nobles and priests that they saw performed acts that expanded the Freshlands, and after a quick review of their achievements, I went ahead with it. The nobles, if they themselves are unmarried, could take the award or assign it to their children. A day after the award, the Descartes came to highlight some concerns. How would the princesses live with our priests? The gap in lifestyle would be too much and too large. They saw the marriage between the royalties and the priests as essentially setting them up for failure since they wouldn't get along, and the gap would mean these princesses would generally view their marriage as nothing more than a punishment. For these Ionic priests, would these marriages be a distraction from their real task of expanding the faith? Some nobles, too, had concerns and worries. One of the noble I awarded the right to marry was rather poor, simply because his land was still developing, and it would take a while for him to amass any kind of wealth. Building wealth as a noble is a long process, unless one has exceptional skills and abilities. The right to marry a princess was stressful. It did not feel good how quickly the complaints and concerns emerged. I had the impression they wanted this. I summoned the Descartes and priests again, and most of the Descartes, being the first generation of high priests, proposed that the weddings as sweeteners for our allied kingdoms. There were some kingdoms that had shifted allegiances to the Freshlands before I captured the 6 ports, a reward for changing allegiances early. I thought about it long and hard and spoke to the priests whom I awarded the rights to. They were all overwhelmed by the idea of marrying a princess. These were hardworking, driven people who spent most of their time in villages giving out aid and converting more and more people to my faith. It's stressful. I had made a mistake. I should backtrack. So I rescinded the awards and gave them to those kingdoms that changed sides. These marriages enhanced the links between the kingdoms. I just hoped they didn't eventually transform into a net that trapped me instead. The temples expanded the blockage to cover the entirety of the continent. They are essentially forcing the kingdoms on the central continent to choose. The temples are essentially saying, attack the freshlands, or this blockade will last forever. Some of the kingdoms and nations from across the central continent are amassing their army, and yet they are fearful of attacking. The demons have appeared, and until they have certainty over where the demon king will spawn. It's really the fear of the unknown. The leaders of this generation lived 40 years under the implied protection of Harris and gang. For 4 successive demon kings, the kingdoms and nations could live without much worry because the heroes are already here. For some of the kings and rulers, they never lived through this period where there's no hero. Fear and panic abound, and so, the kinds of messages Cavio and the diplomatic corps receive are also mixed. Hilarious, isn't it? Yvonne said at a meeting of the Valtrian Order, comprising the senior Valthorns and various other individuals. Every month, there's a summary of all diplomatic communications circulated to the Valtrian Order, the Valthorns, the senior Yonic priests, and also the Council of Representatives. Why are these kings asking such things? It's fear. Jura said. He remembered the days of New Frika. It's a strange feeling to feel powerless before a demon king. It's like hiding in a house when a storm hits, and this time the storm hits when one's outside. For the other group of rulers, they've got utmost confidence in their own abilities and that they didn't need heroes. Of course, their own priests and wizards had attempted to counsel them otherwise, but these rulers are probably the spoiled brats who now have power. Or maybe they are just idiots. These groups are taunting me, and they've sent nastily worded missives. They've also talked about raising an army, but didn't actually deploy their army anywhere out of their borders, probably posturing. This is the mad rush before the demon winter, the time for the grasshopper to build a stockpile before the snow falls, the time for preparation. By now, the living societies must have adapted to the presence of these almost regular 10-year cycles. They only deviate by a small amount, and yet society is no better prepared for it. I wonder whether they feel like it's an economic recession that always inevitably arrives. Patrick's insight into the minds of the regular folk suggests that they don't even think about it. Most of the citizens plan at most, a month ahead. Nobles and merchants would plan a year ahead. But the idea of 10-year plans would seem really silly for these mortals who feel that so much can change in a few years, that 10-year plans are moot from the day they are made. Year 134. Mini dragons, more accurately demon drakes. The demons had opted for a strategy I speculated a few decades ago that I thought would be effective against heroes. No fodder units, just high-tier demons. They made it into drakes, fire-breathing and lightning-breathing drakes. At first, news was hard to come by. The central continent was on lockdown after all, but the drakes spawned and spread quickly, and somehow they multiplied rather quickly too. Just 10 drakes could lay waste to an entire town, and the defenses would be hard-pressed to even counter them. The drakes would fly up in the air and just use their breath attacks until the defenders were dead. It reminded me of Alexis. Alexis easily torched the forest too when she was possessed by the demon's will. Decades later, I'm still likely to be rather defenseless against a similar tactic. I mean, I have spiders who could fire ensnaring webbings, but I am highly skeptical of their effectiveness against mini-champion class drakes. As a result, I've been using my class fusion ability to train specialist anti-air, sharpshooters and bowmasters. These are regular rangers and archers, upgraded a little more, but still I think they would be insufficient if there are champion-class demon drakes. I suspect they would be more like dragons. The blockade has faltered in parts because there was chaos in the eastern continent. We received news of the citizens fleeing underground, as these flying demons were mostly unchallenged. What good are walls when these demons just fly over them? In fact, what good are my walls? My walls wouldn't do shit either. Jura, we need to restart our underground bunker project. In the days of New Frika, we built a massive sewer that's also an underground bunker. But it proved ineffective when the ground itself liquefied into demonic goop. Will it work this time? Against flying demons? What else? This is essentially air superiority. The demons have it, and unless I can field dragons or Garudas and whatnot, the best defense is some kind of anti-air defensive array, magical cannons to counter them. We started work on massive anti-demon ballistas, and a special beetle-spider collaboration, a beetle cannon that would fire spiders at the demons. These spiders would hold onto large vines and they would ensnare these flying demons. It would pull them to the ground where the rest of my forces and my root strikes can easily disable them. Ballistas, nets, and shields, harpoons and arrows too. This was the time for my upgraded classes to contribute. The upgraded master woodworkers and weapon makers assisted to make stronger anti-demon weapons. Their skill allowed them to make these ballista bolts lighter, go a bit further, and deal more damage. They can even weave a few extra enchantments than usual. More weapons, with a focus on anti-air. There's also a side effort on improving my mages, but the thing was, mages are hard to scale and reproduce in large numbers. Mages are ultimately dependent on their personal talent, and I can't give them much anti-demonic effects, unlike these ballistas and arrows, where I can easily improve their damage output against these demons by using special wooden materials made from my body. Demons remain mostly on the eastern continent. News was sporadic, and it seemed like these demons didn't attack everywhere, but they hit really, really hard with large groups of flying demon drakes. So the War of the Evil Tree entered a quiet phase. Other than the blockade, no one actually did any large-scale fighting, a time to hunker down and prepare for the eventual demonic conflict. Every general worth their salt would make plans, how to deal with these demon drakes, archers, ballistas. Huge army of mages. Every king would be watching the skies, for when these demons would cross the oceans and assail their lands. In an odd twist of events, the blockade essentially became a ring of watchers that helped the central continent act as a chain of lookout points for these flying demons. What's the last record of flying demons? According to surviving records, 500 or so years ago, one of Cavio's assistants answered. It was reported then that they were horned demons with massive wings that threw fireballs. Do we have records of the heroes? Not much, other than their names and the kingdoms they've founded. It's annoying that the history of the world's in such a great mess. No one actually knows what happened. Even Lily's has only a slice of the world, and only from their perspective. The idea of an objective history rarely exists because of how frequently the demons reset every attempt to collect information in a single place. So I decided maybe I should throw my hat into this game as well. Have there been great libraries in the past? It seemed like a thing for trees to be collectors of the world's knowledge. It's almost tropey that heroes would inevitably consult an ancient tree for some historical context. So well, I should play my part in the trope, but you can't read. Correct, and that is a problem. I had people read to me in the past, like when I was studying the runes. I already had a program to collect books, but that was in the days of New Freaka. Many of the collected books were destroyed when the corruption and flames torched the valley, but some were still safe, stored inside my secret hideout. If I could create a library and make it into a skill like what I did with Mila's Hotel, I could fuse an artificial mind into the new library skill and create a living tree librarian. And I attempted this on a few subsidiary trees. I made shelves after shelves and stocked them up with books. In this world, books are expensive. They are handwritten or magically written, so the cost of producing books has not gone down at all. They are also made of paper. But at the same time, this was not true everywhere. There are cities where books are common, because some of the mages have set up book-making enterprises, but in a world where global trade is still in its infancy, this sort of practice has not spread. But I didn't get it. Even after 2 months, there was no special library tree that I could make. I could use my special Demon Slayer class now. I mean, I could assign it to one of my master archers or Jura. I'm not a good matchup against flying demons. Jura shrugged. I think Lausanne would be a better fit, but she's not here. Or Lovis, Spearmaster, or the new sharpshooters or marksmen. He wasn't keen on fighting more demons. Oh, and Lausanne sent a note. She encountered some of these demons, and there's a birther demon that spawns more demons. These birthers are wingless. Oh, that's a good thing. That meant that these demons can't fly across the ocean and then start a new nest, unless a rift appeared here, and these wingless demons appeared through it. But that is an assumption that these wingless demons stay wingless, or there's no transformation process for large demon drakes to become these wingless demons. In short, well, we still don't know whether we're really safe. Consolidation. Jasmine and my team of artificial minds focused on ensuring that the new territories are integrated into the land. It's a case of fighting fire, really. We could sense areas where there's growing discontent, and we would deploy Yonic priests and the Valthorns to help calm the place down and reduce the possibility of an unrest. It's a very Civ-like problem, dealing with growing unrest across the territories, and therefore demanded a social response. It's relatively effective as my artificial mind's observational abilities give me insight into the problem. I would then inform the priests of the problem, and they would then solve it. In a sense, I help to cut out the discovery aspect of their social work. In any social unhappiness, it's very tempting to solve the symptoms instead of the root cause. In fact, this is normally the cause back home, because the governments have no ability to read minds, and also they are unable to communicate with themselves. Various departments are each like blind men touching an elephant, unable to form a complete coherent picture as they do not communicate. The artificial minds are overpowered in this sense. Their ability to operate as a unified AI essentially meant they could seamlessly gather multiple data points on a single person and stitch them together, bypassing all the departmental silos common in government institutions and corporate structures. Using my artificial mind's observational skills, it was also a lot easier to find out who wasn't playing their part in society, like a noble who's hoarding too much gold, or somebody's collecting more taxes than what the law mandated. Still, unhappiness is something that not only needs to be managed, the people must also be directed into productive activities that feel satisfying. That usually involved getting to do work and finding enjoyment in that work. A difficult task, but priests of this world are well equipped with skills that help them to do just that. My artificial minds also spied extensively on the nobles and the ruling class, and I would then use that information to also help the priests in navigating the nobility. It's a tense relationship between the nobles and these priests. To them, they view our priests as invaders, and my priests, though they have training, still need help. They have to be sensitive and be seen as working with the nobles, not against them. The intention is to convert these nobles to my faith and have them work with us. That to some extent involved mild ray education of the nobles, so it was one of the Descartes who gave an extremely brilliant idea. Ian, as it is, we have a school for priests. Yes, I believe it is also appropriate to have a school for the nobles' children and the royal children. I paused and considered the idea. Indeed, if I do want to culturally indoctrinate the entire continent, I should go beyond that. I need schools in every single country on this continent such that they all get history and views from the Freshlands' perspective. I would need it to work hand in hand with the Yonic priests too, such that they also get exposed to my faith. But a first step would be to gather all the noble children and give them an education with a Freshlands bias. That way, these nobles would take these ideas and principles that we inculcate, and they would later act as our ambassadors. One day when they take over their respective regions, they would naturally seek to be closer to the Freshlands. It's a first step for a continent-wide compulsory education system. Right now, most children do some kind of labor, apprenticeship. The wealthier ones employ tutors to train them in particular fields. I could capitalize on the present Valthorn's reputation as a group of strong warriors to entice the nobles. I would make warriors out of their children. I would make leaders out of them too. I could even dangle special classes or upgraded classes as rewards for the best performing noble children, thereby granting these nobles a chance to get ahead in life. A Noble Children Academy. If I do this, I will be the founder of an Isekai Academy Center. What if the heroes end up Isekai-ing into my Noble Academy, or some otherworlder reincarnated as a lowly noble? No matter. If I want cultural strength, a Noble Academy would work very well in the current framework. I could set up the Noble Academy, the Priest Academy, and the Valthorn Military Academy as competing institutions, and essentially acting as each other's check and balances. It would work, and I get to avoid the whole marriage debacle too. It was a great idea, and if I set it up within Patrick's mind reading range, I'd be able to get greater insight into the thoughts and personalities of these young nobles. Even if I hate the whole idea of a noble class, this would allow me to collect data on the nobles' powers across a vast sample of young nobles. I could then compare this data against the Valthorns and have a good understanding of how nobles compare against regular children. I would then use this to shape my education for the common folk and eventually set up a school for commoners. I would then lift that class up and build another group of elite from that group. I agree, Patriarch. I said a few days later, the idea of a school for nobles and royals is a one with great potential. Indeed, it was even natural that the idea came from the clergy. The idea of the modern university or college had roots in various missionary schools and cathedral schools. I summoned Jura, Cavio, and the entire Council of Representatives. The representatives are pretty much entirely nobles from the various segments of the Freshlands, and so the pioneer batch of students will most likely be their offsprings. I explained the idea to them. It wasn't entirely a foreign concept. Some royal families have such similar academies, but they were all small. The various other temples operated a distributed education system where the education is conducted by the clergy. There was a mixed reaction at first. Then I dangled the reward for the children. I would grant the top 10 students a select choice of upgraded classes, skills, and equipment. Then each of these nobles saw the potential. It would be a 4-year program from the nobles, and quickly some of the nobles volunteered the children. It would be between ages 16 to 25 for humans, for elves during their teen years, anytime between 18 to 40 for the treefolk, and so on during their formative pre-adulthood years. Jura and Ivan, both of you will continue to lead the Valtrian and Valthorn academies. Their priorities should remain with the Valthorns. They are my de facto military arm, and I see the Valthorns essentially as the military academy. I would have to hire new people to lead this entire practice, and so I set out to gather generals, retired administrators, merchants, and people who are old and have a reasonably high level. I also started checking around the surroundings of Freshka for a location. It would be a massive mini-city of its own, in the same breath as the School of Trilogy. In my mind, I would call it the Ivy League College, but that sounded too much like copyright infringement, so I decided I was going to call it the Universitary. But then, the Universitary would be a better fit for the University of the Commoners. I even have a slogan already. Unitary is strength. Eventually, I settled on a name for the school for these nobility, the Freshlands Treasury College of Governance, or the FTC. I wanted to avoid any specific mention of nobles in the name, such that I could eventually convert it into a regular college that can also accept non-nobles, so I had to plan this out. LSO, there was no immediately suitable place for this college, so I decided to call our master builders and grand druids to terraform and shape a land into a place suitable to build the FTC. It would take a full 6 months for a place to be built, even with the resources, but at the same time, I also quickly auctioned up smaller subdivided plots of land in the FTC zone to all our allied kingdoms, that they can build a mini palace for their offsprings in the future. From what I understood of the nobles, they have a strong need to maintain face and so, allowing the nobles and royalties to invest in a plot of land to show off to other young children would be popular. For the first batch, I had to start off with a bang. So I looked at my skill in class seeds and experimented on the lord classes from the dead nobles, and eventually I made 2 classes from a mashup of rangers and traders with the lord classes, ranger lord and trade lord. In addition to marksman, general, and various other classes, we announced it to our allies that the best 2 students will be given these class seeds, which they may consume for themselves or gift to anyone they please. Then real interest started to come in. Kings from across our allied nations all volunteered to send a small group of their children to vie for the spot. Of course, now that we have students, we then had to build a syllabus. We already have one from the Valthorns, but the Valthorns are essentially a martial school. They are exceptionally combat-focused. This program would have to be a little bit balanced, across combat, magic, trade and governance, culture and history, and equally important, an education in the Yonic faith. The goal was cultural dominance on the continent, secure the Freshlands' place in the world, and establishing myself as a legitimate faith and religion, with my own followers to push back against these 4 enemy faiths. So the combat focus would have to be watered down and the other aspects expanded. I had to gather a few Dakarches, some of the Freshlands' best traders and makers, to give their input, together with those level 30-40 tutors. I would also have to train the tutors such that they become respectable in their own right, else this school wasn't going to work. Level 30 to 40 is average. Freshka would transform into the home of 3 large competing schools: the Valthorn Academy located in Freshka itself, and the associated military fields and locations, the School of Trilogy in another outskirt area of Freshka, as a school for my clergy, then lastly the Treasury College as the school for future nobility. Secretly, I also earmarked a large spot for the future 4th school, the University of the Masses. As it is, I can only gather sufficient talent for one school, and I didn't need to increase the tension from managing noble-commoner dynamics. It's a plan that would take centuries to play out, but if I do this right, this generation of young leaders would eventually propagate my faith. This was an investment that would only pay off at least 20 to 30 years into the future. I'm impressed, but at the same time it's hypocritical, Ivan said one evening. Ian once said he hated the royalty, and here he is, amplifying their power. Jura nodded. I agree, it's pragmatic though, but I'm sure he is aware of the hypocrisy. Lately, Ian is rather calculative. It's those trees, I mean, you've seen them, right? The weird flashing ones. Nope. Jura shrugged as he watched a bunch of archers practice another volley. The Valthorn's focus has been anti-air. Archers, rangers working with our master woodworker to make anti-demonic wooden arrows, further enchanted with magic. In a mildly interesting development, the senior Yonic priests and patriarchs gained a skill that allows them to bless weapons and people with Yonic-style anti-demonic effects, on top of their regular holy element enchantments. So the Triology School is also assisting to produce enchanted weapons. I wonder how the holy element can coexist when I'm the patron deity, and I have only one holy enchantment magic that I inherited from long ago. I've also observed that the priest's powers are mostly independent from mine, even if derived from me, in the sense that the priests can use as much power as they have, and I would not be affected. It's not as if their use of Ionic abilities are a drain on me, quite unlike Lausanne's Warden, which has a defined monthly star mana maintenance cost. How does that work? Is it like the system created a specific pool of energy from which all these Ionic priests then call on for power? Or are all powers derived from the system, and I'm just the lawmaker but not the source of the power? This is certainly a rather weird system. End of year 133, beginning of year 134, city of Perhimpunen, of the Sultanate of Timurtenga, Eastern Continent. Lausanne stared at the Avon Templar. It's been a few years, 6 years since they released her from their home imprisonment, but somehow the sight of Templars still triggered her, a little bit. Even if her stay was pleasant, a prison is still a prison. Greetings, Lady Lausanne. The Templar of Ava handed her a magical letter, a message from Grandmaster Enka. She frowned, but this wasn't the first time she received a letter from Enka. Enka had convinced her, as part of her release terms many years ago, that she would assist with demon-related matters. No matter, the letter magically unlocked itself the moment she touched it. Investigate the village of Dimusna. Demon sightings suspected. Local temple did not respond back. More info at city temple. She frowned. At first, this didn't seem like something that needed her assistance, but then she pondered it, and a gut feeling told her it wasn't so simple. Her husband and the rest of the playing swords were there too. A few members changed. 2 died. Her husband frowned. Enka has some task for you again. Yeah, but investigate this village of Dimasna. Any idea where that is? Lausanne repeated the contents in private to the rest of her adventurer team. One of the team members unfurled a map and they soon found it. It was a few days from the city. It was a small village that bordered the central canyons. Artie just smiled. Take care, all right. It's very close to the start of demon season. Don't bite more than you can chew. He said that every time Lausanne went out on her own, but he knew Lausanne wasn't reckless. Clueless occasionally, but not reckless. We'll be taking on missions around here. It wasn't right for her to ask her team to go with her for her personal bargain with the temple. As Lausanne walked up the steps into the Avon temple, 2 Templars stopped her. State your business. Lausanne nodded and flashed a special Avon ring. They nodded and let her in. It was her first time in this city's temple, but they all had a similar layout. The High Templar was at the top. The High Templar was already waiting. The High Templar was the lead military officer of the temple in this city. Every large Avon temple had one. Greetings, Lausanne. There were 2 other Templars in the room. We believe demons from the rift have been spotted near Dimasna, and Enka believes you're the best person to investigate. We would have sent Templars, but we're short-handed at the moment. Lausanne shrugged. All the High Templars always sounded like they were a bit irritated at her. They, of course, didn't know her Ionic origins, or else they'd all attempt to kill her. Instead, Enka had constructed an elaborate plan to drown out news about her origins, so they only know that she's an elf from the highland cities of the north. It was easy to fake her origins when she left the central continent so many years ago. We'll arrange a carriage to get you to a nearby town. And here's a document for you. The High Templar said, and that was the end of the conversation. The document was magically sealed, but it was more elaborate. There was a small guest meeting room where she sat and opened it. It seemed that Dimasna was already destroyed, but they didn't know what, so essentially they needed someone who had a scout or ranger's abilities to track the demons. There were no known markings or footprints. Lausanne made the journey that night, and in 2 days she reached the nearest town. From there she would have to walk. The mood in the town was strange, and she noticed how sparsely populated it was. She was the only one in the inn that day. Have they disappeared? No, most of them have fled the town. The innkeeper said. The sudden destruction of Dimasna was scary. It wasn't a secret, and no one dared venture near. Lausanne just glanced at the map again. This was a sparsely populated part of the continent anyway. If demons wanted to hide away and bide their time, this was the perfect place. But that implied they could think, and Lausanne was relatively sure not all demons can think. Could this generation think? At least to a limited degree. The very few hints she got seemed to imply it. She continued her journey the next day. The area is dry, almost desert-like. There was some vegetation, but most of them were small. There were cactuses too. Still, a village existed here simply because of the mines and the minerals that wash up on the shores of the canyon's rivers. It would take her a day and some to finally arrive at her speed. It was early morning when she arrived at the village and saw the destroyed village. There was visible charring on the floor, as if some intense flame burned through the entire area. She touched the charred dirt, sniffed it a little. Demons, unmistakably so, but there were no footsteps of creatures or demons. Well, there were fleeing villages, but the ground burned wherever they fled. She looked at the shape and angle of the charring. Whatever it was, it attacked from a higher altitude, possible the height of a walker, could be some kind of ranged attacker or flying. Lausanne said to herself as she examined the ruins. She looked at the direction of the flame and went the other way. If it's a tall demon like a walker, there should be some footsteps or imprints on the ground. Nothing. There were more flames and charring, but no footsteps, most likely a flyer. She paused. She briefly remembered one of her many dream spars where she fought flying creatures. This seemed to match it. Had the rift opened, it was about time. A generation of flying demons would be frightening. She mentally informed Warden to prepare some extra throwing spears and adjusted the 3 wooden spears on her back. If they really are flyers, she'll need them soon enough. The trail of flames eventually ended at the edges of a canyon. Where did they go? Lausanne looked at the river and at the edges of the canyons as far as she could see. It was dry. There were no monsters either. Upriver then, that's the typical answer. She began walking along the canyon. If they were hiding, they must have found a cave or something. She looked at a map and there are parts where the river's hidden underground, or perhaps on the other side of the tributaries. Vines extended from both her hands and she used them like long feelers. At her level, she could stretch it from one side to the other side and she'd be able to use her vines and swing along the river, using the canyon walls as her anchors. That would be a faster way to travel along the canyons. She steeled herself and began moving. There was nothing. The canyons were vast, and as she moved upriver, she noticed little shiny things in the river. Gems. The reason why the village of Dimasna even existed. Now's not the time for that, she said to herself. Maybe on the trip back, once she located the demons. It took about an hour, then she thought she heard something, a soft growl, almost imperceptible. She reeled in her vine and it pulled her to the canyon walls. A few vines popped out of her body and allowed her to latch onto the wall like a spider. Then she saw it, a hole in the wall right at the river water's edge. This was almost 3 hours away from the village. There were easily 5 of them. 3 of them were massive, large, winged, and they were in different colors: black, dark brown, reddish-black, horned, but they also had glowing red eyes. Dragons? Lausanne paused and she stared a little longer. No, demons that resembled dragons. But why were they hiding? It was then she saw smaller dragons. The smaller dragon stepped out of the hole and dived into the river. A while later it emerged. What was it doing? Using her vine legs, she crawled closer. Then she saw it half hidden inside the hole, a larger, wingless dragon. The smaller dragon walked next to it and it spat out some gems. This larger demon dragon ate it and it glowed. Then it laid an egg. Lausanne felt chills. This was a breeding demon like Sabnock. Sabnock latched on magical locations to grow massive armies. She looked at them and sensed their magical power. They were not weak. Not as strong as a walker or a champion, but certainly more of the demon elite or demon general tier. It made sense why the village was destroyed so easily. These demons, they are only a few of them, but they needed someone at least level 50 or 60 to fight them. The demons did not spot her. She used a bit of her druidic powers to move the rock around her like a natural camouflage. She waited and watched them a little more. They were eating the gems in the river, and they would also feed the gems to the wingless demon in the cave. What made them suddenly attack the village? Were they spotted? Were they instructed by the demon king to hide and multiply until the time is right? She waited till night. The demons still didn't spot her, and she noticed they were constantly eating. Then 2 of the large demon dragons flew away. Only the wingless, 1 larger demon dragon and 2 smaller ones were left. If she wanted a chance, this was it. She waited for the 2 large demon dragons to fly further away. She took a deep breath and reached for 2 wooden anti-demon spears. She leapt out of her hideout and quickly activated her anti-demon suppression aura. The demons turned and her wooden spear glowed in a bright green light. Spear of destruction, she landed right on one of the smaller demons. It was unprepared and the spear went through the head. It collapsed there and then. The wingless demon roared and its breathed a jet of fire. The other larger one quickly took flight and opened its mouth. She threw her other spear at it, accelerated by her power. Flying spear. The demon's fire breath clashed with the flying anti-demon spear. But she had no time. She quickly leaped away to avoid the wingless demon's fire blast. She cursed. She should have attacked the wingless demon first. She thought she could take that one later. The wingless demon's fire breath continued to streak across the canyon walls as it attempted to chase her down. She called on Warden to produce more throwing spears, and she flung it at the wingless demon. It wasn't moving, only its head was, but the other, larger flying demon was already flying into another position. She turned and quickly used her vines to change directions. There was another jet of fire. She landed on another side of the canyon walls. The demon was still flying, and it breathed fire into the canyon. It intended to coat the entire canyon with fire. She grunted and the flames started to coat her surroundings. The wingless dragon was still there. She couldn't get it. She made a mistake. The demon dragon kept breathing fire. If she wanted to fight it, she needed to get it down, lower to the ground. Or she had to fly up there. That area of the canyon would be entirely blanketed with fire soon. She needed to do it now. She used her vines and attached itself to the canyon walls, and with some magic, transformed herself into an arrow and shot herself into the sky at the demon. Then, with another spear and a vine attached to it, flung it into its body. This time, the demon aimed its jet of flame at Lausanne instead of the spear, so the spear managed to pierce the flying demon. Steelwood barrier. The jet of flame burned the wooden barrier, but she was fine. She landed on the ground and then activated Constrict. The vine exploded into a massive tangle of vines around the demon, and she planted her feet on the ground. Entrench. The vines linked up with the roots Lausanne created in the ground, and with the roots supporting her, she pulled the constricted demon out of the sky. It crashed into the ground with a loud bang, but it wasn't over. It breathed fire again. Steelwood barrier. A barrier blocked the flames, opening a space for Lausanne to quickly move ahead. She had to do it now when it was on the ground. Super Antidemon Root Strike. 3 massive roots emerged from the ground and it skewered the large demon dragon. It then disintegrated and left behind gems and some other things. A roar followed by another. The 2 large demon dragons were coming back. She had to get the wingless dragon first. She suspected the wingless dragon to be something like a birther, so she needed to get rid of it, else the demons would continue to multiply. She used her vines and her abilities to speed up. She needed to get back to where the wingless dragon was, but it was gone. Only the smaller one was there, and it roared. Lausanne decided a demon was still a demon, even if it's small. With a vine attached to a spear, she flung it and the smaller demon. It died instantly from the attack, even though it did try to fight it off. She heard the roars again. If the 2 large demons are back, it'll be another hard fight. The mature demon dragons were just below a demon walker in offensive ability, but thankfully their defenses were rather weak. But where's the wingless one? If it's wingless, there should be footsteps. She looked around and activated a common druidic ability, which was to borrow animal-like abilities. Scent of the prey, and she followed it. It went even further upstream, and it didn't manage to go very far. It was large, but not very fast. Lausanne used her vines to slingshot herself at the wingless demon. It's a grounded demon, so she should be able to use super anti-demon root strike once she gets in range. The demon's head turned and it spat a huge amount of fire. It charred the wooden barrier around her, but not good enough. She was almost there. It had a massive tail and it moved to strike. It smashed into the charred barrier, but the barrier was still intact. There was another tail that came at her from the right. Did it always have two tails? The tails smashed right into the wooden shield and knocked her into the canyon wall. She didn't see that coming and mentally thanked Warden for a protective shield that helped absorb the impact. Still, the shockwave hurt. At least it wasn't a Walker-class enemy, and at this distance she could counterattack. 5 anti-demon roots emerged from the floor and pierced the wingless demon dragon, and it roared, almost like it was in pain, but it turned and breathed fire. She sensed its energy dissipating, and yet it kept breathing fire into the narrow canyon. Lausanne leaped and then used 2 vines to latch onto the top of the canyon walls and launched herself up. The wingless demon wasn't moving. The 5 roots were still firmly planted in its body. She retrieved another wooden spear from Warden and flung it at the wingless demon. This time it smashed into its body and then the body cracked. Then the cracks lit up and the wingless demon exploded. Left gems and other things splattered all over the canyon floor. Yet it's not over, not yet. There's 2 more larger demons that should be on the way. She heard their roar and again. They were fleeing. She didn't expect that, or did something else call them? Lausanne found a place to stop and just do a short self-check. Parts of her skin were bleeding and some parts burned. She'll need a day or 2 to heal them. One of her prized wooden spears broke too. Still, now she had time to think. Strategically, they would need a whole lot of archers and mages. Way more. Anti-demon arrows would need to be the default equipment. She was in no condition to chase after the 2 large demon drakes. The battle used up quite a bit of her energy, so she decided to head back instead. A Templar was already waiting for her at the nearest village. Lady Lausanne, you've located the enemy. Yes, identified as winged demons that can breath fire and perhaps other elemental attacks. She gave a long list of observations of what she's seen, things like size, attack patterns, types of attacks, and so on. The Templar nodded and quickly started to compile it into a document that will go straight to the Grandmaster. Once completed, the Templar left and Lausanne rested in the village. She wondered whether the 2 large demon drakes would return, but she's too tired to care. Summon Spirit Bird. Lausanne looked at a small ethereal bird. Keep watch, little one. The bird nodded and flew off. Year 135. The Demon King was late. It didn't come this year, and so we hear more of the Eastern Continent struggle with the demon drakes. More fighting, but so far the Eastern Continent has managed to hold the demons back and keep them on their continent. It was rather admirable, really. Stories of great sacrifice to hold back the flying demons, of champions and adventurers, of archmages and all, banding together to slay dragons. It was the kind of tale passed down the family, or made into song, or great bravery from everywhere. Where were all of these warriors before the Demon King? Do they have a mind block that they only displayed initiative, courage before lesser demons? Of course, many kingdoms naturally offered to send some nominal aid to the Eastern Continent, but due to the blockade, all aid from the Central Continent was blocked. There's strange rumors coming out of the other continents that the Central Continent as a whole is now referred to as a cursed continent. It's essentially a psyops attack meant to target all these merchants and regular people to reduce demand for travel between their continent and the Central Continent. Have the 4 temples decided that it's better to just cut out the entire Central Continent from their collective conscience? What's the meaning of this? Jura and Cavio asked the secret envoy of Ava. Is this your fake war? It's the best possible outcome to avoid bloodshed. Even if we revealed this ruse, I reckon no one would believe us. Ava's conduct has been consistently warlike. Every single continent outside of the Central Continent has been amending their maps to mark the entire Central Continent as cursed, and that a travel ban was instituted. Cavio was exceptionally mad. You're essentially telling all the other kingdoms on this continent that all of them are a lost cause. The envoy nodded. It is a necessary sacrifice. A curtain falls on the Central Continent. A cold war is better than an actual war. Well, since the 4 temples have essentially gifted these other nations to me, it would be horrible of me to refuse their hospitality. It's free real estate, after all. As a result, I quickly commanded Cavio to send envoys to all these nations to discuss cooperation and trade. They must feel betrayed that they have been essentially locked out of the global trade routes. They could have secret arrangements. Some of these kingdoms must have been warned beforehand. Cavio suggested they may rebuff us. I foresee some of them will attempt to negotiate exemptions for themselves, if not publicly, then secretly. then investigate. Either way, since they are doing this rebranding, we can certainly retaliate in the same manner. I wondered whether I should, though. What are the implications? Get some people together and consider the implications of it. They would need some time to do the necessary investigative research, and I created a few more additional artificial minds to assist Jasmine with the monitoring of the new territories, a cultural shift. Traditionally, each continent wasn't significantly different from the others. The central continent itself usually had a mix of all four temples and the other lesser temples, and the nobility generally communicated with each other via message, teleport, and other long-range travel or communication skills. It was the rudimentary framework of a globally connected elite. But now that entirety, amplified by Sabnok, and now this blockade, it essentially meant the culture of the central continent's elites will no longer be in sync with the rest of the world, and that will cascade down, since the citizens have a tendency to parrot the cultural practices of the nobility. Already, the nobility are second-guessing themselves. Throughout the central continent, the blockade caused economic problems for the merchant class, and that greatly impacted the wealth of the nobility, even if it didn't really affect the regular citizens. The new trade routes have brought prosperity to my 3 new trading partners. The towns along the trade route grew quite well. The truck beetles were actually quite popular, mainly to haul heavy, bulky goods that are relatively cheap. For some inland countries, they have a relatively monotonous choice in terms of their food, so the Freshlands traders capitalized on the reliability and relative consistency of the truck beetles and introduced new varieties of food, fruits, and herbs. The merchants were also doing some demand-side work. They collaborated with cooks and chefs to introduce new dishes and foods made with a fusion of native food and Freshland foods. It's fascinating what these merchants do to make people buy their products. There are purists, of course, that resist these foreign foods, but among the nobility eager to sample new things, and among the poor who cannot choose, new types of food are very welcome. Next were weapons. My woodworkers are still working on more anti-air weapons, making enchanted arrows and so on. Most of these were for the Valthorns and the Freshlands army, but a small batch of anti-demon anti-air weapons and ammo were distributed for sale. After all, now that the rest of the world has effectively cut off the rest of the kingdoms, there was a vacuum that I naturally had to fill. I wanted to be seen as sharing my benefits with the allied kingdoms, that I am arming them for their own protection. This was essentially weapons diplomacy. The temples would usually place some lesser hero items in allied kingdoms, or those that have earned their favor, as a reward. It was this reward, in exchange for hero items, that helped build the temple's influence. That said, the excommunicated hero Astra did mess with that power balance by selling hero items in large quantities in exchange for territory and resources. Some countries benefited from the 4 temples blockade. Those that have a developed craftsman class suddenly benefited from having a captive market. Still, trade tensions were rising, and despite the specter of the demons looming over us, a few of the desperate kingdoms finally launched small attacks. Specialized hit squads made of their strongest adventurers. We saw them coming. The moment they entered Patrick's psychic range, their plans were all revealed. We even prepared a nice welcoming party for them. Patrick had used his ability to reveal their plans, and so we knew what we were getting into. The moment the adventure group, a group of level 60s and 70s, about 10 of them approached the valley, I had the Valthorns already ready to engage and the necessary traps. In fact, Patrick alone could have disabled them, with a surge of overwhelming psychic attack, but that wouldn't allow the Valthorns to level, so we let them fight it out, and right when they were supposed to reveal their explosive artifact, I had a few vines emerge and grabbed it. Then I sent it into my magic lab for further investigation. After that, we had our usual interrogation session, and then death. I kept a few mementos of these adventurers, and had a messenger deliver these remains back to the kingdom that sent them. That kingdom wanted these adventurers to be unidentified and unlinked to them, but clearly they didn't know I could read minds. Maybe they should have mind-wiped them if they had such power. I didn't want to make it public. After all, it's better to respond with nuance. I suspect the king's desperate, that's why he resolved to such acts. A final act, a desperate one. And now it didn't work. The king's plan will crumble, and they know it. This would force them to bend. Now I wait. In the meantime, the construction of the 3 schools are complete, and the trainers are actively developing the syllabus. The first generation of students, the pioneer batch of noble children, have arrived to begin their new study life in the Treasury College. I soon found the quality of the trainers extremely lacking. They were low-leveled, in the range of level 30s and 40s in the field they were selected to teach. Still, they were chosen because they were willing to do this sort of work. At this point, Yvonne had a very good comment. She did have experience as a training tree, and she is the principal of the Valthorns Academy. It ultimately depends on what you desire in them, Ian. A good teacher must have the right teaching skills. He need not be a master of his craft. He merely needs to be a good guide along the student's path. Technical competence and ability to teach are two different matters. In your experience, what matters more? I spoke to Faris and Edna, my two highest-leveled new generation warriors, on what they felt were more important. Both didn't seem particularly fond of nobles and nobility, so they were torn whether they should give their views or not. Still, practical experience matters. All those battles in the Rotterdlands caused me to level up a lot, under the influence of my power leveling and other growth skills. I think the teacher is important, but they only take you up to level 30 or so. After that, it's all about our own real experience. I agree with Edna. As a druid, I needed to use my powers and be placed in situations where I had to use my powers creatively. Those allowed me to gain levels. Combat, experimentation, and interesting situations seem to correlate with my leveling speed. But how does one create practical experience for nobles who are doing trade and governance, a business management school like? Oh wait, it's essentially an MBA program, isn't it? Live experience is really the best. Those lifelike dreams are second best. Faris repeated. Nothing like spending time in the trenches to really grow. I see. How do I simulate town management for these young nobles? The program therefore needs a mix of practical experience. Perhaps they can play some roles in managing the newly reclaimed territories. We're in need of capable people to manage, and their noble skills would be a boost to the new lands. They bring with them the backing of their own home territories too. It came from Cavio. For Cavio, on top of diplomatic issues, he has been struggling to maintain the growing administrative requirements. New lands, new towns, all needed people to run them. It's hard to convince any decent ruler or mayor to make a move to a new land, but not so for these noble children, who are young and untested. The very fact that it's only a temporary assignment, as part of a holistic education program, could convince these young nobles to go willingly, so I could use the whole noble school to tap into their talents and deploy them under the guise of school or college learning trips. I imagine having a blank slate would train their imagination and give them a challenge, and so they can level up. All right. I had Trevor Jasmine pull up the newly reclaimed lands that are still unmanaged or poorly managed and decided that nobles would be sent to these lands. The students would be judged and rewarded based on their performance and as a group. I wanted it to be a group event because I understood that working in groups is a terrible, terrible thing, and it was this struggle against each other that would cause them to level up. Competition, especially direct, visible competition, is important. The first batch of Treasury College students were of course rather shocked by the task. We're going to manage a new spot of land. Some of them were excited, some of them seemed afraid. Each group of 5 students will be accompanied by a merchant advisor, a military advisor, and a people advisor. Each of you are allowed to have an entourage of 2 people and 2 bodyguards. The advisors are only there to give you comments and observations. The local citizens are ultimately the ones carrying out your orders, and you are expected to learn to lead and command the citizens. The challenge of the new lands would be a good place for young commanders to hone your skills. For safety, you will be accompanied by a squad of beetles. The students have not had such a task before. Each group will spend 6 months at their designated locations, and it will be a competition. The best group will receive a small reward, the worst group a punishment. There had to be a carrot and a stick to every plan. If they took it, great, and off they went. Most of these lands were mostly sparse, where I've just reclaimed it from the Rotterdlands. Therefore, each group is responsible for a group of settlers, about 500 to 800, to set up a small village, plan defenses, and everything from head to toe. It's a safe arrangement in the sense that my beetles would ensure the security of these lands. Their only challenge is the management of the village. I would graduate them to harder challenges, where they would have to multitask both growth, people, trade, and war as they mature of the 4 to 5 year program. On the research front, Horns in the labs developed a few additional upgrades for the assassin spiders and beetles. These were more stealthy forms, more anti-humanoid damage perks, more poison. At the same time, we were also working on more anti-air upgrades. We explored strange and silly ideas, like bungee spiders who would be shot at the flying monsters, attached with poisons and extremely durable vines and threads. The idea was to either disable the wings or pull them to the ground with the threads. Throughout the Freshlands, armorers, blacksmiths, bowyers, and fletchers were all busy. In a way, the entire world is a wartime economy, and the demands of war dominated the order books of the land's craftspeople. Arrows, ballistas, crossbow bolts, nets and slings, harpoons. We were preparing for the eventual arrival of these airborne demons. We trained rangers, and we set up more lookout posts. On the shores where my giant attendant trees stood, we set up platforms where rangers and archers with farsight or similar skills could be on the lookout. It's likely that the demons would come from the eastern shore, but at the same time, a rift could easily open in our continent, so we kept watch over the Rotterdlands too. The Valthorns and the beetles increased their patrol frequency. So far, so good. All quiet on the central continent, but that's no guarantee. Where is the Demon King? For now, the social unrest and unhappiness is kept under the lid. My Yonic priests have proved their worth, quickly earning a spot as a regular feature in many smaller towns, and with them, a huge amount of aid. We got rid of many selfish lesser rulers too, though we tolerated corruption or lesser crimes in these lands. After all, the Freshlands Constitution, lesser local corruption and crimes are under the jurisdiction of the kings and nobility, though it still reserves the right for me to intervene as I see fit. If these rulers were fueling a rebellion with their conduct, then we would step in. It's usually just having the local ruler or lord relocated to another place in their land. Things we could still do, while being seen as respecting the local king's power and sovereignty. The priests would petition the king directly, with our observations and information, and that would usually be sufficient to sway them to see things our way. They too do not want a rebellion on their land. My priests are also a key funnel for future talent, either as Valthorns or as future priests, so it was important to constantly monitor them. I had one of the artificial minds under Jasmine dedicated to the task of observing the priests' conduct. Even if the nobles abused their power, I wanted my priests to be seen as good. Certain things should be out of bounds for men of faith. It was important that I reminded the priests that I am watching, because priests are in a unique position of power and trust in the society. For most part, I'd say 49 out of 50 priests were genuinely good people, but a religion's reputation is often destroyed by that single priest. It was the same for the patriarchs. They were people in greater positions of power, so another artificial mind was dedicated to observing their conduct and actions. I like to believe I can trust them, but everyone will be watched. From our observations, we would have a list of pointers, which is then used to shape the School of Trilogy's education. Already we noted there's a lot of weakness in interspecies preaching and proselytizing. Most of the priests aimed and shaped their preaching and messaging to people of the same species, and they struggle to form a connection with someone of another race. An elven priest needs to struggle to interact with a centaur or a dwarf, and harder still with a treefolk. There was a need to improve training and understanding of species-specific nuances. It would never be as good, but at the very least, they would be taught the key mistakes to avoid when dealing with people of another species. This was also a point that I wanted to put into the Treasury College's education, though their angle was more on trade preferences and diplomatic preferences of different species. Year 136. The Demon King was still late. This was unusual, and we hear of great battles in the Eastern continent. Even though there is supposedly an information embargo, there are still leaks. Great, incredible battles of archers and demon drakes, of battles in cliff areas where warriors could reduce some of the demon drake's airborne superiority, of great skill and classes. There's a class of Drakeslayer archers and Drake hunters that emerged from these battles. I would like to get my hands on some of those classes, but I suspect it'll be a matter of time. The world thank their lucky stars that the demons are still confined in the Eastern continent, despite being able to fly, and the rifts remained only in that continent. I wonder what's keeping them there. From the news, it certainly did not seem like the defenders were able to stop them from reaching the sea. Perhaps there are other factors. So we focused on consolidating power, strengthening the Yonic priesthood across the Freshlands, deploying the young nobles on little adventures. They were pretty average as a whole, but the little outdoor adventure contributed a few levels to their lord class. It's good progress for a few months outdoors, and they help to stabilize these new territories. I'd also get a good sense of the type of rulers and managers these nobles would become, whether they were kind, ruthless, rational, or emotional. In the same vein, although practical experience is indeed important, I wasn't about to tolerate the low levels of the Treasury College's teachers and lecturers. I had ensured all of them had training of their own, in the form of monthly doses of Dream Academy. I hope to improve their levels by a bit, putting them in the level 40 to level 50 range for at least a single class. They would be teaching young ones who are around level 10 or so when they start off, but because these are noble classes, the power of a level 10 is actually more like a level 15 to 20. This is especially pronounced with those of noble blood. Prince and princesses usually already have some secret hereditary skills, and their class itself is strong as its base. In a contest of wills, it's usually a matchup of the one's strongest levels and classes, not the cumulative total levels and classes. If the trainers and tutors are too low-leveled in any one class, they won't be able to suppress or control the tutors. Ideally, I would want someone like Jura as the headmaster. His warlord class is a noble equivalent, and as such, nobles don't get an advantage against him. So I focused on training the tutors, and I also had taken a liking to one of the tutors. Thordrock, a bearded dwarven man who's in his late middle ages, a little plump and prosperous. He seemed every bit the old headmaster, and had the cranky, steely disposition to boot. He used to be a merchant, then he got too weary for all the traveling his class required, so he found this task of educating the next generation interesting. As a merchant, he had been to a lot of places, and fought a lot of bandits and thieves. Thordrak was a level 38 mining merchant, level 18 blacksmith, and level 20 axe warrior. In every sense of the word, the scattered levels meant he was close to capping out as a person, since level 80 to level 85 seemed to be the usual cap for normal mortals. For now, there was no single headmaster of the entire Treasury College, and it is run as if the entire teaching staff is a council. Still, the problem is once an individual hits a level cap, I can't really push his level higher with Dream Academy. Still, not entirely useless. If I could somehow trigger or force a class merger, then only the combined class would be able to stand toe-to-toe with the nobility classes. What do you think of taking the lead? I asked Thordrak one day. At that point, they just returned from the students' expedition from the new territories of the entire Treasury College. Well, yes, finally, someone needs to be in charge of this messed up school, he said. First, we need some booze in the school. Some of them are underage. Well, those underage ones have to just suck it. Thordrak laughed. Any good self-respecting noble who can't handle a drink's gonna be in trouble anyway. I lost count of the number of times nobles got their drinks spiked. Oh, that was too much info. All of these young'un need to learn how to drink, how to handle a drink, and how to handle stuff in their drink. Like me, I have spiked drink resistance. At the very least, they need to have poison detection. Thordrak laughed, then he asked again. Are you serious, Ian? What do you think this school should be? Other than exporting your politics, he asked. Yes, tell me what do you think this school should be? I didn't want to share my ideals, of course. I had a certain vision for it, but the locals mostly saw it as a way I was going to strengthen the Freshlands. Ultimately, unity, Thordrak said as he rubbed his beard. Unity of the noble class, however limited and fickle that's worth. I saw this as a step to truly build a continental trade system, but in the past 1 year I've served as a tutor of these nobles. It is also a place for social bonds to be built among the noble class, which would foster more trade and industry. Where do you see me in this picture? Thordrak paused and he couldn't answer it, but I could read his mind. What am I supposed to say? Do I praise Ian, or do I state the truth that he's seen as a benevolent tyrant, or? I would appreciate the truth, Thordrak. I have no need for fickle praises. They do little for me. I don't know, a school founded by an immortal semi-divine being that's earmarked as a heretical existence. Just thinking about it makes me need a mug, so I rarely do think about it. But if this school wants to exist, it better damn well train some good, capable, competent nobles. Define a competent noble. What is a good graduate student? What do you think a student who graduates from this school should be able to do? In a way, this was an interview whether he was suited for it. Thordrak paused again. One that can hold his beer, makes a good deal, can set up a working, functioning town, and is able to defend itself from its enemies. I paused. That certainly fit the defensive noble. No part of values or principles. The hell with that. Thordrak laughed. The things I've done to get a deal. He has loose morals. I wonder whether I wanted to create little Machiavellians. Thordrak continued. We all want to live. Look at me. I paid bribes to not get killed. I paid bribes to run away from hot zones. I paid adventurers to die so that I may live. You know, principles ain't gonna cut it, not when there's a monster in front of me. I bit, I begged, I knelt where I needed to. There was a part he didn't say. And right now, you're the biggest powerhouse on the continent. If not you, then who? I paused. He clearly has swaying loyalties. Should I still use him then, or someone else? There's this entire Freshlands, home to so many people. Surely I can find someone who has the experience to lead a school. Or do I have to make one myself? So I had to look a little harder. Maybe someone who isn't high profile, but is loyal, quiet and unassuming, but gets the job done. Damn, thinking about it, I've fallen for the old trick of looking at the most visible candidates, instead of looking at it objectively. There must be someone who's quiet, but I didn't notice because he's quiet. It's such a rookie talent management mistake. So what if they talk and are more visible? Talent and competence is not always visible. If you've done everything right and everything works, it often seems like you've done nothing at all. The ability to troubleshoot and solve problems is only one aspect. It's even better if one is able to prevent problems in the first place. So, how do I spot people who are able to resolve problems before they even fester or become bad? Observation. I had to observe them and see how they resolved problems, how many steps ahead they did things, and how much thought they went into doing what they did. People who could balance thoughtful consideration and yet take decisive action when the timing is right. All these needed multiple hundreds of data points. Personality. These traits were especially true when looking for a person who's suited for trade and governance. To some extent, all traders plan. The very nature of a trader meant he had to be aware of market prices and changes, production data, and the ability to locate an opportunity, a gap. At least that's what I thought, but it is not so. The present world rewarded merchants who took risks, who just made a journey from one end of the continent to the other, with little information to work with. The presence of a system for traders, and the effect of various traders' skills meant some traders could make decisions based on hunch. Their skills would tell them where and what to do. I needed someone who wouldn't rely on their skills, at least not much. Or perhaps a skill that switches their disposition towards long-term thinking, despite the system's tendency of giving skills as mental shortcuts. Patrick and Jasmine took a few months to monitor how certain people behaved in context. Then one day, Master, would you consider a young candidate who's currently an apprentice at a blacksmith? Huh, he's way too young to be a master of an academy of young little pain in the asses. But I could start training him really young, then in a few decades he will be ready. So I decided to have a look. The young apprentice was a half-elf boy named Castua. Despite his youth, he had demonstrated a quiet focus on preventing and solving problems, so he's likable but doesn't stand out. It would be decades before he would ever be a master of the colleges. He seemed to like his work as a blacksmith apprentice, but I got Jura to speak to him. Hello, Castua. Castua quickly bowed politely. Greetings, Council Jura. Jura is no longer the council, but it seemed many still refer to him as such. It's one of those guarded politeness. Never know when a person of such power would take offense. It seemed Ian saw some potential in you and would like to include you in training. Would you be keen? Jura wasn't exactly sugarcoating. What he plans for you, I do not know. The young boy's mind instantly had a lot to think about. Yes, Jura paused. I will give you some time to think it through. Yes, he repeated. No need for the time. My answer is yes. Ah, Jura nodded. Very well, Ian will speak to you when the time is right. Castua was not the only one. It was against our nature to put all eggs in one basket. A tree made many, many seeds. I needed multiple candidates across all age bands so that I had a solid talent pool for proper succession planning. I wanted someone who had that kind of personality and also faith. The levels and technical ability was something I could work on. So on top of Castua, we soon located 4 to 5 more people of various ages whom we think have potential. They are mostly young and are under. Still, I wanted an adult of sufficient stature to lead the school. Else it's just a council of teachers that doesn't seem able to make any big decisions. Is doing something better than doing nothing? Should we still tolerate Thordrock as a caretaker principal? I asked the artificial minds at first. He is of the right age and has generally good skill, even if his loyalty is a pragmatic one. Jasmine agreed. We will monitor him. The role of a caretaker principal does not require absolute loyalty. A pragmatic cost-benefit type of personality may be appropriate. Disagree. This is about molding the minds of the next generation of mid-tier managers. Trevor used some terminology from my memories. They should be expected to have absolute loyalty. It is expected. I paused and considered it. In some ways, the risk is rather nuanced. Having a principal with nuanced and pragmatic loyalty may result in students picking up a similar view of loyalty. That's a risk in the long run. But then again, even if I picked a loyal principal, that may not result in loyal future leaders. Would a principal's influence be that pervasive? Is this a false choice? After all, loyalty is a mutable thing. I could, by my own actions, transform someone who is pragmatically loyal into entirely loyal and vice versa. The concept that loyalty is for life surely an impossible thing, unless their minds are constructed in such a way. Are there any other candidates? Those capable and with the right skill sets would not want a task to corral these noble children in the first place. So in a way, this wasn't exactly a coveted job. It's new. If anything, it's more important that this newly set up institution does not fail. I went back to Thordrock again. Do you have any ideas on how to improve the Treasury College? Thordrock paused and then answered. In truth, most nobles do not run their lands alone, and often as merchants we deal a lot with their adjutants and secretaries. So I believe each noble student should be allowed to sponsor a few of their adjutants. A noble's success, I dare say, is also quite dependent on capable subordinates. That sounds like an officer school, but that's already what the Valthorn's Academy focus on. Combat, tactics, and all. But I suppose Thordrock's point is towards the bureaucracy. Currently, in this magical world, paperwork and administration is inconsistent. There are no consistent laws, processes, or papers, and merchants have to navigate all of them, often paying little bribes and incentives along the way. Even now, the entirety of the Freshland is a complicated mess of laws and regulations, because in part of laziness and my distaste for this sort of work, and also I didn't want to force the entire country to obey one single set of laws. Each of these segments brought with them different cultural norms, and I had expected to let them run their own kingdom, in the way a federation delegates certain areas to the states. In that, every noble is a minor master of his own land, and so each of them developed their own versions of the law, so all in, it's a hodgepodge of different rules and regulations. But a lot of these can be smoothed over if the officers and staff of the nobles all communicate, essentially forming a de facto organized unified bureaucracy. Like trade can be more efficient when there's less paperwork to be filled. There are a lot of low-lying fruits to be made as a whole. Like, why is the merchant's warehouse located in some inaccessible area instead of somewhere convenient for the convoys? Like, why are goods not sorted properly? So many mundane areas that need someone to just spend them time to clean up and organize. Essentially, what Thordrak wanted was to make the merchant's life easier, supplement the nobles with capable subordinates. It's also a good way to transition from a feudal society to a more modern society, since it maintains the nobles' position as a ruling elite, and yet delegates out decision-making and administration to commoners. It's also a less controversial way of opening up a wide range of education to common folk without unnecessary noble resistance, since these common folk will be tagged to their noble employers. But then, would Thordrak's influence result in administrators that are pro-merchants instead? I decided to look at all the nobles' subordinates, whether there were any good teachers. This would take a while too, on top of all the other searches that I've been doing. The artificial minds need time to process and assess the nobles, and also the various departmental offices. At the same time, by allowing these administrators come in, would that not create the noble-commoner dynamic that I wanted to avoid, unless I separated them? But pragmatically, a segregated school is worse. In fact, my initial idea of a school for commoners is essentially elitist because that also implies there is a separate school for elites. The relationship between commoners and nobles could go either way, but in any case, I'd like to see these commoner administrators graduating and eventually run my future commoners' school. It's a rare time where it's good that I'm a magical tree. I'm seen as outside the whole noble commoner class system. If I were human, I would most likely face greater resistance. Let's do it, so the Treasury College opened up spots for the noble vassals to join. The pitch to the nobles were simple. They needed competent subordinates to carry out the details and the grunt work. Studying together gave commoners insight into the noble mindset and thought processes. I understood this felt like a caste system, but if I want to slowly supplant and dismantle the noble structures, I'd have to have a bureaucracy capable of operating with noble oversight and direction. The initial weeks were rocky. There were some incidences of harassment, and so I had insisted that no bullying was allowed and used my artificial minds to keep watch. Students are only allowed to fight and attack each other during combat practice. If necessary, I would use my own abilities to break up any fights. The commoners came in many ages. Some were the old servants and butlers of the nobles, strangely chosen to accompany their young masters to school. At first, I thought whether I should restrict the school by age, but I decided since it was the first year, I'll let it go. I would introduce age limits in the later years. Not everyone likes change. Some need to have it in little pieces, ease them into it. Some like to big bang change, but from what I've observed, change needs to be slow. A big bang change tends to create a larger and more immediate resistance. Slow, gradual change is akin to boiling the frog. By the end of the year, the nobles have mostly accepted the presence of commoners as fellow students, even though most of them still feel themselves as a superior class. It's fine, boil the frog, slowly.